In the hallowed halls of academia, where the pursuit of knowledge reigns supreme, a secret has long been concealed. Behind the veneer of reverence for ancient texts and sacred scriptures, there exists a silent exodus, a whispered rebellion, a journey into the depths of doubt. These are the untold stories of Bible scholars who have dared to question, to challenge, and to leave behind the faith that once defined their lives. Welcome to a groundbreaking documentary that sheds light on the lives of those who have walked away from Christianity, not in haste, but after years of rigorous study and soul-searching. It is a journey fraught with intellectual strife and personal turmoil, a journey that has remained hidden in the shadows for far too long. In the hushed corners of libraries and lecture halls, these scholars have grappled with the very foundations of their beliefs, and in their relentless pursuit of truth, they have come to a startling revelation. Christianity, as they once knew it, is not true. But with this revelation comes a profound dilemma, a crisis of faith that threatens not only their careers, but also their social standing and relationships. For they know that in the realm of academia, the consequences of such revelations can be severe. In this documentary, we unveil the stories of those who have chosen to step out of the shadows and into the harsh light of scrutiny. Dr. Bart Ehrman, Richard Miller, Dennis MacDonald, Robert Cargill, Matthew Monger, Kipp Davis, and others, once esteemed as guardians of Christian knowledge, have now become vocal skeptics, daring to speak their truths and share their deconversion journeys. Their stories are a testament to the immense courage it takes to challenge the status quo, to face the possibility of ostracization, and to risk their careers for the pursuit of honesty and intellectual integrity. They are the voices of reason, the embodiment of intellectual freedom, and the champions of a quest for knowledge unburdened by dogma. But they are not alone. Alongside these distinguished scholars, we will also hear from students of research who, with unwavering curiosity and intellectual curiosity, have embarked on their own transformative journeys away from faith. Join us as we explore the complex and deeply personal narratives of these individuals who have dared to ask the most profound questions of all. This is a documentary that challenges the very essence of belief, that unravels the threads of faith, and that, in doing so, offers a profound exploration of the human spirit's unyielding quest for truth, no matter the cost. Prepare to be moved, enlightened, and perhaps even challenged in your own beliefs as we delve into the hearts and minds of those who have dared to question the foundations of their faith. This is their story, their truth, and their journey into the unknown.
I can't go back to the way you said. I know the way that you left me back. I know the way.
Dr. Richard C. Miller, the author of Resurrection and Reception in Early Christianity, has radically changed my mind on understanding the mythic and literary origins of Christianity, along with other great classicist minds and New Testament scholars like Dennis R. MacDonald, Robin Faith Walsh, M. David Litwell, etc. The list goes on. He has 3 master's degrees, Dr. Miller does, and also a PhD from Claremont. In this episode, we're going to journey from his devout fundamentalist roots in Christianity as he explores and becomes more rigorous in his scholarly work, how that has driven him away from believing that this is true to begin with. And this more serious, he investigates and discovers what the reality is, understanding the cultural milieu in which this material pops up. The more he sees comparisons to the surrounding mythologies, legends of the day, and how Christianity looks very much like what you see when it comes to the Caesars, sons of Zeus, Greco-Roman world, and other non-historical Jewish literature. Dr. Richard C. Miller, welcome to MythVision, my friend.
Thank you, Derek. Good to be here.
It's been a while coming. We've been talking about it. And you have a story. You have a journey. We all do. I mean, every human I know has a story. And when you listen and try to relate and understand, anyone can learn anything from anyone and their story. Your story, I think we have some similar path, but I'd love to get your background. There's no way we'll be able to exhaust your life or play it like a camera for everybody to know, but kind of your journey from faith to non-faith, if we can get that, focusing in on that, and your research. You are an expert. Can you tell us your background and stuff before we get into the journey leading up to youth to where you are today?
Yeah, certainly. I think probably a fair description of where I'm at right now, I would say, is a humanistic scholar of earliest Christian traditions, particularly including the New Testament, but broader than that. I come to this from a standpoint of evidence-based, kind of more of a scientific rigor around my research. And so I'm not interested in modern faith constructions or being a custodian of anybody's belief systems in the modern world. I'm interested in answering some very particular questions about what the earliest Christians thought and how the movement got off the ground and what the texts were doing in that environment. So,
yeah, I love your book. We're going to get into that in the next recording. Tell us about your story. Were you also evangelical or some form of fundamentalist? And then what happened to you?
Yeah, I started out with Calvary Chapel out here, the Jesus movement way back in the day. I was reading Hal Lindsey, got into end times prophecy. And this was when I was, 13 years old, something like that. Gave my life to the Lord Jesus. I remember my heart pounding, going up to the altar and kneeling. And my grandmother was there and parents, and they were crying. It was a big deal. And was soon thereafter baptized and began to lead Bible studies actually out of my own home in junior high. I had all my buddies over. We would have soda pop and have Doritos and read Ephesians and this kind of stuff and pray. And we took it very seriously. That was once a week. That's a little bit of my journey. I began to fall out of faith a little bit once I got into high school, got involved in any number of other things, hung out with a lot of different friends. They kind of broadened my world a little bit, got even into some trouble. Eventually, though, came back around. I was always reading my Bible that whole time and eventually started going back to church again a lot more once I got into my college days. And again, started to lead Bible studies at Cal State Fullerton with InterVarsity Christian Fellowship there. And so became a leader in that group for quite a while.
So you took your faith pretty serious. I mean, if I can relate, right? I know there are theological positions out there who won't grant me the fellowship. They go, you never really were one of us. But if you were to estimate your own experience, you were as diehard and as serious about this as anyone else.
Yeah, I find those, I mean, I know where Christians get that, you went out from us because you weren't really of us, that whole kind of idea. And that's why you left, because you weren't ever legit, right?
Right.
I was legit. I was as deeply committed and faithful and sincere. And I felt like my experiences of the Lord Jesus and the faith community were genuine and compelling, and I had a very rich and very meaningful experience at that time in my religious faith. So
how long would you say you were an active Christian? I mean, I know it's hard to pin that down because there are times where we fall away for a while, or we just kind of forget about it for a while. We're backslidden a little bit, but we're still believers.
Yeah.
How long would you say in your life you were a Christian?
Yeah, it depends on how you define Christian. As if I describe some of those later stages, I'm sure some of your viewers are going to go, okay, that's probably not still a Christian. I started to fuse it with Buddhism and all sorts of things later on. And so I get that. But I would say probably up until fairly recently in my academic work, I went to Talbot School of Theology and was a intern pastor. During that time, I graduated honors with a specialization in New Testament. That's William Lane Craig's school, by the way. At least they try to claim him there. And I did really well. I specialized in New Testament. I was a believer that whole time, as much as anyone probably could be. And my wife left me at the end of that time. I was married at that time, and it was a big, dramatic moment for me. It caused me to rethink a lot of things. She left me because of some of my fundamentalist kind of staunch positions at that time. She found it hard to even live with me because I was so dedicated to that. We weren't even watching the television. I had cut the cord on that. That was too worldly. The school I was going to, you couldn't drink or dance or watch R-rated movies. We're talking about some pretty far right stuff there. And I was sold on it, hook, line, and sinker. And there were other reasons why she left me. And now looking back on it psychologically, and I just wasn't really fit at that time. The religion wasn't serving me well. And so I can't blame the religion entirely, but that was definitely a major component.
So we're going to back up a little bit because I know this is about when you start to pivot. You are not just a devout Christian, but you were like getting master's degrees and like taking this so serious. What kind of career or what kind of education were you getting along this way? So you have 3 master's degrees and a PhD from Yale or something?
My PhD is from here at the Claremont Colleges.
Okay.
So I just to kind of so my wife had left me. I moved out. I tried to reorient my life. I started actually to get into their THM program over there because I just still loved the topics. I just realized I didn't belong being a pastor. I loved all the questions that were too upsetting for everyone. And already they were kind of showing me the door because I was not fitting into the Biola mold. I was already uncomfortable with their little boutique of a library that they have there with highly curated, selected books. And so I was heading down to Fuller Seminary. Eventually I met with Don Hagner down at Fuller Seminary, who's one of the, I think he was the director of the New Testament department at the time. And he said to me something along the lines of, and forgive me, Don, if this is wrong or if you watch this, but this is what I recall. Mr. Miller, I need to make an hour conversation last about 5 minutes. This was me trying to get into their PhD program. So I need to get to a luncheon, so I'm going to cut right to it. And he said, are you okay with the idea that the New Testament authors don't agree with each other? Because if you're not, this isn't the department for you or the program for you. We are a history department, not a theological department. And I hemmed and hawed. Now at Biola, where I went, if I said I was okay with that, that means I might not even graduate. That was part of their confession statements, and they were very much into those confession statements. I had to sign it at the beginning and at the end when I left. It was a big deal. Mm-hmm. And so I said, well, I see development in their thought, but I see continuity. I don't see discontinuity or disagreement. They're all kind of on the same page. He said, okay, thank you, Mr. Miller. It was good talking to you. Shook my hand and basically shuttled me out the door. And I realized, okay, I guess I'm not going to get to come here. And so, but that question that he planted in my mind eventually detonated as I start to think about, I've never met 2 people in my whole life that agree across the board religiously, ever. So why am I thinking that's going on with the New Testament authors? And I got that started, the egg started to crack at that point. I started to realize, okay, there's some diversity here. And I need to start thinking about that. And what does that mean theologically as you start to see different perspectives? Like, what's the truth then? What's going on there? And what does truth even mean at that point? And it's all of my system of thought started to unravel. And it's interesting with that one question, it got so many things rolling for me. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can look back and remember certain things for me along the way that kind of chipped away that armor and made me realize, what am I doing? You're going in, you're doing education. You obviously, we're going to do an episode discussing the issues with scholarship as far as we see it today. But you are continuing. At this point where you're at now, you have 2 masters or 3 or? Yeah,
I gave up on Fuller and I thought, you know what? I might as well go to a real school. Forgive me, Fuller. I thought, if I'm going to leapfrog beyond where I'm at into the kind of world that I thought my thinking was taking me at that point, I decided on a lark to put out an application to Princeton Theological Seminary. At the time, I had already matured. I was kind of out of the Baptist tradition. I was in the Presbyterian USA Church at that time. I was talking to people that had already gone to Princeton Seminary. I was getting exposed to some of the cool kind of research that they were doing there and kind of the avant-garde theological work that they were doing there, and decided, I need to go there. If I can get in there, I want to go. And so they accepted me. They don't accept everyone there. I don't think they take it. Some schools do almost take every applicant. They're one of the ones that don't. It's a little harder to get in. But I was admitted to their THM program in New Testament to study under James Charlesworth. And so I went out there and took a look at the place, and I said, I am so coming here. And so I packed my things, got my cat in the car, and we drove across the United States to Princeton, New Jersey, once I was admitted, of course. And probably a few weeks in, Professor Charlesworth and I were really hitting it off well. He liked some of my computer science background and some of the things I was doing with technology in the field. And so he decided to make me his research assistant there. And so I spent my time during my master's degree at Princeton under him as his research assistant. Yeah.
Wow. So you were at Princeton, and that was as far as your journey had went from Fuller, you're like, now I have found it. This is it, right? You think, I found the thing. This is the best, the highest, you can't get better than this. And then I suspect your journey's not over. You're like, man, I think that the best, greatest is the Dale Allisons and the Charlesworths and what happened to you? I thought you figured it out, man.
Well, I ran into, it's funny because even then I was more tenacious, even all the way from the beginning of my academic work in this field. I was always asking the upsetting questions. That's where I feel like the treasure's at. That's where people aren't going, and that's where the answers to the most important questions reside. And so a lot of taboo questions I was asking along the way there, and even there was not fitting in the box in some ways. I had considered doing my PhD there. I wrote my thesis there on kind of the evolution of hell through triangulating between the Enoch tradition, the Seir Chayahad, which is the rule of the community in 1QS and Qumran, and the Apocalypse of John, or Revelation in the New Testament, trying to locate where John's apocalypse is with regard to the fate of the wicked through the trajectory of that period in apocalyptic literature. And so that was my research there. But even then, I was thinking about applying there for my doctorate and was advised by my thesis advisor, Professor Charlesworth, that this is a theological institution. And so if you want to do research here, you need to present yourself as someone who's theologically interested. And I wasn't at that point. I wanted to know the answers to these questions, history questions. I was no longer interested in what people believe today. It was irrelevant to me. In fact, in the way.
That's how I am today. It's a historical question to figure out how people interpreted things over time, how they understood it in certain periods and why. I'm interested in knowing that, but it's not my number one priority. My number one priority, and I'm sure you relate to me, is that what did they mean when they wrote this?
Yes.
And I had the biggest rough scuffle on a phone conversation with Del Martin on this because he has such a postmodern approach to like the meaning of words to the point where, it means whatever you want it to mean, almost like a Jordan Peterson type of thing.
Yeah.
And though he wouldn't like that because he's so conservative, he wouldn't say it's subjective, but it is sure, there's some things we may not and may have that flexible, allegorical, metaphorical meaning to it. But I wanted to know what Revelation meant when he says, let him who has wisdom calculate. I wanted to know who he was writing to. Who are the 7 churches in Asia? What are they teaching? What are the condemnations in this letter? Things like that. I wanted to know what it meant to them on the ground then. Right. That was more important to me.
Right. No, I'm a big fan of Dale Martin. In fact, he and I have had a number of conversations. He's even helped me with my book. He reviewed it in its final proof. And so very grateful to him. He's an excellent scholar in many, many ways. I would agree, though, that, getting back to how the ancient linguistic signals in these texts, the ancient meaning or intent behind the text, and more importantly, how these texts were received and how they were consumed and digested. It's something like, some have talked about Roland Barthes, famous linguist. If you haven't read him, check him out. He's very, very good. One of the things he talks about in there is in his research is the idea that we preference the reader over the writer, over the author. That it's not a chef goes to make their dish not for their own personal consumption, but for their consumers. And so the digestion, the eating, and all of that's where the meaning is taking place. It's not taking place in the ingredients or in the mind of the chef. And so that's where I think we need to kind of shift. And so in that sense, I kind of agree with Dale. But at the same time, though, how do you get there? In the ancient world, you have to immerse yourself in their thought world to such an extent that you're acculturated and understanding the initial kind of impressions that these texts might have had. Those are the interesting questions to me. Because if we're doing something different than the text than they were doing at that time, we need to be self-conscious about that. There's a dishonesty in that in some ways.
But you didn't see that when you were at Princeton. You saw, I mean, maybe you saw something, but like you thought you figured it out. You thought, oh, it's only in the Jewish kind of approach. Sure, they'll allow a sprinkle here or a sprinkle there, but the icing is all Jewish. This is pretty much Jewish only expectation. Don't really dwell on the Mediterranean. Don't really dwell too much outside of Jewish milieu.
Yeah.
And what happened to you? I mean, like you obviously started seeing something else.
Well, yeah, I think John J. Collins happened to me. And so I ended up applying. I got into Harvard and Yale for another master's degree. I didn't feel like I was ready yet to get into the caliber of PhD program that I wanted to be in. Very competitive and hard to get into those programs, especially at that time. I think that's still the case today. So I wanted to prepare more. I wanted to get stronger with my language study. I wanted to broaden that. So I ended up applying, got into both places, ended up going to Yale, and John J. Collins was my advisor there. One of my earliest conversations with him in his office, he says, I want you to look into the Roman and Hellenistic world. He said, I know you are interested in early Judaism, and that's what I teach here. But I feel like there's a lot there to be found yet in your field of New Testament. And so he advised me to take some courses downtown outside of the divinity school, down in the classics department at Yale. And so I was in there with the big boys studying stuff with people that did not have the theological lines and rules and all that stuff that I was used to, and getting very rigorous about language, about ancient customs, topoi, literary trends, and studying all sorts of things there. And it was there that I made several revelations that end up becoming basically the beginning of my thought towards this book. Yeah.
And would you say your faith at this point is far, obviously more liberal, but are you still a believer at this point?
Yeah. So at this point, I was already starting to entertain the idea that God speaks through myth and legend. Not just entertain it. This was becoming part of my faith at that time. I was still going to church, whether even at Princeton, I was still in the Presbyterian church. And even when I went to New Haven, Connecticut, I was still in the Presbyterian church there. But at that point, I started to think, at what point then, what's left once this project kind of completes and runs its course? As I start deconstructing and finding the myths and finding these other meanings that are there and these non-literalistic interpretations of things, as I dove deeper and deeper into the ancient world and how they perceive things, I could no longer honestly hold to the kind of religious framework that had so long, it was long deteriorating, but at that point, there were just a few pieces left of it, kind of holding it all together. It felt like a house of cards with only 4 or 5 cards left. I had, it was very, very difficult and painful at points because I was letting go of a lot of my most cherished comforts. And I had to do that with a certain amount of internal bravery because I was not surrounded by a lot of other people that were doing the same thing, at least as rigorously and as deliberately as I was. And so
I want to bring the memory of our discussion as we're closing your story here to where we are today. And that is the moment that something really cracked. You described it. You were at the library, you were reading something, and what happened to you? What were you reading? Can you take us into that?
Yeah, so I was taking Veronica Grimm's class there in the ancient Hellenic. It was a Roman, a course in Roman religion in the classics department there, and she had us reading Livy which was a Latin text written in the 1st century BC, the history of Rome. So Ab Urbe Condita, I believe, is the first part of it. And so basically the founding of Rome. And so you're getting back into the 5 original kings of Rome. This is a legendary period. Even Livy admits this as much in the beginning. He says, a lot of this is kind of piecing together legend, but he's kind of wobbling back and forth because there's cultic significance to some of this as well in terms of the Roman government and the emperor cult and all of this. And so it's a very interesting text. And so I was reading through that and came across the basically the apotheosis story, or the appearance narratives of Romulus. After, so he's on Mars Hill, he's bringing his troops together, and there's this event that takes place where he's taken up in a cloud in front of them. There's an alternate account where, also maybe he was torn to pieces by his senators or whatnot, or the people. And so I started to see echoes there. There's a thunderclap, this, and all these sorts of things. And I started to think, this sounds a lot like what I'm used to reading in the Gospels regarding Jesus. And there were my mind started to fire with all of the skills I had at that time in terms of ancient history and language and understanding tropes, and all the things I had been doing up to that point set me up for that, but I didn't see it coming at all. It was like a sucker punch. And when I got to that text, I remember sitting there. I was reading it out in the garden in front of the Yale Memorial, Sterling Memorial Library there. And I remember just getting almost like dizzy and getting emotional. I put the book down. I had read through, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 pages of it or whatever. And it was the Latin text and with the English facing pages, and the Loeb Library. And I walked back to my car, which is a long walk typically there, not parking. And it was a mile or 2 walk. And I just started crying during my walk because I realized, and it was both for loss and for joy at the same time. Mm. It was a very strange moment for me emotionally, and I didn't see it coming. You ever cry and you didn't expect to or even desire it to happen? But here you find yourself in kind of an emotional spot. And that's where I was at, unexpected that day. And I'm not one to cry a whole lot. I remember praying to God at that moment. And I said, God, I don't know where this is going, but I want the truth, no matter what that means.
So you had an aha moment, in a way, kind of the eureka, as Dennis MacDonald would describe it, that these were texts that were as meaningful to Romans as New Testament would be to Christians. You stopped playing special pleading games, that this is special and all others aren't kind of ideas. It seems like it almost like hit you. Like you already knew that. You already knew that it's literature, but like it was like a moment where this meant something to you, the same way the New Testament at one point meant something to you. And then it was like, this is special as well.
Yeah.
Why are we making that the special and this is not? And what always really blew me away in the recent years of my learning is that, sure, over time, Christianity ends up ruling practically, meaning it becomes the world religion, right? Most people end up being Christian. But when I really think in an honest, being fair analysis of this, as a Christian I once was, I have to stop that. Here you have an empire that literally ruled the world. Without the Roman Empire, Christianity would have been nothing. If it didn't have that vehicle to drive through, what would it be? If it weren't for Octavian, if it weren't for the Caesars and their Roman imperial cult, to be able to fight against Christianity wouldn't have had what it ended up becoming. So it's like, this is real world, actual people who made huge actual impacts in this period that are getting buried underneath the Christian dogma.
Yeah, that's 1,000% correct. And so, I mean, one of the aspects that may make me unique in some ways in terms of what I present and kind of my methodology, it's been this way for quite a while, even back in these days. I don't foist upon the ancient texts any kind of later creedal or theological framework. I let those texts just sit on top of the ancient framework and world within which they bubbled up. And so that's the world. Romulus was well known. Do modern Christians know who Romulus was? You know, if you gave a sermon at a church and you included discussion of Romulus, would people would anyone even recognize the story? Would they even know about it? Every early Christian would have known the story. This was the founder of the empire. And they had cults, they had temples in most of the major cities where Christianity sprung up, dedicated to Romulus.
Can I ask a question with what you know to paint another picture as we proceed in your story? And that is, Christians who are devout, who go to church, who sit there and cry, they're on their knees, they're at the altar, they're worshiping Jesus, they're devout, they're sincere. Yeah. Would you say the same thing about the Romans toward the story of Romulus and the celebrations of the Roman gods and the festivals and the story of Romulus and Remus and stuff? Did they do the same thing to those as we see Christians do to Christianity or Jesus?
Yes, I think there's some nuance there that we need to put in there. Okay. But I think that, well, first off, to answer the more fundamental question is, were the earliest Christians similar in their orientation to cult and religion and belief as other people that were constructing their own belief systems and cults and religious experiences in antiquity? Was there any difference in sincerity between those? No, they were equally sincere and dedicated. And that's one of the things I was surprised at as I started to read Roman literature, that these were very sincere people. Now, they weren't putting to it the scientific certitude that you get today with this kind of literalism that we have since the Enlightenment. You really don't see it a whole lot in medieval time all the way back to late antiquity and the earliest Christian movements, this kind of certainty, the scientific kind of certainty or posture that we find in kind of modern biblicist
William Lane Craig.
Yeah, that's very alien to anything up to relatively modern history. But when you talk about modern sincerity, these are the stories that help human beings process their most important and difficult experiences in life, help them to come to terms with death, help them to come to terms with their own hopes and dreams and their own security in a world where they might not have all the answers about how all this works. And our gods and myths and things like that fill in those gaps. And that's been going on for quite a long time in the human experience. And so there's a lot of continuity there.
So you know too much at this point. And so now that you know too much, nothing can go back to the way it once was. You're always moving forward. John J. Collins helped steer you to go start something that started something you can't stop at this point. What happens then? Because you said you got a PhD at Claremont. That must be down the road a little bit. You're going through a transition of faith, so to speak, and learning so much about the period. Can you take us into your PhD? Like, what ends up? You meet Dennis MacDonald. Like, what's going on?
Yeah. So that was I had a chance coming out of the Yale program to apply pretty much anywhere and have a decent chance of possibly getting in. And so I was pretty well poised to, at that point. My language skills were running well. And so what I looked around and I thought, after this Romulus.
Continue, please. We were interrupted there, but you were describing how you were putting into, was it Claremont?
Yeah, so I sent out some applications to various schools. I applied here to Claremont. The reason being that I wanted at that point, because of my research with Romulus and the paper I wrote there and that seminar and everything, I knew at that point I needed to be somewhere where I could continue that research. And as I looked around, I didn't see a lot of great options for that because I didn't see a lot of programs deeply invested in contextualizing the New Testament in classical antiquity. And so a lot of early Judaism, a lot of, some of these, more higher critical methods that are more avant-garde these days, programs that are advocating for that, feminist criticism, this sort of thing. As I looked around, I thought, what are my options? And so I applied to what few schools I felt like would allow me to conduct that research further. And this was one of my top picks. And so I got into reading Dennis's work on, Homer and Mark and some of this work. And I realized, okay, whether he's right or wrong on that, and the jury was still out at that point, at least I know that he's getting rigorous on some of these questions. There's a whole generation of Harvard scholars, Dennis was one of them, that came out of that time period where they were basically doing transdisciplinary work between classics and New Testament, early Christian literature. And so they'd all sit out on the lawn and read Loeb Library, Greek texts together and this sort of thing. And that's the milieu, that's the place where he was educated. And I knew I wanted to study under one of those cats that had done that kind of work. And so, it limited the places I could go, but then again, it also made me very interested in wanting to go to those places for particular reasons. And
so you ended up going to Claremont. He's one of the professors you're bumping into and learning, brushing shoulders, becoming friends with. Would you say at this point in your journey, not only are you no longer technically Christian, you might be some believer in something, but you're not necessarily a Christian. Would you say that you realized you were getting closer to the truth of what was really going on? How was your confidence on that?
It was strange. The way I talked to myself about my faith at that time was that I'm actually being a truer Christian in some ways because I'm being better aligned with what the earliest Christians might have thought or how they would have processed things. Of course, I'm putting on that my own interpretation in terms of myth, not quite as indulged in the belief system the way an ancient would have been. I was kind of backing off of that, but at least I felt like I was better aligned with understanding the thought world and what was going on there. And so, I continued even in Claremont to attend church and even teach in the church occasionally. They asked me not to eventually.
Wow.
Because I was too off the wall for them, too outside of the box. But that's kind of where I was at. There was still some threads that were holding it all together in some ways, even though I had already deconstructed in many ways many of the most sacred aspects of the religion, at least in terms of where my research had gotten me at that point.
What would be the fair statement of like what happened to you at the end though? What made you finally go, all right, enough? I don't think I believe there's something going on.
It kind of like, I think there's a comedian, I can't remember, was it Bill Barr, one of those guys? He says something about that he left the faith, and it's not like he left it just kind of like trailed off into the distance behind him, and it was kind of like a voice that got quieter and quieter and then went away. That's kind of my experience. I started to find that going to church wasn't meaningful to me anymore. Like, what are we doing playing an organ with all this funky music and reciting hymns? I didn't even believe in any of that anymore. I felt like it was in the way of my research, not helpful. And so, and I was way outside of the box in terms of what Christians that might attend church would want to hear from me. So I can't give anything. They can't give anything to me. So I thought, my time's pretty precious. What am I doing? And I started to kind of not go all the time and that sort of thing. Also started to investigate Buddhism. And so I was interested in learning that. I was in a religion program, and so part of my task there as a PhD student at the Claremont colleges was to be able to speak to all world religions, not just this narrow kind of investigation into one. And so I started to get into reading about other systems of belief, Buddhist, Indic, Hindu, et cetera, and Islam even. Took a PhD seminar on the history of the interpretation of the Quran. And so my world started to broaden, and I started to realize, okay, it's kind of like somebody that thinks they're a specialist of studying mountains, say Mount Rainier, but they don't bother studying geology, tectonics, any of this, or any other mountain ranges, or any other larger geological topic. They're just narrowly talking about that one mountain. Well, that sounds like a very ignorant and kind of confined project, right? And I felt like that's what was going on with New Testament studies. I felt like that was my training up to that point, as I reflected back, felt very narrow and almost designed for ignorance in some ways. I wasn't really studying the larger patterns that are commonplace throughout all the religions, and how Christianity is just one participant in a larger kind of a broader set of phenomenology that needed to be understood and understood across the board, and not just studied in some kind of isolationism. And so, yeah.
Thank you. Welcome back to MythVision Podcast, Dr. Bart Ehrman. I've read several of your books. I think almost every book that you have, I've read. Maybe not your dissertation, as I saw you and Apologia talked about, but there's a common theme in some of them of you mentioning your past. And I love that because I can relate to you in terms of a journey of learning and growing in a world where you realize, hey, maybe what I believed or what I thought isn't true. And so you're doing a course, we'll call it a course, about why you're not a Christian. It's going to be free. Anyone and everyone can come and sign up, and I hope to see them there. Can you tell us a little bit about that? And then we get into your story a little bit, just teasing us with what we might hear in that course.
Yeah, sure. No, I'm really interested in doing this course. I've never done a course like this. And a lot of the stuff I talk about in this course are things I've never talked about publicly before. The course will be explaining why I'm no longer a Christian. I started out as a Christian, and I talk about how I was raised, but briefly, and about how I converted to be a born-again Christian in high school, and then eventually became a very strong conservative evangelical Christian. But then how especially my scholarship made me understand that the Bible is not the inerrant Word of God. Many people who've heard my story before think that I went from that to being an atheist. But I was a liberal Christian for many years. Was a pastor of a Baptist church for a year, and I talk about how I started moving away from the faith and what was driving that. Eventually, I did leave the faith altogether. It's been 30 years ago now, but it's not for reason of my biblical scholarship. And so I talk about what made me want to be a Christian in the first place. I'm a born-again Christian. What made me leave that? What made me then leave Christianity altogether? Not related to my scholarship, but my trying to understand the world better. But I also spend a lot of time talking about things I haven't talked about very much publicly, which are issues involving the struggles one goes through when one leaves the faith, and the fears one has when one leaves the faith, and why it's traumatic, and what one can do about it. And if one does leave the faith, does that leave one without any moral compass? Does it mean there's no reason to be ethical anymore? Does it mean that you have no hope? Does it mean that there's no meaning in life, no purpose in existence if you think this is all there is? And so I deal with that over the course of 4 lectures. They're about 45 minutes long, each of them. And I talk about a lot of stuff in there that I've never talked about before. So if people have heard my story, it's not going to just be repeating stuff I've said completely. And those who haven't heard, this will be, for anybody, really. It's really for anybody who's thinking about leaving the faith, anyone wondering why somebody does leave the faith, anybody who has left the faith, anybody who's, just a Christian and interested in hearing some other view. So it's not meant to convert or deconvert anybody. It's just meant to tell my story in light of the kind of scholarship and the kind of thinking I've done about the world.
So you'll get into how Satan appeared to you at one point in your life and you sold your soul and all that, right?
Yeah, no, actually, I was unaware of that, and rats. I wish I'd known.
Right. No, there's something about the personal narrative that you do put in your books where I relate to. For me, I have to admit, learning the scholarship has broadened my understanding in a way that the infantile, inerrant, fundamentalist approach that I had, that bubble for sure popped. And I can relate in a way where there was a transition between what is the meaning of this material and how there's other ways to understand these things than what I once did. So I still held on to something. And then eventually It was like, for me, it was more of a scientific, and then, trying to observe what we can know and work from there. And so then I stopped assuming things that we don't have evidence for, or things just don't seem to point in that direction. Is there any relatability to the things I'm describing in your own kind of story, or?
Yeah, no, very much. I mean, I think that I think scholarship on the Bible and on early Christian history and the kinds of things that I teach at university can be very useful for showing, just on an academic level, why fundamentalist Christianity is highly problematic. But people often think that if you don't have a fundamentalist view of the Bible, that it's inerrant in every way, then you can't be a Christian. Yeah. And that's bogus. I mean, I was a Christian for many years with understanding that the Bible was fallible. And I have lots and lots of friends who are New Testament scholars who are Christian, and they know what I know about the Bible, but they're not fundamentalists. And so leaving fundamentalist Christianity isn't the same thing as losing your faith. And so losing your faith usually involves broader issues that you were referring to, like how you know what you know about the world. And, some people think, well, you should just believe. Well, you should just believe what? I mean, and people have reasons for believing. They may not know they have reasons for believing, but they do. I mean, maybe they were just brought up this way, and it's what they've always thought, so it makes sense to them. Well, that's fine. But, you're brought up thinking all sorts of things that you don't agree with now, and because you thought about it. And you've had other experiences. And I don't think it should be any different for your faith, because the faith is very important to people. And so they should certainly use their heads to try and figure it out. It's not that you can kind of outthink God or something. It's not like that. It's what really makes sense to you, given what you know about the world. And it sounds like that's what you went through as you started discovering the sciences and started realizing that there are other ways to explain what happens in the world. And different people have different reactions to that, of course. Some people stay in the faith, some won't. But I hope at least people will become more thoughtful about it. And part of the goal of this course is to help people think through some of these issues.
I'm excited about what you teased us about, just saying meaning, purpose, value, because I relate to you in saying that you have more meaning now, more purpose now than you did when you were, this child of God living in this world, soldier for Christ, trying to, a pilgrim, voyaging through, trying to save souls, the whole nine. I tend to see that I have a lot more purpose now, and even I enjoy life better than I once did. Will we get in behind the curtain and see the wizard on this course with you?
Such as he is. I hope he's not a fake wizard like in ours, but I mean, he's. I think a lot of Christians, not all, but a lot of Christians are not bothered by a number of issues in our world because they think God's going to make it all right in the end. That this is kind of like a dress rehearsal for what it's really going to be like afterward. And if some people have a hard time now, God will make it up to them. And if you're suffering now, it'll be okay later. And so it's deferring. It's deferring when the real thing happens. If you think this is the real thing, and that it's not a dress rehearsal, it's not practice, this is it, then it actually changes your view of life and the meaning of life and how you ought to enjoy this life. This life is not about preparing for some later life. This is the life. And for me, I'll explain in some detail why that provides more meaning and purpose for me. And it shows why I can't neglect issues about, what's happening to our world and the pain and the suffering in the world, some of it caused by other humans, others not. And how, if we don't help people now, they die, that's it. So it's better, we really need to help people. And we ourselves live for a fulfilling life as much as we can in whatever our circumstances are.
It's interesting. There seems to be a lot of people I've met who have gone through deconversion who've become better people since leaving. Maybe Christianity worked for some, but others, it seemed to have more of a negative impact. I tend to be one of those for me in terms of I'm more humanistic now. I care more about the now. I care about helping the people now rather than don't worry, don't store your treasures up here on earth. We got this other place where we're focused on. And so I love what you said there. There are people who contact me at MythVision a lot who are suffering, they're struggling, they're like in fear of nihilism. They can't believe, they tell me they can't believe this is true, but they also like are in this existential crisis of not knowing where to go from here. And is there meaning? Is there purpose? What's the point? Freaking out, or even the whole idea of what if I'm wrong? But I do think that it isn't true, but what if I'm wrong? And I'm like, one person, I said, become a Christian again then. Just go to sleep at night, you know. I literally told them, be a Christian again if that gives you some hope. And they're like, but I can't. I literally don't believe it anymore. I can't think that it's true, but I worry at night if it's true and if I'm going to go to hell and stuff. So will we get into something of this kind of sort in your course?
Yeah, I'm going to talk a lot about that kind of thing, about how traumatic it can be to leave the faith if you've been very committed to it, and even if you just grew up with it, and how disturbing it can be. And some people are afraid of hell, and so I'll talk a little bit about the fear of hell. Some people are afraid of non-existence. The idea of not existing really freaks a lot of people out, and so I'll talk about that a bit. I think often what happens is people are afraid of things that come out to be not true. Once they leave the faith, they realize, that I was afraid of that, but it actually didn't happen to me. And and you're right. I mean, if they think, oh, I was better off as a believer, then they go back to being a believer. But the other thing I'll say is that the kinds of issues that I think about when I'm talking about doubting or wondering whether the faith is right, these are issues that are important for believers to think about too. So we shouldn't sell short the importance of reflecting on faith, even if you stay in the faith. I have a lot of people in my undergraduate classes at Chapel Hill where I teach. I have a lot of students who come out of the class who they remain Christians, but they say, this has made me a stronger Christian because now I understand the kinds of things I need to think about, and I think I need to find answers for. And if I find answers for them, then I'll be an informed Christian. And I tell them, I say, it's great. It's better. I mean, if you're not an informed believer, you're an ignorant believer who wants to be ignorant. The same thing applies to skeptics, though. A lot of skeptics just kind of assume that, God talks crazy. And so they need to be challenged in the other way, because we all need to be more thoughtful and reflective about what we think about the world and our place in it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ehrman. I look forward to it on the 23rd. I hope everybody signs up. It is free, so I will be seeing you guys there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to MythVision. I'm the host, Derek Lambert, and I'm a deconverted ex-Christian, if you will, someone who left Christianity. Today, we're going to be talking to a Bible scholar who has a juicy story. And I hope that anybody who's watching, wherever you land in your faith, can try to understand, empathize, and relate in some way, shape, or form with Dr. Monger's testimony. With that being said, today, I'm not going to waste any time with introductions and intros with cartoons, the whole nine. I really want to get into this because this is a story I've been curious about for some time in my private conversations, my correspondence with Dr. Matthew Monger. And with that being said, without further ado, Dr. Matthew Monger, welcome.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. There's some people who don't know who you are, so I will mention Dr. Matthew Monger is Associate Professor of Near Eastern Languages and Literatures at MF Norwegian School of Theology. Is that abbreviated? Okay, MF.
Yeah. So it's not abbreviated for what you think it's abbreviated for. It's a Norwegian thing, so it's not the MF that us English speakers think of. So
of course not.
It's not the mother
got it.
theology, but it's an old Norwegian thing that they don't use anymore. But it's there.
Excellent. So obviously assistant professor Near Eastern Languages at MF Norwegian School of Theology in Oslo. His main research interests are the languages and text of ancient Near Eastern, including Akkadian, Hebrew, Syriac, Aramaic, Ethiopic, and Arabic, the intersections of text in these languages. He's currently working on a book that investigates the names given to the wives of the pre-Abrahamic patriarchs in antiquity and traces their reception history throughout a wide range of text and manuscripts in antiquity and the Middle Ages. He is also part of a lying pen of scribes, also part of the Lying Pen of Scribes project at the University of Agder.
Yep.
Agder, working on describing the material properties of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Dr. Monger, welcome. I want to give a little plug here. We're going to be going to your YouTube channel at the end of this recording when we're done going live. People, I pinned this in the comment section. It is in the description for those who are missing this live. Subscribe to Dr. Munger's channel. The Bible was written backwards. And if you're looking for it, it's at Bible Monger. You're not a warmonger, you're a Bible monger. And I hope that people will subscribe to you.
Yeah, I hope so too. That's the best thing they can do. Hit that subscribe button.
What are you planning on doing with your channel?
Yeah, so my channel is going to be me basically talking about the things that I've been studying for the past 10, 15, 20 years. And that is the way the Bible isn't the beginning or the end of anything. It is just kind of right smack in the middle of this long train of ideas and stories and myths that some of them are earlier and they get absorbed and received and renewed in the Bible. The Bible rewrites all this earlier stuff, but at the same time, the Bible rewrites itself. And there's new rewritings within the Bible. The New Testament is rewriting the Old Testament. But then after the Bible, things are getting rewritten again and reinterpreted, reprocessed into new cultures, new contexts. So we're going to be looking at all those kind of things and just like picking up texts in the Bible and looking at what inspired that text in the Bible, and then looking at how that text then goes on and becomes something new in new contexts.
And just letting everybody know, the 118 of you watching right now, if you go subscribe, we're going to refresh this. I hope that by the time we're done with this live, there's 215, maybe 300. Shock me. Please shock me. Show why myth visionaries are the greatest. Go subscribe. And at the end of this video, we are going to jump over. He is going to be launching his first real video to the channel. And that will be on here. We'll do the same thing we do like we do with Dr. Kipp. So he also has a website here, BibleMonger.com. He just launched it. So I'm sure a lot of stuff is going to show up here. It's in the description if you're watching after this live. He also has a book that is in Norwegian. So if you are Norwegian or you know how to speak it or read it, or if you just want a fancy book on your library, this is here. You said it's out of
looks like it's sold out at the publisher right now, but you never know.
You never know.
You never know.
Help support us on Patreon. MythVision's there. We got a lot of stuff we're doing, and we're going to keep doing. And then we have courses. Dr. Kipp Davis, Dr. Kill. His is coming up. Ancient Israelite, the real ancient Israelite religion. Get ready. So enough about these fancy smancies. Dr. Monger, you have a story that you have never said. You have never told anyone publicly. In fact, I don't want to take anything away from why you didn't. Maybe you can share with that as well along the way, whatever you feel comfortable with saying, because it's your story and no one needs to take that away from you. So tell us what happened. Who are you? Where do you come from? What did you go through? And we're all here.
Yeah. Thanks. Well, I mean, first of all, I just got to say thanks to you, Derek. I've like you said, I've never really told my story about where I am today in the terms of faith and all that kind of stuff publicly, because it's a bit daunting when you're a Bible scholar to start talking about the fact that you no longer believe in Jesus. I mean, that's the whole thing. I started off as a Christian, and I'm not anymore. And that's that's the long story short version. But we'll go through a bit more. But I really felt over the past year, after getting to know you, that I've actually come into the community, the atheist community, or the whatever we want to call it, and found that support. And the way the community takes care of each other and supports each other has really given me the confidence to be able to own it. And that's kind of why I want to do this, is because I'm not really afraid anymore of what it means socially or academically or whatever to own where I am. And so, yeah, it's so I appreciate what you do, and I appreciate being able to, come out.
Is it okay that I ask? You can answer or not. Anytime I ask something, feel free not to answer, and like totally respect it. Just so you know, it's not awkward because
no worries.
You are in an employment situation, and so you mentioned a little bit of fear, and we haven't even gotten into your story yet. So, is it okay that I ask, like, were you afraid that this opening up about this could potentially damage your career?
Oh yeah, I've thought a lot about it, and honestly, I still don't know that. So I guess we'll find out tomorrow. But
Wow.
like I don't think it'll be a problem. I mean, there's my institution does have a policy that you have to be supportive of their foundational documents or whatever, and it's an institution that was founded on conservative Christianity. So it's changed a lot over the past 20 years, and so anybody that's Norwegian or in the Norwegian context 20 years ago would be shocked that somebody from MF would be able to talk about their lack of faith or whatever. But things have changed a lot. Now we have a religious studies program. We have a social sciences program, and there's a lot more freedom to do what you want to do, and there's a lot of academic freedom as well. So I think the conclusions I come to because of my academic convictions, that's up to me. So but I've been really worried about it, and also just the social thing, like what will my colleagues think of me? So I don't know, and I don't know where that'll end either. So
that's a lingering thing that hangs over my head and many others.
Yeah.
The taboo of saying, I don't buy it anymore.
Yeah.
There's a taboo in not buying something anymore. So I'm throwing that at the audience and the viewer to think about that.
Yeah. But, and that kind of that's a good segue back into the beginning, because I think that taboo really goes back to my childhood. Like so I grew up in a Christian home, a Christian environment. I'm the youngest of two children, and my mom was a stay-at-home mom, but she went to this Bible study thing. It was called Bible Study Fellowship. It was like this big it's community of Bible studies. And it was like it's like a national thing, I think. I don't know if it still exists, but she was big into it. And like lots of women would meet during the day, and that was kind of like one of the things that she did regularly was go to this Bible study, and she became like a group leader and was like kind of doing it hardcore. And so it was like there was a lot of Bible focus in the childhood, and so I would do her lessons with her, like when I was a kid. Like it was part of I was like learning the Bible that the adults were learning. I was doing the same lessons with her when I was like 6 or 7 years old, so like I was already kind of into that flow, right? But I don't think I can't ever remember like my parents ever being like strict, saying you have to be Christian, you have to do this or that. But I just like I did everything to be right anyway. So I just had that need to not mess things up. So I just kind of assumed that, that's the right way to go. And then we went to a Methodist church actually when I was really young. But then we started going to a Mennonite church, which is kind of where like some of my family came from. And the Mennonite church is this kind of weird, socially somewhat liberal, but biblically very conservative church. So like they're pacifists and like much more, I would say like they're not full on evangelicals anyway. But biblically, the church I went to was pretty evangelical. It was pretty solid into the Bible is right and it's the true word of God and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I remember as a kid, like knowing that like the worst thing you could be was an atheist. Like for me, that was like we knew at church, like there's a lot of things you can mess up in life and still be forgiven. Like that narrative of like, there's prison ministries and there's ministries for basically anybody, but like the atheists, they have rejected God. They're going straight to hell. Like that was the narrative that was in my mind.
Me too.
Yeah. And that's like, so when you ask like, what is it, what does it feel like, to have that change when you're grown up. Like, it's still that little kid that believes that the atheist is gonna burn in hell, is still in there screaming for so long, right? So I mean, as a kid, I grew up in the same way everybody does. Went to youth groups and went to church, and I hated church really, but I went to it and tried to sit still. But I had too much energy. I'm not a sit still for long periods of time kind of guy, and it was tough. I would get in trouble, and like I remember one time pretty early on, it was like we were in Sunday school, and the Sunday school teacher was talking about the burning bush story, right? And like I'm there fidgeting and making trouble, and she like looks at me and says, "Matthew, what did God say?" And I was like, "I am who I am." And I was like, I can listen and goof off at the same time, but like it was just hard for me to be that kid that did everything right in church, but I really pushed to be a good person. And so like I went to a Christian high school, a Mennonite high school, and there it was like you had chapel services every day, you had Bible classes as part of your education, and it was the focus was on that, and so through that time, I got more and more focused on that. You have to have God in your life. You have to do something for God with your life. That's just the way it is. That's the way people are.
Do you have a defining moment in your life? Like me, I would say I remember in sixth grade having this kind of defining, I really committed and submitted my life, even though I had learned about the Bible like you. Yeah. I grew up in church.
Yeah.
Is there a moment in which you thought, I'm serious about this now?
Yeah. Yeah. And so for me, it was, well, I mean, I of course had like a lot of commitment, I think, when I was younger, but the real conversion moment for me was when I was 17. And I was a pretty good kid. I didn't get in a lot of trouble. I had when we went on a school trip to Costa Rica, I had a couple drinks, and it was goofed off a little bit. Like I snuck some whiskey or moonshine from my dad or whatever. But like, I didn't get into a lot of trouble. And but when I was 17, I did something pretty stupid that was really hurtful to somebody else who was a friend of mine. But I ruined that relationship pretty well. And I did this also. I did it at school, which is something that also is never smart. And so I got in a lot of trouble, and like got suspended from school for a while, and of course I felt horrible. But I remember going into the principal's office afterward, and was kind of like this, "Are we going to let you back in?" kind of feeling. And he says to me, "What is wrong with your relationship with God that you could do something like this?" And I was so hurt. I was so convicted by that, I guess would be the Christian way of saying it. Like, I was like, oh crap, I got to get my life together. And the only thing that I could really improve was to like be totally 100% committed. I will never again do anything wrong the rest of my life, whatever. I will always live for God, 100%, whatever. So, I was pretty lucky as a kid because I had an older brother who's in the chat right now, who got in more trouble than me. So like my parents like didn't I don't think they had a hard time like forgiving me for the few things I messed up on, because they'd had to deal with my brother already. But like at that point, then I was like, nope, nothing more will happen. Like I'm going to be good. And so after high school, I decided to go to Youth with a Mission, YWAM, which is a very, very conservative Christian youth mission agency. And so the reason I went, I guess, was pretty selfish. I know that now, because we went, it was in Hawaii. Like they have bases all over the world, but I had always dreamed of going to Hawaii. And so I was like, okay, I can go to Hawaii and I can do it for God, and the church will pay for it. It was like, everything was perfect. So I went to this Youth with a Mission thing, and it was super conservative. It was like more conservative than I could have ever imagined. And, they brought in people like doing prophecies over you and speaking in tongues and trying to get you to speak in tongues. And like, this is one of the things it was amazing. Things I look back on, like they did a get your tongues going night.
Yep.
So everybody was supposed to get their tongues going, and everybody was, praying and praying. And so I went up, and of course, because I was like, okay, God, give me the tongues, we're standing there, and like we're standing there, and we're standing there, and we're standing there, and it was like, I think probably for an hour, and finally I was like, started just like screaming because I had to get out of there. Like, I felt so guilty about that for so long, because like I lied about speaking in tongues, but everybody thought it was real. And like, so that was like one of those moments where I was like carrying this guilt, trying to fit in, but it didn't work.
Wow. And
so Youth with a Mission works that you go a place for 3 months and you get some training and stuff like that. And then so I should backtrack a little, because I went, whatever, it doesn't matter. So we go to Nicaragua as part of this outreach thing. Like some people went to Uganda, some people went to Nepal. I ended up in Nicaragua, and that was just really, really weird, because like some of the training they did and some of the stuff they talked about was like, hey, okay, we've got to go. This is a country full of Catholics, and like, I don't know if anybody had told them before that Catholics are Christians, but for them they weren't. Like that's kind of the level of fundamentalism we're in, is that it wasn't possible. And so one of the things that I had to feel that was that my grandma was Catholic, right? And so we're going out there, and then the leaders are saying like, yeah, we got to convert these Catholics and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, oh man, this is weird. And so it just so happened that there was this Norwegian Lutheran girl there. And the leaders felt basically the same about Lutherans as they did Catholics. Like they're if you're not evangelical or fundamentalist or whatever, then you're not fully saved or whatever.
Now, are you still part of the group that thinks speaking in tongues is the case? Or are you back in a Mennonite club?
No. So this is, I mean, so I don't know where I was. I was all these things, right? Like I was a Mennonite. I was still belonged to the Mennonite church, but I'm out there in this, I don't know what we want to call it, like this mixed evangelical-ish kind of charismatic thing. Okay. And they're speaking in tongues and doing all this. And it was just it was just a mix of all these things. But most of the people there were super conservative when we were in Nicaragua, right? And so I get to know this girl, Maria, who is this Norwegian girl, and she's also having a hard time with this, because she's like feels condemned by it too. Like, what are we doing? Like, why are we trying to convert Catholics? Like standing on street corners, telling people that because of their sins are going to hell, and acting out dramas and trying to get people to go to a church that we're never going to be there to ever see again. It was just kind of like we were there for us, not for them, is the feeling I have now. But we were doing it for God, and there was the whole, you do everything for God. So we're still super committed. And then, so after that time, like we came back to, we came back to Hawaii, and so this girl turned out to be, more than a friend after a while. It was a relationship that was built on a weird situation, like being in Nicaragua and being kind of the outsiders in a group. And so she invited me back to Norway to visit, and basically I never left. So I ended up marrying her. So we stuck it out. But the process of moving to Norway was kind of strange. You have to, in Norway, they go an extra year to high school compared to us. And so you have to do a year of university in the States if you want to be able to go to school in Norway, or to get a student visa or whatever. And so I went to Eastern Mennonite University, a Mennonite school in Virginia, for a year. And there I studied, I studied some mission, but I studied the Bible a lot. I had a class with Dr. Nancy Heisey, who taught about, it was an intro to the Bible kind of thing, where she let me do actually my project on on the Dead Sea Scrolls. Like, so I was using translation. I hadn't learned Hebrew or anything, but I was comparing passages from the translation of the Great Isaiah Scroll with Isaiah from like the NIV or whatever, and showing differences. And I was like, and I wrote this paper. At the end of the paper, I said, like, man, I hope one day I can learn Hebrew so that I could do this for reals. And so it was like, I think that was pretty prophetic. But so anyway, I moved to Norway, and basically what I had to do was of course follow God and start studying theology. So I ended up in this school, and it's the place where I work, right? So I've been here off and on for the past 20 years.
Wow.
And so I started studying theology. I went through the first 3 years of theology, and by that, then I'd finished Hebrew and Greek. And while I was studying Hebrew and Greek, I realized that I kept asking questions like, why? And the teachers would say, it is just that way. There is no explanation. And I was like, there has to be an explanation. There's an explanation for everything. And when I couldn't get answers, I decided I needed to study linguistics, because that would give me the tools to answer the questions. And so when my first son was born, I took a break from school. I bought the books for the first semester of linguistics courses at the University of Oslo, and I read them all. And I was like, I felt like I found my home. Like I was just like, this is amazing. Can you imagine reading stuff that you actually care about? I was like, after 3 years of theology, that's how I felt.
Wow.
And so I signed up
So
to do the university.
Just to get in your head,
Yeah.
you think learning this stuff, first of all, you already know in your head that this is true. You already know that God is real. This is true. The Bible's correct in your head, of course. I'm trying to get the psychology here for our audience to track along.
Yep.
You're reading this stuff thinking like, I'm only going to like really be able to prove my religion and have an answer for things that nobody's had answers for. Like, I can actually solve some problems for many people who are serious about the word of God.
Yep. Yeah. And that's why theology was boring. I mean, so this kind of theology that I was exposed to was just kind of like, here's the dogmas and here's the reasons why. And it's just like, but of course it's true. So why do you even need to argue for it? Like, it's just silly. Right. So theology didn't get me going at all. Like it was later. So, and then this is kind of ties in because I start studying linguistics, and being someone who, doesn't think things through all the way. I just signed up to do that parallel while I kept going through the theology thing. So I was doing my BA in linguistics at the same time as I was working on finishing my bachelor's in theology and then my master's in theology, and just going to two different universities at the same time. They're about, like half a mile apart. So it's not hard to get back and forth. Right. But so I'm studying linguistics, and I'm learning, like, in linguistics, there's this amazing thing that truths are just probabilities. So like when we say like there's universals, like language is like this, it means that 90% or more of languages are like this. There's always going to be exceptions to everything. And if you say there's no exception, then somebody's just going to make an exception and get people to start saying it so that they can prove that exception is there. So basically there's very, very few, truths in linguistics. So you start learning things like that, it does something to you. And at the same time, I took a course in the Hebrew Bible where we were going into like the anthropology and the worldview of the Hebrew Bible. And I had to write a term paper on the question of, is there an immortal soul evidenced in the Hebrew Bible? And like my conclusion was, there's no evidence for an eternal soul in the Hebrew Bible. Like that's something that shows up later. And that was also a shock for me, because then like I realized, like, crap, what do you do if there's no immortal soul? Why do we have it in Christianity if you didn't have it in Judaism? And that was like, okay, this is a bit painful, but whatever. It's academic, so we deal with it and move on. So I keep learning linguistics, and I get into a program in Semitic languages with Lutz Edzard, who is a Semitist who was here in Oslo for a while. And he took really good care of me. Like, gave me awesome classes. There were like 3 or 4 of us all together ever in the program. I mean, it wasn't a big thing, but he took care of us and really inspired me. And he taught my first class in Akkadian. And so I remember getting John Hunegard's Grammar of Akkadian. I've still got it behind me here. When I got that in the mail and I opened this book and like this brand new Grammar of Akkadian, you see the cuneiform things there. And it was just like my head was exploding. I was like, this is amazing. I can actually learn this stuff. And so we started learning. You learn Akkadian, and you learn that Akkadian is a couple thousand years older than Hebrew, right? So and then you start reading texts, and we read Gilgamesh, we read the Enuma Elish, we read all these kind of the Babylonian Theodicy, we read the Hammurabi's Law, we read all these things that are earlier than the Bible. And
you're setting yourself up for failure.
Yeah, I'm setting myself up, right? But I'm super into the academic side of it. And so every step of the way I'm saying, oh, that's really neat. I believe that. I agree. I agree with the scholarly version. I'm critical, I'm reading, I'm learning, but you know what I'm learning makes sense, so that's fine. So I'm just like putting that here in my head, and still I'm going to church and I'm doing the churchy things. Well, towards the end of my studies, I'm taking a course in a West African language that one of our professors happens to teach, called Fulfulde. And it's like because you have to take these random languages just to get your linguistics degree, right? And so I'm taking it, and I get a call from the Norwegian Mission Society, who wants to know if me and my family could consider moving to Mali, West Africa, so that I could be a Bible translator, translating the Old Testament into Fulfulde, because they have an opening, they need someone. And because I literally am a linguist with a degree in theology in the Old Testament, I would be the perfect fit. And I'm like, holy crap, I'm a perfect fit.
So real quick, your serious conversion is 17 years of age. You're married now. You are like dead set on linguistics. Am I breaking up or am I good?
You're good.
Okay. Dead set on linguistics. You know your stuff, and you're still like, I have a calling from God. Now you're literally doing what any Christian would say is like the most real thing a Christian can do: missionary work, going into the third world, literally trying to take the word of God and give it to these tribes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And we were, and it was hardcore. We sold our house, we sold our car, we sold everything, used all our savings to do this.
How old were you?
Yeah, we were, let's see, I would have been 25, 26, 27, something like that when we moved. So just finishing my studies, and we so we moved first to France and spent a school year learning French, because French is spoken in West Africa. And so they gave us kind of a soft transition. So we lived outside Paris, went to a French school. The weekends I would be in the Louvre, in the basement of the museum, and looking at all the old stuff, Hammurabi's Law, the Mesha Stele, like all these cuneiform things. I loved it. I got to learn French. How many
languages do you speak or know or can read?
Yeah, like, I don't know. It's a hard question, but I don't know. I can work with maybe 10 or 15 languages that I use kind of regularly. A few more that I can navigate. I've forgotten a lot, so I have to look up stuff. But I get around.
Okay.
It's no worries.
Okay, so you're 25-ish. Do you have your 3 children at this time?
Yeah. I do know this, that we left for Mali. When my daughter, my youngest, so I have 3 kids, and my youngest was born at the end of 2009, and then August 2010 we went out. So I would have been 28 when we left for Mali. 3 kids. My daughter was just a few months old. And
can I show that picture to give people?
Yeah. And so this is there we go. This is after we've been there almost a year. This is kind of this was on Easter, the year after we got there. And Yeah, we lived in a city right on the edge of the bush. Oh, nice! Somebody from Bamako in the chat. Nice. We lived there, and I started working as a Bible translator. But what that means is you have to learn the language, you learn the culture, you have to get kind of immersed in everything, and then it was supposed to be perfect, right? But like within 2 weeks of we got there, my one son got malaria, super sick. It was really freaky. Like, I mean, the doctors came and they gave him an IV and kept him at our house, like with an IV. And within the first fall, we had like malaria. It was just like, and to us, we're thinking, oh gosh, like what's going on? But you know, it's part of the fight, whatever. But even worse, like a few weeks after we got there, the ambassador from Norway, or I guess it was like the assistant, because the ambassador was gone or whatever, but somebody came from the embassy to tell us that they were going to close off the area we were living in the north of Mali, because it was too dangerous to be there. And so we're sitting there, and we kind of have this thing with the missionaries, and he's like, yeah, so we're going to follow Denmark and Sweden and the US and all these other people and say that you all shouldn't be here. And one, like, some of the our missionary colleagues are like, no, but like, let them take us, let them kill us, like rather be martyrs than be forced to leave. And at that point, you know, my head's going like, yeah, no, don't take us, like send us home, that's fine, like, you know. And so what they did to kind of calm us down is they did a kidnapping course, not a how to kidnap, but what to do if you're kidnapped, you know, and like all these kind of things about both like how you should act and how you can keep your faith and all that kind of stuff. And like, so, and I have to admit, like, I don't think I've admitted this to anyone ever, but like, I went and I was memorizing the Muslim confession of faith, like like in Arabic.
So
yeah.
these were Muslim radicals.
Yeah. So, and this was because Al-Qaeda in Western Africa was just above the river, like just north of where we were. And so like, this was the scary thing, is that like, there was a real danger that you could be kidnapped. And so everybody else is like, you know, how to keep your faith. And I'm there like thinking like, I'm just going to convert. I will convert from day one. They will not kill me if I say I'm a Muslim. Just like, right. And I had so much guilt about that too. It was like, I would save myself, you know? Right. But anyway, still Christian, still fighting the good fight. We're still there, and things got progressively worse. And so like, one of the things that we had was we would go to this pool. It was like this one place, a restaurant a few minutes outside of town, little restaurant with a pool at a hotel. It was like, kind of felt like our safe place. And but also the French Foreign Legion, who was stationed in our town, the officers would come swim there as well. And like, the officers definitely didn't believe the story that I was a Bible translator. Like when I'm like, yeah, I'm a Bible translator. Like, oh, a translator. I'm like, Bible translator. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, and they would tell me stuff, right? And they'd be like, so we saw, you know, six cars of Al-Qaeda people up across the river today. What do your people know? And I'm like, don't have people. But yeah, that sounds bad. And so like they were definitely there. Like, you had the French Foreign Legion there as kind of this last line of defense. So it was pretty intense. And it really came to a head like right before the summer, the first year we were there, when I was at work and sitting there doing some translation stuff. And I got a call from our Norwegian leader who said, get outside right now, something's going on. So I come outside, and she's like, there's something going on at the kids' school. We have to go get them. My kids went to this little French school where it was like a preschool school combined. And we go out to get in the car, and our director, the African director, comes running out. He's like, no, do not go out there. It was a demonstration, but it's turned into a riot. And there are people going to attack the school. Like, they're on their way to attack the school, and they're between us and the school. You can't go there. It'll just make it worse. And so me, I was just like, well, what are we doing? Like, nope, you just got to wait. And I'm like, okay. So I go back up to the office and kept working. Like, what kind of psycho can do that? But anyway, I did, kept on with plugging on with my work. And later in the day, I got updates kind of, and they said, oh, well, they called the Army because some of the Army kids went there. And so the Army came and has surrounded the building. They're going to be fine. Don't worry about it. And you can go pick them up at lunchtime. So, okay. So then we went up at lunchtime. A couple of the guys from the office came with me to, make sure things were safe, but go and pick up the kids. And there are like, literally there's like a tank and like armored vehicles and 50 soldiers surrounding this building, this school. And so I get the kids out and we go home and start telling my wife about this. And it was pretty bad. Like the kids said, they got the warning. So they shut all the windows and all the, like they have like metal gutters or I don't know what the word is in English. Sorry. The metal things you put in front of the windows and everything. Mm-hmm. And like they shut it all down and they had to hide under their desks. And then there was like a lot of banging and then like my one son said, then we heard like the great heaven stone falling on us. And like, we don't know what that was, like if it was a grenade, or if there was shooting, what it was, but something massive, like something really loud and scary. And this was like, we put our kids in that situation, and so we pulled them out of school for a little bit. And after a while, a few weeks went back to Norway for the summer. And said to the mission, kind of like, this is too much. It's really hard. Like we don't know what to do. And they were like, oh, it sounds like you're having doubts. It sounds like you're having a really hard time. You should see a psychologist that can help get you straightened out. So they sent us to somebody that basically told us like, yeah, so we're going to help you get in the mindset where you can go back. And yeah,
dude.
And so we did that in the summer and had a really, really hard time figuring out what to do. And we ended up
just to say, like during your sessions, you did sessions, right? Were they manipulative? Was this person manipulative in a way of trying to really get you to go, or was there not like?
That's how I feel now. I don't really know. I don't really remember it well because I think I was so traumatized in the emotions and everything of what was going on. But my feeling now is that we were manipulated to think that, like, we were just told like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with you. Your fear is real, but you have to trust that you'll be taken care of and all that. And it was just kind of like, yeah, it worked. I mean, so we went back, right? And so we went back. Everybody told us everything's fine. There's no danger. There's nothing to fear, and all that. And went back. And like the moment we got back, I could tell that it was like my wife was changed. Like it was not okay that we went back. And she got like fairly sick throughout that fall, and ended up getting sent home. So we got like a few months into the fall, and she got sent home by the doctor because like she had her blood values were weird, and he was like, no, I would send you to the emergency room in Norway, so we got to send you home, mm-hmm. And sent her home, and the mission told me that their policy was to not send families home with people that are evacuated for illness. So they wanted me to stay, or they told me to stay in Mali with my 3 kids, without my wife, as she got sent home for medical reasons. And we stayed there with this a year and a half old, a 3-year-old, and a 5-year-old, without their mom.
What in the world?
Yeah, and
so
definitely. Definitely like things that, and we let it happen, and that's for me, the hardest thing looking back has always been like, why didn't I just go get on a plane?
Right.
Like my parents offered to pay, like my friends offered to pay, my friends' parents offered to pay, like anybody would have helped us out, but we just, didn't see it. But then after a bit, or after a few weeks, then it was obvious my wife wasn't coming back, and so we started planning that we would go home. So we went home. we packed up everything because I kind of knew at that point we weren't going to be coming back. Packed everything up, drove down to the capital, and I remember like this. We stayed with this older Norwegian couple in the capital. They gave us fårikål. It's a Norwegian dish of lamb and cabbage. The night we left, and we got on a plane, and when I had been talking with my parents all this time, we got to Brussels. We flew like from Bamako to Brussels, and we got out and we came up the stairs, and there were my parents. Like they met me there, and
Wow.
and they they helped us. So they helped us get back to Bergen, to Norway, where Maria's family is, and get settled. And like it was just horrible because there was so much pain and so much fear, and yet like from the moment we got there, I'm thinking, how can I get back? Like I have to do my job. And I was just like, I was so ingrained in you have to do these things for God. And so, yeah. So, I mean, so long story short, we're staying in the basement at my in-laws' house, and it's not the best situation. I was not in a good place, and I regret the way I was at that point, but we realized that we couldn't go back. And so my wife pretty quickly found a job pastoring in a church on the other side of Norway, where we're in the town where we live now. So we packed up and moved, and so it was kind of like this shock, like what am I going to do? You know, I didn't know what I was going to do with my life. I felt like I'd kind of missed that calling, that it didn't work out, like I'd failed with that or whatever. And we had to find something to do. And I remember that there was this guy, this American missionary, who had called me after we kind of decided we weren't going back. And he said to me, so I wonder if you've gotten to the point where you know that all of this was God's plan. And like, I think that, like, when I look back, that is something that made me turn and look in a different direction, because that was the most horrible thing anyone ever said to me. It was the most horrible experience I had been through, all the danger, all the fear, all the pain. And then this guy is going to tell me that was God's plan because he was going to use me for something better. It was shocking. It was so painful.
Oh gosh, your experience, and then him saying, by the way, that was God. You know, it almost makes you wonder, the people who wrote the story about Joseph, and he says, don't worry, what you guys meant for evil, God you meant it for good.
Yeah, like, exactly. And that was the feeling. And he wasn't alone. You know, we heard it a lot. Like the mission would say, oh, we got you out in time, because like literally 2 days after I left, the village where I was supposed to go to talk to some guys was attacked by Al Qaeda, and like a couple of French guys were kidnapped. And then the week after, then like northern Mali was attacked and there was a war, and it's basically still going on, this war in northern Mali. So like it all went to hell like so fast. So like there was no doubt that the plan was that God's plan was not the thing we were focused on. Like it was a really bad place. It was a really bad situation. And like, so yeah, hearing that was just crazy. But like, still I mean, my wife was a pastor. I'm this missionary guy. And so like, I was like, what am I going to do? Like, so what do you do when you're an out of work missionary? Well, I mean, first I worked for the Sunday school in Norway for a year, doing like making program materials for the Sunday school. And then I was like, yeah, of course. What do? You try to get your PhD, right? Of course. So I applied for a PhD, and I got a scholarship to do my PhD on a project on the Book of Jubilees, because like, you know, like the Semitic languages, when you love Semitic languages, you do weird things. And so I learned Old Ethiopic and Jubilees is one of those texts. And I had an advisor tell me, hey, you should do something with Jubilees. And Jubilees is also in the Hebrew Dead Sea Scrolls. So, it was a fun thing. So I got started on that. And like, I remember the first meeting, this conference I went to, like pretty soon after I started in like 2013 or something like that. And like this, so there's all these scholars around there asking, so why are you doing your PhD? I'm like, oh, because I couldn't be a missionary anymore. And like, and like, I remember, I'm so embarrassed about that. Like thinking back on that, and like this guy, this really nice American guy that was there, he came up to me after, and he's like, yeah, don't say that. It doesn't play well. Like you don't say you're not a work missionary and you just had to do a PhD. Like it's not a great thing. But anyway, so as I'm, kind of going through my PhD stuff, I'm working harder and harder to make sense of this growing body of knowledge I have about the Bible, about ancient literature, about the instability of texts and traditions and the way things are moving around, the way the Bible is rewritten and reinterpreted all the time. And at the same time, my wife was working as a pastor, we're in the church, we're doing this kind of thing. And so we kind of, in my mind, I'm taking steps where I've kind of rejected a lot of the basic dogmas already. I got to the point where I was moving very much towards the liberal side of things, of Christianity. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't really believe in hell anymore. And don't really need any, like, I don't have anything against anybody. I don't have any, it was just kind of like, just let people live their lives and you can go to church and say the prayers and whatever. It doesn't really matter. And this is when I met Kipp Davis. Kipp is a really good friend of mine.
Kipp's great.
And so we met through because of the project he was working in Norway on the Dead Sea Scrolls, and my supervisor Liv Lead, it put us in touch and made us get to know each other. And so Kipp, we got to be good friends, and he came along to an Easter vacation with me and my family out at my in-laws' island. They have a little island off the coast of Bergen, Norway, in the fjords. Like where there's no boat. There's no bridge. Like you have to take a little boat to get out there. And wow. So he came out for Easter, and we like trudged around, and we, I don't know if I should say all the things we did, but we drank beer from reindeer horns and vomited. It was horrible. That's awesome. And we went fishing and crabbing. We had a great time, and burned a lot of stuff. We had a good time. But we. One of the things that we did, we talked about obviously about our background in Christianity and stuff like that. And I remember we're out on lots of whiskey. We're out on a fishing boat. We were out fishing, and Kipp says to me, but do you still believe in the resurrection? Like knowing everything that you know about everything else. Do you still believe in it? I was like, yeah, I think that's all I have. Like, I can't let go of that. And he didn't blame me. He didn't try and convince me of anything. But like he asked me that question, like, what defense do you have left for that when you kind of have given up everything else? And it was more of a conversation, I think, than like I didn't feel like it was any accusation or anything. But and then I had this weird experience where one of my friends was studying at my university, getting her kind of advanced learning degree, because teachers come back here to get like certified in religion and stuff. And so she was doing a degree, and she had to take a class in Christian dogmatics. So she came over because she wanted help with studying, right? So she comes over and she asks, and she's like, so the teacher says that Christians believe this. And I'm like, oh God, no, nobody believes that. I don't believe that. She's like, so God, do you believe this? I'm like, no, I don't believe that. And she's like, do you believe this? I'm like, no. And we went through the whole thing, and I didn't believe anything that she had learned in class that Christians believe. And of course that says something about the class too, but it was like, I was realizing, oh my gosh, like academically, I don't actually believe any of this stuff, but I'm still committed. It doesn't matter. Like the one thing you can't give up on is God. But then in 2017, like my wife, let's put it this way, like the trauma caught up with my wife. She'd been working as a pastor and just pushing through, and then like she had a couple of really, really rough experiences that really pushed her to rethink things. And a psychologist said, you probably have PTSD. And she started reading and thinking about, but what happened really? What was it like? She read her journals and went through all this stuff. And then it was like, she was re-traumatized really by that, and was just like went full on PTSD, and it was diagnosed, and she couldn't work as a minister anymore. And we started like really quickly talking about, but what do we do? And we realized very quickly, or she realized very quickly, that she couldn't believe in that God and that Jesus, that religion in that way anymore. And when she said that to me, it was such a relief.
Wow.
And I was like, dude, I don't believe either. And then I didn't have to support or be the Christian husband of the pastor or whatever. Like, it was like, oh God, like I can let go. And so like the past 4 years have really been trying to figure out how to reorient myself, because like I have a PhD in the Dead Sea Scrolls of the Book of Jubilees. Like I've gone as far as you can go in the Bible and stuff. And and then I'm an atheist. And like, what do I do? And so like, first I was like, I'll go back to school. I'll learn genetics. I had a friend who was a biologist that works with fish. And I was like, dude, he's probably making things better. Or I can go learn cancer. I can cure cancer. I can learn physics and do something big, like do something important. But then I realized like, I don't have the energy for that. I'm not going to go back to school now. Like I'm there. I have all this knowledge. But it's been a battle like within myself to figure out how I want to live post Christianity.
Deep breath, right? I mean, there's a lot there to unravel, to dive into, and you are the one who knows. You're listening to yourself now. You're not listening to this guy tell you need to go and be a missionary. You're not listening to this person tell you this. And you're listening to your family's voice now. Yeah. And this is something interesting. I didn't listen to my wife. Over a decade, she tried to tell me men wrote it. Now, look, my wife does not have any of the educational stuff. She's just a real down-to-earth person. And she said, men wrote it. I don't trust it. She just had an intuition about not trusting men. She's had bad experiences growing up. And I'm like, no. But Bible says here in 2 Timothy 3 that this is inspired. I think it's 2 Timothy. Yeah. Anyway, it's like inspired by God, the Holy Spirit. Exactly. And these men wrote.
Yeah. And
like, she's like, I don't care what the book that men wrote say about their books, like men wrote it. And I tried to debate her for over a decade. Yep. Traumatizing her, forcing her, going, you can't be, I don't see how you're a Christian. I don't get it. Well, finally one day it was like, eureka. I went like, oh my gosh, men wrote this book. And then I told her that we were on our way to the beach. She almost slapped me. She's like, are you serious? You owe me that, and I'm like, so cool. You were right, but I can prove it.
Yeah. But like, that's the weird thing. So like, I learned a lot about myself. Or I've learned a lot about myself reflecting on this. I mean, obviously, I've gone to therapy for the past few years, and I'm doing what I can to find ways of regaining confidence and all that kind of stuff. But one of the things I've really learned about myself is that like just that connection between like my head and my emotions or whatever is not naturally that strong. And so like I was really good at at just keeping that segmented. Like I knew that the Bible was written based on interpreting older things. Like the whole point of my YouTube thing is literally talking about these things that I thought were super interesting. I love it. But I did not let that affect my faith. And that was a goal for me, was just, I will not let it affect my faith. And it was only when the relationship with my wife was then that was the priority. There was that thing, what do you do? Then it's just straight, like you said, straight through the bullshit. And it's because she's much more honest than me. She's she tells it how it is. And she's always she was also much quicker to tell people and about that she had kind of moved on. And I'm what people are going to think? And I don't know. And are people going to not like me? And she's just kind of cut straight through it. And so what I've learned is that I was already there academically. So when my wife says, but what do we do about the whole hell thing? I'm like, oh, well, I know why there's no hell, because this came up and this was originally, and there's no immortal soul in the Old Testament and blah, 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 blah. And it's just it was no problem to give the arguments and to know that I believed them. But it was that last bit of saying, and I'm not a Christian.
So let's pick a little bit in here for a minute and the details you mentioned. I do want to let everybody know who's watching right now. I just showed your YouTube channel. At the end of this, we're going to refresh and see how many subscribers Dr. Monger has gotten from this live stream, so you can play a part of that. He's also going to launch his first video at the end of this live stream. So I hope that everybody stays tuned and we'll go check it out. Hit the bell too once you subscribe. So the last thing was pretty much what Dr. Kipp said with you guys swimming, was but do you believe the resurrection is true? I mean, Jonah's mythology, Adam and Eve's mythology, Moses probably didn't exist. The Exodus is highly fictionalized.
Exactly.
I mean, if there is a memory, who knows? I mean, right. There's all sorts of things you no longer see as true. You see how Bible interpreters, your whole thing is the Bible is written backwards. They're looking back and they're regurgitating in their own way. They're being liberal, right? With this Bible. So you could find yourself becoming liberal in your biblical and your spiritual life.
Yep.
What was it that made you, if you can remember, finally say, this is the last thing I'm hanging on to is the resurrection? Did you dive into resurrection criticisms? Was there something about it that made you start going, actually, I don't think this really happened?
So, yeah. So I think really the moment that I really felt it was when I had been in Jerusalem. So I went to Jerusalem. I was looking at Dead Sea Scrolls, right? So I was there. I went to the vault, to the scrollery, and we got to pull out the Dead Sea Scrolls. We got we were looking at my manuscripts, and what we did was we were actually, there was one of them where I saw something weird, and we said to the conservators, can we see the other side? And so they actually took off the glass and flipped it over, and it was just this was magical, right? But I was staying at the École Biblique, which is this a monastery, a French monastery that's there in Jerusalem, and right next to it is one of these places where they say is the tomb. It's like the Garden Tomb place in Jerusalem. You were probably there. Did you go to the Garden Tomb?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's right by the Garden Tomb, and
by the way, when you go there,
yeah,
the way they treated us.
Yeah.
They did not want any polemical. They want you to be on your goody two shoes. They do not allow you to be critical of what they are. Believers at the door.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And it was very pressure to feel the thing. And so I went there and I did my, stood in front of the tomb and tried, try to make myself feel holy. And then long story short, I was had a lot of people that were kind of giving me a lot of feedback on that trip, like to feel the religion, feel close to God, whatever. Like maybe that's finding my way back or something like that. And I came home and I started reading, of course, about that, about the Garden Tomb and about the Holy Sepulchre and about the different ideas of where it was, and started thinking, historically and critically and looking at it. And I'm just like, what the hell was I thinking? Like, I'm standing there, like feeling emotions because they're making me.
Right.
Like it was so set up to be this really emotional thing that was going to get me, right? And so I was just like, so I went out that weekend for a run, and I was running, and I was come up this pretty hilly place, and I came up over the top, and the sun just kind of boom, it just hit me over the fog, and the sun was shining, and all I could think was Shamash is shining on me. Shamash is the name of the Akkadian sun god, right? And I was like, oh shit, what did I do? What did I think? And I'm like, you can have a religious experience running. You can have and then all of these things are like, wait, dude, I don't believe in the resurrection. Like it's just not there. Like, and then of course, then you go back and think about it after you have that experience, and you're like, oh, but all I was really doing was hanging on to an emotion. Because if anybody would have asked me, I would have said, well, there is no historical evidence, and there could never be historical evidence. That's what makes it different. Because there couldn't be any evidence, because he shot up to heaven and he took all the evidence with him. And
right.
And it's like, so you've got this, like, this is the thing that has no evidence and can't have evidence. And I bought that, but I got to the point where it was like, that's enough of that.
There's two things I want to highlight. First of all, about that garden tomb.
Yeah.
When we went there, Dr. Tabor had to kind of whisper to us that, hey, this isn't really the tomb. This is a 3rd, 4th century like creation by the church. And then number two, which you talked about when you finally saw the sun shine on you, and you had a deep experience there for a moment. You roll right past,
or a runner's high, or whatever you want to call. I mean, but
I'm going to tell you, I have these experiences as someone who doesn't believe in Christianity or any God. Yeah. I have these experiences with the sun, and a song will come on, or my family, or something deep, and I go, now that's something I can believe in.
Yeah,
it's something I believe in, something, but it's not that thing that we've been told to believe for so long. So I love what you said, Matt. Your whole story. There's so many things to get into. And you have been brave to come out here and speak, especially in light of the fact that your career, you've had the fear of the idea of what could become of this. But I think anyone who listens to what you said here should at least understand that they could disagree with your conclusions, but should at least understand that you've been on a long path. You didn't come here for nothing, No. And you're respectful of people and their conclusions. But I feel like your PhD isn't in vain, right? So I think that you could teach people who, like me, want to see that thumbprint of man. Dude, look, imagine if there was like a religious cult around fossils.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you come on and go, actually, I don't believe what they're teaching you about the fossils, but I do want to tell you how interesting this story is behind the people who are writing this material, the traditions about writing this material. I don't believe for a second that this literally happened. The narratives and jubilees are real or anything like that. But I do want you to see how man how they're thinking in their cultural context, whatever. I'm following that. And I like learning this stuff.
Yep. Yeah, and that's what I've come to, and this is where, like people like you, like Neil, Gnostic Informant, had a lot of discussions with him as well, and Josh Bowen and Kipp Davis, and we have a little group, Dan McClellan, as well, that we send each other crap all the time. But it's people like that, like you guys, that are out there, really taking what you can do and just doing it. And that's something that I've needed the confidence to do. I think it's, I I think it's worth talking about. And I think that there's like, I don't want to throw away everything I've done, all the languages. Like, I love it. Like, when I was making this first video, I was getting out all my Akkadian stuff. And I'm like, man, like, I remember my first love, or second love. Sorry, honey. I love you first. Akkadian's my second love. But,
well, that makes me feel good.
Yeah.
And that means I feel like my calling of bridging that gap, giving a place for people like you to be able to say, hey, hold on. Like, I didn't do this all in vain, because it's that question before we get to super chats, which is what we're going to do next. It's that question of like, if not this, then there's no meaning. There's no purpose. There's no nothing. That same existential crisis we faced when we were believers, saying you either have this metaphysical morality, this metaphysical purpose that God has, or there's no meaning at all. And it's like, actually, Shamash is giving me meaning today. My wife is giving me meaning today. My family, this great meal, this wonderful song, the colleague who needs my help, whatever it is, right? Like, you're chuckling at me, or you're laughing at somebody else.
My daughter's in the chat saying that she could hear my wife laughing when I.
You're in trouble now, man.
It's nice.
Oh, you know what?
But like, see, and the thing is too, like I want to throw it before we jump to super chats. Like, I feel like I'm super lucky because I have a job. Like, I have a permanent position here at MF, and MF has been a super place. Like, the administration. The president Vila is really taking care of me, and I've been honest with him about my journey and stuff like that, and he's really been able to help me make good decisions, help me out through this, and they've given me a lot of room to be able to develop in the way that I wanted to, and kind of adjust like where my priorities are, where my research is going, what I want to do. And I think like that's also one of the things I want to bring to the table in my YouTube, in my contributions to the public scholarship, is that I am an insider in the ivory tower. Like, I have a job. I spend my weeks doing the academic circus, and I play all those games. I have 50% teaching responsibilities. I have administration responsibilities. I have committees. I read, dissertations and theses, and I do all this stuff, and I write papers and go to conferences, and I'm writing books, and I'm in research projects. And I think I want to do what you keep saying. You want to, let people in and see what it's like. Like, I want to be a representative for that too, and open the doors a little bit and say, this is what we're doing. And like, I mean, I think that's a fun way to open up for the ivory tower. Give people a little bit of a peek hole anyway into the ivory tower.
Two things. Kipp Davis says Matt could probably walk naked through the halls of MF and not lose his job. Norway is great. Number one.
It depends on who sees me, but yeah.
Right? And number two, this is on air. I did not plan this. Dr. Monger, I've mentioned this to you, but I'm doing it publicly. We need to do a course or two.
Yeah. And
I will promote you. I believe in what I believe in what you're trying to do. I am sold on this story, and because I relate in so many ways, and I'm glad that you opened up. I know there's a ton of bricks lifted. Yeah. At least psychologically.
Yeah, I mean, definitely there's no bricks, but they're psychological bricks.
I'm just saying there's something about telling an untold story. And that story, man, that's your testimony. That's a hell of a testimony.
Yeah.
I seriously appreciate you.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Absolutely. So now we get to have fun and talk to the audience, right? So
let's do it.
This is what super chats are all for. They help support what we're doing here, creating our own little ivory tower, but it's got ladders on every side. It's got elevators. It's not something you have to go through all the hoops to get to. Anyone and everyone can get to it. So,
well, and you should know, Norway is definitely a lower lower on the hierarchy of making things beautiful. Like, so it's a brick tower I'm in, and it's only 4 floors. So it's not it's definitely not ivory here.
Yeah, I'm talking.
It's no Oxford. It's no Oxford, but
the education is still stuff that most people don't know. It's hidden in books that are behind the languages that nobody's reading, and you're doing the work. So Constellation Pegasus, thank you for the super chat. Did your Hebrew Bible class admit they believed in a flat earth and dome cosmology?
Yeah. So like here, so I mean, there's different. Let's look back. Like I don't remember it being discussed at the Mennonite college. I can't remember that, but here at MF, it was mentioned definitely that there are that there are different views. Like so, let's put it this way. So in class, a lot of the professors would say things like that, like that there would be flat earth, or that there would be, this is what's being described, but then they would have a theological explanation for it. Like would say, and that's why we shouldn't read it like that. We read it as theology. And so then you have a theological or allegorical reading or whatever. And that's fine. Like, I mean, that's what they were doing. But like in my Hebrew Bible class that I teach here, I literally, the first thing we do is I make them draw that scene. I make them draw the waters over the waters and the flat and everything. And we do, so they draw Genesis 1. Like that's our first thing of learning exegesis. Like how do you start? And the first thing you have to do is like they all do a drawing, and then I tear them apart. I mean, I don't physically tear them apart, but I say like, so why did you make the earth round? And they're like, because what? The text doesn't say it. And like, so we go through and look at all the things that we assume. And so now people here learn that. I don't know if, but we, I mean, it's kind of here, it's this place, we kind of float in between the really conservative and the more liberal stuff.
Wow. Thank you. Constellation again says, Matt sounds like a little, I think he means like him, like he relates.
I sound small?
I think, right? I spent thousands of dollars kicking and screaming to prove Watchtower was correct. Watchtower went down in flames.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Constellation. I see your name floating around a lot. So
yep. Again. Concerning your guest yesterday, I'm disappointed with his apologetics. He could have given a yes or no, or text does not specify for an answer. His silence was truly bizarre. So it's irrelevant to our show, but I had Dr. Del Martin on, and we were discussing whether or not the Bible condemns homosexuality and stuff like that. And so it got into interpretation, which got really off subject for today's show. So, but if you want to watch it, go check it out and let me know what you think. Imnag, I came from a Spanish Mennonite church that turned evangelical, dance worship, tongues, the whole 9 yards. Derek ever considered having this content translated in Spanish? I have, actually, and I don't know what YouTube's going to be doing, but I would love to. I have done subtitles on some of my videos, but it'd be awesome to have people actually translate, because I know that would get more viewership from that audience. The problem is nobody enjoys the Netflix shows that have like the lips going, and then it's like, and he went to the store, and it doesn't match at all, and you're like, really good movies don't. Like, yeah,
no, but I mean that's a cool thing. But there's AI is getting better and better, so hopefully that kind of thing will be easy soon.
I think it will. Constellation, do feel bad, Matt. I think he means don't. Not sure. Jehovah's Witnesses shun family. When you're a believer, you'll do what they say is right, even if it raises red flags.
Yeah.
Have you had any since, or you haven't really been vocal about it? So
let me tell you, I have been honest with my parents, and they have been amazing. Like, wow. I have not had any pushback. I mean, I don't know if they're watching, but I sent the link around. I wasn't afraid to tell my family, my parents, what was going on. My brother, like he was in the chat there, and like we have a great relationship now. So I don't worry about this at all. Like it's something that I've been very lucky with my closest family. So there, I do feel like I dodged a bullet on that. Yeah.
Wow. Well, good for you. I'm glad you didn't have to go through all the hell others have. Cheddar Bay Baby, thank you for the super chat. Did you ever feel frustrated that you'd foregone a normal career path to do mission work? Where do you think you'd have ended up outside Christianity?
Yeah, I mean, they have thought about that a lot. Like, so so where I'm sitting right now, I feel fine. Like, I feel like I'm able to do things, and I feel good about my choices. Like, and in the sense that I can do something meaningful, I can enjoy it. But yeah, I've often felt frustrated that I didn't like actually objectively stop and say, what do I love? Like, why didn't I pursue a career as a professional linguist, or, do something else, go into physics or whatever, like fish DNA or something? Like, I mean, there's like, and I've also had that regret of probably, giving away $500,000 as tithes over the course of my life. Like, that's also like been like when we came back from Mali, I was 30. We went and lived in a parsonage. We had no savings, no money, nothing. Like, and like all of our friends had houses that they'd already paid off, half the mortgage or whatever. Like and we were starting from scratch, so I felt that also for a while, like that kind of resentment towards the religion that took all my money and then I don't know, it made me feel horrible. But I'm kind of done with that as well. It's just like, I've made the choices I've made, and I probably would have wasted the money on whiskey anyway if I'd I mean, maybe not 10% of my income every month, but
right.
Kipp knows me pretty well. I guess you never know.
Thank you. Farsight says, Rosa Rule, tips on how to study it to learn a new language.
Yes. So learning a new language is like making diamonds. It's applying pressure over time. So if you want to learn a new language, you don't have to put in 6 hours a day for whatever. Like, the most important thing is to get into doing something with it every day. If you're going to learn from a distance, like you're not moving somewhere, if you're going to learn an ancient language or learn something like on whatever, you just have to commit to doing it and use all the methods you can find. You can read stuff, you do apps, you do memorize, you do whatever, but just keep going. Do all the stuff, but you'd have to do it daily for weeks and weeks and months, and then like, but also finding someone to practice with is the thing. Like, so it's like languages are made to be social. Like, that's literally the whole point. They're communicating between people. So if you can find somebody to do it with, communicate with, or learn with, or whatever, it changes it too. So activating more than just your eyes. I mean, this is something we know linguistically, like psycholinguistics is really clear on this point, that by using your voice, by reading and then also hearing, so comprehension and speaking, you're activating more of your brain to learn a language, to solidify it. And so, like, just sitting there and trying to read, like, even if you're just trying to learn on your own, say the words out loud. Mm-hmm. Get something where you're hearing the words spoken. It's always gonna help you learn it better.
Wow. Thank you for that. That's advice for me as well. Great question. I'm trying to get Greek under my belt. Cool Rob too. Thank you for the super sticker. Seriously appreciate the support. That's a big super sticker. Means a lot.
A very really cool Rob.
Yeah, very cool. Joe Trapp. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Joe, did you have a comment? Of course, I could hear Mom laughing through the walls. I'm scrolling down. Helen Pinkham, thank you for that super chat. I really appreciate it. Did you have a comment? I think people are just throwing you some love here. Cheddar Bay Baby, thanks for sharing. We hear a lot of stories of conservatives, but not enough about what it's like to slowly let go as a liberal. It's very different.
Yeah. And that's one of those things that I've definitely experienced, is that I don't have like a deconversion experience like that. Oh my God, nothing works and fall apart. And like, I was just kind of like, it was like flipping a switch, but it was this long process of just knowing, oh yeah, but I don't accept that, whatever. And then you get kind of the end of the road and then you're like, oh, well, yeah, okay, let's apply the same logic to that one last thing. And then we'll just move on.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that Let me get here. Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, but that seems to be, I think we all in some ways took that journey. Helen Pinkham says, I was also a failed missionary. Keep going.
Thanks.
Almost said keep going. Keep going.
Yeah.
Thank you. Rama, Huria, if you had a causation pie, how would you divide the pie for the cultures that influenced the Old Testament besides the Jewish culture? Babylonian, Persian, Greek, etc. Thank you, Matt and Derek. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Nice. Yeah. I mean, so it's it's definitely, there's a lot more Babylonian. So the pie is the big piece of the pie is going to be the Akkadian, Babylonian, Assyrian side of things. You'd have to have a slice for Egypt. And then Persia, you get this late, I would say like Persia and Greece, then like you get a slice for Persia, and then Greece is going to be like the sprinkles on top or something. I think like there's some Greek stuff, and there's some stuff that I do wonder if it ultimately has a Greek influence or not. But like when we get back that far, we're more talking like Indo-European, that's not necessarily Greek, because we just don't have Greek data that far back, right? So it's kind of hard to say, but there's definitely some Indo-European connections. My friend Ola Vikander is a Semitist in Sweden. He's an amazing guy, and he works with this kind of stuff, the Indo-European stuff and Proto-Semitic or West Semitic, and works a lot. So it's, but I think definitely the pie, the biggest piece of the pie goes to the Babylonian, Akkadian, Assyrian kind of stuff.
Thank you for that. Kipp Davis in the chat. Hey, Derek, big fan. Can you ask your guest if he felt extra guilty denying the resurrection at the Garden Tomb on a trip to Jerusalem with Torleif? Is that Torleif?
Torleif, yeah.
Torleif.
So Torleif Algvin is the Norwegian Dead Sea Scrolls god. Like he's the head of the pantheon of the Dead Sea Scrolls people in Norway, and he was my supervisor, one of my supervisors on my PhD, and he's the one that took me to Jerusalem. And it was that for a couple of weeks to do work on the Dead Sea Scrolls, and we worked a lot in the library, and yeah. So we, but he also like took me to a Messianic Jewish church service, and he calls himself a charismatic Lutheran, so he's a very committed Christian, and so he's super serious about his Christianity, and for him, he felt like he was discipling me by taking me there as well. And wow. So it's like Kipp says, that was one of the hardest things. But I told Torleif years ago that I wasn't a Christian anymore. I think he's still holding out hope that I will realize that it's just like the dark night of the soul. But it's we have really good discussions, and he had a hard time at first, but he's I think he feels like we have good conversations. We interact well, and it's fine. I think I've taken his throne, though. Kipp says that there's it's a small pantheon in the Norwegian Dead Sea Scrolls. I think I've taken his position. Me and Orstein, I guess, Orstein Justnes and I are having a battle, an epic battle for who's going to be the king of the gods. But
who will it be, Monger or Tiamat? I'm just kidding. Yeah. or actually, better yet, not Tiamat.
Well, no, it's Marduk and Tiamat, right? Yeah. Oh, I mean, that's a good teaser for what my video is going to be about.
Really? Oh, so all right, 503 people watching right now. We're going to continue on Super Chats here in just a minute. I have to subscribe. It's pinned at the top of the chat right now. It's in the description. If you're missing this later, like you're not seeing this live, go subscribe. We're going to refresh this number here in a minute. And by the way, this morning, I think you had like 50 or 60 before I shared this out, Dr. Munger.
Oh, yeah. No, it was this morning. It was like, I think I had 8 or something. So we've already picked up 100 today.
Well,
so.
I know Josh shared it out. Dr. Josh, I know Kipp, I'm sure, shared it out. And then I also shared the tweet, but then I shared it to my community tab. We're about to see this number. I want to see 300. We need to blow this number up. This has been an amazing testimony. Honestly, I'm really fascinated with what you've said. The American Cuban, how did the tradition change from 2 Samuel 24:1 and 1 Chronicles 21:1? Does 2 Samuel 24:1 make God the author of evil?
Well, but that's very specific. That was like that's a change in focus. 2 Samuel 24 is the so 2 Samuel 24 is what he's talking about, right?
Yes.
And 2 Samuel 24 is the text where David is so enrolling people. He's taking a census,
Right.
and the basic of the story in 2 Samuel says that God is super mad at David for taking a census. Like he wasn't supposed to do it, and then God punishes because of it. So David did this awful thing, but it seems like God also tells him to. So it's just really weird. Yes, that's what it reads. Like it reads that God is the author of evil. That's what it reads. It's God. So God tells David to do it, and then in the end, it means that the angel goes around killing a bunch of people. So
right.
God
They get punished for it.
like that's what the text says. And this is also one of those things where like when you're on our side of that line, then that's what the text says. It says that God tells him to do it, and then God gets mad and sends an angel and kills a lot of people, and God's the author of the evil.
And the Chronicles passage, just so people know, it tries to say Satan,
right?
Of course. So,
yeah, and so it's just a reinterpretation, which is rewriting the Bible.
You know what I wondered? I don't know. This is totally, I don't know. I'm so just throwing this out there to see. Maybe you've heard something, but I wonder in the narrative we find in Job, right? Who's to blame?
Yeah.
You get back to God, but they're trying to middleman the suffering onto this Hasatan. And so it sounds like a later, almost like with the Chronicles thing, like a later thing. Like originally you would have just said God did all this, but
right. Yeah. But so this happens elsewhere in antiquity. So in the Jubilees version of the Akedah, the offering of Isaac, where Abraham tries to sacrifice Isaac, right? The way it's written in Jubilees is that the devil, so it's Mastema in Jubilees. It's not Satan, but it's the same thing. So the evil demon goes to God and says, "Hey, Abraham, he only worships you because you're nice to him, and so you should test him." And then God says, no, it won't be a big deal. He'll follow me. And he says, "So Abraham, go and sacrifice your son." And so it's exactly like Job, right?
Wow.
It's exactly the same thing. And so it's a trope that's out there. It's like when you get to these things where why would somebody do something horrible on behalf of God? It's like, oh wait, it was because Satan tricked God into making it happen or something.
Right. Okay, Constellation Pegasus. Imagine this, Matt. Jehovah's Witnesses shun higher education. If you were a missionary for them with hardly any income and you woke up broke and no job skills, bad place to be. Consider yourself lucky in this regard.
Yeah. So I wasn't a Jehovah's Witness. That's right. I don't know if that's what that's implying.
No, he's saying imagine if you were.
If I were, I would. I don't know. Like there's some things you're lucky that you aren't, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they probably wouldn't even allow you to have the higher education. That's the problem.
Yeah, it would be. It would be. I can't imagine. And the thing is, I'm lucky. I found a girl from Norway, and we ended up in Norway where things are pretty safe. Like it's, I feel like we landed in. People are gonna say whatever they want about social democracies and that kind of stuff, but Norway takes care of you. It's a good place.
Thank you so much for that. Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Neste gang J. I can't even read this.
Neste gang jeg lager fårikål, skal jeg tenke på deg. Stå på. Takk. Tusen takk.
So what are they saying?
I said next time they make fårikål, the food that I talked about getting on the last night in Africa, so they're going to think about me.
Wow.
So that's thank you, mystery Norwegian person. Tusen takk.
Yeah, thank you. William Arons, Dr. Munger's path is similar to many Europeans who were told Nazi crimes and Soviet tyranny were both a part of the salvation plan of God.
Yeah. I mean, that's a comparison I have never tried to make, but the rhetoric is very similar. Like, yeah, it's horrible.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you, William. I appreciate that love and support. Dr. Cheryl, thank you for being here. Welcome to the community, Dr. Mott. We already are impressed with you and what you'll bring on your channel. I resonate with your story. Another great show, Derek.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Cheryl. I appreciate that. Aaron in the house, thanks for sharing your story, Matt. We all have so much in common despite the differences. Thanks for never butchering my name.
You're welcome.
Right? Okay, we hit the bottom of the barrel here, and unless something trickles in the meantime, I got to give you another, sometimes repetition, like languages, pressure on diamonds.
Yeah.
We have to pressure you, and we are coercively trying to make you subscribe here, okay? So subscribe to @BibleMonger. If you go to YouTube, you can type @BibleMonger, and clever name there for that YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's all Derek right there. I am eternally grateful. Derek and I were talking, and I had a long handle, and he's like, you should have something like Monger Bible Monger. I was like, within 2 minutes, I'd snapped the handle, snapped the web page, snapped the Instagram. So I've got them all now.
I was like, dude, his last one was the Bible was written backwards 770. I was like, hold on, what is this? No. Yeah. And anyway, he went right away. This was last night. This was yesterday. And he already has a website. He's already got the YouTube. Everybody go check that out. You've got a book, of course.
Yeah. And I can tell you on the webpage, my plan on the webpage is to post resources connected to the videos that I do. So I'll be doing that with each video that I drop. I will put like whatever resources I can get, either if they're available online, or show you the books that I suggest for that kind of thing. And then any discussions that come up, I will add to that. I'll also put in a section for like current research projects, things I'm doing, and then we'll see as it grows, like what might be interesting to throw out there.
Okay. All right. So here's the deal. I'm seriously trying to save as many souls as I can right now, right? 2 Peter 3, this joker, all right? A minute is like 10 minutes unto MythVision, okay? So I am going to do, I don't know if you noticed, I did a poll on YouTube, and I asked a simple question. We're going to go ahead and close this poll in just a second. And the question is, do you relate to his story? Simple as that. Yes, no, somewhat. We're going to end this poll. I'm giving 10 seconds. Then we're ending the poll. Then we're going to go to the YouTube and refresh it. This is my way of like, we're gambling here, right? Together. Let's see what happens. Ending poll. 3, 2, 1. All right. Ended poll. Now, do you see that? Do you relate to his story? 47% of people said yes.
Okay.
27% of people said somewhat. And then 25% of people said no. We had 447 votes.
Wow.
Pretty good amount of people voting.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you define relate broadly, I bet I can understand a lot of people relate. I wouldn't wish those kind of things on anyone, like that kind of hard stuff, but I understand the conversion and the going through, like everybody has those things that make you go, wait a minute, what's going on here?
Yeah. I did not mean when I said this question, I guess maybe some people interpreted the question differently. Like, have you been over there in Africa and gone through Al-Qaeda? No. However, I do relate. I thought about my Afghanistan experience when mortars were dropping into the barracks. I mean, like I had all sorts of like definite waking up going, thinking bombs went off, and they did, and several times. So there was a lot of like, whoa, I could relate, but not everybody it relates on that. They could relate any way, shape, or form. If you've ever been to like a recovery meeting, right? You're supposed to try and listen for anything that you relate to. All right. Now we're going to refresh the.
All right. You got in a couple of super chats. So grab those real quick.
Okay. Constellation Pegasus, thank you again. Out of curiosity, what's the opinion in Norway about the Ukraine war?
Yeah, I mean it's very close to home here, so it's there's definitely. I mean, the official position is obviously that everybody condemns. I mean, the government condemns the war, and it's and the Russian aggression or whatever. And I think the public opinion is that there's a lot of fear because Norway has oil platforms out in the sea, and one of the biggest Russian submarine bases is up in the kind of in the North Sea on that side, and so there's a lot of fear about it. So yeah, it's the opinion is that it sucks.
Thank you for answering that. Harmonic Atheist Tim in the house, go subscribe. Thank you for sharing your story. Powerful stuff.
Thanks a lot. A nice 666.
I was just about to say that. Okay, and look, Kipp says, I'm a no. Matt's story is jarring. So the way he interpreted that was like, I can't compare my story to your story. So there's a lot there. And then Shane Torres, thank you for that super chat. Shane, Dr. Matthew, your story is an inspiration to me. I thought after leaving fundamental Christianity, there was no point in continuing my biblical studies. But now I see there is so much more to appreciate.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the thing. Like you can definitely study the Bible. And I would say it's much more enriching to study the Bible when you're not bound by a confessional view.
That's true. And there's so much to discover and discuss, especially when there's not these like, I guess another way to put it is you have these walls. There's these walls between here's our Bible text and what it says. And then let's talk about Akkadian, Assyrian, Babylonian, like let's talk about Egyptian, whatever, Greek, Persian. You aren't going over here and then your mind is turning off this special button and like how I'm going to view and appreciate and understand this versus the king's verdicts over here or whatever. Like you're going to whatever literature and you're going to fairly assess that and not have this, all right, we're back at my special book that is going to tell us the truth.
Yep. Oh, you got they're just keep on rolling. They were just throwing money at you today, man.
Holy smokes, man! What's going on? Is it Vikota? Thank you for the super chat. I just subscribed to @BibleMonger. Love the content here.
Thank you.
You're gonna love the content there as well because he's gonna be dropping scholarly stuff. Be on the lookout. And Constellation says one last one. Was Kipp wearing Iron Maiden shirts back then?
I think Kipp was wearing the same Iron Maiden shirts back then.
Kipp's like my dad. He has the same shirt from 25 years ago that he still rocks.
Yeah. Kipp's style hasn't changed that much over the years. So.
Okay, I'm gonna ask while I'm sharing this. Can we do two things here, Matt?
Yeah.
I want everyone who's subscribed to Matt, if you're on a computer, if you're on a phone, if you're able to type one. Press 1 if you have subscribed to Dr. Munger's YouTube channel right now in the chat, please. Here is his YouTube channel. It's pinned at the top of the chat. In fact, let me go ahead and post it again in the chat. Press 1 if you have subscribed, and we're about to refresh this joker in 10 seconds. Would it be embarrassing if I did a 10, 9, 8?
You can do anything you want, man. I mean, you saw the picture you had on the cover of this thing. Like, I'm not easily embarrassed at this point.
I don't know, man. Your family, you look embarrassing, but your family doesn't look embarrassing. Yeah. Come on. We got to admit. Yeah. Honestly,
I love my family.
You guys are rocking the outfits for real. I got to give it to you. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Here we go. Refreshing now. Holy smokes. 337, and it's only going to climb from here, Dr. Monger. There's people clicking it right now, I bet. And the live stream. So we got to get you over 1,000 subs in no time. Get this joker monetized. I know you're not really concerned about it, but gives
It's fun.
YouTube reason to give attention to it.
Yep.
And how do you want to roll out this
Nice.
latest greatest video?
I'll tell you what, man. I'm just gonna hit public right there, and it should, if you refresh again, it should drop.
Okay, I get notified too, so let me see if it pops up here. Okay, I did hit the bell. Let me refresh. Videos. There it is. Oh, snap. All right, I'm sharing it in the chat right now. I'm going to ask that all 475 of you right now, here's the YouTube video. Shout out to Judy Trotter for the super chat. Judy, you rock. Thank you for the last minute getting into the kingdom of God, right? Those on the outside can still enter. The gates are always open. But look, here's the link. I seriously appreciate everybody. Thank you for showing love and support to Dr. Monger. And Dr. Monger, thank you for giving us what an epic story, and your story, your journey, while you think you're at the end of it. I seriously think this is the beginning of something beautiful.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, man, I really appreciate it. This has been great, and we'll be in touch. So I really appreciate you letting me come on and have a way to talk through this kind of stuff. It's
absolutely. I'm going to go over there in the chat and check out the video that you just launched, and I hope everybody will go with us as well. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. Subscribe to Dr. Kipp, Dr. Munger, the scholars that we have on MythVision's platform. Consider checking out our courses. I have one coming out with Dr. Kipp, 18 lectures, almost an hour each lecture. There's like 18 hours on the real ancient Israelite religion, human sacrifice, polytheism, all sorts of stuff. I mean, it literally, apocalypticism, it gets crazy. So you're going to want to stay tuned for all of that. Thank you. Any final words from you?
No, just thanks. I just really appreciate having a place to be able to do this.
Thank you.
John Stormer, who was the author of None Dare Call It Treason. He was talking about against liberals and so on, and I shared that ideology generally. At the end of the lecture, Bob Jones Jr. came to the podium and said, Martin Luther King Jr. has just been shot in Memphis, Tennessee. And the president has asked us to fly the flag at half-mast, but will not fly the flag at half-mast for an apostate, at which time everybody that I could see, everybody, stood and clapped and cheered. It is the most hateful, racist thing I had ever witnessed. And it just shook me, and I couldn't believe that I'd let myself get sucked into an ideology. And I told myself, I am not going to be a Christian like that. That is simply wrong.
Dr. Dennis R. MacDonald, I really appreciate your time and coming to my house to do these recordings.
Oh, it's a pleasure. I've had a good time. And so what are we doing now?
So in this video, I want to get your story. I want it to be authentic. If you say anything good about me, I'll send you a check. I'm just kidding. No, I'm curious to know what your story is, and we'll focus specifically on the topic of religion. Because, I mean, you only have your degree in this very issue. So tell us your story.
I was the son with 3 siblings of a conservative Baptist pastor who was proud to be a fundamentalist. My mother converted from Judaism, and my father felt so strongly about anti-Semitism and anti-Judaism in the Christian church that when he did his thesis for his Master of Divinity degree before becoming a pastor, it was on anti-Semitism in the church. And throughout my father's career, he really worked at making his community interreligious and interracial. And for 10 years, he was a missionary in Italy with my mother, of course. And did his best to make it was a church mostly for military people, in Naples, Italy, often with the Navy. And of course, the Navy has lots of African Americans, Hispanic Americans, and Asians in it. And he worked very hard to make sure that his church was open to everyone who's there. Now, I'm going to take the story all the way to Bob Jones University, where I went to college, because that's where my parents had gone, and they wanted me to follow in the Christian fundamentalist tradition. But again, they were more socially responsible and open than most fundamentalists. This was my senior year, 1968, in early April. And during my studies, before that, I had taken lots of Greek and philosophy because I wanted to become a pastor or a missionary and, like my father, save the world for Christ. And we were, all of us, students and faculty, were at a large meeting and for a lecture by John Stormer, who was the author of None Dare Call It Treason. He was a John Birch Society member, and he was talking about against liberals and so on. And I shared that ideology generally at the time. At the end of the lecture, Bob Jones Jr. came to the podium and said, "Martin Luther King Jr. has just been shot in Memphis, Tennessee, April 1968. And the president has asked us to fly the flag at half-mast, but will not fly the flag at half-mast for an apostate," at which time everybody that I could see, everybody, stood and clapped and cheered. It is the most hateful, racist thing I had ever witnessed. And it just shook me, and I couldn't believe that I'd let myself get sucked into an ideology that was so awful. And of course, Martin King was not an apostate. He was a Christian with a different ideology, but he was ordained himself, and he was a preacher. And it was just so outrageous. Well, in the dormitories at Bob Jones, we had prayer meetings every night for about 20 minutes before going to bed. And so I met with that group because I had to, everybody did. And I said, "We are not praying today. We're going to talk about what happened." And I said, that was the most disgraceful, racist thing I'd ever seen. And I want nothing of it. And you should be ashamed if you stood and clapped with that. And I'd like to have you talk about it. So we talked about it, and then we went to bed. And the next morning I was called into the dean's office, and they were going to expel me for preventing prayer. That's what this was about. And it happened that the dean of students was a friend of my father's. They had gone to college together. And he called my dad, and I can still remember this conversation clearly. "Ronnie, I hate to inform you that we have to expel Dennis for preventing prayer." And then he talked about what happened, but said nothing about Martin King and all that. And my dad said, "I need to talk to Dennis. Is he there?" And this person said yes. They handed me the phone, and I told him what happened. And I handed the phone back to the dean, and I heard my dad shouting, "Gilbert, you do what you need to. I've never been prouder of my son." And so my dad supported me in the courage that it took me to oppose what was going on at Bob Jones. So instead of expelling me, they moved me into a dorm room with one of their stooges for the final 2 months of my stay there. They piled up the so-called demerits so that if I did anything out of order, including not making my bed in the morning, they could expel me. So I felt imprisoned by it. And I told myself, I am not going to be a Christian like that. That is simply wrong. But had studied Greek and philosophy and was kind of growing up intellectually. And I had a scholarship to Princeton Seminary. But I wasn't ready to do that yet. So I postponed my scholarship for a year and took a job at a Baptist church in California, Salinas, California. And during that time, Derek, I translated for myself the entire New Testament, and so solidified my Greek. And I was amazed at the moral sensitivity of early Christian literature, interest in compassion, and a certain amount of inclusivity, and a concern for justice. And it became clear to me that the ethic of the New Testament, and especially of Jesus, had nothing to do with the religion that I had seen at Bob Jones University with fundamentalism. And it totally changed my understanding of where I was going in my quest. I finally went to Princeton Seminary, and that was then in 1970, and that's the year that Ivy League school shut down out of opposition to the Vietnam War. And at that time, I was still pretty much a nationalist. You know, I believed in the military. I thought about being a chaplain, but it was clear to me during that year that what we were doing in Vietnam was motivated by wealth and not by compassion, and not really by an ideology of freedom. And I became solidly anti-war. And at that time, then I became really alienated from my own parents, who remained very patriotic and faithful, even though we agreed with each other on issues of race and anti-Semitism and so on. I left Princeton after 1 year and was looking for a form of evangelical Christianity that would have some continuity with my past, but was more progressive on political and moral issues. And I went to Trinity Evangelical Divinity School north of Chicago, and it was as bad as Bob Jones. And I helped found the Sojourner magazine with Jim Wallace. Jim Wallace, you may know, is a spokesperson for a left-leaning evangelical voice. So we helped found the Sojourner magazine, which moved to Washington, D.C. at the same time that I had a scholarship to go to Harvard to continue my studies. So I went to Harvard, and at that point, I was still a theist. I was still a Christian identified radical, I guess I'd have to say. I was a part of the hippie movement, and I didn't do drugs, and I didn't do free sex and so on. I was still very much a goody-goody two-shoes. But I was taken in by classics. And so I wasn't in the seminary, I was in the university, a program that merged the classics and early Christianity. And studied with some amazing people. And my minor was Roman reception of Greek philosophy, so we did a lot of translating of Latin and Greek. And I really became quite good at it, and became friends with classicists and people in folklore. And after that, I took a job after graduating, took a job at Goshen College, which was a Mennonite college. So it was the Peace Church tradition, and they had a strong social ethic, but I was still a theist at the time. But what I didn't realize is that my academic work that took me into Christian Apocrypha and classics more and more made me a humanist more than a theist. And I realized that doing theology, and for me, being religious, was really getting in the way of my being a scholar. Because there was the assumption that in the New Testament we had revealed truth, and God was speaking through Scripture, And I loved the Bible, and I was interested in working it through. Then I took a job at the Claremont School of Theology. And so I'm still a Christian identified person. I want to make the church more responsible to the war, to the environment, to race, racial equality, income equality, and so on. I wanted to live out the moral values that I saw in the New Testament that were so violated by Bob Jones. And I had a good career at the School of Theology, but even there, even in the liberal Christian environment, my work really wasn't understood or accepted well. So I just had, my becoming an atheist was a gradual thing. It probably started at Harvard when I became so interested in other cultures and in classics, and became much more interested in history and human diversity and the humanness of the Christian movement, and became really suspicious of all kinds of theology. I've said it before in other broadcasts, but maybe I should say it again. For me, theology is a long four-letter word. And people sometimes think that because I'm a biblical scholar, I'm a theologian. No, I'm an anti-theologian. Theology usually gets in the way. Not all of them, but often it does, because it's looking for normativity, a revelation. And of course, theology is discourse about something that, in my view, doesn't exist. So, save your breath and let's talk about humankind, and let's talk about ethics, and let's get politics right, and so on. So basically, that's my story. So when I was at Claremont, I had a wonderful library. I became the director for 10 years of the Institute for Antiquity and Christianity. We had several funded projects going in antiquity, including Greek rhetoric, the Hebrew Bible. We had our own archaeological site in Palestine. We had a project on Christian Apocrypha, and so on. So I had wonderful support there, and great libraries, and bright enough students, some of whom are carrying the torch even now. And so during that time, I published probably a dozen books and I don't know how many articles and reviews. But now we have it distilled in my new book, Synopses of Epic Tragedy and the Gospels. This is not going to be my last book, but it's a penultimate book, and it's the crowning achievement of my career. So the next book is going to be an argument that builds on this book and justifies some of its conclusions and methodologies. So really, that's it, Derek. I came from fundamentalism. I became disaffected with fundamentalism because of racism and then American patriotism. I became enamored of the moral vision of Jesus and the Gospels, which continues to nurture me. So I consider myself a Christian-identified humanist and a theoskeptic. I'd rather talk about myself that way than being an atheist, but what I believe is not so important. What's more important for me is the contribution I can make with the education that I've had in order to help others break away from fundamentalism that has so many dire consequences in American life right now, and from America to the world. The January 6th crowd are largely Christian nationalists, and we have others who are suspicious of environmental science because they believe in revelations, Jesus is coming back soon. And I don't think the world can survive Christian fundamentalism very much longer. And so this is my weapon in the culture war to say, get over it. I'm not telling you not to be a Christian. I'm telling you to be a smart and a morally responsible Christian. And I would say the same thing to Muslims or Jews I'm not trying to get you to change your religion. I'm trying to make sure your religion doesn't harm yourself and others. And that's why, for me, I'm an ethical pragmatist. I want to know what ideas do in the world, who it hurts and who it helps. And so basically, that's my story.
That was really powerful. There's a lot in there that I definitely relate with. And I really appreciate you telling us this. You said at the end, I don't want to change people's religion. And I literally heard myself say in my head, I don't want to change people's religion either, but I want to change people's religion. And what I mean is, you can believe what you want. You want to believe that Jesus really is. There's something that may have happened. I don't know. It's a faith thing. Cool. I have nothing against that. Really don't. I really don't. Now, I personally have my reasonings. And I can give you those. But I definitely would say I want to change their religion in the sense that keep your religion, but change it. You see what I'm saying? If that's what you want. Would I be happy to see other humanists? Absolutely. And in fact, I would say when you said that you became a humanist over time, people have asked me, when did you become an atheist? And I'm like, that's a good question. Because when I used the term an atheist, I no longer believed in a God. What they think is that means you don't believe in anything. No, right. I believe in something. That's right. And it's us. You see, I believe in what I could see, what I can experience, and believe that humanity can do good. And in fact, I think that humanity is ethically, I would say, more moral than we give ourselves credit for. We think it's the gods. We think it's this. We think it's that. Sure, there's a lot of bad out there. But I'm saying there's no Adam and Eve fell, and we all fall, and we're in this treachery downhill. No, we're rising apes, not fallen angels. And so I love your story. I love your story. I about teared up when your dad said, I've never been more proud of him. And I've had my dad do stuff like that for me in ways where it makes me think back and tear up. So Dennis, I hope somebody listens to your story and understands how someone like you just wants to do better. And I hope that people will get your book, because your book is taking all your experience. One day it'll be a memory. And you've put all this hard work into this one area where people can go and they could see the beauty reflected in what you're observing in this literature, and take back the literature from those who might use it in a negative way. So,
yeah. I guess I want to end by this. In my date book, for every week, I have a sticker that I created that says, create something beautiful. And if at the end of the week I haven't created something beautiful, I remind myself that in the next week I need to do it. And so that is always in front of me. But create something beautiful means one uses one's skills, and for me, they happen to be about ancient history and languages and so on. I need to do that. But another way to create beauty is to be a good parent. It's to be a good custodian of the earth, because environmental damage is not beautiful, it's ugly. Child abuse is ugly, it's not beautiful. So when I talk about beauty, I talk about it in the Socratic Platonic way. Beauty is a moral category. It is not an aesthetic category only. And so what I encourage people who are engaged with my work to put in their calendars on a monthly basis anyway, to create something beautiful.
Lambert, we're going to take a deep dive into the story, the life of Dr. Robert Cargill. And with that being said, introducing our guest, welcome back, Dr. Cargill. How are you?
Doing all right, Derek. Thanks for having me back.
Thank you. We've done a little something on Mount Ebal, but I want to take a moment to introduce you for those who may not know. Dr. Robert Raymond Cargill is Associate Professor of Classics and Biblical Studies at the University of Iowa. He is a biblical studies scholar, classicist, archaeologist, author, and digital humanist. His research includes literary criticism of the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament, and New Testament, Qumran and the Dead Sea Scrolls, pseudepigrapha and apocrypha, and the archaeology of Southwest Asia. He teaches courses in biblical studies, Second Temple Judaism, archaeology, and ancient languages, including Biblical Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek. His recent books include Melchizedek, King of Sodom, How Scribes Invented the Biblical Priest King, Oxford University Press, great press, 2019, and The Cities That Built the Bible, Harper 1, 2016. He's a specialist in public-facing scholarship, which is what he's doing online. Be sure to subscribe to his YouTube channel. We'll show you that in just a minute. You can see him regularly on CNN, History, Discovery, and National Geographic, where he contributes and consults on shows like National Geo's Writing the Dead Sea Scrolls, History's Jesus, His Life, CNN's Finding Jesus, History's Bible, Secrets Revealed, CNN's Jerusalem, City of Faith and Fury, and most recently, History's Colosseum. He has excavated at Banias, Amrit, Hazor, and most recently at Azekah. Is that correct?
Azekah, yeah.
Azekah. You've done quite a bit, and you have a heck of a background. Welcome to MythVision, and wanted to introduce you to our audience.
Derek, thanks for having me. It's good to be here.
Thank you. Before we dive into your story from devout Christian to where you are today, I want to introduce your YouTube channel and where people can subscribe. We are going to check these numbers at the end. I hope to see those numbers flex. Let's show them what MythVision's made of, family. Subscribe to Dr. Cargill. Tell us about your YouTube channel and your website.
Bible and Archaeology is an online information center. It's a hub for people interested in just those things. Biblical studies. This is a critical approach to biblical studies and to archaeology, not just of the Holy Land, but archaeology in general, but particularly the intersection of biblical studies and of archaeology. And the Excavator YouTube channel are original pieces, original reflections on these very topics. So these are pieces that I do, that my managing editor, Jordan Jones, they include interviews, podcasts, things that I do that are sometimes taken from content that I give in a classroom. So sometimes this is material, a lot of questions that I get from students that we then turn around and give directly to the public. Other times they're addressing specific things that are relevant in the news, and we just want to provide a commentary out there to YouTube.
Awesome. I hope people will check out the links. They are in the description. I've pinned his YouTube video or his channel at the top of the comment section. So go subscribe if you will, and we'll check that at the end to see how the growth was with you, Dr. Cargill. We also have a Patreon, however you want to pronounce it. I've heard it pronounced several ways. And I just went through this past few days looking into content that I've not made public yet, that I'm working on slowly getting out to the YouTube world. And I have 149 videos that are not made public, that are on the Patreon, that are accessible from scholars like Dr. Samuel Zenner. I have a few from Bryce Blankenagel and David Fitzgerald on the Mormonism series, Tim Whitmarsh, Ian Mills, Bart Ehrman, Kipp Davis, Lawrence Krauss, Elaine Pagels, Russell Kamirkin, Michael Shermer, Mark Goodacre, Jason Staples, Elaine Pagels again, Joel Baden, John J. Collins, Joshua Bowen, Megan Lewis, Shadi Nasser, Richard Carrier, Dennis MacDonald, James Tabor, Paul Ellis, Dr. Richard C. Miller, Michael Koshnosh, and of course, I had the one with you, Dr. Cargill, but I made that public. So if you want to help support us, check out the Patreon. You can join for as little as $3 a month, and you have access to all these videos. And also we have courses with academics. So right now there was a video dropped today by Apologia with Kipp Davis. They're promoting the course. Go subscribe or check out the course. You'll own it for life. 18 lectures. I think it's like 12, 13 hours of 4K footage of taking you through real ancient Israelite religions in the ancient world, facts on the ground, and propaganda in the Bible, and the list goes on and on. Dr. Cargill, you also have some books that I hope people will check out. Those are in our recommended reading list in the description. Without further ado, we're going to get into your story, and I'm going to pop this up here so people know that I'll get to your super chats here at the end, but I want to get through your life, through your story, who you are, where you were coming from, and how you got to where you are. These are some of the most important conversations we have here on MythVision because it's subjective, but it's also authentic, and it's just directly from you. There was no prep in this. There was no colluding to find out what you might say. Dr. Cargill, would you say, a serious follower of Jesus? Were you born into a household that was this way? Were your mom and dad Christian? Tell us about your upbringing.
Yeah. Thanks for asking this. I have become more comfortable talking about this in the classroom with my students over the past decade. But I don't know if I've ever done this live. I mean, I do it in bits and pieces, but never sat down and told this entire story. So I appreciate the opportunity to do this. You're the first one to ask me to do this. And so I'm happy to sit here and chat with this about you. Yes, the answer is yes. I was raised in what I can say, honestly, is a very conservative Christian family, a good family. I love my parents. I love my mom. I love my dad. I love my extended family. My grandmother, my grandparents loved me. They raised me. It was a close-knit Italian family, an immigrant family that tried to instill in me these traditional Italian values. Now, they were all Catholic, but it was a family that loved me, that grew up on the East Coast of California. And then we basically had to move out west. And we moved out west, and my father was raised in Central California, as was my mother. And this is Central San Joaquin Valley, Madera, Fresno. My mom was raised in a little town called Tranquility. And my mom was affiliated with a small, they don't call it a denomination, but it's a denomination called the Churches of Christ. And when my mom was a PE major, she was an athlete. My dad was a professional baseball player, played in the Giants organization.
Wow.
And when they got married, when I was about 2 years old, my dad converted to her religious tradition. And they raised me in this tradition. And so I was always brought up in what is now, we can say, is a very conservative religious tradition in Madera. So there's a small town near Fresno, California, called Madera. And I was raised in a church that loved me, and I loved them. And it was a good place to be raised. I still know the people, at age 50 now, I still know many of the people that I grew up with. I can always tell because they call me Bobby. There's some of the only people that still call me Bobby, and I love them. And these are good people, and they took care of me, and they raised me, and they kept me out of trouble, and so no ill feelings. And we need to set this up from the outset. There's no hatred. There's no remorse. There's no ill will towards Christianity, towards any of there was never any kind of trauma that caused me to say, oh, I'm out of this. I don't like, it's not that at all. We just need to state that from the outset.
Okay. It's good to state that, because
yes,
there are people, everybody's a little different, right?
Yeah.
Everybody has different experiences, but some might see that and go, I'm finding a pattern here. Everyone who no longer calls themselves what I call myself, it's all because they have a problem, or there's something wrong that happened to them, or something wrong with them.
right.
So they can kind of rationalize an excuse for what the reasons are for you
Right.
personally choosing that option. So I'm glad that you're not. I mean, look, it's your life, right? But it's interesting to get someone's story who's not coming from a traumatic kind of perspective.
There was no abuse. There was no trauma. There was no something major happened, and then I was like, well, I give up. I'm walking away. It wasn't that at all. It was actually quite the opposite. I actually went to seminary, right? I wanted to be a better Christian. I wanted to learn more. But that's getting ahead of ourselves here. No, I was raised by a loving family. I had a sister, my sister and I, and my mom and my dad and our extended family. And we were raised in the Sunset Avenue Church of Christ there in Madera. And we actually had two preachers. It was a black church and a white church, predominantly white church, that had merged. And I didn't know, I just state this up front, I didn't know that this wasn't how every church, I was 10, 9, 10 years old.
Right.
I didn't know that this wasn't how every church in the world was. But when these two churches merged, they kept both preachers. So they kept the white preacher and the black preacher. And so one Sunday I'd hear, a sermon from the white preacher, and it was a good 3-point sermon, and it appealed to the intellect, and it was very cerebral, and here's what you need to do, and then the next Sunday I'd hear a sermon from our black preacher, Brother Stafford, and it was what we all called gospel sermon, right? There was a central riff, and it would go out and it would come back, and it would go out and it would come back. And so I had the privilege of hearing and understanding two different ways of hearing the gospel, right? Hearing and learning at a young age, not taking notes or anything, but hearing different ways to speak to people, to rhetorically, to influence people. One on a very, apologetic, very, here's why this 1 point leads to point 2, point 3, and therefore this is why we need to. One that speaks cerebrally, and another one that speaks to the heart, to the emotions, that, the end result is not, I need to think about that. The one that makes you want to jump out of your seat and go do something, wants to celebrate, wants to help people, and I had the luxury, the privilege of hearing this every other Sunday. And I just thought every church was like this. And so I grew up in this loving church that, took care of me, and my parents, like I am today. I have 5 children, right? I realized that my parents, their number one priority was keep me away from drugs, keep me away from bad people, keep me safe, just keep me out of trouble and give me some good friends, and try and hope and pray and try my best to get me until when I step out on my own, that I'm going to be okay. Right.
Well, Bob, if I may jump in, this is a great point. I'm going to start calling you Bob, as you told me to before. A lot of kids that when I grew up, we went to church. A lot of kids go to church with their family, but they're not very religious, or they don't get really into it. They're social Christians. I'm a Christian. And then they go off and they're drinking beer. They're at the bonfire. They're hanging out. They're cussing. They're this and that. How religious were you? And I'm using that kind of, there's a scale that you can use that's subjective here. And were there moments when you really got serious about Christianity? Sure.
That's a good question. We weren't religious. We learned the Bible, and there was a difference. We looked down on religion. We didn't care about religion. We learned the Bible. And when you start to understand this kind of rhetoric, we aren't a denomination. We are the church. Right? So if you aren't in the churches of Christ, we'll let God sort it out, right? We're not talking about non-Christians. We're talking about other Christians, but maybe they were Baptist, or maybe they were, God help you if you were a Catholic. There was this thing about being the church. And it wasn't until much later that I realized that this is a very sectarian view of the world. But all I knew was the love and the people taking care of me, and people telling me this is how you read the Bible. And the answer to answer your question, not only was I memorizing Bible verses and learning theology, well, I didn't know what theology was at the time, but I was being taught how to read and how to interpret this stuff. I was doing Bible bowls. I mean, we were doing quiz shows Sunday morning, Sunday night, Wednesday night, every week. We would come home from camp to go to Wednesday night church. We didn't do certain things on these days because this was important.
What years would you say that was going on for you?
What's that?
What years of your life? Like,
this was
from 12
from
to
as early as I can remember, up through when I moved to Fresno to go to another Church of Christ. So this was all the way up and through my junior college and undergraduate years. So I was raised in the church, and I was a leader. Again, not the women, and this was a problem. One of the things that made was one of my issues later on. But the young boys were taught to come up there and lead singing, with the song leaders and learn how to preach and learn how to we were trained to be leaders. Again, not the women, but the men.
Right.
And so we were taught this conservative approach to the Bible. And it was we had a magnet on my refrigerator door growing up that said, God said it, I believe it, that settles it. And somebody suggested that we cut out that middle part that says, I believe it, because it doesn't matter if you believe it. God said it, that settles it. And again, this is what my parents were taught. This is what I was taught. It's no fault to anyone. It's just, it's what everyone believed. And again, I'm from what I call red California. I'm from that part, that eastern Central Valley, that western foothills of the Sierra Nevada. California is a very blue state, but that part of California is very red. Fresno, Clovis, this part. Mm-hmm. And so it's not just your religion, it's your politics. Everybody that I knew growing up was a Republican. I had a professor once say, the early on in the Churches of Christ, David Lipscomb was saying you shouldn't vote. David Lipscomb was like, our kingdom is not of this earth. David Lipscomb was a leader in the Churches of Christ early on. Our kingdom's not of this earth, you shouldn't vote. And one of the students said, if Christians don't vote, the Democrats will always win, right? The idea was that if you were a Christian, you had to be a Republican.
Right.
I grew up in this world that Christians only believed the Bible, no doctrines, no creeds, and had to be Republicans.
And by the way, I'm with you. I follow you. And that's the same thing I had, even though I wasn't Churches of Christ. I use the word religious for a more broader audience here that's watching, because they might say that person's serious about their path, their religion. I didn't mean it, but it's funny you brought that up. I'm glad you did, because that's exactly the language, inside language we have is I'm spiritual. I'm not religious. I am a biblicist. I am not look at this. This is all for men. This is for God, and ours is for God, of course. Right. So you're devout, you're serious, and you think in your mind you're probably going to do the ministry in some way. Are you that serious? Are you
actually
flirting with it?
So the irony was my parents didn't want me to go into the ministry because they looked in the church. They grew up in the church, and they saw how preachers in our church were treated. They weren't paid well. Everybody thought they knew more. So they said, Bobby, be a professional baseball player like your dad and like his father. And so, my father super glued a baseball bat to my hands, and everything I did was about playing baseball. And they knew that the driving thing in my life, the thing that and to this day defines me as a human being in any realm, is I want to know how things work. I want to know how things work, whether it's biology or whether it's how to build a house and a tree house in my backyard, or political systems, economic systems. I want to know how things work. And so I was a human phys pre-med major at school. I was an athlete. So I wanted to know how the body worked. And they said, okay, good, go be a doctor. And I was like, good, I want to do medicine. I was going to be I was pre-med. So I was going to be a doctor. But what I couldn't get out of my mind was this theological thing. Look, I was raised Christian, but when I was around 10 or 11 years old, and I don't know how familiar you are with the theology of the Churches of Christ, but baptism is a must. You have to be baptized or you burn in hell forever.
Exactly. Yeah. It's salvific.
Right. And that's even for good kids like me who were raised in it. And it's not one of those things that you just do as a symbol of you're a part of this church, and it's for the forgiveness of sins. And if you know that you've committed a sin, if you're of the age of accountability, what is basically a bar mitzvah type thing, if you know that you've committed a sin, you lied to your parents, or you did something, and you know that you did that, that's a sin, and you die, you'll burn in hell. I was taught that. I was by everyone. It's not just my parents, by everyone. I was taught that. And so my baptism story wasn't going forward after a sermon with all my family and, going out to the baptist. It was a Tuesday night in bed crying because I thought I was going to burn in hell. And my parents came in and they said, well, we got to take you down to the church, write this. So they called friends and we went down to the church on a Tuesday night at 9 p.m. because I was so traumatized that if I died in my sleep or if I got in a car crash the next day, I was going to burn in hell. It was a theological trauma of a 12-year-old kid. And I just thought this was normal, right? I just thought this was, and I was baptized and I felt great. Now, if I die, I can go to heaven. I've got this insurance policy. And that's the kind of theological pressure that's put on children across the country every day, including me.
Wow.
And, you know, you're 12, you're trying to figure out how to be a friend, how to, you're about to go through puberty. You don't know, you're awkward. You don't know anything. And you've got this, you're going to die and burn. And so that was how so now I'm going to make my parents happy. I'm going to make God happy. That's in the back of your head at all times. And it's just an unnecessary burden, right? Today, most Christians would say, oh, that's terrible. Why would you, except for fundamentalist, conservative evangelicals who are focused on baptism. This is why they want to go knock on doors and get people dunked in the water. It's like counting foreskins, in my opinion. It's something
there are I see it in like Roman Catholicism and stuff too. There's some pretty conservative sects of. I know that there's a lot of groups,
different ways of doing it. Yeah,
right. There's different splinter versions, like more liberal approaches, who are like, well, you know, and then there's others in that same category that are very, you know, if you aren't in Mother Church. You aren't baptized in the Catholic Church. You aren't, you know, taking sacrament in the Catholic Church. You're not in the church. Yeah. If you're not in the church, you're going to be thrown into the outer darkness and the eternal lake of fire, the whole nine, you know?
Right. But I was a smart kid. I was a good kid, but I grew up terrified. And it wasn't my parents doing, it was the system. It was the church. It was and you know, this is all of your friends. This is all of your political party. This is it's everything. This is why I tell my students, religion isn't just some thought that you have, you know, Hotel California is a great song. And then one day you learn, I think they got that tune from Jethro Tull. And you go, oh, I need to change my opinion about what I thought about Hotel California. Because, you know, it's just not just some cerebral thought that you can then just dismiss one day. Maybe I don't like this team so much. Maybe I like this team. It's not that. This is part of your identity, your religious beliefs. You have to unwind it, unwrap it from your family, from your job. Remember, I taught at and worked at Pepperdine University. We'll get to this, but a lot of people teach and work at, and if they suddenly change their religious conviction, they're going to lose their job. I have a lot of colleagues who, if they actually said out loud what they believed, they would lose their jobs. They would lose their livelihoods. They would lose their homes because a lot of them live on campuses. And so we'll get to this, but
wow,
there is a fear. There's an absolute fear. And I understand this fear. And what I'm saying is, I understand it of not wanting to let go of this thing and holding on to it much longer than a lot of people do, because this thing that they're raised in, even though intellectually they're saying, yeah, I got some questions that aren't being answered. And I'm going through all the motions and I believe it. I still believe it at this point in my life. So I actually didn't take the MCATs. I went on to junior college, right? I'm a big advocate for junior college. Don't spend all the money. Not everybody's built for a 4-year college. Go to junior college. I did $12 a unit at the time, saved me a lot of money. I worked the graveyard shift at Walgreens to put myself through junior college when I was done playing baseball, and then transferred to Fresno State and was a pre-med major. And instead of taking the MCATs, I wanted to go to Pepperdine because I had some questions. I wanted to go to seminary. I wanted to know the truth. I wanted to know for sure.
Just let me recap real quick here, because this is super powerful. I want to share this too. I love where you're going with this. I relate with you so much.
Yeah.
So your education has you at Fresno College Liberal Arts, right? You're already here. This is where we're now approaching. This is the beginning of kind of your educational serious background. And by the way, I went to college for 2 years at a Carolina Bible College. I was going to go into ministry. That was what I was thinking was going to be my calling, because I loved the Bible and learning this stuff. I was changing my theology so much that I was actually like not sure. Hey, along the way, I had serious doubts. Like, do you really want to get in a position? And then next thing you know, you find out you were wrong about that. And now you're leading an entire church. And you really have to say, I don't believe in the doctrinal statements here. But anyway, education, Fresno, this is where we're at. Should I zoom in? See if we can zoom in. Yeah. And then I see Pepperdine pop up. So where are we at? You're saying you went to Fresno here
to play baseball. I was there to play baseball.
Okay. And then this is also your human physiology, which is evidence you're working, you're going into some medical
pre-med. Yeah. I'm a pre-med major.
Awesome.
I was a smart. I mean, I'm a professor now, but I was a smart kid. I just didn't try very hard because I was there to play baseball.
But you're athletic. You're an athlete. You were raised to do that. Okay. Boom. But you also have questions. That's where Pepperdine comes in.
Yeah.
Okay, we're caught up. I just wanted to emphasize that.
Yeah, so instead of applying to med school, I applied to Pepperdine, and sure enough, I got a full fellowship. And most of the people there were going to be ministers or preachers or counselors. I wanted to dig into the meat of things. I wanted to learn languages. I wanted to study archaeology. So my first semester there, I jumped into Hebrew. I had taken one Greek class at Fresno State, but I jumped into Hebrew. I took an archaeology class from John Wilson, who was an excellent professor, a good mentor for me, and I fell in love because I was a baseball player, so I was a catcher, right? So I was in the dirt all the time, and I was a scientist, right? I was a pre-med guy. Trying to reconcile, this was one of the other things that really did it for me, trying to reconcile what I accepted in human evolution. I accepted evolution. I knew it was fact. I knew it was, and then I was starting to read the Bible not as, 6-day creation. I knew that I can't accept that anymore literally. So I have this cognitive dissonance going on. I know this is what the Bible says, but I understand science is a fact. And so here's the first of my cognitive that I'm just holding on to. And in our previous interview, I talked about cognitive dissonance. It's
right.
You've been taught one thing, but you accept the reality of something else. They are irreconcilable. And so you either have to pick one or you just try to wrestle with them and make them. And I was just wrestling with them and accepting them both. I go to Pepperdine. I get into archaeology, I get into languages, and I never look back. I'm going to try to be a professor. I'm going to try to study this. I don't want to be a preacher. I don't want to work for a church. Lord help me if I work for a church. Because I see what they do to people.
Right.
But I also start looking at the social issues around me. And I realized that there are a lot of social positions that the churches of Christ have traditionally advocated for. Suppression of women, especially in leadership, but even in ministry roles, anti-LGBT, they didn't even call it that. They just say anti-gay. There were just a lot of issues that I recognized that I didn't really want to support or didn't support, but I was told this is where we are. This is where what the Bible teaches. And I just kept saying, actually, I have a question about that. By the way, I also have questions about why this verse doesn't match this verse and why this doesn't match. They keep saying they're quoting this prophecy, but I can't find this. So I was having text critical questions. This is in my seminary, in my Master Divinity program.
This is a Christian institution. Yes. You had to sign a faith waiver, correct?
No.
You didn't. Not this one.
Okay. Pepperdine. Pepperdine doesn't require a statement of faith, not for their professors and not for their students. And that sets it apart from a lot of other colleges where you have to do this. Pepperdine requires you to be for the faculty, in religion, only in religion, not in the other disciplines. But for people who teach religion, you have to be an active member of the Churches of Christ. And so that's how they get around it. So I was in as an active member of the Churches of Christ, but as I started asking questions and started moving more, I became more of a progressive Christian, which there were progressive Christians at Pepperdine when I was there, but they kept very quiet because the administration still held to this conservative stuff. As I was starting to ask these questions, people began to kind of, you can't do it. But I was learning the languages. I was learning the ways to basically argue back. Okay, well, you want to say that, but what about this? I was actually being equipped by them to have these debates.
If I may,
yeah,
I want to probe here, because sometimes we remember things if someone asks us.
Sure.
That's my whole goal. We're going through your brain, right?
Yeah.
Trying to find this. Were there any scholars at this point? Like I had certain conservative academics and apologists and things that I liked as I was going through college and I was into this stuff. Were there any scholars you can remember or works that you came across that kind of geared you for, hey, but this academic's saying this? Or can you remember anything, any of those kind of questions? Maybe professors who you ask questions and they're like, those aren't good questions. Don't ask those questions, kind of hinting to you.
And I also had professors that were excellent professors who knew where I was headed and where I was going. Didn't necessarily agree with me, but they were good professors. They were critical professors. They were trained at good universities and they were good professors. And I'll name them, right? I already mentioned John Wilson, who was an excellent professor, an excellent mentor for me. Randy Chestnut at Duke University, who had his PhD from Duke University, was just an excellent mentor. I would ask him questions and he would often say, why don't you read this article? So, this was a confessional guy. This was a good Christian man, faithful Christian man teaching at Pepperdine. And yet he was a critical scholar. And I've said this publicly on YouTube before. It is absolutely possible to be a confessional Christian man and a critical scholar, to do good, credible scholarship. You can do that. Now, it is also possible to try to be an apologist and to just put forward ridiculous arguments and be a poor scholar. But I had the luxury of having good, well-trained critical scholars. I had Randy Chestnut from Duke. He was trained at Duke, right? He was a great scholar. I had Tim Willis, who went to Harvard, right? Who taught me Hebrew. He taught me Hebrew and was just an excellent scholar. I had Rick Mars, who went to Johns Hopkins, who was just an excellent scholar. I mean, these guys taught me. I had Fran Carver. Fran Carver was one of my professors while she was at Pepperdine. I had Royce Clark, who was a Hawkeye, right? What I didn't know. I had one of the most influential professors that I had was Richard Hughes, which is one of the most prominent historians of American religions at the time. There were many, many others. One of the most valuable courses that I took was from Tom Albright of blessed memory, who just passed. I had these wonderful, wonderful courses from these people who knew that I was already probing and challenging these things, and they were confessional people. And so they would say, they wouldn't get in a fight with me. They would say, why don't you read this article? Why don't you read this here? They would push me towards the right things. And I was able to complete that degree. I didn't drop the degree. I finished my Master of Divinity. I will admit that I saved all my theology classes for the very end. I didn't want to do theology because I knew what I was going to get into. I wanted to do all the toolbox stuff. I wanted to do the languages. I wanted to do history. I wanted to do archaeology, right? I wanted to do all the New Testament text criticism, Old Testament text criticism. And so I was able to finish this degree without getting into too much trouble at Pepperdine. And keep in mind, I was still attending the Church of Christ there at the university. I was still participating. I was still taking communion. I was still a Christian. Mm-hmm. I graduate from Pepperdine with my MDiv. I come back and I apply to UCLA and I'm admitted there. to do a PhD in Near Eastern languages and cultures under Bill Schneidewin.
Now, why would you want to do that?
Because I'm obsessed with. I went to try to work in a .com and try to work in the .com, make some money, and
Right.
But I am obsessed with archaeology. I'm obsessed with language. I want to study the Bible. It's where my heart is. And
Okay.
they have this story about the guy who wants to become a rabbi, and he goes to the rabbi's office. I want to become a rabbi, and the rabbi says, "No, you don't. Get out of here. You don't want to be a rabbi." And the kid leaves, and he comes back and he says, "But I want to become a rabbi." "No, you don't. Everybody thinks they're the boss of you. You don't make any money." Kicks him out. And he comes back the third time and he goes, "Okay, I've driven you away twice. You know all the problems. Only now do you understand that, what's at stake. Now you can be a rabbi because you know how horrible it's going to be a rabbi, and you still want to do it. Okay, I'll train you to be the rabbi." That's how I was. I still wanted to do this, even though that I knew there's no money in it. It's archaeology. It's dirty. But for me, this was a passion, and I love teaching. My sister's a teacher. My mom's a teacher. And so I went to UCLA and I started studying, the origins of religions, and I'm studying language in an intense level. Bill Schneidewin is just one of the greatest human beings on the face of the earth. He's a kind man. He's an excellent scholar. His students get placed all over the world. He's just one of the best scholars in the country, but he's a genuine man, and he let me develop into the person that I needed to become.
Right.
And he was just a good friend. And I could only wish that every scholar, every graduate student could have an advisor like Bill Schneidewin, because he like a coach, he understands what every person needs and says, "Okay, how can I develop you to?" And he understood that I was different, that I was a late bloomer, that I was a baseball player, that I was coming at this from an approach like, I'm going to do this a little differently, that I had these public skills. And he said, "All right, let's craft something for you." But in that process, especially early on at UCLA, I was on my way out of Christianity. And this is where the rubber hits the road.
Yeah. I want to talk about the rubber.
Yeah. He knew that I was basically at a point where I wasn't going to declare it publicly, but I was having not just serious doubts, but I was basically an agnostic. I was still attending church. I was still going. I had actually quit my job. I was still working at Pepperdine and teaching adjunct at Pepperdine, but it had gotten to the point where I was still teaching these things at this confessional school. But I was now finding myself trying to teach things at a place where let's put it this way. I was going to church there and I was teaching there, but I couldn't take when we take communion, right? I couldn't take the sacraments in good faith. And I feel that that's what it should be about, good faith. And since I couldn't take it in good faith, I decided to leave. Basically, I was looking for a way. I mean, I needed to make the break out of Pepperdine and to just move and work and do everything at UCLA. I needed to make a break. And so I did. I left Pepperdine. I left my job. I left teaching there. And I moved over and started teaching at UCLA as an adjunct and as a grad student.
So I want to look at that. I want to look at the kind of tire that's hitting the road here.
Yeah.
We were talking about the rubber. That's a big change. That's a big move. If you can remember, and our memory sometimes doesn't serve us well, what were some of the things? Because usually it's not one thing. It's several things. If you can recall that time in history, what were some of the things you personally couldn't reconcile anymore and cognitive dissonance didn't work anymore, where you realized, if this is the case, then I just can't put my confidence in thinking that this is true anymore. Therefore, I'm going the secular path. I'm going.
Sure. There were all of the standard things, right? The Genesis 1 versus Genesis 2, 6-day creation versus, the fact of science, the fact of evolution. There were, the two flood stories there were all of the gospel accounts that don't quite line up. And then there's John, whatever John's, doing. There were all of the text critical things that I had learned. There was the origin of religion that I had been studying at UCLA now, and it was just beginning to snowball. And it came to a point where,
if I may, on the origins of religion, is that comparing? Is that seeing where Yahwism comes from? Is that seeing kind of ancient Near Eastern deities, kind of a comparative mythology type of thing? Or
let's put it this way. I had become comfortable in talking about the origins of Judaism, the origins of the deity, the origins of the religion, being critical of that, and being critical of Egyptian religions and Mediterranean religions, Mesopotamian religions. But for some reason, and this is true for many scholars in this situation, we didn't want to do the same thing to Jesus and to Christianity. I think it's why you see so many scholars who are confessional going into Egyptology or Assyriology or everything but New Testament scholarship, because they can do this. They can try to reconcile that cognitive dissonance as long as they don't have to go into a classroom and teach about the critical issues about Jesus. They'll do it with Judaism, fine. They'll do it with Egyptian religion, fine, right? And this is another issue, right? And it's where I was never a student of Bart Ehrman, but it's why I really appreciated what Bart Ehrman was always doing, because he was just talking those same text critical issues, but he was doing it about Jesus. And I discovered him and I was like, oh God, where's this guy been, right? And I just became a fan of Dr. Ehrman's. And there were many other people doing it, but he was the one that I kind of latched onto and said, and when I watched him be attacked online, I was blogging by this time and I would just stand up for him. And these were people that I wanted to stand up for. Now, my father was 6'6", is 6'6", and he was in law enforcement. And he always taught me, do your evidence, figure out what it is. But when you make a decision, stand up for yourself. And so, my father taught me to be very self-reliant. My father's basically Jeremiah Johnson, right? I don't know if you know this movie, but he hunts, he fishes, he knows his horses. He taught me, he passed this on to me, and I'm very grateful for this. Doesn't like to be around other people too much, but he taught me, you stand up for yourself and you stand up for other people. If other people are being oppressed, you stand in between them and the oppressor. And so that, he wouldn't call that social justice, but he understands you have to stick up for people who can't stick up for themselves. My mother taught me this as well. You show a tender heart to people when they're in need. And so all of this is coming together, and I'm learning about, I'm doing it late. Let's just be I'm doing this in grad school, early in grad school, but it's happening. It's at least happening. And at the same time, I'm having to wrestle with, California's Prop 8. Now, I'm not gay. I'm a very white privileged, straight white male, able-bodied, 6'1", big, strong guy with a bunch of kids. I didn't have a bunch of kids at the time. I just had one at the time. But I realized that if I just remain silent on this Prop 8 thing, even though I'm not gay, I'm basically just letting other people bear the brunt of this thing. Wouldn't it be nice if straight white males actually stood with these guys and marched with them? And so I made a decision in 2000, whatever that was, 2008, 2007, to write a piece called It's Okay for Christians to Vote No on Prop 8. Basically, it's okay to legalize same-sex marriage in, even if you're a Christian, even if you don't believe in it, even if you don't think it's okay to vote for this, to allow this. And I remember being advised, if you publish this online, you're going to lose about 70% of your job opportunities. Because when you do biblical studies, when you're trained with a PhD in biblical studies, most of your job opportunities are going to be at private Christian schools. That's just the way the landscape is in this country. Most of my job opportunities are, but I said, this needs to be said, and it needs to be said to the audience that I'm from. So I wrote it in such a way that it addresses the people that my people, the people that I grew up with. And basically all the places that I could have adjuncted, these private stopped calling. I knew that I was never going to teach there. But then again, I was at a point in my life that I didn't want to teach at those places where you had to sign a confessional statement of faith. I wasn't ever going to teach. I was never going to be happy there. I didn't believe those things anymore. So by 2007, 2008, I knew I wasn't going to be going back to a place like Pepperdine, to these places. I won't name any others, but that I wasn't ever going to teach there. That if I was going to be a professor, it was going to be at a state university. And by the way, my entire education, with the exception of Pepperdine, was state. I was public elementary school, public junior high, public high schools. UCLA was a public university. I was going to teach it, and this is why I always say, thank heaven for the University of Iowa. University of Iowa saw what I did, saw the movements that I had made, the things that I had been published subsequently, the research that I had done, and the stances that I took publicly. And they said, that's the kind of person that we want teaching here and representing us, somebody who is going to stand up for everyone, regardless of their faith position. And that's what they were looking for. Someone who, even if they're not in a particular group, is going to stand up for everyone. And we can talk more about how I teach or but that was it. That was when I was at UCLA about 2007, 2006. I decided I need to just admit where I've grown. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't out of trauma, and it wasn't I wasn't angry. I had I had been afforded the luxury of having the time to learn my way out of this conservative religion. And that was the first time that I referred.
Or can we refer to it as conservative identity?
Yeah, I was much more agnostic. It was the first time that I went into a classroom and said, I'm an agnostic.
Wow. So you're agnostic. You've said goodbye through studying, not because, you were treated bad by Bobby over here, or you were treated, a certain way. And you found that a critical approach made the most sense of the data. Mm-hmm. Now you stand up for people who aren't you, but that you empathize and understand, mm-hmm. Hey, the world doesn't look like me. It's not all about me. You start to go outside of those boundaries you were raised and taught. I'm sure some of these things go beyond your parents' upraising of what you were to do or what you're supposed to do. You're becoming your own man. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
And now you're going to Iowa, or Iowa sees you and then you get hired there. This might be jumping ahead a little, but you're now agnostic. You're following kind of, I would say, a secular approach with historical critical methods, mm-hmm. which means you kind of approach this with a naturalistic methodology. It doesn't presuppose miracles exist, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there weren't. You've now seen the bigger world, though, so you know what you're dealing with. You get in Iowa, and how'd you end up on National Geographic, History Channel? How the heck did you end up on TV? I mean, there's a lot here in your life I'm sure we won't ever touch, but maybe some of these highlights we can discuss.
Yeah, that is a different story.
Okay.
It was parallel thing. So I always say I've lived a bunch of lives, and they run. It's another story. Let me, and I'll tell it, but let me say this. While I was at Pepperdine, I met some other people. I had a professor that I have not yet mentioned named Stuart Love, and his wife, Diesta Love, who was the chaplain. Now, Churches of Christ don't typically have chaplains, but she was the first one. And Diesta and Stuart were not they were not your typical right-wing. They weren't right-wing. They weren't conservatives, right? But they didn't say that. I didn't know that. But they meant so much to me because they didn't always lead with theology and policy and dogma, and they led with their hearts. And Stuart Love, of blessed memory, who recently passed, and Diesta always welcomed us into their home, always welcomed the students in. They showed empathy. They showed love. They always wanted to demonstrate. They walked the talk. And they didn't really care where we came down on policy. I mean, they did, but that wasn't the thing that led. Stewart and Diesta were about, you show love, you show empathy, you care for people, you give that cup of cold water. And I began looking back to my upbringing and identifying people in that small church that I was raised in who were like that. I began to recognize, there were people like that around me that were those cup of cold water people. They weren't dogmatic. They weren't mean. It wasn't all about that. These were kind, gentle people, right? Who were just trying to show love and show empathy. And it was always the people who were the loudest and the most dogmatic and the most apologetic who dominated every conversation. But in the back, there were always those people who were kind, who were giving, who just cared about making sure that the people around them were loved and cared for and felt. And I said, what a great example to show, to be. And I started to pattern myself after, Rick and June England back in my local church, people like this, Don Larson, who was one of my junior college professors, Stewart and Diesta Love at Pepperdine. I wanted to if I became a professor, I wanted to be like Bill Schneidewin. I wanted to model myself after these people who cared about people.
As an agnostic, correct?
As an agnostic. And I wanted to do this. And I realized that once I let go, once I knew that once I started saying this out loud, and this happened, this is one of the things, a lot of my friends that I grew up with stopped talking to me. Oh, you're not a Christian anymore, or, you don't believe. They just stopped talking, or they just faded away. A lot of them didn't tell me off and have an argument. They just stopped calling. They stopped Facebooking, right? My parents and I don't talk about religion so much anymore, but my parents love me. I love them. We respect each other. They understand what's happening. And we talk about the Red Sox, right? We'll talk about something else. There's a mutual love and respect for each other. They have progressed as individuals. I have progressed as an individual. I love them. They love me. And what I realized is that once I let go, people say you find out who your real friends are. It is true. It's just terrifying. And I understand for people watching this, it's terrifying, but it is also liberating.
Oh my gosh. Say it again.
It is.
Amen.
There are some people that I'm like, I don't want to lose that friend. But then I think to myself, the only reason that I'm friends with that person is we were friends when we were young. We don't have anything in common, not politically, not religiously, we don't have anything in common. The only reason I'm friends with that person is we were friends when we were very young. And so I had a friend once tell me it's probably better to preserve our friendship if we just don't see each other on a regular basis. And I was mad about that at first, and I was like, no, that's probably right. And I just had to learn to let go. And once I let go of this conservative, fundamentalist upbringing of religion, I realized that I was a kinder person.
I was about to ask you.
There was less stress. There was less anxiety. There was less fear. I wasn't always telling people what they needed to do. There was less of this, right? And I was just, how can I help you? What do you need? How can I be an encouragement to you? How can I be a team player? Now I was still a leader. I still have this skill set where I'm an educator and I'm a leader and I'm an entrepreneur and I still have this skill set. But it's how can I build something greater than myself, and how can I help those around me? I'm a father. It's not just because I have 5 kids. I transitioned into this role of, it's got to be bigger than me. How can I help you be a better person? And that's what I do with my students. And instead of telling my students what to believe, I walk into every single class. And I don't know if you have any of my students watching this now, but I start every class with, I make a promise to them. I will never, ever tell you what to believe, ever. I will give you facts and data, and you get to decide for yourself what to believe. I will never try to convert you or deconvert you. I'm going to give you facts, and then you get to decide what you want to do with them. But if you ever need to talk to somebody about anything, please know that I've been there. I've probably been there, and you can come talk to me. I'm a big advocate for mental health. I've been through that anguish.
Yeah.
I've been through that. And so come talk to me.
Is it fair to say that there was a bit of judgmental mentality that comes along with that ideology, that worldview, that once you you're so much more accepting of everyone, anyone, color, creed, race, gender, doesn't matter at all. There is a freedom that has come. It's like you're born again, honestly, in a different
that's a good way to put it. Derek, that's a good way to put it. By just letting go of, and first I would let go. I went from being a conservative fundamentalist Christian, dogmatic, apologist, to becoming a progressive Christian. I read my share of, Blue Light Jazz and Max Lucado, and I became this progressive guy. And then I realized that's also not sustainable to me, because now you're fighting battles on both sides, and so while I'm a left-leaning political. I'm a bull moose, by the way. If people are wondering, where is this guy politically now? I'm a bull moose progressive. It's a party that existed under Teddy Roosevelt, but that's kind of where I am politically, since I'm an independent, but a left-leaning one. But I realized that by letting go of all of this stuff, you actually become less judgmental. I don't have to always try to enforce, here's what you need to believe and here's what you need to. I'm not trying to defend policies I don't believe in anymore. If you're gay, great, good. I love you and I support you and I want you to be the best version of yourself. I really do. And by the way, that was shining through when I was still at Pepperdine. I had gay students at Pepperdine coming into my office because they knew that my office was a sanctuary. They knew that I wasn't going to condemn them. They just knew that, and it was one of the things that I could do there to just they just knew that, even though the official policy there was you can't do this. I don't know what it is now.
Right.
They knew that they could come talk to me about it and I wouldn't judge them. And when that became kind of my official stance on things, I want people to be the best versions of themselves. And I couldn't do that when my faith tradition was, you can't allow that because this ancient text says you can't do that.
I want to ask you, you became agnostic at UCLA, then you're at Iowa. Iowa sounds like an amazing college, by the way. I am so glad that you're happy. And especially when I was interviewing you and you were like, was it Go Hawks? What's their
Go Hawks? Yeah.
Go Hawks. You're like, Go Hawks. I mean, I could tell you got pride for Iowa. You titled yourself agnostic. You kind of didn't want to go out public about it, but then you did go public about that. Where do you put yourself today in terms of pigeonholing yourself, which really, at the end of the day, I have a little philosophy, and it's kind of like, we don't ultimately know, right? We don't have any ultimates, but we're doing the best we can with the data. And I think there's a freedom in not knowing. It's almost like wasn't it Socrates who says how little he knows, and he's the guy who knows so much, at least. There's a freedom in not having all the answers,
right?
And learning to be okay with that. But where do you put yourself now? Are you still agnostic?
Yeah. So I understand that there are people who say that agnosticism is the weak way out, the cheap way out of atheism. And I hear all that. In the same way that I'm a moderate. I don't like the far right as much as I don't like the far left, right?
Right.
I'm 60-70% of this country is in the middle. And yeah, I'm more of a progressive moderate, but I believe that if we talk to each other, that's the only way we're going to move forward as a society. Whether that's about religion or politics or economics or whatever it is, we have to be able to sit down and talk to each other respectfully. You can't you can't condemn people for what they want to say. It is, I don't like cancel culture. Now, I don't like idiots, right? I don't like people who there are some things that just need to be done away with. But for most people, we need to be able to listen to one another and be able to work things out, be able to, we used to be able to do that in Congress. We need to be able to do that in religion. We need to be able to do that in a classroom. Classrooms should be these spaces where you can talk about anything. And that's what I try to do in a classroom is I call it a sandbox. The student should be able to ask questions and discuss things without being punished or penalized in a classroom for even raising the issue. So what I do a lot is I say, let me ask the question for you so that none of you get in trouble for asking it. Right. And I'll ask the question and then I'll answer it. And a lot of times I'll say, by the way, I was always afraid to ask this question, but let me bring it up. And you'll be surprised at how effective that is, because then they'll send me an email, or they'll come into my office and they'll say, I'm terrified of asking my parents that question or asking my pastor that question. Most of the students who take my class are Christian kids who are asking these same questions. And what I just finally decided one day, it's one of the reasons I've decided to do this interview with you, is I wanted to give them an example of a professor who was willing to say, look, I've been there. I lived this. You are my people, right? These are my people, right? I have had these feelings. I was raised in a similar way. And there is a way through. You don't get out of it. It's not like a prison. That there is a way through, and there's a way through without being angry or without being afraid or without telling people off. The way through is to be kind and to ask questions and to seek answers from people who are willing to talk to you about it. And I wanted to be one of those professors, like Don Larson before me, who was willing to say, let's chat. I'm happy to. I won't get mad at you. What do you want to know? And I'll talk to you about it, and I'll answer the question. And I'll do so with as much honesty and sincerity as I can. And if I don't know the answer, I'll tell you I don't know the answer.
Right.
But I don't mind sharing my own personal life with them. A lot of people aren't comfortable with doing this, and that's fine. But a lot of people just aren't as open as I am. But I'm happy to share this stuff because I've experienced it, and I want to give people, hope. There is a way through. And if you are wrestling, if you are struggling with the way that you were raised or with what you believe, and yet you have questions, there is a way through. There is a way to. It gets better. I don't want to steal anything from any other movement, but it does get better. There is a way to say, I don't believe this anymore. And I know it's going to cause me problems with my family, and it's going to cause me problems with some of my friends, and I might lose my job, but there is a liberation on the other side. And there are a community of people, some people you don't even realize who are in your community. They're just afraid to talk about it too, but they will come and they will talk to you and they will help you.
So I'll tell you this. I love everything you've said. Just before I pivot to the thing that you were just saying there, I just want to point out your philosophy as an agnostic is similar to the tribalism we see within politics, or the tribalism we see within us versus them, atheist versus theist type mentalities. Even if you might on a certain day go, well, I don't think there probably is a God. I don't know. I can't be certain that there isn't something, all that kind of stuff. On the note that you just said, I think it's very sad that we're in that kind of situation where our children or our loved ones, our spouse, our friends, our partners, or whatever have to suffer. And so the reason I've been having these conversations, not only with lay people that aren't experts in the field, but also with the top upper echelon of academics such as yourself in the field, is to show we need to normalize this.
Yeah.
If you want to have faith, go for it. And I'm not out here telling you can't. I don't want to do that. But in society, I don't see it systematic where if someone becomes a believer, they're now being condemned, ostracized, and whatnot. Now, I'm not saying that wasn't the case in Russia. Atheist Russia was like that.
Right.
They would have condemned you for believing. We need to prevent that condemnation, that kind of dogmatism from ever arising. And I think we're doing justice one piece at a time by having someone like you come onto a platform like this, publicly speaking out and saying, I love everyone, even the ones who couldn't love me anymore because I made this choice.
Yeah.
I loved them, and I still do to this day. But we need to normalize this and not make it systematic where if you don't believe you are the black sheep of society, this is where we have higher mental health issues. There are people who are in LGBTQ communities that are committing suicide, and they want to just say, oh, they're just mentally ill from the beginning. That's the kind of systematic nonsense that goes out there, rather than the social ostracizing of these people is causing this. So we need to make it normal. We need more groups and communities that are speaking out, that are making this normal. And that's kind of what my goal is. I think we have the same shared ethic on this and our same goal at the end of the day.
Yeah, my goal is not to make everybody an agnostic. Most of my colleagues, to be sure, are still confessional Christians, Jews, Muslims that are academics, that are critical scholars, that are teaching in some of the best universities around the country. But what you don't hear from them, they don't lead with it, is their religious side. You don't know if they go to church or if they go to synagogue, or it's just they're scholars. What I interface with them on a scholarly side, and so you read their publications, you hear about them presenting at conferences. You know, if you get to know them very personally, you might know that they go to church, but it never comes up on a research side because they're never taking off their academic hat and putting on their theologian hat. That's not, it doesn't matter, right? So it is absolutely possible to be a confessional scholar and to be an excellent critical scholar. It's absolutely possible. But for me, looking at the origins of religions, looking at the text of the Bible, I no longer wanted to reconcile this. I no longer believed that was the case. And so I let it go and I became an agnostic. Now, do I believe that there's a deity out there? I never say no. There might be. And that's why I don't say I'm an atheist. There might be something else. I don't know. So maybe there is. Probably not. I think that when we die, and that's the end of us, which makes sacrifice, which makes this life so much more important, so much more valuable. I think we live on through our legacy and through our children and through what we leave behind, which is why it's important to live a righteous life, which is why it's important to do good for others, to have a good family. I think there's what we would call theology. I think there's a philosophical rationale for living a good life. This whole notion of how could you be ethical if there's no, that's nonsense. That's of course there's rationale for living an ethical life if there's no God, or if there's, people do it every day, right?
Look at Buddhists. They're literally philosophical atheists, and often not all, but yeah, look at how moral. There's people from different philosophies are doing very good things on a daily basis, and it is.
I agree. It's important to live a righteous life. It's important to do good for others, if for no other reason, just a purely utilitarian reason, so that they're good to you. Call that karma, whatever you want. It's just, you want to live a good life so that your kids have the best possible shot at a good life, so that people don't speak ill of you when you're gone. And if they're speaking ill of you now, and they're going to speak ill of you because you left a faith, that's not the people you care about anyway, right? It's
Bob, I think that any student who ever took your class is privileged, and it's got to be a great honor to have been taught by you and to learn from you. I'm really honored that you came and gave your story here today. There's so much more I'd love to dive into you, and we need to cover your books in the future episodes. We do have some Q&A, super chats, if that's okay. We'll get to those. But I just want to say get his books. We're going to check and see how many people subscribe to you here shortly after Q&A. I hope that we've at least gained you 100 or 200 subscribers. So please, I pinned his YouTube channel in the chat. It's at the top. It's also in the description of the video. Go subscribe now because we will refresh that at the end. Bob, I can't tell you how much I relate to you. There's so much. There's so much there. And love your story. Really do. Hope that more people will listen to this. Kames, forgive me. Thank you for becoming a member of MythVision's YouTube channel. You have access to several videos. I mean, I've got so many up there. You can go watch them now that for helping and supporting that are early access for anybody who's a member. Imnag with the super sticker, man. Good to see you here, Imnag. David Aaron Hill, thank you for that massive super chat. I really appreciate the support. If not himself, who is Dr. Cargill's best guess for the scholars behind the now defunct NT Wrong blog?
This is boy, okay, so the short answer is I don't know. I was never, and this goes back to my blogging years, I was never able to determine who NT Wrong was. Of course, this is a spoof on NT Right, and it was kind of a joke account about NT Right. I was always more interested in trying to figure out who the Twitter account of Kim Kardashian was. This was one of my favorite Twitter accounts. Kim, it was half of a quote from Kierkegaard and half of a quote from Kim Kardashian, and to put it together to make it sound like philosophy. But the answer to the question is I was never able to figure out who NT Wrong was. And if you think I'm just saying that because I know what I'm trying to keep, I don't. I just never figured it out. Best guess? Wow. It would be, it's not one of my close, some of them know that I have a close little group of people that I blog with. It's not one of them.
Okay. Thank you, David Aaron. Thank you for that massive super chat. Really appreciate the support of the channel. Imnag again says, just subscribed. Thank you. Looking forward to all the lectures. Bob, you've got quite a few videos on your YouTube channel, so I hope people will go over. We're going to refresh that here shortly. Right now it says 2.51K. Let's see what happens when we refresh it here in a bit. Chris White in the house says, hey, Bobby. That's the name that you were called when you were younger. I went to YBC with you every year. Great to see you and hear your full story.
Yeah, Chris. Now, YBC is Yosemite Bible Camp. For those of you not familiar, this is up the road going up to, God, it's Highway 41 going up and then off into the Bass Lake region. So for those of you from Central Valley, this is a beautiful, beautiful camp that was basically maintained by many of the churches of Christ in the Central Valley, but especially many of those with the church that I grew up in. It's a beautiful camp. It's got a rich history. It's a wonderful place. I had many, many good memories there. Yeah, I just have made lots of friends. And again, when you see Bobby, you know that these are people that I grew up with. Thanks for saying hi. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Imnag says, Dr. Cargill, in your opinion, do you think the real danger of indoctrination of children comes from the evangelical church itself believing in fantasy?
Yeah, when we start talking about systems and organized religion and obviously this is, and you've got multiple religions as well. I need you to keep in mind that I married a youth minister. So my wife, Rosalind, was a youth minister. She was a youth minister at Pepperdine. It's one of the reasons I kept going to Pepperdine after I had left, because I was really into this woman whom I love, and we have all these children together. Rosalind and I have decided not to. My kids know that I teach ancient religions. They know some of the characters from the Bible. They also know the Greek gods and they know the Mesopotamian deities. But we have chosen to wait until they are older, and then they can, learn about this from themselves. I'm a believer in when a child's brain is still developing and they can believe just whatever they see on YouTube or whatever they see on TV, that's a very malleable, impressionable brain. And if you're telling them things that it's just going to terrify them, that's not necessarily, in my opinion, the healthiest thing to do for a young child's brain. So we've elected not to raise them in this tradition. Now, granted, we're agnostics, and so we're not going to do that anyway. But I think it does have. There's a reason that youth ministry is always trying to educate children while they're very young and bring them up in the faith. Because if you can get them while they're young, right? It's just like any marketing technique. Get them while they're young, and then they're easier. You don't have to worry about trying to the conversion ratio is much easier when they're young. And when they're in high school, you have all these campus ministry things where flirt and convert is a very effective. If you can get some of the girls to flirt with the guys and you get some of the guys to, right? That's an effective technique. What's much harder is knocking on the door and saying, you have time to talk about Jesus. That's very ineffective. So there is this strategy that's very well known. People don't like to talk about it, but if you can raise them in this tradition, then they're more likely it becomes part of their identity. Maybe it becomes part of their social network, maybe their business network. And they're more likely to stick around to it. And it makes it more difficult to leave it, as I've talked about in this interview.
Thank you so much. Imnag, again, thank you for all the support today. This may be a bit off topic, but since you teach archaeology, do you have any thoughts on Graham Hancock's claims? If true, it will put the final nails in the coffin of young Earth creationism.
Graham Hancock, geez, this is
you were on Ancient Aliens episodes, yeah, of course, as a skeptic, but
I'm the debunker on Ancient Aliens. Graham Hancock, I think, wanted to do his own little version of it. It got picked up on. I don't want to say all of the inside stuff on it. I don't buy a single thing that he says. Let's leave it at that. It's bogus. I don't buy a single thing that he says, nor do any other credible scholars. And we'll just leave it at that. No.
Thank you for that. Jay-Z says, and thank you, Jay-Z, for the super chat. Any chance we could get Dr. Cargill and Dr. Tabor on together to talk Church of Christ restoration movement stuff? I know Dr. Tabor came out of that tradition as well. Thanks to you both.
I like James Tabor. And we have talked about this topic. I think he went to Abilene Christian, or he comes out of the same tradition that and we've had this conversation. His experience is a little different than mine, but also has many similarities. I just saw, I've been out of town. I just saw that I got an email from him, I think in response to the interview that we recently did. I need to write him back.
He emailed me too.
I like Dr. Tabor. Now, when it comes, his research on resurrection he's a guy that you need to, he knows his stuff. He knows his stuff when it comes to resurrection. I think that would be an interesting conversation. By the way, there are several scholars that are in the Churches of Christ tradition who are no longer in the Churches of Christ tradition. There are also many scholars who are still there. That would be a fun chat to have. I don't know if they necessarily want to have them with me, but yeah, I think that would be a fun get to have to sit down and talk with Dr. Tabor, because I like him.
I love James. Yeah. He's a great human being, and he spoke highly of you. He messaged me the other day and says, "Hey, I know him quite well."
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Jay-Z. And then ZZ Lion Dad says, moderates are right wing. Conservatism don't want change. No such things as cancel culture. When was Russia atheist? Please check facts on that. Respect.
Yeah, I don't know if moderates are right wing. I like I said, I came from a right wing tradition. And I would say now I'm a progressive, but not on the far left. I'm a very practical progressive. Conservative doesn't want change. I would agree with that. I lost the rest of it there.
Sorry.
I don't know what no such thing as cancel culture means.
I guess I don't know.
When was Russia atheist? For a long period. The official policy was. That doesn't mean that everybody gave up their faith, but the official policy was.
They were indoctrinating children, actually.
Yeah, no, and when they were Soviets, not Russian,
right.
Maybe when they were Soviets.
That's what I mean. So,
and they just weren't allowed to do this. So, but the Greek Orthodox, the Russian Orthodox Church was always there, but they were certainly the official policy was different. So, yeah, I'm not sure what to do with that one.
Yeah, I don't either, but I do appreciate the love and support. They said respect and threw super chat at us. So Bob, we're at the end, right? We've gotten our super chats. I got the Q&A out of the way. You've told us some of your story. I would hope, if you're down, to talk to the wonderful Queen and see if she's interested in sharing some of hers. I know that this is like really your life, right?
Yeah.
But you and her, I'd love to hear just the love story about how, you stuck around Jesus just to probably be around her.
I will tell you this. When we first started dating, she kept saying, "You're a Christian, right?" She knew that I was going through this. And I honestly was still when we first, I was like, but I'm asking a lot of questions. Right. And what she didn't really tell me at the time was she was too, but she was employed by the church, but she was asking a lot. And about, I don't know how long it was, a few months after we got married, she quit. And so I was like, I see what you're doing there. And so, she, my wife is fun to talk to. She, did you hear that?
No, what she can hear?
She's calling me a liar here.
Does she want to come and say wave, or is she not?
She is my person. This is what we call each other. Rosalind is my person. I keep, and that's just the way I was raised. It's what you have to do in scholarship. I keep a shield up, and I intentionally don't have a lot of people that I'm close to. I do that on purpose. It's a defense mechanism.
Yeah.
I'm friendly with everybody, but nobody gets to except her. She knows me well. I love her to death. She's my person. And, wow. And I'm so glad that I met her.
I'd love to, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But it'd be really cool to just hear it from her perspective.
She's a riot. She's a lot of fun. People who know her, she's a blast.
Well, I did get a couple more little pop-ups here. ZZ Line says, "Hate politics was my first super chat. Respect." Hey, thanks, ZZ. I really appreciate it.
Now this, I love politics because I don't have to do it for a living. But I with much respect, I agree here because I hate the political system as it is now, which is why I'm a bull moose, right? I want nothing to do with either party at this point.
I see what you mean. Thank you, ZZ. David Aaron Hill says, besides Hebrews, what are the Christian or Jewish mysticism comments on the figure Melchizedek during the first 2 centuries?
Thank you. Great question, David Aaron Hill. This is my next monograph. So when I wrote my Melchizedek book, I actually wrote what is essentially 2 books, and I just published the first half of it. And the first half of it is down through essentially the Second Temple period. The second book, which will be coming out hopefully soon. I've got so many things going on. Is all the way up through Hebrews and the Maccabees and all of the different Dead Sea Scrolls, all of the different other interpretations of the Melchizedek tradition, including this one. What Hebrews tries to do with it.
Yeah, I'm curious.
What the Dead Sea Scrolls try to do with it. So this is the next volume.
I'd love to hear what it is. What I find happening, and I don't know, you can tell me if we're on the right track here. I'm not asking for the interpretation. We'll have to read your book on that. But what I find that is interesting, it's like, did you ever watch the Breaking Bad TV show?
I never got into it. I know the premise of it, but I never.
What about
I
Sons
watched
of
some
Anarchy?
clips.
Did you get into Sons of Anarchy?
Nope.
Okay,
I don't watch TV a lot. And I shouldn't say that.
Well,
I
let
watch
me
a lot of TV. I don't watch a lot of new dramas. I'm in the Blacklist right now, so I'm trying to catch up on Blacklist.
Got it. That was actually a good show. What happens is you find these very blip important narratives or people, and then they make entire narratives out of them. So like Enoch walked with God and was not. Okay. Whoa, there's a mystery there. And like now you can run and create entire narratives and stories out of things that just you don't know much of anything about. And in fact, people are sitting around campfires for thousands of years talking about it,
right,
and inventing new tales and narratives about it. So it gives that leeway to kind of create your own theology surrounding this figure, imaginations, things like that. And we see that with TV shows today. That's why I wanted to use it like a good show. If it's really, really good, there'll be like an offshoot of a character or characters from it. And they create their own, like Better Call Saul. That comes off the Breaking Bad or the Mayans. That comes off of the Sons of Anarchy.
Right.
And I think that might be Melchizedek or Enoch or, these kind of traditions.
So when I teach pseudepigrapha and apocrypha, the example that I use to set up the whole class is Star Wars, right? They did the original trilogy, and then there were certain plot holes, right? How were you able to blow up the Death Star so easily? Really, you just down a hole and it blows up the whole thing. And then they basically, when they went and did what was the one that comes right before they blow it up? I forget the.
I don't even remember.
There was a movie that they made where they go in and they basically reveal that, they built in, they're fixing the plot hole, right? They actually built in this flaw on purpose so that they could sneak it out and so that they could, blow up the Death Star. It was done on purpose. They do this with Solo. They do this with Rogue One. My wife just chimed in. My wife's watching. She said, when they did Rogue One, see, it wasn't a mistake. It was done intentionally. I argue that a lot of the pseudepigrapha and the apocrypha, that intertestamental stuff, was basically trying to go back and fix plot holes in the Hebrew Bible. And with Melchizedek, Enoch was easier because Enoch was such a popular figure. They write this story about it, right? You get the Book of Enoch, you get Jubilees, you get these things, and then he kind of comes a tradition. Melchizedek, what they do with him in the Dead Sea Scrolls is different than what they do with him in the New Testament and different than what they do with him in the rabbinic text. So you have all these different Melchizedek traditions, and that's what the next volume of my book's gonna. He actually, in the Hebrews, he looks like a manifestation of Jesus, right? Or he looks like him. Yeah. He comes in, he comes out. No birth, no mother, no father, no genealogy, and they're trying to argue that maybe he's been around for a long time. And it's like, no, it's the king of Sodom. It's the son of the king of Sodom, right? It's the next king because the king of Sodom actually dies in the tar pit. Read the book. It's a good book.
I need to read that, by the way, but we're going to do our next episode, I hope, on that or your other book. Yeah. We need to cover that. Constellation Pegasus in the house. Thank you for that super chat, my friend. What's going on in Ezekiel 24:15-16? Why would Jehovah murder his wife as a symbol?
Ezekiel. Oh God. I always say Ezekiel is like the street preacher out on the promenade or on the Ped Mall, who is basically acting out his prophecies. He's a street performer, right? Why would he murder his wife as a symbol? Everything that Ezekiel does, not everything, but a lot of the things that he does are symbolic. And let's just be very honest, not everything that is in Ezekiel is necessarily going to hold up today as something that, let me say it a different way. A lot of the things that Ezekiel says are pretty cringeworthy by modern standards.
Of course. Hosea too.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just, these are some of the issues. And I know you're pressed for time here, and this is a whole other chat, but you need to remember that these texts were written in a time when women were understood as something, well, for most of us, women were understood as something completely a different. There was a hierarchy, and they weren't chattel, but they were darn close to it. And the treatment of women, whether it's chopping up a concubine and sending out the pieces, or was throwing them out the door to let them be raped, or they were treated in a different way. And yet this same text is held up as, this is the will of God. This is the way that, this,
Right.
the prime example of ethics, and this is part of one of those things that I was always frustrated with, is it can't possibly be that a deity who endorsed slavery, who told you how to be a slave, who could be a slave, here's how you sell your daughter into slavery, that deity, who in the New Testament didn't give I have a dream speech, who said, slaves obey your masters, slaves obey your masters, that same deity that said slavery is okay. By the way, those verses never went away. We had to fight a war in this country to stop slavery, right? To end it. That there would still be people that say that same book should be the book that we should be legislating our modern laws after. Well, what about this verse that talks about slavery? And to pay no attention to that. You can't do that. And this is what I mean about fundamentalism is the scourge, not just Christian Islamic fundamentalism, Jewish fundamentalism
Period.
is a problem. And when I hear politicians get up there and say that we shouldn't obey the secular laws, that the Bible, that God, that's the country was founded on the opposite of that. And so when they talk about this should be a Christian nation, this is when, if you're not politically active, you should be, because that's what's coming. And that's what I'm trying to get people to at least pay attention to.
Wow. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it, Bob. Let's see. This is your YouTube.
Yep.
Again, we said we would refresh at the end, but before we hit refresh, I'm giving you kind of my little apocalyptic, the end is nigh. Here's the warning. The signs are, what is it? It is the last hour, brethren. Give you all the Apostle Paul signals here. Some of us standing here will not taste death, all those kind of things. Before we do, let me go ahead and end the poll. And we asked, have you subscribed to Dr. Cargill's YouTube? And we have, ending the poll now. It says 282 people voted on that. 69 said, great reminder, 69%. Great reminder, doing it now, and 30% said yes. I didn't put the no. I did originally. I put a no option, and there were tons of people putting no, but that's probably people who are coming in kind of trolling and like not a fan of the deconversion narrative. So they're like, no, we will not subscribe no matter what. That happens. So please forgive people in the world.
Sure.
Your website, you're here, obviously you got your ancient Near Eastern civilizations, Near Eastern languages. We were going through your background. This website, what can we find here before we go over and refresh?
You can find whatever the latest news is about archaeology coming out of the Holy Land, Israel, Jordan, Turkey, Egypt, any place there, you're going to find it. So we want Bible and archaeology to be the hub for anything having to do with biblical archaeology. We also put links to the latest videos. These are interviews. We also put up words. We find that a lot of people like to learn the origins of words. So we have one for Greek, one for Latin, one for, we call them right to left words. These are Hebrew and Aramaic words. And then we do one for the origins of names. And then we have some trivia and some frequently asked questions. And we put all of this out there. So the idea being, if you missed a story, hey, I read something about having to do with biblical archaeology, you can always go to Bible and Archaeology and you'll find it. If you click on news at the top, you will find that story, if it's happened in the last couple of years, on our Bible and Archaeology news feed. Just click right up there and you click on that and you'll find that news listed there in the news. And it's any news story that comes out from any source about biblical archaeology will be listed there.
And so you're also debunking stuff here, right?
Oh yeah. No, look, we've been having a ball with the no pun intended, with the Mount Ebal inscription, just because, we think it's important to report the legitimate stuff, but also since the Mount Ebal inscription is a media campaign, it's a public media campaign that, and we know that, no legitimate publication, no legitimate scholar is going to take the time to publish on this because it's an unprovenanced object. So we would deal with it in social media. And so that's what we've been doing, is trying to convince people who are, and I feel bad, right, for them. They're being duped by this. So we're trying to demonstrate why this is a bad claim.
Again, you can support us on the Patreon. I got a crap ton of videos. I work very hard. I edit endlessly to bring you good content. I got a ton with Richard C. Miller and many other academics. And then we also have, if you're interested in actually educating yourself, taking an extensive high quality, course, you can go to MVP courses. It's down in the description. I've got courses with Kipp Davis, Dennis MacDonald, the list goes on and on. I mean, Dale C. Allison Jr., M. David Litwa. I've got one with Richard Carey, James Tabor. We did one on creating Jesus. This one was really fun. A lot of people enjoyed this one. But you can go take a course, own it for life, watch it. You can download it MP3 if you want to just listen, video, the whole nine. Now we are at your YouTube channel. What should we expect? At least 100, at least.
I have no idea. I do know that I've encouraged my managing editor to go out and tweet on socials to send my viewers, my subscribers, to go out and subscribe on your site as well. So they should be, if they're not, go do that. Go sign up for MythVision.
I'm going to hit refresh. Let's see what happens. 2.51.
Oh, it's going to be 2.51.
Subscribe, please, so I don't look silly when I hit refresh. Please. Here we go. Let's see what we got. Holy moly.
Holy mackerel. Yeah, that's a number of people.
That
is a few
how many is that? So 2.51, what would you say that how many people subscribe?
5.1, that's 6.8, that's 100 and
150? 160?
It was my understanding that math would not be on this test.
170?
What was the old Chevy Chase line? Yeah, so what's that, 160? Somebody will do it there in the comments.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the math in my head.
170
but
there. Thank you, Daniel.
Yeah, 170 new, nitty.
I'll take it. Thank you.
Daniel, thank you. Yep. Everybody said they subbed. Look, you're going to have a trickle over the next 24 hours. There's going to be tons of people coming in. Let them know. If you've made it this far into the stream, let him know in the comment section on his YouTube channel. It doesn't matter what video. Go and say, I came from MythVision. Let him know. Let's flex. We're being proud, right? Go Hawks. We'll go MythVision. We want everybody to know. I seriously appreciate you. Are there any final words that you'd like to leave our audience with? Maybe something encouraging, motivational, anything personal that you would like to share with them?
I would say go to the Patreon of MythVision and send your money, and then go to the University of Iowa and consider applying here. Come take some courses. We are going to be pushing an online course that will be available to everyone. That's in the works. That'll be available in the fall. But I just really appreciate you. Thank you for this is something that I haven't discussed in public. And I'm sure I'll have some feedback. My wife is already giving me feedback. And so, I really appreciate you taking the time, and thank you.
I'm sure she's going to be proud of you, and I'm proud of you. What you said today really, really meant a lot to me. And I relate to a lot of it. Mm-hmm. And anyway, I have a person as well, and that person is the only person who's really behind. I mean, my mom has some leverage, but the queen is that person in my life. So thank you, Dr. Cargill, Bob, and we will see you next time to talk about your books.
Yeah.
Never forget, ladies and gentlemen, we are MythVision.
all this stuff, it does completely shipwreck any of that old conviction about the earth being 6,000 years old and the Bible being literally true in the plain sense. At the time, I remember seeing like a demon or something in a bonfire. And the plan was always to go back to church. It messed me up, I think, emotionally, not in the super rebellious way. I didn't, turn to drugs or booze or, end up on the streets or anything like that. I was just an angry kid. She just came up to me and said, "You know what? I don't think I believe this stuff anymore." Oh, thank God. Hey, guess what? Me neither.
Sign up today for the Real Ancient Israelite Religions with Dr. Kipp Davis. Dr. Kipp Davis, I'm excited about this show we're going to be recording today. I have never seen you actually give a formal...
A testimony
of your story. I'm looking forward to hearing where you come from, what you believed, where you were at, your journey into what you learned, what you have become, and how that has impacted you with your faith and where you are today.
Yeah.
So with that being said, I'm going to hand the mic over to you, and I'm curious to know.
Okay. So, I'm a Canadian. I grew up an evangelical. I would say my family upbringing was like very seriously evangelical. We went to church twice every Sunday, and we went every Wednesday evening, like all good evangelicals. Had a personal conversion experience at the ripe old age of 5. I accepted Jesus into my heart. I had a really, really very good, very happy childhood. It was fun being a kid. I had lots of friends at church, so church was never of course, I hated sitting in like the services, right? But I never had, I never really had bad feelings or bad thoughts about it. Didn't bore me, I think. I will say, however, Sunday evenings made me a little bit resentful because in the 80s, every Sunday evening at 6 was the Magical World of Disney on TV, and we got to see the first 5 minutes of every episode, and then we had to go, and we never got to see it. And of course, it's before VCRs and so that sucked. That sucked. So I was baptized, I think as soon as I was able, I was baptized. And there was an age limit in my church. I think if I remember correctly, you had to be 9 or 10 years old before you got baptized. I famously, though, at my church when I was 6 or 7 years old, we had a Sunday service. Then we had a potluck, and all the kids are like running around like maniacs around the church, and it was a big church too, right? Running around like maniacs in the church, and they had a baptism planned following the potluck. So there's like a big baptismal font, like a big pool, right at the front of the church. And I, being the precocious young lad that I was 6. I was there at the baptismal tank, and there was like a centimeter of water, like a half an inch of water, like on that first step into the tank. And I was being a bit of a smartass and thinking, oh yeah, I'm just going to step down, you know, onto this first step. I don't know what I was doing, but I slipped and I fell like right into the baptismal font with all my clothes on. And so, my family and everybody used to joke that I got baptized twice. But but it was a happy child. It was a good childhood. Things kind of fell apart for me in high school. My parents got separated and divorced when I was 16 years old, which is something that did not happen in my church, in my Christian world. It messed me up, I think, emotionally, but not in the super rebellious way. I didn't turn to drugs or booze or end up on the streets or anything like that. I was just an angry kid. I lived with my dad, and he bought me, or he bought this book, and he read this book, and then he gave it to me to read. Maybe you've heard of this book. It's called He Came to Set the Captives Free by Rebecca Brown. You heard of that one?
Sounds familiar, but I'm not sure.
So you've heard of Jack T. Chick publications, Chick tracts?
Yes.
Right. So, I mean, they are classified as hate speech by the Southern Poverty Law Center in the United States. Like, he is out there. But he was the publisher of this book, and this book purports to have been written by a medical doctor, and actually says on the cover, Rebecca Brown, MD. So, but this isn't a book about medicine, and it's not a book about being a doctor. It's about having encounters with demons and with Satan, and rescuing people out of like a satanic human sacrificing cabal living in somewhere in Ohio. It was crazy stuff, but I bought it hook, line, and sinker. This was in the the late 80s, early 90s, right at the height of the satanic panic, and I was all in on this. And it was kind of at that time I just I started having visionary experiences. I started having encounters, which seems like spiritual encounters, but like real life kind of spiritual encounters that I interpreted as seeing like angels, in the street on my way home from work or on my way to work. Just really weird. There was a period where I'm pretty sure at the time I remember seeing like a demon or something in a bonfire, and so this. I was messed up emotionally. I was messed up, but I think what this did is it sort of pushed me into the direction of focus on my faith, on my beliefs. I was always a bit of a Bible nerd. Growing up, I had a picture Bible. It was like my favorite. My parents also bought this. They got this, like, it's a set of 80 cassette tapes called The Bible in Drama, and it literally is like a radio dramatization of the entire Bible. It was pretty awesome. But I listened to these things over and over and over again. So I had a deep love from the beginning of the Bible. And like with all this stuff that was happening to me emotionally, spiritually, I think it really pushed me to just dig deep and to get serious about it. And when I graduated from high school, I went to like a discipleship school overseas. I spent a year in New Zealand there, and it was while I was there that I felt really convicted, commissioned to go into some sort of professional ministry, to become a pastor, a minister of the gospel. I got married, and then I started Bible school. The first Bible school I attended was far too warm and fuzzy for my tastes. I got in with a crowd of these James White kind of Calvinist Reformed theologian types, and of course, I was already kind of an angry person, and this just made me more angry, right? So, but I as I said, the college that I was attending was way too warm and fuzzy for me, so I transferred out, and my wife and I packed up our stuff. I was in Calgary, Alberta, my hometown at the time. Go Flames! And we moved across the mountains just outside of Vancouver to attend what at the time was called Northwest Baptist Theological College and Seminary. Much more closely aligned to my angry James Whitey and Reformed theological beliefs. But the college at the time was located on the campus of Trinity Western University, which is an evangelical Christian university, but it is a proper university. It's an actual school, and there are very good people doing good, serious academic work there. And it was while I was at Trinity that I was introduced to real academic biblical studies. One of the things that my college didn't offer was language classes. So I was very excited right away going to Northwest Baptist to take language classes. And the way it worked at Northwest, being on the same campus as Trinity, is a lot of the courses that they offered were actually cross-listed. And so you'd actually go and attend a university course. So, and this is what my language courses were offered through Trinity Western University. So my very first teacher, my very first Greek teacher was Marty G. Abegg, who the great Marty G. Abegg, Dead Sea Scroll scholar. He was also brand new at Trinity when I started. And he was brought on campus by Craig A. Evans, both him and Peter W. Flint that same year, to start the Dead Sea Scrolls Institute and to start a new graduate program at Trinity with a special focus on Dead Sea Scrolls. So I'll be honest with you. I knew nothing, almost nothing about the Dead Sea Scrolls before I got to Trinity. And then I really, really liked Marty right away, and it started to make me interested. And I eventually transferred out of the college into the university, abandoned the thought that I would ever become a pastor, in large part because I wasn't particularly fond of people. It's a bad mix if you don't like people and you're, a pastor. So I shifted, and I was good at the languages. I took Greek and I took Hebrew before I even got to my fourth year of undergraduate. I already had 2 years of Hebrew, 2 years of Greek, and a year of Syriac, which was a lot for an undergraduate. So I really liked it, and I was good at it. So I decided, you know what, maybe I can become a Bible professor. And that's sort of where it started. Very early on, while I had enrolled in this in this especially James Whitey Reformed theological college, very, very strictly conservative, pretty quickly, I think within a year or two after I started, I was no longer a conservative Christian. I had to, I after transferring into the university, I had to take courses in biology, and I had to take courses in philosophy and in psychology, and all this stuff, it does completely shipwrecked any of that old conviction about the earth being 6,000 years old, and the Bible being literally true in the plain sense, and I pretty quickly became a fairly liberal, progressive Christian. Certainly before I graduated from university. But I went straight into grad school, and I did, and that's really where I started to focus in earnest on the Dead Sea Scrolls. I did a thesis focused on the a particular manuscript from the Dead Sea Scrolls, 4Q382, the Papyrus Paraphrase of Kings, which is an ugly son of a bitch. It is 152 papyrus fragments that look terrible. But this is what I did. I went to grad school. When I finished grad school, I pushed on and I entered a PhD program at the University of Manchester. Still very much very committed to Jesus, very committed to the faith, but more in like a Randall Rouser kind of a way, and very happy too with this whole arrangement. My wife and I, my wife and I at the time, right around when I started my PhD, we had been married already for, I think, over 10 years. We didn't have kids yet. There was some question about whether or not we would even be able to have kids. So we had sort of decided early on that we would always adopt at least one kid. Didn't have any of our own at that point, but decided, we need to start a family, and it was difficult for us. We made the decision right around the time I started my PhD that we would adopt. And so we adopted. And literally, right, I got accepted into the PhD program at the University of Manchester, and right around that time, we had adopted my oldest son, Jaden. He was 4 years old, going on 5 at the time. He is now 23, going on 24. But he was a kid who grew up in the foster system. He had 8 placements. He had already had a disrupted adoption. He had serious attachment issues. And the adoption workers really liked Lisa and me from the outset, just because I think we're pretty chill. We're pretty easygoing people. And as people who were like this, but also didn't have any of our own kids in the first place, like hadn't born children, and maybe didn't have any expectation of having biological children in the future. I think we were able to parent this little boy with these attachment difficulties. But wow, did that ever do a number on many of my thoughts and beliefs about who God is. Being faced with and recognizing that there's biochemical changes that can affect a person's entire life, just on the basis of their genetic material, and also on the basis socially speaking, of like their inability to properly attach to a mother. It really, I don't want to get into a lot of the specifics, but it really had me it really challenged my thinking about, about things like the nature, human nature, sin, these sorts of concepts that we grow up with as, as part of our being as humans, but also something that was correctable. We all have this deep understanding of right and wrong and stuff. Well, my son didn't have it, right? And it was difficult to explain that, or to confront that from this perspective. So that did a number on us. I went through the PhD program. We adopted 2 more kids while I was in the PhD program, and also out of the foster system, and also with their own issues. Like one of my sons has crippling anxiety to the extent that so he was able to go to Sunday school, but would not set foot inside the auditorium, the sanctuary of the church, because he was so terrified of hell, terrified of dying, terrified of heaven, which, for me in my upbringing was just kind of like, I don't get that. I don't understand. But seeing it, I'm just like, man, like it forced me to recalculate so much of my faith that by the time I finished my PhD, I was a Christian out of necessity. I would tell people, I'm like, my focus is the historical, critical study of the Bible and, through the Dead Sea Scrolls. But I literally have to take off my scholar's hat at the end of the day and go and put on my church hat, just to survive in church. Because so much of this stuff started to, it didn't make rational sense anymore. So in order to continue to believe, and I deeply, deeply wanted to continue to believe, I had a wonderful Christian life. I cherished it. I loved it. It was very fulfilling, very rewarding. So I fought like a dog to make sure that I would stay in the faith. But over time, I just, when I finally came out to my mom that I no longer believed that I was, an atheist. And she, when she pressed me for how or why this happened, the only thing I could tell her was that I just stopped believing. I just could no longer believe the things that seemed incredulous to me. And I could not force myself to believe things that seemed incredulous to me. I'm like, you either believe this or you don't believe it. You can't pretend. I'm like, I feel like I had been pretending for a long time and I just couldn't pretend anymore. So I had a position in Norway shortly after I finished my PhD, working on scroll fragments from a private collection there, the Skøyen collection. I was also involved in the publication project for the re-edition of the Cave 1 manuscripts, which was supposed to come out in Dead Sea Scrolls editions from Brill. So we went over there, packed up the whole family and moved the whole family to Norway in 2012 to take this position. And while we were there, the language barrier more than anything early on caused us to stop going to church. And after a while, my wife and I looked at each other and we're like, you know what? I much prefer hanging out at home with you and with the kids than I do in a church. So it was one of these gradual things that just kept chipping away. And I was for a long, I think I had already come around to the point where I had decided I don't believe any of this anymore. But I was terrified of telling my wife about this because I love her and I wanted to be married, to stay married to her. And I was terrified of what this might do to our marriage. So I avoided it at all costs. I avoided it. And it came as an enormous relief to me when one day she just came up to me and said, you know what? I don't think I believe this stuff anymore. Oh, thank God. Hey, guess what? Me neither. Oh, shoo. We can go on and live our lives now. I know, right? So, yeah. I think that's my story. Out of faith.
Let me add some icing on the cake because this has been an amazing story, Dr. Kipp. I really, really love what you did here. Your story to your deconversion and the fact that now you can live happily ever after without having to worry about the tension in your relationship because one is a believer, unequally yoked, that kind of thing. Then there's also the children and the upbringing there. I don't need to get any further into the deepness of your own family situation and where your family is. But I am curious to know, since you've come back from Norway, you're in Canada, and then your appearances on YouTube and stuff. Can you fill us in on this and what you see your role as? What do you think when you wake up in the morning or you project a mirror of yourself in the world? How are you trying to present yourself? What is your mission? What is your goal in the internet world?
Wow, what a great question. First of all, I want to say, coming back from Norway, I think the plan was, even though we didn't believe anymore, my wife and I, the plan was always to go back to church, mostly for the kids, just because we saw it as sort of a stable place for them, and circumstances being what they were. My contract was 3 years, but my wife ended up getting a job back home after 2 years, and she left with the kids to go and work this job, and I ended up alone there for a full year. It was in some respects, certainly at first it was so lonely and it was so hard right away that all I had was work. And I literally, I got up at like 6 in the morning and I started working, and I worked until I went to bed at 10 or 11 at night every single goddamn day. So it was the most productive year of my life, but wow, it was tough. When my wife went back with the kids, they tried going back to church, but she was working really hard too, right? Because she's effectively working as a single mom. We were still together, and this wasn't there was never any. I was going home to be with my family, right? As soon as I was done, but she was effectively functioning as a single mom, so just way too tired to do much more than just go to work, make sure the kids are healthy and fed and safe, and that's what she had time for. And they stopped. They never got back to church. And I always kind of thought, oh well, when I come back and I'm able to be a contributing member to my family again, then, we'll be able to do this. And it just never happened. It was one of those things where, it just didn't happen. So, yeah. So like my life changed so much, I think, from that point prior to going to Norway and then coming back. Like it was so different all of a sudden. And yeah, what does it look like now? Who am I now? What do I see as my goal, I guess, my contribution? I started the channel. So when I came back from Norway, I worked a few contracts at my alma mater, Trinity Western University, an evangelical Christian school. Still, like I'm still not publicly an atheist, which is the only way that I could continue to work at Trinity. I worked for a few years at Trinity as an atheist, while still holding my nose and signing off on that community covenant every year. But what could I needed the work, and it was sort of the only viable place for me to go when I came back. And I felt bad about being dishonest about this, but by the same token, I've been a Christian for so long, I could play the role. So I would go to my classes. One thing we never did in my classes was pray, I'll tell you that much. But it wasn't, some professors did, some didn't. It wasn't something that they cared too much about, that, but that's something we never did in my classes. So thank goodness for that. But if they had required it, I could have done it. I put on a face while I was there teaching students, of fostering their faith in Jesus. How weird is that? Here I am, an atheist professor who is doing his damnedest to make sure that these kids are still the best Christians they can be. And, having, and a big part of the job when you're teaching at an evangelical or a Christian school in a Bible department is soothing all that angst that develops from the cognitive dissonance that you're developing by challenging them with historical, critical, biblical scholarship, right? So all this was going on. I started the YouTube channel in 2017, I think 2017 or 2018, something like that. And the reason I started, I had already been watching YouTube for a long time. I was a big fan of Logic, still am. I watched a lot of Aaron Ra. I watched Atheist Experience and Matt Dillahunty, and Josh Bowen popped up on my radar. And I'll be honest, my first impression when I watched Josh was, I could do that. Right? I'm like, why am I not doing that? But I was not overly confident in my own skills working with the videos, right? But I started the channel because I was asked in whatever year that was, 2017, 2018, to do what's called an independent study at Trinity Western. If not every course is offered every year, a student has to take certain courses in order to graduate. And if a student comes up on the end of their at the end of their term, I guess they're close to graduation, and they're missing a course, but it's not offered, then they can ask a professor to do a directed study, which is basically like a one-on-one course. They pay like shit. It's terrible. You barely get enough money to, I mean, it's really, really awful. But anyways, that's beside the point. I was asked and I agreed to do a directed study for a course that I taught quite a bit at Trinity, and it was one that you know, the department deemed me good enough to ask me to teach it a few times, and that's my course on what was called Israelite religion and Old Testament theology. And this is the course that I've essentially developed for MVP courses. You can imagine it's quite a bit different now than I ever taught it at Trinity Western, but and it's like a million times better. But I was asked to teach this course, this independent study, and I thought, you know, the best way to do this is to sit down, make these video lectures, upload them to YouTube, just give her the link, and she can, you know, go and watch the lectures on her own. She can read the textbook. We'll meet once a week and we'll talk about we'll talk about what's in the lectures and in the textbook, and she'll write assignments and tests and she'll be done. So that's where the channel started. I started uploading this stuff, and shortly after that, I made my very first video response to Michael Jones on a presentation he did on Genesis chapter 1 to 11. And I think at that point, and that's kind of my channel, right? I see my channel as a teaching tool and also a counter apologetics tool. So let's back up a little bit and talk about apologetics, because this is an important part also of my story. While I was a PhD student, I got a job at Trinity Western, working for a theologian, an apologist, who ran the department was called interdisciplinary studies, and he taught it as a Christian worldview. He taught it as Christian worldview courses. Every student at Trinity had to take one course, and they had to take it in their freshman year, and it was this introduction to Christian worldview. So it was a huge class. There was like 450 students. So he needed help with it, and that's what my job was. I was like liaising. He did all the lectures. I was liaising with students. I was doing, you know, marking all the assignments. I was helping him out basically with whatever he needed. And then he taught this other course for all the seniors. Everybody who was graduating had to take developing a Christian worldview. And, you know, that class it wasn't 450 students, but it was usually up to like 100 every year. And this is what I did. And it was so frustrating for me because of these courses being offered in a serious university promoting Christian apologetics. I mean, that's all it was. It was how to manage your faith in a critical world. You know, how to respond to skeptics, how to make sense and harmonize all the problems in the Bible, how to properly view science in light of religion and Christianity. It was awful. But I think this really is where I started to pay attention to apologetics and to apologists. And I think it was in that moment that I realized, oh my God, this is a serious problem. Apologetics, in my mind, is one of the worst things about Christianity, because the entire enterprise, I won't even call it a discipline, because it is not a scholarly discipline. The entire enterprise is founded on essentially placating the hurt feelings of insecure Christians. It is entirely in-house. It doesn't, the goal of apologetics, I am convinced, is modern apologetics is not about saving souls. It's about making Christians feel better about being Christians. And of course, the only way, as a biblical scholar, with so much of the problems within Christianity, especially the more fundamentalist or evangelical brands of Christianity, are centered on the Bible. The Bible is a problematic book because of the history, because of the very natural origins of the text and all the problems within the text. It's incredibly difficult for them to deal with, which is why apologetics is there. So it's all about helping Christians to get over their anxiety about the Bible. And the only way to do that is to do so through fabrications and weak arguments and, exegetical and historical fallacies. So that pretty quickly became kind of my goal with at least my YouTube channel. I love the Bible. I am a Bible teacher. And I see my role as a Bible teacher and a content creator as helping people understand what the Bible is and why it's so great. Because it's not a great religious text, but it's a great piece of ancient literature. It's not a great book around which to construct your life and your worldview. But wow, is it interesting. Wow, is it exciting when you really get right down into the text and you understand it within its original context, when you understand it as from the perspective of the early readers and interpreters of the Bible. Wow. It to me, that's where it comes alive, and that's where it's exciting. And I think that's what people need to hear, because in my opinion, I mean, Josh was out there, and yeah, he was doing a good job of what he was doing, but it felt to me like there is a concerted need for quality Bible scholarship that was publicly accessible on YouTube. And in large part because so much of the stuff that was publicly accessible was coming from this apologetic perspective where we're constantly forgiving the text and attempting to maintain this horribly flawed hermeneutical model, which maintains this weird integrity of the text that we need as evangelical Christians. So, moving forward, that's what I'm all about. I'm all about teaching the Bible. I'm all about countering apologetic nonsense when it comes to the Bible. And I'm still convinced too, even those apologists who want to fixate on philosophical arguments, or who, I don't know, want to fixate on scientific arguments for God. You can't ignore the Bible. No Christian can ignore the Bible. And because the Bible is so problematic, at one point or another, they're going to have to deal with someone like me.
Was homosexuality just for a time? No, homosexuality was not for a time. You're actually translating the Bible to say the exact opposite of what the Bible says in plain reading. This generation will not pass away until they see the Son of Man coming in the clouds, and you interpret it to mean this generation will pass away, and the next, and the next, and the next, and in fact it'll be over 2,000 years before Jesus comes back. I was a typical youth leader type, charismatic Christian.
We are 2,000 years removed from the book of Revelation. How is it that Revelation can be 2,000 years? It's saying seal it up to times far off, 490 years.
That statement there, disagree with every worship leader, every worship pastor, every pastor I saw on any stage in Hillsong, in like Bethel. And then next day, he'd still be quoting it as if like he just didn't care. He didn't care about reality. He didn't care about facts. He didn't care about like the real world consequences of his barbaric belief system. And that pissed me off.
Welcome back to MythVision Podcast. Today, my guest was a devout Christian. Not only a devout Christian, he was a Christian youth pastor who sincerely followed Jesus. And we're going to get into this, but he no longer does. So we're going to hear what happened and then get a little bit of his story. His name is David MacDonald. Welcome back, my friend.
Hey, thank you so much for having me on, Derek.
You've been on a few times in the past, and some people who've watched those live streams may know who you are. But the real question is, people have theological positions that kind of automatically say, if you really left us, you were never truly one of us. And I'm curious to know from just anyone asking anyone, how serious were you about being a Christian and following Jesus?
I was very serious. I didn't consider half the people in my church true Christians. I would consider them lukewarm. I was a little bit, I guess you could call self-righteous in that way, in that I really believe that to be a Christian, you not only, it needed to consume your whole life. You needed to take up your cross every day. You needed to die to yourself, to be a disciple of Jesus, and to every breath that you took was another way to glorify him. There was no such thing as like a milky or watered down version of Christianity for me. That, to me, that wasn't Christianity. To me, that was, it wasn't Christianity.
Right. And I know I can relate in many ways of looking around and seeing the church and saying, what is this? We're going, just to give people something to hold on to, we're going to go into some things at some point during this discussion that really caused your faith some problems within the Bible. Obviously, you're coming from a Protestant perspective, so you aren't dependent on church history and letting church fathers supposedly dictate the truth. You were dealing with the text of Christian text, if we will, the Bible. And that was really our main priority, was understanding scripture. So we'll get into that. So you're going to want to stay tuned. But the other thing that I find interesting in what you're saying here, David, is you're so serious about this that if something isn't adding up, I think it's going to be a quick problem for people like you and me. And I think that's worth pointing out when some people go, why is it these fundamentalists, these evangelicals, these hardcore Jesus freaks end up always being the ones, and it's not always the case, but like majority of them end up being the ones who deconvert and kind of go all the way in the I don't believe it all. Yeah. So I think that can be highlighted throughout this episode, I hope, for people who are watching.
Yeah, for sure. I think that I do have an extreme personality, but I think it's just that I take my beliefs seriously. I think that if like Paul said, if Jesus really truly did raise from the dead, then it means everything. Like it truly does mean everything. And if he didn't, then there's a problem, and it doesn't mean anything. So, I mean that, yeah. If
I were to ask you, how serious, give us an example of how serious you were about your Christianity before we dive into some problems. Because I kind of want to take a different route with this one. I don't want to go into something you've already talked about somewhere where people can watch on your channel, and they need to. Deep Drinks podcast, which is on YouTube. The link is in the description. I highly recommend you go subscribe to my friend here, David. You can hear his story in depth, but this is a different path than you've ever talked about. And we'll get into the problems. How serious were you? I mean, people talk the talk, but what made you, if you could flex or show us something or give us something to hold on to on why you considered yourself so serious about Jesus?
I guess I was a typical youth leader type charismatic Christian, in that I would often run like prayer groups up. I lived in a place called Noosa at the time, and would run prayer groups up the top of Mount Timbewa to all hours of the night, praying over our town, trying to remove the devil's strongholds for God's kingdom to come, and all that kind of stuff. We didn't have a lot of homeless people where I live, but I remember my parents bought me this brand new jumper. I was only like 16. It was like a birthday present, and it was like my favorite jumper. And I gave it away to this homeless guy, and convinced him to come to church. And apparently he did. I wasn't there that day because I had to work, but I was telling him about Jesus, and he was telling me about being in war and killing people and things like that. So like my friends were with me, we're on push bikes, and everywhere I kind of went, it was just another reason to kind of witness to someone. I used to tell people at checkouts, like I heard a friend, I heard through a friend that someone had a sickness, and I would tell them like, well, I'll pray for you. And I believe in miracles, and I believe that that you can be healed, and that God loves you. And yeah, I was like, it's kind of cringy to think about now, but I was very, very much, it was all encompassing. My dad made a joke actually that we were doing the work in the backyard, and I think he was getting a little too sick about how charismatic I got within the Christian faith. Mm-hmm. And he would take like 2 steps, and then be like a branch in front of him, and he'd be like, "Dear God, do I step over the branch or like go around the branch?" And then like he'd pick up a shovel and say, "Dear God, thank you for giving me the power to lift up this shovel." Like, and I was kind of laughing along, but he was trying to make a point that like, I was too focused. I was too heavenly minded for any earthly good.
I can definitely relate, and I hope that we come back full circle to this point. I think you were trying your best and honestly believed in your heart of hearts and in everything that you knew that you could possibly know to get to the truth and to worship and believe in God and stuff. So I want to get to the problem.
I've told my deconstruction story many times, but I've never actually gone into detail about specific parts. And I guess the biggest part for me was I was part of a church that believed in the perfect word of God, that the Bible was without error, that Noah's Ark really happened, that Adam and Eve existed as real people, just taking the Bible as literal truth, and that there were no contradictions. And of course, there are ways to remove every contradiction that you find in anything. And this is something I really want to drive home before we dive into any of the problems is, if I said, "Derek, I'm going to come visit you in America. I currently live in Australia. And I'm going to walk there." And you say, "Oh, that's crazy." But then the next day I rock up and I say, "I've walked to your house, Derek. And in the future, let's say 100 years from now, there's a religion of deep drinks. And they're saying, oh, no, Dave actually did walk. He walked all the way to America." And some people are going, "No, he couldn't have walked. That's impossible. There's an ocean between Australia and America." And and then the person says, "Well, actually, Dave was trying to teach us, the great prophet Dave was trying to teach us the importance of deep vein thrombosis and blood clots on planes." So what he was actually saying is he was walking up and down the aisle in the plane to try and create blood flow, because we know that's important to do when you're on long flights. So David was actually, not only does this prove that David did walk to America, but he actually did teach us science as well. And so, but is that the most likely reading? Is that the most honest reading of me saying that I'm going to walk to America when I say I'm going to walk to America? I don't think so.
I guess there's so many analogies you could use, but your whole point in this example of Dave walking to America is that the plain obvious reading that would have been intended initially would have been, I'm going to actually walk to America. And so the question someone who might be using historical methodology would be is, did David not know that America connects to Australia? Or did David honestly think somehow he's going to walk across the ocean as a miracle? Like, what did he mean? And if we have no evidence of David actually thinking about flying a plane to begin with, why are we inserting this interpretation to somehow match the problem we're trying to solve? And this happens often in biblical interpretation.
Or someone might see the last episode of Deep Drinks, see that I had different lights on in the background, and see that I had a different color, and go, wow, David must have already been in America, and he was walking to... There's a million ways you can justify anything, and you can make anything work as long as you try hard enough. But is it the most honest reading of the text? And I would say the stuff that I'm going to bring out today, it pulls apart Christianity, at least the Bible's inerrancy, with almost no excuse, and it pulls apart the morality of the Bible with almost no excuse. Like it's a one-hit punch. It's a Mike Tyson KO. I don't know why more people aren't talking about this.
And so these were things that along your deconversion or your doubting phase, or were you in deep with Christianity and then came across this stuff? What happened?
So I believe it was during ministry college, where I was training to be a youth pastor, that I actually discovered these things and dove more deeply into them. But I could never find a consistently good answer. And I think that what you do when that happens is you kind of put it to the back of your mind, and you put it into the shelf into a shelf of like, I'll deal with that later. Or some people might not do that, or maybe I didn't do that. I just thought, this isn't like whatever. I'm just going to ignore that cognitive dissonance and kind of move on, because like when you're going through ministry college, you're getting hit with so many different ideas. It's like you don't have time to kind of like actually seriously examine the fundamentals of what you believe. And it's almost like your brain stops you as well. If you've got too much involved, like if your whole family is religious and you have all these like connections, or your friend groups are religious, you've invested so much money and time and energy into this one thing, it's like a sunk cost fallacy. It doesn't matter what someone shows you, it's really hard to see it.
Right. That makes sense. Let's get into it. What are some of the problems?
Okay, so this is kind of my deconstruction in three ideas from the Bible. And the last two were pretty intense, but we're going to start with something that I think is a slam dunk argument against the inherency of at least what Jesus spoke about. One of my favorite ways to minister to people, especially in high school, was I would go to people and I would talk, and they would say, "Why do you believe in God? Why do you believe in the Bible?" I was known as Captain Christian in school, which started as a payout, and then I claimed it. I was like, "I'm going to claim that. I love that." So I used to go to people and say, like, the end is near, essentially. And I would read Matthew 24, and I would talk about how there were wars and rumors of wars. I would bring news stories in, and I remember I could look at a group of people who were initially first trying to tease me, and then I would start telling about this, and I could see some people in that group who were kind of clicking with what I was saying, and they looked a little bit concerned. And then afterwards, I would go up to them and I would say, "Oh, I've got a Bible for you," and I'd have these little youth Bibles that I'd give out. They're like kind of magazines, and then one of those guys actually ended up coming to youth group and getting quote unquote saved. We're going to do a little bit of reading here. I think it's important to give the respect that the Bible should have in like reading the entire scriptures around it, before and around it, so we get the full context. Because I don't want people to feel like I'm being dishonest when I'm interpreting this. So the first one is we'll read is our first gospel that was written, which was Mark, and we're going to read chapter 13. By the way, this is the same Bible I used through ministry college. You can see I wrote. There's lots of little notes and scribbles in here. So Mark 13. As he, that is Jesus, was leaving the temple, one of the disciples said to him, "Look, teacher, what massive stones, what magnificent buildings. Do you see all these great buildings?" replied Jesus. "Not one stone will be left on another. Everyone will be thrown down." As Jesus was sitting on the Mount of Olives, opposite the temple, Peter, James, John, and Andrew asked him privately, "Tell us, when will these things happen, and what will be the sign that they are about to be fulfilled?" Jesus said to them, "Watch out that no one deceives you. Many will come in my name, claiming I am he, and he will deceive many. When you hear of wars and rumors of wars, do not be alarmed. Such things must happen, but the end is still to come. Nations will rise against nations, and kingdoms against kingdoms. There will be earthquakes in various places and famines. These are the beginning of birth pains. You must be on your guard. You will be handed over to the local councils and flogged in the synagogues. On account of me, You will stand before governors and kings as witness to them, and the gospel must first be preached to all nations. Whenever you are arrested and brought to trial, do not worry beforehand about what to say. Just say whatever is given to you at the time, for you are not speaking but the Holy Spirit. Brother will betray brother to the death, and father his child. Children will rebel against their parents and have them put to death. All men will hate you because of me, but he who stands firm until the end will be saved. When you see the abomination that causes desolation standing where it does not belong, let the reader understand. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let no one on the roof of his house go down and enter the house to take anything out. Let no one in the field go back to get his cloak. How dreadful it will be in those days for pregnant women and nursing mothers. Pray that this will not take place in winter, because these will be the days of distress, unequaled from the beginning when God created the world until now, and never to be equaled again. If the Lord had not cut those days short, no one would have survived. But for the sake of the elect, from whom he has chosen, he has shortened them. At the time, if anyone says to you, "Look, here is the Christ," or "Look, there he is," do not believe it. For false Christs and false prophets will appear and perform signs and miracles to deceive the elect, if that were possible. So be on your guard. I have told you everything ahead of time. But in those days, following that distress, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, and the stars will fall from the sky, and the heavenly bodies will be shaken. At that time, men will see the Son of Man coming in the clouds with great power and glory. He will send his angels and gather his elect from the four winds and the ends of the earth to the ends of heaven. Now learn the lesson from the fig tree. As soon as its twigs get tender and its leaves come out, you know that summer is near. Even so, when you see these things happening, you know that it is near, right at the door. I tell you the truth, this generation will certainly not pass away until all these things have happened. This generation will not pass away until all these things happen. And let me just remind everyone, they'll see the Son of Man coming in the clouds. They'll see, the sun will be darkened. The moon will not give its light. To me, in plain reading, that's blatantly obvious that the end was going to come within a generation.
I agree.
What are your thoughts?
Absolutely. It's funny. I bring this up all the time. I mentioned this movement called preterism, full preterism. And they saw this, and the way they dealt with it is they said, it did come. He did come. Yeah. He came on the clouds. It was a metaphor. Yahweh rode on the clouds in the Old Testament. So they would find a way to rationalize Jesus' statements. But, just giving the problem here to really stick it in your face. And trust me, I tried to rationalize this for several years as a full preterist. Acts chapter 1, verse 11 has Jesus literally ascend into the clouds. They see it with their eyeballs. And it says, in the same way, the two angels say, "What are y'all staring at? This same Jesus that you see go off into the clouds, he will come back in the same manner." So you literally, at least according to this Luke Acts author, which is an early witness in the synoptic tradition, which would be using Mark and Matthew, I tend to think. But anyway, you don't have to go down that path. His interpretation is that, literally he's coming back on clouds. So, do you think Jesus actually flew on a freaking cloud in the first century, and that the end of all things actually happened, that the new heavens and new earth, because remember, his words will be forever, but heaven and earth will pass away. So you have to deal with this new heavens and new earth, which then you have to reinterpret that. There's so much nonsense that's involved in trying to fix a simple, he was wrong answer.
Yeah. But so in my previous understanding, the Bible couldn't be wrong. The Bible was perfect. And I think a lot of people, maybe even people watching this right now, might hold to that perspective. And they might say, well, the Bible is factual, it's just factual and you can't argue against it. And funny enough, it was actually the morality that was taught to me at church that ended up having me reject it. Pursue the truth, pursue what's good, pursue the line, don't and I followed that. But then when I followed that, unfortunately it led me to reject the faith.
It's wild how that works, isn't it?
It is. Okay, so the next scripture, Matthew 24. Jesus, it's the same story. Jesus left the temple and was walking away when his disciples came to him and called for his attention to the buildings. Do you see these things? He said. I tell you the truth, not one stone will be left on another. Every one of them will be thrown down. As Jesus was sitting on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately. Tell us, they said, when will this happen? And what will be this sign of your coming and the end of this age? Jesus answered, watch out that no one deceives you, for many will come in my name claiming I am the Christ and will deceive many. You will hear of wars and rumors of wars, but see to it that you are not alarmed. Such things must happen, but the end is still to come. Nations will rise against nations and kingdoms against kingdoms. There will be famines and earthquakes in various places. All these things are the beginning of birth pains. Then you'll be handed over to be persecuted and put to death, and you'll be hated by all nations because of me. So this is actually, I used to use this and say, like, as like a gotcha to like, because people would come to me and like kind of like tease me for being Christian. And then I would point out like, I'm being hated, bruh. So you're fulfilling the prophecy, bruh. Anyway, at that time, many will turn away from their faith and will betray and hate each other. And many false prophets will appear and deceive many people. Because of the increase of wickedness, the love of most will grow cold. But he who stands firm until the end will be saved. And the gospel of the kingdom will be preached in the whole world as a testimony to all nations, and then the end will come. When you see standing in the holy place the abomination that causes desolation, spoken through the prophet Daniel, let the reader understand. Then let those in Judea flee to the mountains. Let no one on the roof of his house go down to take anything out of the house. Let no one in the field go back to get his cloak. How dreadful it will be in those days for pregnant women and nursing mothers. Pray that your flight will not take place in winter or on the Sabbath, for then there will be great distress, unequal from the beginning of the world until now, and never to be equaled again. If those days had not been cut short, no one would survive. But for the sake of the elect, those days will be shortened. At the time, if anyone says to you, look, here is the Christ, or there he is, do not believe it. For false Christs and false prophets will appear and perform great signs and miracles to deceive even the elect, if that were possible. See, I have told you ahead of time. So if anyone tells you, there he is, out in the desert, do not go out. Or here he is, in the inner rooms, do not believe it. For as lightning that comes from the east is visible even in the west, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. Wherever there is a carcass, there the vultures will gather. Immediately after the distress of those days, the sun will be darkened and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from the sky and heavenly bodies will be shaken. At that time, the sign of the Son of Man will appear in the sky, and all the nations of the earth will mourn. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of the sky, with power and great glory. And he will send his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather the elect from the four winds, from one end of the heavens to the other. Now learn this lesson from the fig tree. As soon as its twigs are tender and its leaves come out, you know that summer is near. Even so, when you see all these things, you know that it is near, right at the door. I tell you the truth, this generation will certainly not pass away until all these things have happened. So again, you're seeing the same story with a little bit more flair, it's developed a little bit now because Matthew was written after Mark. I've got one more scripture to read from this, and then I'm going to get into a little bit of some apologetics about this. So Luke 21:5, this is shorter, 5 to 23. Some of his disciples were remarking on how the temple was adorned with beautiful stones and with gifts dedicated to God. But Jesus said, as for what you see here, the time will come that not one stone will be left on another. Every one of them will be thrown down. Teacher, they asked, when will these things happen? And what will be the sign that they are about to take place? He replied, watch out that you are not deceived, for many will come in my name claiming, I am he, and the time is near. Do not follow them. When you hear of wars and revolutions, do not be frightened. These things must happen first, but the end will not come right away. Then he said to them, nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. There will be great earthquakes, famines, and pestilence in various places, and fearful events and great signs from heaven. But before all this, they will lay hands on you and persecute you. They will deliver you to the synagogue and prisons, and you will be brought before kings and governors, and all on account of my name. This will result in your being witness to them, but make up your mind not to worry beforehand how to defend yourself, for I will give you words and wisdom that none of your adversaries will be able to resist or contradict. You will be betrayed even by parents, brothers, relatives, and friends, and they will put some of you to death. All men will hate you because of me, but not a hair on your head will perish. By standing firm, you will gain life. When you see Jerusalem being surrounded by armies, you will know that the desolation is near. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let those in the city get out, and let those in the country not enter the city. For this is the time of punishment in fulfillment of all that has been written. How dreadful it will be in those days for pregnant women and nursing mothers. There will be great distress in the land and wrath against this people. They will fall by the sword and will be taken as prisoner to all the nations. Jerusalem will be trampled on by the Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles are fulfilled. There will be a sign in the sun, moon, and stars. And on earth, nations will be in anguish and perplexity at the roaring and tossing of the sea. Men will faint from terror, apprehensive of what is coming on the world, for heavenly bodies will be shaken. At that time they will see the Son of Man coming in the cloud, with power and great glory. When these things begin to take place, stand up and lift up your head, because your redemption is drawing near. He told them this parable. Look at the fig tree and all the trees. When they sprout leaves, you can see for yourself and know that summer is near. Even so, when you see these things happening, you know that the kingdom of God is near. I tell you the truth, this generation will certainly not pass away until all these things have happened. We've just heard the same story 3 separate times, the exact same thing with some slight differences, obviously, saying this generation will not pass away until all these things happen. And you may wonder, like, so why is this the case? Like, why hasn't Jesus come back? Like, what is the reason this is here? What are the things that you've heard, Derek?
Oh, there's tons of stuff. I mean, he's trying to save more people. 2 Peter. There's so many things and I'm sure you're going to get to that. It doesn't mean generation doesn't mean generation. It means like race of Jews, or there's always an excuse in people trying to get out of it. Jesus is, he's just trying to get more people saved, and he didn't mean what you think he meant. There's always ways out of it. The one scripture that really nails this too is Matthew 16, 27 and 28. Turn there and read that real quick. That one right there is a fun one.
Matthew 16?
27 through 28. Yeah, but you might want to read 26 or something just to lead up to, so you know where we're at.
What good will it be for a man if he gains the whole world yet forfeits his soul? Or what can a man give in exchange for his soul? For the Son of Man is going to come in his Father's glory with his angels, and then he will reward each person according to what he has done. I tell you the truth, some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Right.
I mean, there's always an excuse to try and get out of this one.
The excuse I've heard for that one is the Holy Spirit was the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. It was like the day of Pentecost. I initially had that in there, but I was like, no, I want this to be like ironclad. I don't want anyone to be able to wiggle out of this.
No, that is ironclad. Just like your Matthew 24, just like your Luke 21, just like your Mark 13, and the other ones that we're going to get into. It's ironclad. They need to make up the transfiguration. That's what it is. Well, that's only 6 days later, and guess what? No one there died. No one tasted death. No one died except Judas. If you want to go to the Pentecost one, no one had died yet other than Judas. But he says, some of you standing here, I don't know, he should have just said one of you standing here. He doesn't. Some of you standing here will not taste death until you see the Son of Man coming in the glory of the Father with his angels to repay each man according to his deeds. Well, what the heck does that? And then, I mean, it's like, what did he do at Pentecost? He just poured out his spirit on a few people. He didn't repay each man according to their deeds. That sounds like judgment, not, here, I'm just going to make everyone here speak in tongues. It's just, there's so many wiggles that they want to make, because what is the alternative? Not good.
The alternative is it didn't happen, and like it didn't come to pass. So the word generation there, it even says in the footnotes of this, or race, like at the bottom, because the scholars knew that there was a problem. But the problem, like I ask any person who says, well, okay, it can mean race. Okay, well, find me, like go to your Bible, go to the Bible that you use, and see, does it translate it as race? I can't find any mainstream Bible that I know of that translated as this race will not pass away until all these things happen. Like that is not how the Bible scholars translated. Even this one translated as generation. Like to translate it as race or whatever, you're actually translating the Bible to say the exact opposite of what the Bible says in plain reading. The exact opposite. So did Jesus walk on water, or did he fall below the waves? Did he resurrect? Or did he just die and end up in a tomb? You read it in plain English. This generation will not pass away until they see the Son of Man coming on the clouds. And you interpret it to mean this generation will pass away, and the next, and the next, and the next. And in fact, it'll be over 2,000 years before Jesus comes back. If you can do that, then why can you not do that with everything else? Why can you not find a way to say, like, oh yeah, Jesus never walked on water, he actually sunk. There wasn't an empty tomb, there was actually 30 Jesus in there. Like, you can literally make anything work. The reason why people do that is not for historical or intellectually honest reasons, but it's theological reasons.
Mm-hmm.
It's saving the theology that they've already subscribed to. No one does like a crash course on Christianity and then becomes a Christian. Usually they buy into Christianity for like traditional reasons, family reasons. They get delivered from drugs. They have a spiritual experience. There's something happens to them, and then they start to put the pieces together afterwards.
I just want to make one comment as we move into the next troubleshooting issue here for this whole thing, is that it must have been important enough to these authors that they are retaining this tradition of some type of early apocalyptic idea that is attributed to Jesus, where the end, the eschaton, the eschatology, if you will, of all things is supposed to be near. What I find ironic and interesting is that in these passages, there's partial truth, because the destruction of the Jerusalem temple did happen. And the Jews were captured in the city. Obviously, that didn't end well. Anyone can read Josephus. So you have this like clear, there's some truth to this. The stones will be thrown down. Now, is that meant literally? Of course, you could say, well, it's figuratively to say like the buildings will just be destroyed, and they were. Rome squashed the temple and the people in it like a cockroach. So you're like having to say, okay, this author, people want to say this is prediction of Jesus. There's a lot of reasons scholars would say this is why they think these gospels were written after Jerusalem's destruction, the demise of the Jews and the temple. But then you have the other issue of like, after that, so that whoever the author is that's writing this is saying, you see these signs, Jesus, talks about these signs, the temple's destruction. Well, all of these signs, it's not the end yet, but as soon as all this happens, the end is about to take place. So the author's writing like Daniel in a way, where he's in that little Antiochus Epiphanes window of 10 years in the 2nd century BC. They're getting all the facts right, and then they're making some predictions. And from there, it's wrong. And that's the problem. We're dealing with the same failed apocalyptic kind of thinking there. And so it kind of gives some scholars the inclination to say, we think we might at least date this after 70, but they would like not want to go too far after 70, because after that destruction, they're expecting this generation to somehow not pass, and that the end is supposed to happen. And of course, it keeps not happening. You have another verse, another chapter you want to bring up that I'm sure kind of implies this.
And so you've seen 2 Peter 3. The day of the Lord. So this is like, I love this because this is like the author trying to like calm down the church. Like, guys, it's been 40 years. Like, don't worry about this. Like just chill out. So read what it says here. Dear friends, this is now my second letter to you. I have written both of them as reminders to stimulate you to wholesome thinking. I want you to recall the words spoken in the past by the holy prophets and the command given by our Lord and Savior through your apostles. First of all, you must understand that in the last days, scoffers will come scoffing and following their own evil desires. They will say, where is the coming he promised? Ever since the fathers died, everything goes on as it has since the beginning of creation. That's what we're doing, Derek. We're scoffing right now. That's my favorite sin, by the way, to scoff. But they will deliberately forget that long ago, by God's words, the heavens existed and the earth was formed out of water and by water. But do not forget this one thing, dear friends. With the Lord, a day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is like a day. The Lord is not slow in keeping his promise, as some understand slowness. He is patient with you, not wanting anyone to perish, but everyone to come to repentance.
You pretty much are pointing out several things that I've also gone through with my deconversion and trying to understand this. Like, there'd be no reason, first of all, in writing this, if there weren't people at this time actually scoffing, saying, dude, you guys said he's coming back. What the heck, man? Like, He ain't coming back. What's up? Why is he not here yet? You guys promised. He promised, and it's not happening. And so there's a problem. And now they're doing exactly what you're saying when you opened up about David walked to America. These authors themselves, this is the problem with understanding the New Testament, because once you just allow the scripture to be the truth, their BS excuse, if I can say it, because, I've lied to my parents or tried to make excuses for whatever I didn't do right. You make up an excuse. They're making up an excuse to get Jesus and the early church off the hook. And people are reading the excuse as if it is the truth. Well, a day is like 1,000. Anything can go with that. David walked to America. So what that means is he got an airplane and he literally walked back and forth in the aisle until he got to America. Then he stepped off the airplane walking. So he didn't stop walking. He literally walked all the way to America. That's what's happening here.
That's exactly what's happening. And you can actually, what's funny is like, if you follow this like narrative through, you can see it. Like it goes right over to the very last chapter, the very last part of the New Testament. He who testifies to these things say, yes, I'm coming soon. Amen, Lord Jesus. The grace of the Lord Jesus and God's people. Amen. So it's like right there, like the New Testament, it ends with like this, like, I am coming soon. I am coming soon. Jesus is coming soon. And you can just clearly see that this was a big problem for early Christianity. It was. I
think it's interesting. This is stuff I've really dug into pretty deep. If you go to the book of Daniel, chapter 12, Daniel is told by the angel, seal up the words of the prophecies in the scroll, for the time is far off. Like it's, seal it up till the time of the end. Now, mind you, Daniel is living according to the narrative of Daniel in the Babylonian transition to Persia. So there's this like Babylon's getting crushed and Persia's coming in, right? Mm-hmm. Which is like 500-600 years before, or 400, 500 years, I think it is, before the time of the actual end, 490 years, technically. Mm. 490 years. I mean, the Bible knows how to do math for anyone who's just kind of curious. This is why the whole day is 1,000 years. It makes no sense. And it's such a get off the hook baloney answer. It says 490 years. Christians, Jews, you name it, man, everybody's jumped on this at some point in history trying to calculate, to figure it out, right? We were in the end time stuff. I'm sure you were into it as too. Here's the thing. Daniel's told by this angel in this narrative in Daniel 12 to seal up the words of the prophecy in the scroll. The time it's a little ways off, which is like what, 490 years. We are 2,000 years removed from the book of Revelation. You just read in Revelation 22, do not seal up the words for the prophecy in this book. Do not in the scroll. Do not seal them up, for the time is at hand or near. If Daniel's seal up the book, the angel says, because we're waiting till the end, that's 490 years. And Revelation says, do not seal up the words. The time is at hand. How is it that Revelation, the time is at hand, can be 2,000 years, but in the book of Daniel, it's saying seal it up, the time's far off, 490 years.
Yeah.
Come on. Let's stop playing games. Wake up.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where I remember, you look at an answer and you read an apologetic for this, and you read like 20 pages and you just feel like you just don't get an answer. Like you just don't, there's no like answer to this. Like even the people who try and work it out and are trying to be honest, they kind of, they just use a lot of like, you just go around this big circle, and by the end, like if people are convinced, they want you to be convinced, they'll be convinced, and if they're not, they're not. So yeah.
I mean, I love Revelation. Even the first chapter does what you did at the end. It like tells you, and the angel of the Lord told, John on the island of Patmos, he says, hey, write these things down, for these things must soon take place.
Yeah.
So pretty much he says like, hey, you're going to write this book. You're going to write all this material. And I want you to write it down, because everything you're about to write down is going to happen soon.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, it's like, did Jesus cast out demons out of people, or did he pull them into people? Like did Jesus heal the blind, or did he run around poking people in the eyes with a stick? Did Jesus resurrect or stay dead? Like it truly, if you're going to translate the Bible to say the exact opposite of what it says in plain reading, you have a problem, in my opinion. You have a big problem.
Well, this is exactly what Christianity has with so many denominations, interpretations, theologies, the whole nine. You literally have early groups that thought Peter and Paul's rife, right? You've got like the pseudo-Clementine homilies in this literature, which is 4th century, 5th century. Either way, you have like clear polemics trying to say Paul's visionary experience. You can't trust visionary experiences. It could be an angel of light, which was demonic. It could have been a demon that came to Paul. Like they're already rationalizing, trying to say Peter was literally there with the Lord. There's some people who think Jesus was an antichrist, that he's not the real Messiah. He's the anti-Messiah. And then you're like, hold on, what? So like, it's endless. Is God good? Well, according to the Gnostics, an early sect of Christians, they say God, the demiurge was some of them, was an evil creator. And there's a God above that God. That's the God of Jesus, a God of love. So Jesus's father was a God of love because all they did was read the Old Testament and saw real quick, hold on, kill men and women and children and lying spirits sent and bad, evil things this God was doing. No. That's not my God. That's a bad God. So you have an evil God. And it will endlessly come up with interpretations if you live within the bubble.
Yeah, 100%. There's actually, you've had Professor Bart Ehrman on a bunch of times, and he said, and I quote, Jesus fully expected that the history of the world as we know it, as well as the way he knew it, was going to come to a screeching halt, that God was going to soon intervene in the affairs of this world, overthrowing the forces of evil in a cosmic act of judgment, destroy huge masses of humanity. Moreover, Jesus expected this cataclysmic end of history would come in his own generation, at least during the lifetime of his disciples. So that's a quote by Bart Ehrman.
Bart is, I think Bart's hit the money on the head. It sounds like there's some other problems as well, David. Can you tell us something other than apocalyptic stuff? Is there any moral problems that led you down a path of seeing an issue?
Yeah, so I guess part of my deconstruction was, I went through ministry college, and one of the things that happened in ministry college was I met one of my best friends who was actually closeted. He was a closeted gay man. He'd been gay his whole life, and he was. I remember the first time he told me, he wrote a note. We were trying to ask him, about his life or whatever, and he said he's got some secrets, and he wrote this note. And then he left the room, and when I opened up, it just said, "I used to be gay," but that was kind of a lie. And it was just through ministry college. He was always gay. He'd never had a partner. He'd always remained in the closet. He was a Christian, but he was finding it really hard to rectify with his faith. When I went to his house, he had like countless books on Pray the Gay Way and how to become straight and accepting your true self and all these things, right? He'd always struggled with depression and anxiety. And we came to this moment where Australia was voting on the rights for LGBT folks to be able to get married. And I was kind of processing my faith, kind of deconstructing at the time. This was very, very, very confrontational for and a lot of my other LGBT friends. But let's go back a little bit. So I was like laughing with day. We're over my house and we're having like a barbecue or watching a movie or something. And I said, because we've all come so far since ministry college. We're all pretty much different people. And I said, if you could go back in time and give yourself some advice 10 years ago, what would you say? And trigger warning for anyone, but he said, I would tell myself to kill myself. And the conversation just the mood shifted, obviously, in the room. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, I would tell myself that nothing is ever going to change, that I'll always be gay. And what point do I have in living life when my parents die? I should just kill myself. I've got no one to live for. I went, dude. I said, I gave him, don't kill yourself, the whole talk. And, I knew that he was struggled with depression and he'd had, some very strong suicidal thoughts at times. But just to hear something like that really shocked me. And so after that conversation, I went away and I said, no, we need to really look at this. This isn't just something we can like hand wave away when it comes to biblical morality. Does the Bible condemn homosexuality? Like, and if so, was it just for a time? So I went away and I bought some books and I started researching with about homosexuality in the Bible, trying to help him kind of, I guess, rectify his faith with what happened with his personal identity. And what we soon discovered, and he was having talks with some of the elders at church, is that there's a lot of things that we discovered, but essentially some of the things that I noticed is, wait a second, the Bible says that women need to cover their heads in prayer, but the church kind of got rid of that doctrine. We don't have and women are allowed to speak in church. That was just for a time. But I asked them, but homosexuality not for a time? And they say, no, homosexuality is eternal. So anyway, the more and more we looked into it, the more and more the waters seemed murky. So the word that Paul uses for homosexuality is malokoi, I think it's called malokoi. I don't know how to speak it. And it literally translates to soft in ancient usage, and it could refer to a range of characteristics. And then there is a verse, asenokotai, I think it is. It is a more obscure term. It is a compound word that literally translates to man better. And it is believed to have been coined by Paul himself. So given the structure of the word and the context, many scholars interpret it as a reference to men who have sex with other men. So there's no reference of this before Paul mentions this word, but we think that's what it means. And another thing is, like, Jesus never mentioned homosexuality. He mentioned a lot of things. He mentioned like the slave master dynamic, which, by the way, some of the verses that we read earlier, if you continue on a little bit, he talks about slavery. So Jesus seemed to not mind about slavery because it's all through the Old Testament, and in Jesus' mind, slavery still existed. Jesus never mentioned it. And when I would bring this to pastors, they would say ridiculous things. They would say things like, well, the reason why Jesus never mentioned homosexuality is because there was no homosexuality in Jerusalem at the time. But later there was with Paul. It was bizarre. Like, it was really weird. And I was like, but I was like, didn't Jesus know that his words be written down and used to argue about these things? Like, it was bizarre. So then I started looking at like the Old Testament. So there are a few verses in the Old Testament. Leviticus 18:22, do not have sexual relations with a man as one does with a woman. That is detestable. Leviticus 20:13, if a man has sexual relationships with a man as one does with a woman, both of them have done what is detestable. They are both to be put to death. Their blood will be on their own heads. So I was like, whoa. So like, wait, well, yeah, you're killing people for being gay, like in the Old Testament. And again, you don't really pick this up when you're reading through the Bible in ministry college, because you're just kind of like trying to get through the assignments and trying to, right. You just kind of plays. But when it comes into real tangible, like, someone who's really struggling and they've struggled their entire life with quote unquote being a gay, like it's ridiculous. So then I was like, okay, well, there are lots of things that we reject in the Old Testament. So I started noticing that like the Old Testament has verses on how to beat your slaves. The Old Testament instructs us not to wear fabric of two mixed materials. The Old Testament requires the spilling of blood, the death penalty for anyone who works on the Sabbath. So you're working on the Sabbath. It's Sunday or Saturday or whatever the Sabbath is for them. You pick up some sticks, death penalty. If you have an unruly child, you're supposed to take them to the edge of town, and everyone's supposed to gather at the edge of town and stone them to death. Like, the Old Testament started to seem a little immoral to me. It either condemned homosexuality like blatantly, like in the Old Testament, but also condemned like wearing mixed fabrics. It also says in the Old Testament, take the virgin girls for yourself as plunder, like sex slavery. But like, we don't accept that as like correct today. So like this whole moral question became like quite serious. I started engaging with people on Facebook about the same-sex marriage plebiscite, and I literally had 24 separate friends from church challenge me and say, you're wrong for XYZ reason. And then I would go, okay. And meanwhile, I'm deconstructing my faith in all this. And I would go, okay, let's have a conversation. And we would have a conversation. I would show them statistics about like same-sex couples adopting children and the children turning out to be fine. I'd show them like statistic after statistic. And we get to the point of the conversation where they've agreed with all the statistics. They've agreed with everything. They've acknowledged it. And it's at the point where they either need to bring more evidence so we can continue down that chain of thought, or they needed to change their mind. And what would happen is they would usually disappear. I would message them, I would comment, they would just stop talking to me. They just didn't want to change their mind on that issue. I was hoping to change my mind. I never got to no one ever presented evidence for why I should change my mind. But what was more heartbreaking is I would see those same people in other comment threads the next day giving out their fake talking points and fake statistics that they agree that I debunked the previous day. Like, it just, to me, it was the most dishonest way to engage with a community of people who were at a greater risk for like depression, suicide, anxiety. And I just found it disgusting. I found it absolutely disgusting. And in the meantime, like, Amy is like asking me like, why do you care so much? And it wasn't just I had other Christian friends who were gay, a lesbian friend of mine who, same thing, struggling with suicidal thoughts because of how the way the church was treating the Bible and treating it as like the perfect word of God, that that sexuality was detestable. Like, is this a trained behavior that homosexuality is wrong, that I think homosexuality is wrong, that I was taught that homosexuality is wrong? Is that trained? Is like, have I just been like brainwashed by the church? Like, we even had a pastor quote from this text called the Gay Manifesto. It was a satirical piece from the 70s, and they were acting as if it was like this, like it was actually like this agenda that the LGBT community had. They were trying to turn people gay and all this stuff. Like, and literally, we pointed out to this dude. He used to be my counselor at church, actually, but he would quote the Gay Manifesto. We would point out to him, and he would acknowledge the point. So he read it, that this was a satirical piece this was a joke. This was like a skit. This was not actually like a manifesto written by the leaders of the LGBT community, whatever that is. This was not that. And the next day, he'd still be quoting it as if like he just didn't care. He didn't care about reality. He didn't care about facts. He didn't care about like the real world consequences of his barbaric belief system. And that pissed me off.
I can dig it. I can totally relate. I engaged and dealt with Christians who, they're stuck in their ways in terms of what they believe. And I think we all have at some point been like that. But it's like, once you start seeing it and you're like, okay, well, if I'm not going to change their mind, I am changing mine. And that means I have to move to somewhere different. And of course, they're glad to shoo you off. They're happy to see you finally stop being a pain in their butt.
Mm. I actually encapsulated all of this in a Reddit post that says, am I an atheist now? All my religious friends hate me. And I talk about this very thing, and it's still there, and you can read it. Okay. So that was one thing. That was homosexuality. But the last thing that really that really did it for me is misogyny. I remember after ministry college, I was like, you know what? In ministry college, you're flat out, you're so busy. I want to really soak in the word of God. I want to really look at the New Testament and just soak in its message. So I decided for the first time to read the Bible from cover to cover, like in a very purposeful attempt. And I got up to 1 Timothy 2, okay? And let me just read 1 Timothy 2. 1 Timothy 2, verse 9. I also want women to dress modestly, with decency and propriety, not with braided hair or gold or pearls or expensive clothes, but with good deeds appropriate for women who profess to worship God. First of all, that statement there, disagree with every worship leader, every worship pastor, every pastor I saw on any stage in Hillsong, in like Bethel, and everything. They all wore makeup.
You're not like an Amish or a Puritan at the, you're not really trying to practice. Yeah.
Yeah. And then it says, a woman should learn in quietness and full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man. She must be silent. Okay. So I knew the apologetics from this because went through ministry college. The reason this was because men and women were separate in the early churches, and the women weren't as educated because of society, and then they had to like lean over and ask their husbands, and they were disrupting the service. And it was like, so what this verse is actually saying is like, hey, just like quieten down a little bit and just like ask your husband when you get home to explain things if you don't fully get it. That's the apologetic. And it was actually being really nice, like it's really nice. And I'm like, okay. But then I kept reading. For Adam was formed first, then Eve. And Adam was not the one deceived, but it was the woman who was deceived and became a sinner. But women will be saved through childbearing if they continue in faith, love, and holiness with propriety. Whoa, okay. All right, hang on. I was told in ministry college that those verses that women should not teach, they should not braid their hair, they should not make themselves look pretty, was just for a time, and it's not relevant anymore. But hang on a sec, this gives the reason. And the reason was Adam was formed first, then Eve, and Eve was deceived. That's still relevant today. That still works today. That's still the same reasoning still applies today. So I came to a female leader in the church, and I asked, and they gave me the same thing. That was for a time, and I said, "Was homosexuality just for a time?" No. Homosexuality was not for a time, because that's a moral issue.
Well, so is the first supposed sinner who ate of the fruit. I mean, women are forever stained by this very verse you're describing and told, spread your legs and pop out babies.
Yeah.
And, cover your head and shut your mouth for all time.
So when I read this, I was like, okay, I disagree with this. I don't think this is right. I think that this is wrong. And then I realized, well, if I think this is wrong, I need to either one, change my perspective, like change my outlook, or two, the Bible is wrong in some way. And that stayed in the back of my mind for the longest time. And I realized that I couldn't look at the Bible as like the perfect word of God anymore if those things were not also true.
To sum up what I've heard you say today, number one, Jesus made some predictions, or at least according to the Gospels, Jesus made some predictions, and he was wrong. And several times the Gospels repeated this wrong, and we see them jumping over doing gymnastics to try and save it, and they were wrong. And everybody's still trying to save it, and they are wrong. Number two, you had a very close friend you love and that is dear to you, and you recognize that your moral compass is far more advanced toward people who do not fit a category that this church or the literature is trying to paint in a certain way. At least it's been interpreted this way. Yeah. Then also you have the misogynistic approach. So you have women being used as baby-making machines who need to shut their mouth and be obedient to their husbands because they're the cause for why sin is even here to begin with. So all humans that are females screwed us up. Homosexualities deserve to die, or homosexuals deserve to die. And Jesus was wrong. And so you have this combination, it's a 3-punch knockout that forces you to have to reevaluate everything.
And just to really drive this home, I've got 2 last things I want to mention. One, women were given a painful childbirth and painful periods because Eve ate the fruit. This is the mythology, right? Mm-hmm. What did animals ever do? Why do some animals have painful births and painful periods, right? Kind of like, if anything, it's like, does that like prove evolution? I don't know. That just seems very strange that animals also seem to have the same problems. At least
why do animals practice what we call homosexuality? Same-sex.
Exactly. And secondly, so like imagine that you're an all-knowing, all-powerful creator of the universe, and you need to give instructions on how you should handle like something as complicated as, well, not complicated, but as barbaric as like, okay? Deuteronomy 22. If a man happens to meet in a town a virgin pledged to be married and sleeps with her, you shall take both of them to the gate of town and stone them to death. The girl because she was in town and did not scream for help, and the man because he violated another man's wife. You must purge the evil from among you. So again, the man is stoned to death because he violated another man's wife. Forget about what she went through. And she's put to death for being raped and not screaming, right?
Mm-hmm.
Verse 25. But if out in the country a man happens to meet a girl pledged to be married and rapes her, only the man who has done this shall die. Do nothing to the girl. She has committed no sin deserving of death. If a man happens to meet a virgin who was not pledged to be married and rapes her, and they are discovered, he shall pay the father 50 shekels of silver. He must marry the girl, for he has violated her. He can never divorce her as long as he lives.
Yeah,
so it's like
you can't choke a girl and make her go unconscious in a city and then have sex with her. Yeah. And if you want to marry someone bad enough, if you're a creep in the ancient world, just keep her as long as she's not already engaged.
Yeah,
and there you go. You'll have her for life.
As long as you have 50 shekels of silver to pay the father for the damage you've done to his property.
Yeah, and I can imagine in the ancient world, if the father thought that, well, and this is the kind of backwards, ways that we were at one point. I'm not judging the past. I'm saying this is not how life should be lived today, right? That's the point. I think you're with me on is that, I could even see the father going, I'm screwed. If he doesn't have 50 shekels, I'm screwed. Nobody's going to want to marry her anyway. I mean, do you have 20 shekels? Can you give me something?
He can become the slave,
Right. That's
so,
true too.
So in short, like if for me, this was the part where the Bible started to fall apart for me. And we didn't even get into like science and how we know that it gets everything wrong about cosmology and the Big Bang Theory and the Earth and evolution and like all those things that are like bona fide. We didn't even get into any of the science. But for me, this is where it started to fall apart for me. And the Bible was such a pinnacle thing. Now, again, you can be a Christian and just not hold that the Bible was the perfect word of God. Fine. Or you can just hold that it's telling things that aren't true. Fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like that works. But for me, my Christianity was so intertwined with this being the perfect word of God that it started to fall apart for those reasons. If you believe that the Bible is the perfect word of God, Jesus's message failed, like Jesus's prophecy failed. It is a failed prophecy. Jesus isn't coming back. He didn't come back. Mm-hmm. And secondly, it fails as a moral guide. Like there is no one today that believes that the verse that I just read in Deuteronomy is acceptable. And if you were to say, well, that was just for a time, or God was meeting people where they're at, well, I thought God never changed. I thought God's laws never changed. I thought God was the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. If it was moral back then, it should be moral today if God never changes.
Well, I'm glad things do change, and I'm glad that people are changing, and I'm glad that these religions, people are starting to have to do something different, because if not, they're going extinct, and that's what has to happen. So for me, it's like progress is better. Progression is better than trying to make these things moral when they're not. If this guy's wrong about his coming, shouldn't you start wondering about, is he wrong about his resurrection? And are we going to be resurrected in the end? Isn't that the point of Christianity, is to overcome death? I don't know why you need to be a Christian at that point, is just my question. I don't get it personally.
Same.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us know what you think in the comment section about David's testimony, his story, and some of the problems that he ran into. Did you also run into some of these problems? Are there other verses in the Bible that in particular raise red flags for you along your deconversion path? What were some of those troubling things? Me and David will be looking in the comment section to see what you say. Go subscribe to Deep Drinks Podcast. Be sure to check it out. I'll make sure there's a pinned comment down below with David's comment. And let him know that MythVision sent you. So the next live stream, the next episode, go hit that subscribe and bell button and let him know. Say, hey, I was... Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MythVision Podcast. We're going to be interviewing and having a discussion with fanatics, if you will. Those who don't know, back in the day, Brady Goodwin was one of the lead people of the fanatics crossed movement, Christian rapping group movement, if you will. And I hear an echo coming in. Maybe it's my YouTube here. So, okay, maybe I'm not properly saying things here because I heard multiple echoes. But he left the faith. He made a public exit. Want to find out what happened? Well, we're going to find out today. We're going to ask him, And I hope that everybody can relate in some way. And if not, empathize. Here we go. All right. I have Brady with me today. How's it going, Brady?
Oh, what's up, my man? Thank you so much for having me, yo.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I want to dive headfirst into this. I want people to know they can always go in the description, and we will mention the YouTube channel. Of course, we will mention the book. We will get into that, but let's just not waste any time. Let's get into your story. Who are you? And like, how did you become a Christian? What made you become a rapper? And you were like nominated for actually getting a Grammy. I mean, you had some bangers, as people call them. Tell us about yourself and how you got into Christianity and how long that went, what kind of Christianity, all of that.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Great questions. And once again, thank you for having me on. I've been watching MythVision for almost a year, and just feeling that kindred spirit, the testimony, as it's called. And I started my book off as most Christians, former Christians would, not just with how I left the faith, but how I got into the faith, and then why I left the faith. So I have something similar to that here. Born and raised in Philadelphia, the hood of the hood, not necessarily, the ghetto, as people would say, but just inner city living, inner city life. And I always tell people I was raised in two places. I was raised in the streets of Philadelphia, and I was also raised in church. I'm an old head. You could probably see from the gray in my beard. So I was raised in the early 80s, and most people back then, you had the streets, but then you also had your family taking you to church on the weekend. I was going to church every Friday, Saturday, Sunday. When I got into my teen years, I was going of my own accord. No one was making me go. My sister, I think, had stopped going at the time because my mother kind of like let us, y'all are teenagers, y'all do what y'all want. My sister had stopped going, but I kept going mainly because there was a social circle at the church. Some of the same friends from school went to the same church. And somewhere around 15 years old, the youth pastor asked me to lead a youth service. And before I left the faith, I was a Christian for 30 years. As a Christian, I would say, this is how God got a hold of me. Now I look back and I say, okay, no, this is how I got a hold of the concept of God. But at the time, my youth pastor asked me to lead this worship service for the youth. And I was a very scheming individual. And so as a schemer, I said, ooh, I can do this youth service, and that will be my opportunity to get more buzz, more juice with the church girls. So I was like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll lead this youth service. And I was praying every night because my grandmother told me, like, if you don't pray, your soul's going to starve and die. So I prayed for those reasons only. But I never really talked to God like on my own before. But when the youth pastor asked me to lead this youth service, I talked to God. I made a deal with God. I said, yo, if I do this for you, here's what I need you to do for me, right? Make this youth service, super spiritual so that the girls, church girls will look my way too. And I said, okay, I'm not going to curse this week. I'm not going to cut school. I'm not going to sleep with no girls. I'm not going to fight. All right, God, if I do that, you'll hook it up for me. But then, and this is how it all clicked, I said, okay, and I'm going to read the Bible this week so that I could have something deep to say so that they could really think, oh, he's really spiritual. And I made it through the week. No cursing, no fighting, no girls, no. And I said, oh, yeah, I got to read the Bible. And so one day after school, I went home, I plopped open my Bible. And, if you open your Bible to the middle, you end up in the Psalms. And I ended up in Psalm 90. And I read the first two verses. I couldn't get past the second verse. And it was, Lord, you have been our dwelling place throughout all generations, before the mountains were brought forth, before you made the earth and the world. From everlasting to everlasting, you are God. And when I read those words, from everlasting to everlasting, you are God, it blew my categories, because it painted this picture of God having no beginning and no end. And I'd never contemplated eternity before. And I remember sitting on my bed, just kind of looking up out my window in the sky, like as if I'm looking to God, like, yo, who are you? Like, I can see you not having an end, but how do you not have a beginning? And that started my search of just being a God seeker and being a God worshiper. Didn't know the gospel, so I spent about a year just going around telling people, yo, you better be good or you'll go to hell. And
we're raised to do that. Yeah.
At some point, though, I met other people, and they sort of like Aquila and Priscilla did with Apollos. They pulled me to the side and said, hey, you're not giving people the gospel. You're giving them the bad news, but the gospel is good news. And they introduced me to the gospel of Jesus Christ, this good news of a sacrifice for sin and all the things that melts the heart and makes you say, man, God did that for me. And that was around age 16 where I became a lover of the God of the Bible, the gospel message. And I literally, like we talk about, jump out the window. I jumped out the window on that message, like, yo, that's what it is. No parachute, I'm going. And
just to tell our audience, like, I know there are Christians out there who think they have judgments of you today, or you're exiting Christianity. To keep it, let's keep it streets, right? You were as real as they come. Like, you were keeping it 100 with God. You were a legit obsessed about this, I suspect.
I was at first I say I was a God lover. I love this concept of a being who's uncreated. It blew me away. And then Isaiah 57, the God who inhabits eternity. So I was impressed with the God. When I got a hold of the gospel, that's when I became we call being sold out. Right. God did this for me. What can I do for him? I'm going to give my all. I can't repay him. So I was repaying him with my life. I believed the gospel message. And I spent the next 3 decades of my life. You asked about me rapping. I did not rap before I became a Christian. I became a rapper because I met a guy who was a Christian and a rapper, and I didn't believe him. I was like, yeah, prove it, like do something. And he spit a verse for me, and it was like, kill it. And I said, yo, I actually lied to this guy. Like I said, yo, I'll do the same thing. I had never written a Christian rap in my life. But then me and this guy, we started a Christian rap group going all over Philadelphia, just rapping. And even he wasn't really up on the gospel. He was like me. He was he feared God, like you see in the book of Acts. He was a God-fearing person. And so we were going around giving this God-fearing message, and then we met others who knew the gospel. They put us on. We fell in love with the gospel message. And so when you say, was I real deal? I was as real deal as it gets, as real deal as it can be with someone who hears the New Testament message and senses this need for redemption. And as we all we talk about being at the foot of the cross, right? This sinner in need of a savior and Jesus being it. That was me. And so I started rapping because I wanted to find ways to there was a book back in the day called Tell It Often, Tell It Well, where you just were training to give out this message. And I only got good at rapping because my appreciation for the message grew. And I said, yo, when my appreciation for the message was like this, then my attempts to tell it was, like this. When my appreciation grew, I said, it deserves a better effort. And I got better at telling it through rhyme. And so eventually I did. I took on the name Fanatic because I was still in high school at the time. I had a social science teacher. She talked about religious fanatics. She said, fanatics are people that take it too far. And I said, yo, that's what I'm going to be. I'm going to be somebody who takes it too far for Jesus because other people aren't taking it far enough. Like that was me.
I have to just mention something. Yeah. When people look at you sideways, like my own family, when I described them what my thinking process was, and they're like, I don't think of it that way. I hate to break it to them as a serious student and person of the word of God, quote unquote, is you aren't keeping it real. When you read it, when you actually absorb this material, there is no halfway, right? The way that you are approaching this, there is no lukewarm, right? You're approaching this, and it's literally take up your cross. And what does that imply? Even though it's anachronistic that Jesus is already going to die on a cross, it's literally be willing to die. Okay, like go all the way to your death, become a martyr, follow Jesus. So you had to be a fanatic, and I love that you named it that because the realest ones are the ones that look like, I hate to say it, crazy people. And sound like
it was a
crazy
badge
people.
of honor. It was a badge of honor. I mean, we had songs. This was might even before the cross movement days. So I went by the name Fanatic, and then we formed something called the Cross Movement. But we had a song called All Out Crazy. We had songs that just talked like just, where we really were like, it was a badge of honor. If we got looked at sideways, it was like, yeah, we took proud. And then you're talking about back in the 90s. So this is back in the days when groups like Wu-Tang Clan and Nas and Black Thought, who now you see on Jimmy Fallon, like they were antagonistic towards Christians. Like you could not be Black in the inner city and be a Christian and be proud in those days. Mm-hmm. They made you be ashamed to be a Christian. They called it a white man's religion and all kinds of stuff. And so here we were, we called it sticking a flag in the ground for Jesus Christ in the inner city. And it amassed a following of people who were like, Black Christians used to tuck their Bible in the inner city because it was not popular to be Black and Christian and young. Wow. And when we came out, it was like, yo, wait, we could be proud of this now? You got boots, baggy jeans, and a Bible? Like that's what we were. And that's who I was for the majority of my life, from 15 to 45. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So we're piercing into the movement that you guys developed. How much impact would you say the cross movement had within Christian communities across the world?
So those who are not familiar with Fanatic, or those who are not familiar with the cross movement, would hear what I'm about to say and be like, yeah, right. But if you ask people who are anywhere in the urban Christian space, there's a lot I could say. I'll just sum it up like this. The generation before mine, the civil rights movement, would have had a hell of a time. And I'm not saying that to be funny. They would have had a hell of a time handing the baton of the faith and the church to the next generation had it not been for the cross movement. Like we really were that instrumental in my generation receiving the baton of Christianity and running with it. Wow.
Would you say millions of people were aware of your music across the world?
This is funny because we did what we did before the internet.
Okay.
There was no YouTube. There was no SoundCloud. There was no, you know what I mean? So millions, no. But the impact, millions for sure. Our biggest crowd was about 60,000 people. And they were not there for us. Christian festivals, we happened to get in front of them. Our average crowd, was about 1,000, 2,000 people in one city or another city. Sales wise, I can't even tell you what we sold. You talk about going wood in the hood, because Christian rap did not have there were no tracks laid, no magazines, no radio for it. We had to ride the backs of CCM, which is Christian contemporary music. Just to get on the radio. So millions, no, but the impact for sure. Like there are people today who will come up to me and they'll say, hey, my parents raised me on your music. And they're grown men now with beards and full families.
Wow.
But they were raised on our music. So the impact is probably like innumerable in terms of the people who were reached by what we've done. At the time, though, I don't think we would have been surprised to know that we have more than 100,000 people following us. Yeah.
Wow. So there's a huge impact. And of course, it's just produced babies of people. Yeah. I wonder if Lecrae and other figures have had at least inspiration through.
No, if you hear Lecrae's testimony, Lecrae will say he became a Christian rapper because he saw us in concert at an Impact Movement conference. We took him on tour with us before he was even known around the country. So his first album was on a joint label deal with our label and Reach Records.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, before we start to transition in this narrative to a fanatic in one respect to possibly a fanatic in another, I would like to let everybody know those super chats are greatly appreciated. We will get to them, but I want to get his story out first. And then we'll get into whatever questions, comments you may have in the chat. So, Brady, you are part of a bigger thing than yourself at this point. You guys are making a huge impact all over the world, it seems. I mean, I suspect mainly in the US, but there's going to be people all over the world that are being impacted. You're serious about it. Other rappers are openly saying, look, Christian rappers, like, they made me into what I am, or at least they impacted me to make me want to become something like them. And, you know, there's stories I've heard of other famous Christian rock singers, other people who've come out, and they all have a different way in describing what it was. So can you take us to that pivotal moment where you're all on for Jesus, and then maybe a time of your life where you the candle isn't burning so hot? I don't know. What happened that got you from here to, oh my gosh, like, you have a lot to lose, right? Like, if you're a Christian rapper who makes money through Christianity and through the Christian audience, you would imagine, like, why would you turn at a pivotal point where you're making an impact? And, you know, you're a pioneer. Like, why would you want to go down in the halls of fame as Christian rapper Brady Goodwin, Christian for the rest of his life, made an impact? What happened to you, man?
Yeah, great question. Great question. First of all, hardly no Christian rapper makes money through Christian rap. But it was a ministry, and my life was ministry. So Cross Movement ended in 2008, and after that, I went into education. I ended up teaching at two secular schools, a public school and community college. But then I also taught at two Christian schools, a Bible college and a Christian university. So I was making a living being a professional Christian. And so there was that to contend with. But I think when things finally cracked, none of that was going to stop me from following where my heart was at. But what led to the crack was there had been cracks in the foundation, probably as early as, I think back to Bible college in 2008. So after, I went to Bible college, and then I went to seminary, which is like grad school for the Bible. In Bible college, I shifted from believing that the Bible was inerrant to believing that the Bible was infallible. Inerrant is it's got no errors. Infallible is it's not going to steer you wrong. I was actually writing a paper on the inerrancy of the Bible and trying to prove the inerrancy of the Bible. I ended up saying, maybe I can't say that anymore. And so I downshifted to infallibility, but it didn't shake my faith. It just made me say, okay, maybe this is worth saying. I'd had experiences as a younger believer where I was raised in a very charismatic church where people around me were speaking in tongues and prophesying and doing those kind of things. And I attempted to do those because I thought that's what you do, right? And so I tried to speak in tongues, and I faked giving words of knowledge. For those who have been Christian or charismatic, you know what that is. Basically, as if God has given you some kind of divine insight into somebody's situation. And I remember faking doing that and feeling, I hesitate to curse because I know some of my still Christian friends and family might watch this, but I felt real shitty about faking doing that kind of stuff.
Right.
And I remember thinking, this is a little odd. No one in these circles can tell that I'm faking this. And I wasn't faking it to be malicious or to be hypocritical. I just thought this is I'm trying to do what we do. And maybe the Spirit of God is just going to make my fake tongues real tongues. Like by the time it gets from my mind to my tongue to maybe it'll turn real. I'm just trying to be as real as I could be. I said, how come nobody here can tell that this isn't real? And so I stopped doing that this is very early on. I stopped doing that kind of thing. And I said, okay, maybe not all Christians have to do that. And then I find, Paul says in Corinthians, not do all speak in tongues. I'm like, oh, cool. We don't all have to do that. Cool. But I still treasured that in my mind, but I did it and they didn't know I was faking. So that made me always think from that moment on, okay, there might be some gray area here. It's not as black and white. That was, 25 years ago. But I think I carried that experience with me of maybe it's not as black and white as we're saying. Fast forward to Bible college, I downgrade from inerrancy to infallibility. And that was, I didn't lose my faith. I didn't lose my zeal. I just said, oh, maybe it's a little more gray than I thought. Mm-hmm. And then only about 5 years later, when I'm in seminary, it really was seeing professors sort of bend over backwards to make room in Eden for evolution that made me say, you mean it's even more gray? Like it's one thing for it to, okay, tongues may not be legit or, some other, but to now, I'm an evangelist at heart, right? So I'm going around the world. I spend my life tailor making gospel presentations. Now you're telling me we may not be able to take Genesis 1-3 literally. And I'm watching my professors find ways to, like I said, make room for evolution. And I'm like, this is a little, okay, but I know the story. I know what the Bible says. Mm. And I think part of the problem was I was too much of a biblicist. I was too much of, I know how this story goes. And I know that if you change too much of it, you've pulled the rug out from under what the New Testament says. And so just seeing that made me in seminary say, I think I had a moment. I was sitting in class and I had a moment where something inside of me said, if you keep thinking these kind of thoughts, you're not going to last. And I had to decide whether I'm going to keep thinking these kind of thoughts or not. And it was the scariest moment I've ever had as a Christian.
I can relate. I really can. I just want to bounce back again to speaking in tongues. You're talking to one, okay? Mm. And I gibbered and I did the whole 9 by myself a lot because they said it builds up your faith. Yeah. And oftentimes they would tell me you're speaking in the tongues of angels and God is actually answering unknown things that you need when you spoke in tongues. So sometimes it wasn't just, this other language that needed to be translated in front of a congregation, but a personal, private thing. Yeah. And when I did the whole, we call it prophesying, as you talk about a word from the Lord. Mm-hmm. I did, maybe looking back, I realized and used the terms faking it, but I would sit there and hope that words would come into my mind and then try to just say, and if it was quiet enough, the worship music had slowed down enough, there's just everybody speaking in tongues and stuff. And then it'd be like, thus saith the Lord. You start coming up with stuff that sounds biblical in your head and King James-ish, okay? Because I was a KJV onlyist. And you really are trying, you really are thinking, is God using me? But it's really your mental faculties that are trying to muster up the proper way of saying, thus saith the Lord. And there's a word from the Lord.
And there's a learned behavior there too. I mean, you've seen it done enough so that you're just trying to, I'm going to do what I've seen done, and hopefully God will get involved if he's not already.
I'm with you, man. And it was a lot of experiences that I had as a youth and trying to climb over that peak of experience to recognizing cognitively what is true versus what this experience is. They don't add up. They don't have to go together. These experiences are human. And this is something I learned over time. So anyway, we're steering off of what I wanted to emphasize, that I saw moments where there were cracks in the armor for me, young earth creationism, and recognizing there were certain Christians trying to argue that a day are epochs of time or trying to find ways to reconcile. And I'm like, and these are Christians. So we can actually thank Christians for making non-Christians, because what they're doing is showing the issue. This can't be understood the same. Like, we're looking at the same literature and everybody kind of walks away with something different. And you're going, well, what's going on? And as Christians, we're trying to figure out what the truth is. I'll say one thing, and I want to have you continue in this. You're meeting a crossroads, okay? The crosstalk, we talk about the cross a lot here with you on the show. And, you're seeing these little kinks in the armor. What were some of the things that started to make you steer off? Because I used to tell myself, no matter what, Derek, I thought it was with God. I assumed truth was God. And as a young kid, I prayed and goes, God, whatever the truth is, lead me in that path. Whatever the facts, whatever the truth is, make sure that's the case. But I always said, make sure you bring me back to you no matter what, if I fall away. I used to say these prayers.
Yeah.
And the crazy ironic thing is, I think the truth was actually not in the idea of God. If anything, God is self. But anyway, that's a whole nother. There's just so much to get into here. But Brady, tell us more about your story. Keep continuing taking us in this path.
Yeah. So this is seminary. This is around circa 2013, 14. I always talk about Peter Enns, right? I chose to read a Peter Enns book for one of my Old Testament classes.
Wow.
It was the Evolution of Adam. And I tore the book to shreds. I'm like, because he's one of the first ones that I encountered who was like, so Paul was wrong about there being a historical Adam. Paul was a man of his time, but then but we still need the cross because sin is a reality. And I'm like, no. Once you get rid of Genesis 2 and 3, don't try to usher me still to the foot of the cross. If there's a natural explanation for origins, then there's probably a natural explanation for what we've been calling sin. Don't try to give me a natural explanation for origins, but then a supernatural explanation for there's got to be. And so I think I was introduced to social biology. I think the book was Doing Away with Adam and Eve, and getting introduced to social biology and saying, wait, so there are other ways to contemplate what we've been calling sin, or these quote unquote evil impulses. And it introduced me just to another way of looking at the world, when before it was, there's no other way to explain our reality. The Bible, what I said was the Bible does such a good job at explaining our reality, but really I just hadn't been exposed to any other ways.
Wow. God.
Yeah.
Please, if you're watching, audience, please relate. Try to relate. Think if you have any relation to what is being said here today. I want you to live through this interview, whether you're on the believing side or not. Feel where we're coming from and empathize. If you disagree with this conclusion, empathize. Understand why he is the man he is today. Brady, I relate, brother. Keep going.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, if there are other ways to explain our reality, and that doesn't mean that we know all the answers. It just means there are things that we do know now that possibly biblical writers 2,000-3,000 years ago may not have known. And so I just remember sitting sometimes whenever I allowed myself to think these thoughts and just thinking, okay, I'm trusting this book to be the word of God. But what if it really is just the words of men? And even back when I was in seminary, I had this moment where I said, okay, I'm going to have two minds while I'm here. And I always talk about this because I know there are Christians waiting to jump and say, see, double-minded man is unstable in all his ways.
Right.
But it was beneficial for me. I said, let me have two minds. One mind is I'm going to continue to learn what they're teaching me at the seminary. The other mind is I'm going to question everything and say, what if it's not true? If it's not true, what would I find? If it's not true, I would find inconsistencies. I would find just things that just cannot be literally true. Now, maybe it could be figuratively true. Maybe it could be, we call it God accommodating himself to the knowledge of the people at that time. It can be all that, but it can't be literal. And you're going to keep finding that along with the inconsistencies and maybe even contradictions. So if it's not true, what would I find in the Bible? And I remember finding those things and saying, that looks suspiciously like what you would find if this was not true. What do I do with that? And I take it back to God and say, man, I keep finding these things. It looks so much like what it would be if this was just a product of human minds who could not possibly have known what we know now. Give me more, give me signs of the divinity in this thing, because I'm losing it. I keep seeing human fingerprints all over the place. Show me you. I remember by the time I graduated seminary, I said to God, I said, I can't see you in this book anymore. I need to see you in your world, because I can't see you in this book anymore. And I just began to look for God in the world. And because I had biblical lenses for 30 years, I was able to look at every coincidence to say, that must be God. That's you, God, right? That seems like what you'd be doing. And then at some point I just said, what if I stopped helping? What if I stopped helping this look like God? Stop interpreting this in God's favor and just let it be what it is. Do good things still happen? Do bad things still happen? Do coincidences still happen? Does life still happen? What if I stopped praying? What if I stopped? And just sort of putting my faith through the test. And at some point it just clicked. Like, I'm not trying to offend anyone when I say this, but it's like I saw how human it all was. And I pitied myself. I like I said, if I'm just taking the writings of ancient men and calling it, Paul even said, if there's no resurrection, right, we're to be pitied above all men. I pitied myself. I said, they got me. These are the origin stories and the cultural constellations of a people group. And I'm sure it worked wonders for them. But all we're doing is finding ways to keep it alive for us when it's clearly dying. Clearly, we're finding out every day how something the Bible says is not true, cannot have been true. And we're doing our best to keep it alive. We're squinting our eyes and tilting our heads. And if you look at it like this, you could still hold on to it. And I just said, it took me to 2021. 2024, the cracks in the foundation were there. I spent 6 years in denial and depression because I didn't want to face these facts.
Is it fair to say the way I deconverted, I'm glad I call it landing the airplane. I was able to land it. It didn't crash and burn. I landed the airplane for me, but there was a slow death process where I literally was having to, so there was a death of an idea that I had. But what ultimately happened is, as I explained it to my mom and my sister who inquired, wanting to know, we had a deep conversation at a cookout, and they were like, what did you find? And I said, well, what I found is, metaphorically speaking, I scaled the hills of this worldview, this religion. At the end, at the highest mountain, at the end of this story, if you will, I saw a mirror, and it was me the whole time. And it was like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I saw myself and was like, the footprints in the sand. That I always loved that story. Who carried you? Who carried you?
I was just about to say that.
And I thought, damn it, we're stronger than we give ourselves credit.
Yes.
And we keep saying, thank God my son got into school. How about thank your son for kicking ass and learning? Excuse my French, but
I got you.
The language we use, we always want to give credit to Santa Claus for the gifts that come in on Christmas. I'm glad when my kids found out that was just a story we told them, because now they can see us and appreciate their parents more. And go, you guys are the ones who give us the gifts on these days, and we appreciate you for what you do. So, all right, that's taking off track, but so there's this period of time. You start asking questions. What were you looking into? You started with Christian material, like Pete Enns. And I love Pete Enns' stuff too, by the way. Even today, I've tried to interview him. I've emailed him. I've tried contacting his wife is the one in charge of his emails, because I want to dive deep with him. And I think we can relate. At the same time, he falls on the side of he still thinks something's there to hold on to. No response back other than through Messenger, which he says, email me. So I email him. Nothing's happened. I can't get him on the program. I want to dig deep. Adam, is Israel ideas? I want to dive into what's going on here. Is this just a reflection, Genesis 1 through 11, this mythological language, a reflection of later Israelite history? Therefore, it's not literal. Like all of this stuff. Other than Pete Enns, what other works impacted your work, your thinking?
So it was interesting. I said I stayed away from investigating all this for about 6 years after seminary. In 2021, what's his name? Ken Ham ended up getting into it with what's the guy from VeggieTales?
You talking about the scientist guy, Bill Nye, the science guy?
No, not Bill Nye. VeggieTales, you know, the cartoon.
The Christian cartoon or whatever.
Yeah, Christian cartoon. But
I don't know the guy. The
guy who draws it. He's got a podcast called The Holy Post. Why am I forgetting his name? Anyway, somebody knows his name. Phil Vischer.
Okay.
Phil Vischer. So he does a podcast where he's not doing VeggieTales anymore, but now he's just talking about Christian ideas in the public space. But he's a very thoughtful Christian, so much so that he's getting into it with Ken Ham about evolution. And he did this whole podcast on how many Christians and for how long Christians have been looking favorably at evolution. So him and Ken Ham get into it. And then Phil Vischer starts naming these books that if anybody's interested, you can check out these books about Christians who countenance evolution. And he starts looking at, starts talking about John Walton and these others. I said, oh, I'm going to order that book because now I want to investigate this. So I order the books. I pay for them. I start reading them. And then I find these notes from seminary where I read these same books in seminary. I blacked it all out.
Wow.
So I find my notes from seminary where I'm like, oh, this is good. This is good. But now in 2021, I'm reading the same material and all my notes in my Kindle are like, this is bullshit. This is crazy. This is nah. And I'm comparing the seminary me from 2013 with the 2021 me. That's like, I'm not buying that anymore. And so I think I started looking into, I started finding Christian theistic evolutionists. So Dennis Lemereau, who are they? Adam and the Genome, Dennis, Scott McKnight, and Dennis Venema. These are people who are helping Christians think about, and you'll appreciate this, William Craig, Bill Craig, who had his own battle with this. It was so funny because I went through this alone. And then when I start doing this research, I look up and I see William Lane Craig is battling with these same issues. Now, he came out still believing, but he wrote a whole book where he's trying to find ways to square evolution with Eden. And I'm just now looking at all these Christians and my former professors who've written about this stuff. And I just found myself in 2021 saying, I don't think that you all are intentionally lying, but I feel like that's why I wrote the book. The book that I wrote is called Let There Be Gaslight.
Yeah.
Because I feel like there are people who, that there's something here. That there's something we need to be paying attention to. And it should be affecting what we're calling truth. But rather than let it affect us, what you're doing is you're finding ways to say, oh, yeah, science says some true things and the Bible says some true things, and marry the two, which to me, it felt false. And I said, I'm going to at least be one person. Maybe this is for posterity. Maybe nobody in my generation will even hear me or believe me. But at some point, people will be able to look back and say, dang, somebody said this 20 years ago. Somebody said, that we didn't have to do this. We didn't have to keep this thing alive. Talk about the footprints in the sand. I wholeheartedly believe this. We're carrying God. We're carrying this ancient, I believe God is an ancient hypothesis. I believe at one time God was the best hypothesis that they could come up with. I still would not say throw God out as a hypothesis.
Right.
It's a hypothesis at best. But at some point I just said, you know what? I'm not going to carry this anymore. If God lives, if God speaks, he should be God enough to do it.
Right. Especially the God we've read, the one we know is in that text, right? So yeah, I'm with you. That's why it's cognitive dissonance and just honesty. And when you are hitting it, man, it's I wish, I can understand why people still believe. And you could see that, and you should respect that, even if you disagree with the conclusion. You got to relate, you got to empathize. I'm an ex-drug addict, 7 years off heroin. I was injecting. I don't look at drug addicts and go, how the hell dare you injecting drugs into your body? Why are you sniffing that stuff? I know what it's like. I legitimately empathize. I understand. So my point is we should do better in trying to relate and empathize. At the same time, if only they could understand. You know what I'm saying? You wish they could understand. And that's the hard part. When my whole family sits around during Thanksgiving and they're looking at me and they're going, one day he'll get it. One day he'll come back. And I tell all of them, like, combined, I've forgotten more about the Bible than you have ever learned about it. And you're telling me that one day you're going to get it? Like, I'm going to get it? I said, it's narcissistic. Anyway, back to you, brother. I want to hear what you have to say. I'm relating and I'm trying to vibe with you here.
I've heard your testimony before. There were times where I just like, I wish I could come through the screen and just hug you like, brother, I feel you, because there's so much that, like, just to this idea of like how real it was to me and how real my desire is to see other people in the same way I wanted to see people freed from sin and death.
Right.
I want to see people freed from ancient ideas, from ancient ways of understanding the world and understanding yourself, that to me, I'm looking at it now and say that was some of the most unhealthy self-talk you could have ever given yourself. That you're this lowly sinner and that you're never good enough, and God had to condescend to me, it's so damaging now. I think about the freedom I have now. I know people are like, what, are you free to sin? You can call it what you want. I'm free to live.
Right.
I'm free to live. I'm free to love. I have family members who, homosexual. I have friends who I'm free to love them without judgment, without, a 10-foot pole that keeps you at a certain distance.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. There's so much that we were hard on ourselves because of the tools we were working with. We're dealing with the text, and we're trying to find a way to reconcile our lives to the reality of what we're reading in the text. And we're trying to be faithful to that text. We're trying to be, when I use the term faithful, there's an action there. We're not just, I believe. We went through the phases, I'm sure, of once saved, always saved, and do you have to live it out and stuff. But my point is being faithful. We wanted to mimic and try to imitate, and yet there were still these things that I asked myself endlessly going through puberty as a young man. Why? Why do I watch pornography? Why am I struggling going down to the youth group getting prayed over? I say this often, and I've come out saying this recently more often because I think it's healthy to be transparent. And people can mock and laugh, and people on the Christian side can say, that's the reason. There's the excuse. But I realize, I realize what we are. We're not fallen angels or sons of God or fallen creatures. We're rising primates. And there's a big difference, I think. I think there's a huge difference.
Yeah. So I talked about this in one of my recent podcasts. Paul makes it seem like Adam and Eve became worse when they ate from the tree. The Genesis story doesn't say they became worse. It says they became wise. If there's anything I take from that, I do think that the ancients had this concept of there's something about humanity that if there were gods, they know that there's something about humanity that we're rising, not falling. They recognize that there's something about what humans used to be, whether it be barbaric or whether it be we're becoming more civilized. There's something about us that's getting better. Right. Even when you look at ethics, the biblical ethics in the Bible progress.
Yeah.
And so Christians often,
even if they're less ugly, they're
right.
Yeah.
But they make it seem as if God's morality in the Bible is just this black and white. It always is. No, you see generation after generation in the Bible, ethics progress. There's something about humanity that is progressing. I don't know what we're rising to, what this whole thing culminates into, but I'd rather take our cue from what is as opposed to what ancient people thought was. And people often today look at me and they say, you're arrogant for thinking you could ever speak against God. And I'm like, it's funny. You didn't think I was arrogant when I was me, a human being, a fallen, fallible, finite human being. You didn't think I was arrogant when I was going around the world presuming to speak for God. But now that I have the wherewithal to challenge what's being called God's word, now I'm arrogant.
Yeah,
it's a complete reorientation of the worldview.
I want to mention something that you made me think about, and I haven't ever thought of it in this way. We're rising. And even in the Genesis account, Adam and Eve, in a sense, are rising. Okay. God had to knock them off of their stepping stool, kick them out of the garden because they had become like gods.
Right.
Knowing
Divine
good
competition.
and evil.
Yeah.
And they would have repopulated if they would have eaten of the tree of life. They would have lived forever in this garden. God couldn't have that, couldn't have competition, couldn't have this be an issue. So if you look at it, it's really a story about how we're to be subjugated underneath this deity. And look, I don't want to get lost too far off into this, but yes, there's something interesting about what you're saying here that makes me think that there's an awareness that man is constantly trying to rise.
Yeah.
But it's demonized. It's of course arrogant and wrong, because you always should respect the gods.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah. And this is what religion is, right? Religion is I was talking about this. We know we can't control things. We can't control the weather. We can't control enemies. We can't control the 6 billion other people in the world making decisions that might impact us. We can't control sickness. We can't control death. But if you can create a middleman that in some way you can control, yet this middleman controls all those other things, it at least gives you the confidence or the comfort that you have some control over the things you really have no control over. That's what religion has always been. That's what gods have always been. And so there are very many people who are afraid to even question or challenge God, the idea of God, because it's like, if I do that, I'm giving up my talisman. I'm giving up my control over that which controls the things I can't control. And so it's almost like they would shun you because we can't have you around thinking like that. You might get us struck by lightning. But when you think about what's really going on here, it's like, no, wait a minute. I remember, Paul Tillich and the liberal theologians I was trained to stay away from.
Me too.
Boltman, what they would say is the whole purpose of humanity is to learn to live authentically. And learning to live authentically is understanding that we just don't have control over these things. And maybe we've created a God to give us a sense of control to regain some sort of, but at the end of the day, if you ever learn to live authentically, you're going to accept and embrace the fact that we just don't know some things and we just can't control some things. But then, like you said, Derek, there are a ton of things we can control that human life should be about. How do we get mastery over the things that we can control? Ourselves, our passions, whether it be our democracy or our form of government. Like, there are things that we're not as helpless as we'd like to make it seem. But relying on a God puts us in that, back in that corner.
You have said so many very, very to the heart points in this so far. I'm quite impressed with the story. I've never heard it before. So you're studying, you find out John Walton finds an let me not use the word apologetic. Let me be fair, because I think John Walton has some sophisticated ancient Near Eastern understandings of trying to compare Genesis to other texts. And he's right in doing so. But it divorces Genesis from having to be caught up in that debate for purposeful reasons.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't want Genesis to be in competition with science because we know the evidence, the empirical data is on the side of observational fossil records and you name it, versus what we're trying to understand Genesis as. So we need to go back to what it meant and compare it to ancient Near Eastern literature and show it's not ex nihilo cosmology. You name it, the list goes on.
Yep.
John Walton's on the table. You talked about Peter Enns. Is there any other scholars, and maybe you can lead up to that while you're studying and comparing it to different scholars? You kind of discovered MythVision at some point too, but it'd be interesting to hear how that comes in.
So the book that I wrote is actually me arguing with John Walton and John C. Collins and
John Lennox, you mean?
No. So
John Collins?
Not John Collins that you often have on your. There's another. It's C. John Collins. He's a.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a evangelical, almost fundamentalist, but I think he kind of would bulk against that term. C. John Collins. He's one of the trusted Old Testament scholars for evangelical Christianity. People like Bill T. Arnold, whose textbook was handed to me in Bible college. Vern Poitras, who teaches a class on science at Westminster Theological Seminary, who taught hermeneutics at the seminary when I was there. And probably a host of others. One of my former Bible college professors, John. A lot of these guys are named John for some reason.
There's so many Johns.
Yeah, John Soden, who wrote a book called "In the Beginning We Misunderstood." These are all the people who are going back to Genesis to try to find ways to show, based on the ancient Near Eastern mythology, how can we understand it? One of the things I realized, though, was a lot of the Old Testament guys, they do a good job at showing Genesis in its context. They do a terrible job of showing, okay, then how was Paul still right when he said what he said in Romans 5?
Right.
And so once you go to the New Testament, it's like, wait, are we taking this thing literally or not? Like, which is it? Yeah. So it was these guys. And so my book is me kind of arguing with them and basically saying, here's why your arguments are not convincing. Here's why I don't want to make it seem like they're doing something insidious here, but here's why I'm not buying it. And here's why I hope other people won't buy it either. But as I think I went through the process of writing the book for most of 2021. And then in 2022, January of 2022, my former church, because I was still going to church, but I guess because of COVID, I wasn't there as much. They kind of bought me some room.
Yeah.
Because I knew I was deconverting. I knew it. Probably about February of 2021, I knew it was over for me. But I was trying to see if I could maybe be a liberal Christian. Liberal theology, I mean.
Right.
I knew that path was not going to be open to me, but let me just see. So all of 2021, I'm researching, I'm writing the book. I wish I had a MythVision or Apologia, Joshua Bowen. I wish I knew you guys back then, Matt Dillahunty. I wish. 2021 was a dark and lonely year because I'm reading all these things on my own, just trying to, I could probably flip to my bibliography to see who else I'm reading here, but there's a bunch of other people. So January of 2022, my church, former church, said, hey, if you don't believe anymore, you probably need to write a letter to the church just saying, you're out. To the local church, not like the world, just local church, because we have to vote you out of membership. I said, yeah. It was the pastor. The pastor and I met. I'm sorry, it was December, almost a year ago. It was December 2021. And me and the pastor met, coffee shop. He said, yo, so where are you at in your process? I said, it's a wrap. It's over. He said, wait, so no like I know you got problems with Genesis, but are you saying no resurrection of Jesus? I said, listen, man, I was a Bible believer. Like, I'm not a partial, I was a whole Bible believer. Paul said the God who created the world and everything in it and every person and made from one man all the nations, that God is the one who raised Jesus from the dead. So if all those things didn't happen, where's the power that raises Jesus from the dead from? If Jesus is a continuation of that God's fame, to me, that God doesn't have any fame anymore. So how am I going to get to the New Testament and still believe? He said, so even the resurrection. I said, yeah, even the resurrection. I don't believe it. He said, well, you probably need to write a letter to the church, letting the church know that. I said, all right, cool. Wrote the letter. I did not know he was going to read it to the church in the very next. Well, maybe I did. I didn't know it was going to happen so soon. The very next week, he read the letter to the church. There was tears. And I had been preparing my Facebook community. That's how I keep in touch with the world that still knows me as a Christian. I had been kind of slowly but surely unfurling my disbelief all throughout the year of 2021 so that they knew something was coming. But when they read the letter to the church in private, some of the church members, they went out and they just started spreading the word. Yo, you heard, Brady's not a Christian anymore. Yo, Fanatic's not a Christian anymore. And so friends of mine started getting phone calls saying, hey, so-and-so was calling me, asking me, are you still a believer? And my friend knew that I was not. But it was like, what should I tell them? Because these are people who are just random people now. Mm-hmm. I said, okay, I probably need to put out a message to everybody. So I put out a video, my deconversion video. But I said all that to say this. A week before I put out my deconversion video, there's a former fan. He was a fan of my Christian rap he's now a non-believer, atheist. And he had been like kind of like paying attention to my Facebook all year, like, yo, you sound like you might be where I am, but I hadn't said anything public yet. A week before I put out my deconversion video, he turned me on to Matt Dillahunty. And so that was January like 10th, 2022. I turned on to Matt Dillahunty. From Matt Dillahunty, I got turned on to I think it was maybe Joshua Bowen. And then from there, I started finding out about, there's a whole community of people who've been saying plainly the things I was struggling to arrive at this entire year.
Right.
The closest I had gotten was I watched the Unbelievable podcast with Justin, and he had Cosmic Skeptic on there. And I loved a lot of his stuff. But I still didn't know that there was an entire community of people having these discussions. So it wasn't until probably February of this year that I started saying, I could have just I didn't have to write a book. I could have just turned people on to y'all. Like I would have been fine just reposting you all stuff.
I'm glad you did write a book, actually.
Right.
I'm glad that this is kind of a historical, it's saying where you were, where you are. Who knows where you'll be in 5-10 years, right?
Yeah.
Like, so I'm really glad that you emphasized and went into the detail that you did in presenting like what it was, what this process was like, even what happened to you. You know a little bit about my story, and then I got excommunicated. I was trying to keep it within the Christian faith issue. My exit was under different issues, even though I did stumble across the Genesis issue and eventually go down those paths. It was other things that made me question, and it was actually New Testament stuff. So it was actually the New Testament did it for me because I was actually trying to take Jesus to the bank. What I mean is, I took the words of Jesus as Jesus says them in the Gospels, pretty plain as day, face value, what he says, and not try to do gymnastics to try and save the Savior. Jesus said he was coming back soon. Now, the God of the universe in the flesh, in my perception, and I'm sure yours as well, the God of the universe says he's coming back soon. But he doesn't know how to convey in his words what soon actually means. It means who knows when, because God's time's different than ours. This is a problem. And so I started going that route, and I won't bore you with all the details because our audience probably has seen it before. If not, we'll do another episode and we'll talk. We'll do more back and forth. This is for you to shine here. I really want people to get your book. I want people to go check out your YouTube channel. And so just so everybody knows, the name of the book is Let There Be Gaslight. Does the Bible tell the truth about our creation, fall, and redemption? Which now I get the context after listening to your deconversion, fall, and then redemption, how this connects to the New Testament.
Yeah.
I need to read this, and we need to do another episode in this book.
Yeah.
Also, you have the YouTube channel, Brady Goodwin. Go subscribe. So I hope everybody will go down in the description or just search you and find this.
Yeah.
The links are there. Brady, what else can we say about this process? Have you got a ton of negative feedback from Christians trying to psychoanalyze your deconversion? It's just you wanting to sin, or it's not authentic, or you're whatever. Tell us a little more.
It runs the gamut, yo. Everything from, oh, you were never really saved, to you still are saved, you just don't know it.
Exactly. Right.
I mean, there are people who've been discipled by my music. I mean, sincerely, if you go back and listen to Cross Movement or my solo stuff as Fanatic, you're talking about somebody who truly, I gave my all, every last drop that I had to understanding the Bible's message and conveying the Bible's message in the most clear, concise, convincing terms. So there are people who've been discipled by my music. And so they're like, there's no way Fanatic was not a Christian. And I think it's frightening for people to have to contend with. So if someone who gets it the way he got it can now be saying what he's saying, what does that mean? Either for the faith, maybe it's not true, or what does that mean for the security of the believer? Maybe believers just are not as secure as we thought. And so the responses that I've gotten have been everything from, like I said, you never were saved to you still are saved. I've had people who I've done ministry with for decades, people who were in the rap group that I was a part of, who are now going back and looking. The first chapter of my book, I talk about my conversion experience when I became a Christian, like I told you guys a little while ago, how I tried to use God at the beginning of my salvation story. One of the guys from my rap group went back to that part of my testimony in the book and said, see, that's why he's not saved. He never really was a Christian. He came to use God. I'm like, yo, like, what do you like? That was my BC days. You're using my BC days as he never really was a Christian. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, so the responses have been all over the map, but I've had very great dialogue with Christians. To this day, if you look at some of the reviews for my book on Amazon, some of them have come from Christians who are wrestling through this, and they are fair-minded, and they're like, hey, he's raising great questions that we need to really think about, that we can't really. And so every day, I mean, I've spent all of 22 flying out, meeting with people, on Zoom, meeting with people, Christians and Christians, former Christians, trying to understand how this process goes. People I've never met before, people who were fans, having these kinds of conversations. There are people who, believe it or not, I actually talk out of deconverting. Like really? I've taught several people, at least I've tried, to talk them back into the faith. Because for me, their reasons for deconverting were not the kind of reasons that last. It was church hurt. There were things that I'm like, if that's why you're deconverting, you'll be back in the faith in another year or two. You'll just have to find the right group of Christians who will love you the right way. And if the reason you're deconverting is not because you have a problem with man-made gods, and who am I, right? I'm nobody. But I personally look at you're like, that's not going to last. Something else will happen. You'll have a time of need, a time of something will make you go back. You know you're ready to deconvert when you have a time of need, when you're sick, when a loved one is dying, when you have a time of great need, and you would normally cry out to God, and nothing in you can find a route back to that. That's when you know you're ready to deconvert. Yeah, go ahead.
So I want to. So I have a little bit of a different perception on this,
Yeah.
and if this is my angle, right? If what you are practicing, if what you are believing in some way is impacting you negatively, right? And I say this even to people who are atheists, who become nihilistic. They think they can't get it out of their head that like, oh my God, there's no purpose, no meaning, whatever. Yeah. They're just trapped. Find a philosophy, I tell them. It doesn't have to be Christianity. Find something that works, whatever it is. I encourage it. But as long as you're okay up here. But for me, I use this analogy in recovery with drug addiction. And there's people who run around in these groups, 12-step groups and stuff that go, well, if you're trying to get clean for your kids, you won't get clean. So you might as well not even try. And now here's where I totally disagree. I think maybe the reason sometimes people do things are different.
Gotcha.
But when they get around to actually evaluating, whether it be I felt guilt because of pornography, whether it be they treated me like crap at church, whether it be something doesn't make sense to me biblically, investigating it, if it's okay, if they're healthy in the process, then I encourage that. I don't care what the meaning is, because at the end of the day, it's for your kids you're trying to get clean off drugs. It's for yourself. It's so that I don't go to jail. It's so that I don't lose my house, my car, my health, whatever it might be. I don't care the reasoning, even though there's people in the 12-step group that act like, if it isn't only for you, you might as well have them like standing behind a podium and preaching, because they're like, if you don't in yourself come to the real, you're like, look, man, as long as they're okay, as long as what they're doing is keeping them healthy and safe, I'm encouraging it. That's my only little tidbit of criticism.
Yeah, I get you.
You know what I mean? Who knows what they might discover, but I think your intent was well put, and I think you really knew these people better than I'm describing this. And I'm just painting a picture here. So you probably know their circumstance better than I'm painting. You know what I mean?
And I think I guess as a student of religion, world religions, and Christianity, I think I don't want to see people spin their wheels and have to go back around the same lap of the track. Like, you might think you're somewhere that you're really not. You might think you're done with God, and then really you're not done with God. You're just done with Western Christianity, or you're done with the church, or you're done with all these, like Lecrae, right? The rap artist Lecrae, former Christian rap artist, still Christian, whatever he is.
Yeah.
He has a song on his new album where he talks about deconstructing, but now he's reconstructing after deconstructing. And basically it's, I'm done with the Western Jesus. I'm going to have a more Eastern, Jesus. And I'm like, okay, you didn't really do what you think you did. You deconstructed and you reconstructed really the same house. You kind of just painted you painted the outside and, you put a deck on it, but it's the same house. Yeah. So, but I hear what you're saying. Like, yeah, I'm not the police of who can deconvert and how you can deconvert. I'm just saying, like, if the person that thinks you're where I'm at, if it's just church hurt, you're not there yet. But yeah, keep searching.
I'm feeling you.
Yeah.
And look, I'm not omniscient, so I can't peek into what you know with these people and you understand. I want one question of mine. Let's get into Q&A. And if you have any questions, super chat your questions. Brady and me are going to take them, and you can have your question answered, right? So, Brady, my one question, and I thought this was clever the way that you described it, is if this book in your deconversion, if this book is seemingly man's fingerprints, especially time-stamped. And I'm using time-stamped to say, wow, this sounds like Stone Age or Iron Age or first century. Like it just is not omniscient of knowing the future. This God, thus saith the Lord, biblically does not know these things, or at least the apologetic is that God is working within the confines of the brains of these people who just don't know either. And then it's like, how do you know that this is God at that point? The question I have, and it's an interesting one, is that many Muslims, and I'm now diving into Quran and Islam, many Muslims are doing this, and they're trying to act as though we have found modern scientific claims in the Quran, right? They're already seeing this issue that you're talking about, and they're trying to be apologetic and present all the Quran is loaded with these scientific evidences that we only discovered in 1953 or whatever. This book was written in the 7th century. Do you have a comment on that, or have you come across that and thought about that at all?
Yeah, I deal with it quite a bit when I talk to Christians, and it's so funny because so on my podcast we talked about Jehovah's Witnesses who've been deconverting, and it's eerily similar. It's the same thing. I look at Muslims who deconvert, and the way that apologists will talk to former Muslims. Muslim apologists will talk to former Muslims, and it's the same thing. My comment on that is, I really want people to do what I had to do, which is demand better evidence for what you believe. Yes, you could probably twist some things. Who was it that talked about? There's a psalm that says God provides pathways in the sea or something like that. And he was a Marine captain or something who became some sort of marine biologist or something like that back in 20th century, maybe 19th century. But he took that verse and said, oh, so there must be currents in the ocean or pathways in the ocean. So see, the Bible was on to something thousands of years ago that we're just finding out today. You could do that you could pick up a newspaper and find a way to say, oh, it said this in 1933 and look what's happening today. And if you work hard enough, you can make anything say something that's close enough to, doesn't this look just like this? So then they must have known. You could do that kind of thing. But I think at some point you've got to recognize that that's what you're doing. The book is not doing it. The ancient author is not doing it. The divine author was not doing it through the ancient author. Lest you open the floodgates to, this is where fundamentalism came from, right? They looked at the way that the Bible was being interpreted in all these, allegorical ways, so much that, okay, then at what point do you ever stop saying what it can mean and start talking about what it actually means?
And you got to give, this is, as Sam Harris said in that, I did a recent critique of Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson and their religion on religion. Sam's right, though. He says the fundamentalist will always have the leg up on a lot of this because the text kind of face value says these ugly things or these radical things. You want to allegorize, you want to metaphor, you want to do all that. That's cool. That's all cool and all. And I actually am closer to that kind of worldview, right? Like a much prettier interpretation there, buddy. Fundamentalists are much closer, though, to like they'll always have that text, right? And they can always go, see right here, nice try. The word of God says. And it's like, is it not just our text? Can we finally recognize the literature itself is inherent with these problems?
It's inherent with the problems, but at the same time, its weakness is also its strength. Because you have these human authors and you have so many of them. And even within the same book, sometimes you have multiple authors who works have been taken and piled together. It says so many contrary things that if you're going to hold to it, it almost lends itself to, so that it must not be literal. Because so this is like, who was it? I'm going to forget his name. Dr. Michael Brown, right? He's a Christian Messianic Jew. He was recruited to critique a chapter of my book. He talked about the way Genesis chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 2. I look at how they tell two different creation stories. And Dr. Michael Brown says, well, clearly when I see this, so he admits that they're saying two different things, but then he says, but if an ancient author put these two contrary things together, then he must have been doing something different than what we think. So then rather than try to say he's wrong or that chapter 1 is wrong or chapter 2 is wrong, why don't we just get very involved in what the author might have been doing by putting these two contrary things together? So now what would have been a weakness becomes a strength, because now it can lend itself to all kinds of interpretations, because clearly it can't be literal until you need it to be literal in the New Testament. And so those are the kind of games that I just was like, I'm not willing to play those games. You can do that all you want. If you find aliens, maybe you can find a verse in the Bible that says, hey, God's thoughts are higher than our thoughts. His ways are higher than our ways. Maybe God's ways were so much higher that he had life on other. You can do that ad infinitum. I spent 30 years doing that. I don't know how much life I've got left. I'm not going to spend that much more time playing those games.
Wow. Well put. And I'm going to move into Q&A because you and Neil never end. I really, really appreciate that. Hit the like button, check out his book, and subscribe to his YouTube channel. Join the Patreon here at MythVision. Secular Sakai, I hope I'm saying that properly. Secularism and Logic for Life. Thank you for that super chat. Aaron Colson, Brady has a great story. Thanks for sharing it, Derek. Thank you, Brady, for coming on and finally doing this.
Yo, thank you for having me, man. This has been my pleasure and something I've been looking forward to for quite a while.
I really appreciate that super chat. Digital Hammurabi in the house. Oh, good grief. Atheist again? Brady probably left the true faith because he wanted to sin, just like Derek. Suppress that truth and unrighteousness.
So Digital Hammurabi, great name. Dr. Joshua Bowen there, one of my favorites. I will be honest. Like, I have a good friend of mine who's on my podcast who, he's like, I have a good friend who tells me, whatever you do, live the rest of your life above boards, because anytime you ever do fall, if you curse somebody out, there are people who are going to want to use that against you to say, see, this is why because you wanted to. Yeah. I'll just be honest. There are quite a few sins that I'm glad I can now do without guilt. Like, there are people who want me to never sin again, because if I do, it takes away from my not believing. I could care less. I'm going to live my life and I'm going to enjoy.
Look, let me reverse that just for fun here. How much sin did you actually do while you were a Christian?
Probably just as much.
Exactly.
So I didn't have to disbelieve to sin. I sinned before.
Right. And I use sin in the definition within the worldview. So I'm with you, man. I'm with you. And they'll use anything they can. Funny thing is, in my deconversion, I helped more people than I ever did while a Christian. I mean, literally, my deconversion process happened while I was getting off drugs. And I returned all of that by giving back to those who struggled with addiction. And I still do today. Wow. My sister, which she's public about this, she's all about it, relapsed on meth about 4 years ago, right before COVID, and got trapped. Meth and fentanyl. Recently got her into rehab, helped get her clean again. just people all over the world, they'll reach out and get help. My point is like, yeah, I still make these. If I was a Christian, you go, oh, that's a sin, or that's wrong. But I do a far more good today than I did when I was this Christian who was obsessed about trying to follow God and all these rules. So you could shove this statement where the sun doesn't shine. No, Dr. Josh is great. Go subscribe to Dr. Josh. We love you, man. We love you. He loved your movement, by the way, back in the day as a Christian. I'm sure he's told you.
Well, Dr. Joshua Bowen, he was on other Christian rap. He was on T-Bone and people like T-Bone, Gospel Gangster. He was up on those guys. He was not a cross movement fan. And I actually told him when I first talked to him, he didn't know about cross movement back when he was a Christian.
Oh.
And I told him we were so evangelical that if he had been a cross movement fan, he probably would have never deconverted. Like that's how.
Wow, Dr. Josh, love you. Thank you so much. Satan in the house with the 666. Really appreciate the super chat. Funny how Christians say fake it till you make it. Then when you don't make it, they just accuse you of faking it. I don't think you faked it. I mean, obviously, initially, there's this idea of like, I'm going to see I'm going to give this a shot. I'm going to try it out and see. And then boom, you're sucked in. You're full on really about it. And that's another thing in the recovery community. They'll say stuff, don't fake it till you make it. There's that slogan that runs around like fake this recovery thing until it'll click one day and you'll finally be off drugs and want to stay off drugs. And people go, don't fake it. If you don't mean it, don't do it. And it's like, no, like whatever works to keep you alive is what I'm hoping, you do.
And lest anybody be confused, when I talked about faking it, I did not fake my Christianity. I was faking the things that I saw Christians doing, the supernatural things, the gifts, the sign gifts that I thought I was supposed to be doing. Fake those. I did not fake my belief. I did not fake my devotion to the person of Jesus Christ. I did not fake my devotion to the Bible. So I didn't fake that at all. But there's something to this fake it till you make it. We're on MythVision, right? Yeah. This idea of people needing meta narratives, people needing stories. You talked about if it gets somebody off drugs, if it gets them out of the gang, if it gets them. I've had to think about this for my own life, no longer believing the Christian mythos anymore. What is my story going to be now? And I think that there's something to being able to say, you know what? I'm going to devise my own myth, my own story of, why do things still matter? Why does my life matter? Why does being okay with that, being okay with being able to say, this is what makes sense to me today. And I'm growing in how I'm putting my world back together now. So, yeah.
I love that. I love that you say that. And I've given us analogies of how we are story people. We love a narrative. We spin up a narrative. An event can happen. You think, man, I spit some game. That girl was loving me. And, 3 girls were on me that night. You make up something. Next thing you know, your friends, if there was a video camera playing, they're like, you lied, but you do it and it's natural, whatever the story may be. I'm using just an example, or a fight, and what I did is I hit him here and then, whatever. But yeah, it's in our nature. I really think that we want a story, and it's good to give ourselves that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Satan. Welsh Backgammon. Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. I did not see a comment. Just showing some love in the house.
Just showing love.
Secular's back again. Don't forget to share this video on all social media, Discord chats, and other places you can, everybody. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Like the video as well. We've got almost 500.
And can I just say to anybody who came from my Facebook page to watch this channel, MythVision, like I said, when I was deconverting, this was here. I didn't know about these kind of resources. MythVision is a gateway into thoughts. This is the world of thought about the Bible, the book that you know and love. You know the evangelical, or the whatever your tradition is, that thought world. But the people who are on these Bible translation committees who are putting together the Bibles that you read, there are things that they know that they might put in the footnotes if you're lucky. What MythVision does is it will introduce you into the rabbit holes that those footnotes go down. Check out, subscribe, check out what MythVision is doing.
Thank you, Brady. Appreciate the plug, man. I'll send you a check after this. No, but we do dig deep, and we ask those questions, and we discuss those issues. So yeah, I really appreciate that. And Secular appreciates you also. Got to send you the check. You know what I mean? God of the Gaps, thank you for the super chat. This is definitely an important topic. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it is. And you've been so good at explaining this story of yours. I know that we have not turned over all the rocks that are there or the stones in your life. So really, we're going to have to do this again too.
Yeah. 6 years of a deconversion and then a very in-depth year and a half of working out the implications of that. So I gave you the Cliff Notes version.
I'm glad, that we got enough out that I hope anyone who's stuck this long can actually see what your story is, what's happened. I also want to say with this, Secular, thank you for that super chat. I'm going to buy that book and check it out. And the book is on the screen. Let There Be Gaslight. Does the Bible tell the truth about our creation, fall, and redemption? Great title of a book. I love the whole title with the image with gas being inserted right before light.
Yeah.
Seriously, appreciate that love, Secular. Scrolling down, we got another one down here somewhere. I want to make sure I didn't skip any. Okay, we got one here by Secular again. Will Brady be posting regular content on deconversion, atheism, irreligious belief, secularism on his YouTube channel, or even new music on those topics?
So I'll answer the last question first. New music, I do not know. This is when you don't make a transition in life like this without needing some sort of therapy. Writing the book was therapeutic for me. Having these conversations that I'm having with people offline is very therapeutic. I feel like I need to be on someone's couch because you don't change your worldview and not have to do some serious work. But I only ever got good at rapping to tell the gospel message, and I got extremely good at it. Even when you read the book, I think I'm a great writer. But when it comes to putting rhymes together, I have a hard time envisioning myself doing that for not the gospel, because I did it for the gospel. If I get with the right producer, the rapper Nas just got with Hit Boy for their third album and produced a gem. If I get with a producer that just inspires me, I might think about putting together something like that. Right now, I don't see new music, but the podcast, yes, me and two good friends of mine, Albert Kim, who designed the cover of Let There Be Gaslight, and then another good friend of mine, two former Christians, which makes with me 3 former Christians. We talk about our testimonies, our examonies. I have a podcast coming up very soon that just walks through verses in the Bible that just seem designed to shut down independent thought. We're going to be putting these podcasts out weekly. So stay tuned. You'll get more content on the channel.
And you're so well spoken, man. You really are. You articulate what you're saying and meaning, black and white. I don't think anyone, I'm not going to say it. Let me take that back, because sometimes anyone can make anything said out of context, but you're very well in what you mean to say, and it makes sense. So thank you for that.
Appreciate
and I look
that.
forward to those episodes. I want to have you back here on MythVision as well. We could dive into different subject matter that you have been wrestling with.
I'm a little intimidated by your normal what you normally have on the show. You got PhDs, and I'm just little old me, from the block.
Well, it's 2 little old me's. I'm a little old, you're a little old, right? So we can talk about the impact and what this means, and chew up some of the heavy hitters, and then feed it to the little chicks out there, these little birds that may not be digesting all that's being said because it's so big. In fact, isn't it somewhere in the New Testament specifically talks about I give you milk, but now this is meat. This is meat. Well, we need to chew that up, and I think give that out to more people. So
I'm with it.
Let's make it happen. Christian Alexander, thank you for the 20. Really appreciate the love. Can't tell you how much this means to me as a fan of Cross Movement, who deconstructed in 2019 along almost the exact same path you did, down to Walton, Inns, and Dillahunty. Brady, you give me hope for my friends and family.
Man, Christian, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. I wish I could say how many Christians who are deconstructing or deconverting have messaged me. Pastors, in my inbox saying, "Hey, I can't tell my congregation, but I'm right where you are." Westminster graduates, Westminster Theological Seminary graduates, I can't tell my congregation, I can't tell my kids. I raise my kids on this stuff, but I'm right where you are. I got several people in the Christian rap space who are not ready to tell the world where they are, but they're in the same space. But I appreciate you. Journey well, man. Journey well. I don't know exactly where you are on your deconversion or deconstruction process, Christian, but journey well, man.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you for the support, and of course, supporting our guest, Brady. Brady, we got one more popped up here, and then I do have an interesting question, if you don't mind me asking. Ella, do you have any? Thank you for the super chat. Do you have any favorite Bible stories after deconverting? Mine is the Great Flood.
Wow, that's a great question. This is a weird way to answer this question. I just came back from seeing Wakanda Forever, and it was my second time seeing it. I loved it the second time. The first time I didn't like it as much as I thought I would. I realized somewhere through watching it, I have a very hard time now watching fiction and things where I have to suspend my disbelief, because it all makes me feel like I'm reading the Bible again. It's the weirdest thing. And whenever I'm watching works of fiction, movies, whatever, I feel like I have to deconstruct it like I did the Bible. I'm like, but no, just enjoy it for the fiction it is. Right. I've got to get back to the point where I can enjoy good fiction again and not have my defenses go up like somebody's trying to get me to believe something that's not true.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. I know what you're talking about. For me now, it's like I see it as definite mythology or fiction, if you will, in many cases. Yeah. Wow. It's interesting. So you don't have a specific story right now. You'd say now.
I'm so trying to find a way to appreciate the Bible and not slip back into the there's the rapper Common has a song about hip hop called "I Used to Love Her." Like, I used to love the Bible. I'm trying to love it for what it is and not what I thought it was. And I just haven't got back to that point yet. So I can't talk about having a favorite anything. I'm still trying to work out this love-hate relationship with the story that was used to beguile me all these years.
Respect, man. I get it. I do get it. So yeah, let time, and maybe when you finally have seen, like, fully digested the process of, like, this is an ancient book written to ancient people, and it doesn't have that impact on you. Maybe you can have fun, like, going, I think this is a funny story. And
I look forward to that. I really do. Yeah. I do. Yeah.
Good question, Ella. Great question.
Yeah. Great
William
question.
Ahrens in the house. What about Christians who have a positive and progressive influence on society, such as anti-slavery, Reverend Garrison, and later M.L. King, rather than those Christians who were pro-slavery and segregation?
What about them? I mean, I know they exist. I think, just like I just talked about in terms of trying to find where I fit in that love-hate relationship, I don't know. There's this, I guess there's this effort to want to eat the meat and spit out the bones. Anything that helps human flourishing, I guess I'm all in favor of it. I don't know that I need this particular meat if it comes with this many bones. But if it worked, if it helped, I'm appreciative for what it was able to do. I think there are things that Jesus said and taught that if more people thought that way, that would be great. I also recognize that there are people who thought that way before Jesus. Some of Jesus' most famous sayings were in the mouth of Pliny the Elder before they were on the lips of Jesus. So I don't know that I need to necessarily credit the faith with those things so much as humans who've thought long and hard about the human condition have come up with great things that humans can use. If the Bible happens to have said some of those things, then I could echo that the same. Yeah.
You know what's interesting is I saw, who was it? I can't remember who the scholar was. They were pretty much describing that it was actually the Southern slave owners, Christians, who had the leg up, they had the Bible on their side in their debate against those who were obviously in the North trying to, end it. And whether they're Christians and they're against it, or they're Christians and they're for it, people are people, right? So it's ugly no matter what. And it's an interesting, good question here to ask. Like, I think you could say, hey, I relate to you, but I don't relate to you in these other respects. Like, do you need that to see that as wrong?
Exactly.
And this is a question.
There's two sides of that coin. Do you need the Bible to see that these things are wrong, especially when it's the Bible that helps other people see them as right? It's like, what do you want to do? What are you going to do there?
And what about the idea they go, Christianity is what made slavery end? Why did it take 1900 years? You get like, why did it take this long for it to then make that impact, when you can open the New Testament, the Hebrew Bible, and see that it's actually promoted to obey your masters, to all these things. So, and
it was common sense realism that actually weighed on the abolitionists, that made other Christians say, hey, they've got a point. So let's not act like it was just the Bible that made abolitionists say, hey, this is wrong.
But my hat goes off to any Christian who obviously is on the side of good history. So I'm with you on that. Well put. Boris, Kuduko, thank you for the super chat. As a Christian, you can only have so many wrong answers that aren't leaving you without dissonance. Try this: Judas existence or number 31. Do I need to open up my Bible? Judas existence. Let me see. Numbers 31. We're gonna do this here. Cool with that. Vengeance on the Midianites. The Lord said, take vengeance on the Midianites for the Israelites. After that, you will be gathered to your people. So Moses said to the people, arm some of your men to go to war against the Midianites so that they may carry out the Lord's vengeance on them. Send into the battle thousands of men from each of the tribes of Israel. So 12,000 men armed for battle, 1,000 from each tribe were supplied from the clans of Israel. Moses sent them into battle, 1,000 from each tribe, along with Phinehas, son of Eleazar, the priest, who took with him the articles from the sanctuary and the trumpets of signaling. This is a pretty long chapter. I'm not going to read all that, but it goes into a lot of different things here. Do you think you understand the question?
Or no, I'm looking further down. I'm trying to see. I mean, they're talking about plundering these people and taking from them. I guess they're maybe just talking about, I don't know how Judas fits in with Numbers 31, but maybe they're just talking about some of the morality in the Old Testament, which, if that's what you're going with, it's funny. I've had people who've come to me, and the problem of evil or suffering is what made them begin to deconstruct and deconvert. That was never an issue for me as a Christian, because I always just wrapped it up into, hey, we're fallen, we're sinful. But then when you get into the morality of God telling the Israelites to do certain things, he said, well, maybe the people deserved it because they were just that sinful, or maybe, God's using them to carry out his judgment. At some point, not while a Christian, but after deconverting, I was able to look back and say, man, I sure did have to justify a lot. And I don't know why or how. Christians, think about this. Please think about this. What does it do to your worldview when you have to bend your heart into whatever position will allow you to justify genocide or child sacrifices or whatever slavery or misogyny? What does it do to your view of the world if, for the sake of worshiping your God, you can get there? Like, ordinarily, you wouldn't get there. You'd have a problem with getting to that point. But if it's in your Bible, I can get there. I think it warps the way you're willing to see the world and people. And so, I don't know. I think at some point, as a Christian, you do have to think about some of the answers that you have to get used to giving. I know for me, I had non-believing coworkers. If he's watching, I don't know, one of my good friends, Eric Hitchner, we taught together at an inner city high school. And I remember thinking at some point while I was still a Christian, whether I should be sharing the faith with him, but I had doubts. And I remember just thinking, like, I love this guy. I don't want to lie to him. I'm going to have to. I might be lying to him. I might be saying things to him or justifying things to him that I don't want to have to justify that.
Aren't those issues too that you dealt with? I'm sorry, I gotta zoom in a little here. Is as we studied as Christians, we started to reflect on how our responses, because we're literally giving the faith out to people. You weren't the only one. I'm sure you did much more than I did, but I was doing apologetics. I was trying to give the right answers, and my understandings changed within the bubble of Christianity. So then I started going, I taught that person this, but my view as a Christian has changed on that. Did I lie to them? And did you deal with those as well? Like you started changing your ideas in Christianity?
So not in Christianity, because to be honest, from 2014 to 2021, I became much less vocal. I would not preach. I would teach. I taught at 2 Christian schools, but teaching is fine because when you teach, you can say, hey, there's 4 views on this. These are the views. If you ever asked me to espouse one, that's when I was in trouble. So 2014 to 2020, I could not espouse any real views. And so it wasn't until I deconverted that I was able to say, I owe a bunch of people an apology. And so there are some people who look at me now like, why write a book? Why be vocal? Why don't you just go away and be a quiet, are you an atheist? Are you agnostic? Just be a quiet one.
Right.
I'm like, I wasn't a quiet Christian. Why do you want me to be quiet now? And I feel like I owe it to people. Because I see the gaslighting, because I see the people who know, and this is not to put William Lane Craig on the spot, but when I read his book, I'm like, so basically, this can't be true. I could do a search in my Kindle. I was going to do it because I quote him often in my book, but I didn't do this. I was going to count how many times he used the word plausibly in his book. Because everything he's saying about why we can still believe is, well, plausibly this. Well, this is plausible. Well, this is none of it is anything that you could say definitively. It's just plausible. And I'm like, that's not what we're out on these corners screaming.
Yeah.
That's not what we
have the plausible truth.
Right. It's not plausible truth. This is the truth.
Right.
But then when you go to the world-renowned apologists, it's plausibly. I'm like, nah, I can't do this. So I feel like I owed a bunch of people an apology. And even though they don't see it as me doing them this service, I'm doing you a service by telling you, hey, here's how they're lying to you. Here's how they're going to try to get you.
Wow, that was deep. For me, just one emphasis and get to the next super chat is that my doctrines changed in Christianity. I went from just a free will, non-denominational Christian who believed God loved everybody. And this is a part, even my journey getting deeper into Christianity was part of my deconversion. If I go back and reflect, it was finding out Psalms 5:5. God abhors workers of iniquity. And I found out the word abhor means to hate. God hates people who are workers of iniquity, but God loves everybody. I was always taught God loves everyone and wishes and wants everyone to get saved. Then you read those passages where Jesus says, Father, I thank you. You did not reveal these things to them, but you have given them to babes. So cognitive dissonance within my bubble made me go, what best Christian theology tries to deal with the ugliness of these texts? Jacob I loved, Esau I hated. He hated him, though. How could he love him if he hated him, though?
Before either of them had done anything.
Right. So I started going into the Calvinist route, which is a much bigger pill of sovereignty and hate on God's behalf. And that I started looking back and going, wow, I told a lot of people things, even as a Christian, that I now think are wrong and I need to apologize. Just like you're talking about apologizing now, I needed to apologize about those things as a Christian.
Yeah.
So then when I eventually deconverted, I went, oh my gosh, because I used to shove Calvinism down at the Christian college. We used to debate in the break room, Free will Baptist against the Calvinists. In my beard, I had it way down here, like because I was trying to John.
Oh, you were one of those.
I was John Calvin reincarnated, brother. I was like, come on, let's get it. Open your Bibles, boys. Let's do this. And we would debate. And then I'd have arguments with the professors at the school. And like, anyway, man, I just want to tell you, I relate to you in so many ways.
Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah. I hope people, I know this is hard for some people, but it's only when you exit that you can look back and realize the kind of person you have. Well, maybe not. I don't think only when you exit, maybe even while you're in. Could you look and say, who did you have to become in order for your worldview, your mindset to match all of the various things that the Bible says this is the heart and mind of God? For you to have to take that on, you've got to become so many things that if you were to just kind of look back and say, man, am I really that person? Like when I deconverted, there were people who told me, I'm praying for you, pray that you come back to the faith, da, 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 da. I said, just think about what this means. Those of you who are praying for me. If you're praying for me and God never does soften my heart, draw me back, win me back over, whatever that means you as a fallen, frail human being care more about me than the God who could at any moment draw me and win me back.
Well put.
He knows what he would have to do that. But you're praying for me because you care about my soul. You care about me more than your God?
Wow. Drop the mic, right? Well said. And it's so deep. That was the problem I dealt with Jacob. I loved Esau. I hated. I started going, well, am I elect? Are some of my family members chosen and elect? I love them with everything I am. Do I love them more than my God? These were questions as a Christian I used to tell myself and go, no. And I wanted to believe that God loved everyone, even when I saw the text and started trying to go. And then Calvinists have this little excuse they call the two wills of God, his prescriptive and his determined will. God, ultimately what he wants is what happens. But he writes these things, prescriptions. Hey, take this twice a day, swallow it with water. These are the prescriptions that God says. Love the Lord thy God with all thy heart. Have no other gods before me. These are the prescriptions. But what really happens in the world around us is what was determined. And that's really what God wanted. And they say there's two wills. It sounds schizophrenic to me. So I started to say, God has one will. What happens is what he wants. And then I'd think about the horrors and go, how? And I don't know how my worldview, it never fully took concrete. I couldn't it just did not match who I was,
But what they'll say to you is, who are you, old man, to try to understand the mind of God? And I'm like, hey, I get it. If God is just so, incomprehensible that we'll just never, cool. But you've got to at least give me the benefit of the doubt to say, but that does kind of sound like what you could say if God just didn't exist and we were just attributing things to we're attributing chance and consequences. And we could say the same things under that view of the world as well. How would you know which is which? Whether it's just an incomprehensible God or ancient men stringing things together that were never going to work out anyway. How do you determine which is which?
It's so interesting because in that passage of Romans 9, Paul, he's hypothetically arguing with somebody. And they go, the questioner who's challenging Paul hypothetically says, then how can God find fault with anybody? That is they are geniuses. Paul's hypothetical debater is right. Why? How can God blame anybody, right? If he's the one who does it all, how can you blame anybody? And Paul goes, does the thing made say to its maker, why have you made me thus? Like, come on. Anyway. Loving this. We got so much, you and me, man. I'm loving this. Brady.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Bean Fairy in the house. Thank you for the support and the love. Great job on exposing the gaslighting. Truth should never need to gaslight people.
When you see it, you ever see those memes? And before they were memes, they were just drawings. It's like when you see it, Don't say anything. Let other people try to figure it out too. It's like it's an old woman and a beautiful young woman in the same image. You got to kind of squint and look at it the right way.
Yeah.
Like, I think the Bible has some qualities like that too, where once you see what the ancient writers were doing, there's certain things that you like. How come God used to speak, but now he doesn't speak? Oh, well, because when he spoke, it was so thunderous that he scared everybody. So now you don't even want him to speak. Okay. That sounds like the kind of thing you would write if you wanted to explain why he never speaks. But it's written in such a frightening way that it makes people say, don't even ask God to speak, because it's so frightening that it would scare you to death. Now we go thousands of years without God ever speaking. And we're glad, because otherwise we'd be terrified. Like, once you see, like, okay, they were writing things for a reason. They're explaining away. Yeah.
Can I defend you here for a second? There are going to be Christians who go, what do you mean he doesn't speak? He speaks all the time. Here's the point. I don't think they're quite getting where you're coming from on this. And that's why I want to defend you here.
Yeah.
What you're suggesting is, as depicted and described, all of Israel is out here in a field, let's say, and God speaks supposedly. And everybody hears the thundering voice of God, right? That isn't happening. And you might say, oh, well, there are certain cases like Fatima, right? With Mary, seeing Mary in some weird way in a light in the sky. They thought they saw Mother Mary. Thousands of people saw it. Which even then is like, what is it? What really happened? There's so much. We can't test it. There's no way to actually go back and see this. But like, we're not seeing that.
Yeah.
And I've even said before, my mom, who wishes more than anything I was back in the faith, she says, I know. After we had a long conversation on the phone, she kept cutting me off, and I just let her because she's getting heated about it. But she goes, I know what it's going to take. And I've been praying about it. It's going to take Jesus appearing to you and actually like showing and proving to you, Derek, that's how far deep in the rabbit hole you are. And I'm like, it would take the level of like, he would have to literally prove himself, like for me to be convinced that this was the case. I'm so not even anticipating that it'd be a shocker. My point is like, it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, meaning other religions and everything else. This just doesn't sound like anything like that's going to happen with all the learning. And you might be like Herod Antipas saying, with all your learning, Derek, you've gone mad. But Mom, that's what it's going to take.
Yeah, people have asked that same question. What would it take for you? It would take a little bit more than that for me, because, and I'm sure this is part of what your longer answer would be as well. I could see a vision, and that could just be my mind, playing a trick on me or whatever. I've had things happen in my mind where I believe Jesus spoke to me.
Me too.
One of my. I don't think I've ever told anyone this ever.
Putting you
one of my cherished moments as a Christian, when people say, did you ever have any like miraculous things? It was a dream that was so real. It was so real that I was sure that it had happened. But I was struggling with a particular sin at a time. And in this dream, a lightning-like figure came to me and said the words, "Come to me and live, unless you're already living." And I instantly interpreted that as, this is Jesus looking at me and my lifestyle saying, basically, you could have, like the prodigal son, you be out there with the pigs, in the filth, eating from the trough of the world, or come to me and live. Unless what you're doing, you consider that living already. And I woke up and I took that as God, really speaking to me. Yeah.
Yeah. I've had that happen to me in dreams as well. And even consciously awake at worship, hoping I thought I heard you, that kind of thing. But I get your point. And yes, I would obviously need more to be more defined on what I mean by that. You're defending me now. See, this is what we do. It's not just a veridical, like, oh, I had a vision type thing, because I've seen things. I've taken drugs that have had me see things like that. I'm saying, let me put it an easy way, as Matt Dillahunty would say, God would know what it would take to convince me. Okay. And it would take a lot more than just what you reading in a book and just, oh, wow, he rose from the dead. Paul believed it. I believe it. It's over. Like, no, much more. I have a higher epistemological requirement necessary for me to leap those kind of boundaries and to draw those conclusions. So I'm with you. I'm saying if there was a way I could know, and it wasn't just a vision, which is difficult because hallucinations can be real. I imagine I could probably formulate a response to make it even more complicated in what it would take. But I think God would know to be the answer. Would be God.
Well, for me, it would be, it's not just give me a vision, give me a voice. It's God would have to be as much a part of the world as the world is. Because I don't want to have to believe in God. I just want to respond to God. I will respond to whatever is real.
You're responding to me right now. And it would need to be as real as us, is your point.
Be a part of the reality that I experience. Don't pop up and then disappear like, hey, but believe that it was real. I don't want to believe. I want to respond to you.
Yeah.
Make it so that I have no choice but to respond to you. And I know the Christians say he will one day. Every knee will bow. I'll do whatever I have to do in that moment. I'll respond to the reality that he presents me with.
Yeah.
This is the reality that I have right now, and God's not a part of it.
It seems like a horrible practical joke. If we were wrong, and they're right, what a practical joke God is playing.
I wasn't going to say this, but now you pulled it out of me. So there's the other part of the Christian would say, even if God were to prove himself to you, your heart is so hard that you wouldn't even want to be with him. And part of me says, I think there's some truth to that from where I am now because of the practical jokeness of it all. If you're the kind of being who would do all of this, hiding yourself, the first Matt Dillahunty video that I watched when my friend told me in January 2022 about Matt Dillahunty, the first video I watched that made me say, I immediately text my friend. I said, yo, I'm a fan already. Matt Dillahunty said the same thing that I said. He said, it's not the problem of evil that does it for me. It's the problem of divine hiddenness. Why is God seemingly so hidden from creatures that he says he wants a relationship with? So then get back to what you said about the practical joke. Even if God were to reveal himself to be real, hey, look, I'm here, but now you're not going to see me. I'm going again. I have such a problem with putting humanity in this predicament such that we have all this confusion about which religion is real. And even in the same religion, what should we believe? So that there's all this division and all this confusion and all this, that if you're the being who your bright idea was this, I don't know that I want to spend eternity with you. I don't know what else you got planned that just might be as chaotic as this.
Yeah, I'd need a long sit-down conversation, and he'd have to kind of explain those things and how it would have to be something I can't imagine that would justify it, right? Like he'd have to go beyond and go, all right, look, remember I said my ways are above your ways? Pull this thing out of this box and then go, right. Do you see now? And then I'd be like, oh my God, it all makes sense. That I just can't see that. You put us in a spot where we're not able to see that. And we're using rationale, logic, the brains that we have. And I'm with you on this. This is a well put thing. And divine hiddenness actually did it more than the problem of evil, even though textually I had issues with God's hate and love within Christianity. It was like, after a while, it was really, like I said, the hills. Then I saw a mirror. And it was like, it wasn't God. It was us. Yeah. It was mankind. So when I say I see myself in the mirror, I'm saying I'm using that as like Adam represents all mankind. I'm a human. I'm like, we are what it is. And we together survived. We together in our evolution and whatnot. We've survived cataclysms. We can survive much more if we pull together. Yeah. And religion works good if you're in their bubble thinking like them to pull together. But when there's so much division and so many things, how do we do it? Anyway.
Yeah.
A theological, powerful testimony. If you don't connect with me on social media, I'm just going to snap. This is a good friend of mine, Derek Bennett.
Cool. Let's connect. Let's do it.
I'll connect you when we get done here, and you're definitely going to need to talk with him because Derek also was one of us That he's been through it, and he is someone I look to learn about comparison religion, comparing Christianity to many mythologies, and how Jesus walks like a duck, talks like a duck, other gods well before Jesus, and even contemporaneous, that it looks like there's something in the air that is making up the stew we call Christianity. So Derek,
Good
love
stuff.
you, man.
Look forward to it. Yeah.
Edgar says, as a Gnostic Christian, fundamentalists and their claims will be their end. Christ wasn't real like that. It's an archetype full of Greek philosophies and references to Eleusis and other mysteries.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say there. As a Gnostic Christian, so basically, is this someone saying there is knowledge that Christians haven't even tapped into yet about who Christ is and actually what Christ is?
Maybe Gnostic. Yeah. I would imagine this kind, because it's to know, right? The gnosis is knowledge. So Christian Gnostic, I suspect only Christian Gnostics, and if you go back in history, the versions of different gnosis type Christians disagreed with each other on this, by the way, on how to understand that. But yeah, most Christians, meaning I would imagine Orthodox Christianity, out the window. They don't know anything that they're talking about. This particular version of Christianity understands the whole thing.
Even if there's truth to, it was really supposed to be this, and once we get this understanding, here's my issue with anybody, whether it be Lecrae or whether it be anybody who says, it wasn't supposed to be that. We were supposed to look at it like this. Because everyone's got one of those. Everyone's got if you squint your eyes and tilt your head and look at it like this, you'll see it was really, okay, cool. My beef would be, so you mean for all this time, God allowed us to be this off, or allowed this many people to be off?
And think that they're right. And they're good people. We know them. We've met them. We know they mean well. They're trying.
And not just that, there's a host of other people who, because the wrong version of the gospel was presented to them, they couldn't believe it because they couldn't get their heart or their mind around a talking snake or whatever the wrong version is. They couldn't get their heart around it. And so what happens to them? Do they get a do-over? Do they get it's not held against? It's just so much like what the case would be if men made this up and other men tried to keep it going.
Yeah.
Until the faith differentiates itself from that kind of a schema, I'm going to have a hard time looking at it as anything other than that.
Yeah. Well put. I like your response. And Edgar, I actually like your response too, bringing in the Greek philosophies, bringing up other mysteries. I would just say, just like the other mysteries, Christianity is just as true as all of them. They're all man-made. What I think's going on that you might find some truth is that human experience and the narratives we ourselves create as humans, somehow we pocket ourselves within these cultures and these practices, and somehow that makes it true. Like I said, when I was a Christian, in my testimony, I was a young teen. I experienced something when I went down there, and that group of other people who were looking at me and encouraging me to go down there and get saved and get the gospel and to have my sins forgiven. And when I went down there, I felt some warmth and comfort and psychological appealing, satisfaction, if you will, from it. And then I equated, what I felt was due to the message, not the environment and the influence of the humans around me that were pressuring and putting those kind of feelings to me. So at the end of the day, my point is I started to realize, now that I'm no longer in the faith, the experience does not connect necessarily to the knowledge or the thing you're trying to say is where it's at. Darren Brown, a mentalist, atheist mentalist, well known on TV, he made an atheist convert. He's an atheist, by the way. And then he tells her after, but he gets her to convert to believing in something greater than herself, like there's a power out there. Finally, later, he reveals to her, those experiences you felt, I tapped into real things, your real parents, your love for your dad, all of these things. I just attached it to something in your mind, bigger, that isn't there, but that you believe is there now. And she converted. The point is, what you experience can be real, even if what you're cognitively assuming that it attaches itself to isn't.
Wow.
It's deep, man. It's deep.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. I just spoke to somebody on my Facebook page about this today or yesterday. My experiences were attached to a certain set of propositions. And these propositions about my sinfulness, God's desire to do something about it in the person of Jesus Christ, and God being the rightful one to judge and send a sinner to hell, that set of propositions was enough for me. But it doesn't mean the propositions are true just because they warmed my heart. That's a heartwarming story. And you could find because we are the kind of beings that we are, with competing desires and agendas and self-interest. I have self-interest that outweigh your self-interest, in my eyes at least. Then I have competing self-interests. And so it's not going to be hard to find someone who hasn't always done what they thought they should. Should I have had baked chicken or should I have had meatloaf for dinner tonight? If I feel some type of way about, red meat, you can make me feel some kind of way about what I had for dinner. You can always find someone and convince them that they're a sinner, that they don't always do what they feel they should have. The set of propositions that gets me there is not necessarily true, even though it attaches to real things in my experience.
Right.
And so I wholeheartedly agree with everything Derek is saying there. Christians are always trying to tell me the reason why they believe is because of their experiences, but then they're at a loss as to why someone of a different faith has very similar experiences.
This is
from a different set of propositions.
Yeah, but the same kind of experiences, and when they describe it, it's the same. Mormons. I did this recently with William Lane Craig.
The burning in the heart.
Yeah, and they
burning in the bosom.
Bro, you're not lying. And so what is the most plausible explanation out of all propositions to this? To me, and I suspect you would agree, a human. We all have something as humans in common. Propositions can be different. You can come up with anything. You can make the different house, different mansion, different clothing, different outfit, different culture, different this. We all are experiencing something. And in that case, I would say that's universal to most degrees. I mean, there are some people genetically, let's say, are missing something that might cause them to not feel pain or may not be able to feel certain things that we usually as humans experience. And so that's why I go with naturalism, because the natural proposition makes the most sense of all the data. You can put on your Nike versus your Adidas all day long. You all kind of wear shoes, right? Everybody likes to put on a shoe. Like, why is your shoe the truer shoe than the other shoe? Like, it's just, it's wild, man. DJ Wilkins, thank you for the support. And DJ, I believe you're the one who also helped me to get the book that goes into composite, literary composite things in the Gospels, I believe. Greetings, Brady, former Christian, also CM fan here. What's CM?
Cross Movement, the group.
Cross Movement. I was going to say. Okay. Still enjoy Cypher the next day, and when I flow, it's gospel on occasion. Still enjoy your own CM work, and any plans to record music reflecting your new views?
Do I still enjoy Cross Movement music? I enjoy it for the artistry. Some of you may know there's a former Christian rapper by the name of Jay Givens. He came out as homosexual about maybe 2 years ago. I don't know if he still considers himself a Christian or not. I would think not, only because his Instagram is very unchristian. But it's weird because he's been one of the only Christian rap artists that I've been able to listen to. And somebody on my Facebook page just helped me realize this a few days ago. I think the only reason why I'm able to listen to Jay Givens' music, one, he's one of the most talented rappers I've ever heard, secular or Christian. But two, because I know that he now is out, or at least I believe he's now out of Christianity, he's no longer under the guise of the myth, I can listen to his music without feeling sad. When I listen to other Christian rap, even Cross Movement, I appreciate the artistry, but something in me is just like dag, I feel some kind of way about people believing these things. And so I can't really enjoy the music the way that I used to. When I hear my own music, I don't pity my own. It's funny. I'm just thinking about, I don't pity my solo music because I know I've come out of it. So I can listen to my old music and appreciate the artistry and not feel bad because I'm like, I'm free from it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I can relate, especially early on, not wanting to listen to certain things. And even today, I guess you'd say there's certain songs where it's like, it's just too cringy into the worship side of things that you're just like, yeah, I'm putting myself into a hypnosis trying to get into it because it's that kind of music. So DJ, thank you for the support, man. Really, really appreciate that love. We got a few more here and then we'll wrap things up. It's been a long stream, but this has been such a blast. Vaguely Agnostic, thank you for the super chat. Off topic, shout out to Derek. I just discovered the playlist Mormonism, 27 vids of Mormon history with David Fitzgerald and Bryce Blankenagel. You can't make this stuff up. Thanks, Myth. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. We went through and dissected the history from the origins of Mormonism out of the burned over district in New York to who this Joseph Smith guy was, his family, his upbringing in this Christian kind of weird superstition of magic and like seer stone stuff, all the way down into we go all the way to his death. But there's so much between his birth to his death that you'll be blown away at how much this guy actually did in his life. And he ran for president, by the way. Most people don't even know this. Like, yeah, the series is an amazing series.
Subscribe to MythVision, y'all. I'm telling y'all, it's great stuff. Y'all got to check this stuff out.
For sure. Thank you for that, Brady. The check is growing every time that you know what I mean? Joel Pearson in the house. If you haven't, check out Francesca Stavrakopoulos.
Yep. I got turned on to her through your channel. Yep.
Oh,
it's in my Kindle. It's on my reading list.
If you haven't, listen to it at whatever speed you can to blast through. She's amazing. This book right here will change your perception. And, you know, this is another thing, as I was already not believing anymore. Like, I didn't even know what I know now. It's only deepened my non-belief in this faith anymore. And it made me go, people don't even know what God was. Like, and I say was because God has evolved.
Yes.
He's the same yesterday, today, and forever. Once you know a little more about it, then you can go, have we not made God what it'll blow you.
Yeah. God and Anatomy. In case you couldn't see, that's what the book is. Check it out. Yeah.
Blows my mind. So I think we've caught up here. I really want to just give you an opportunity to speak to someone from the heart. Someone out there might be struggling or might be in this little scary spot. It is terrifying when you put yourself in their shoes. We know what that's like. As we're exiting here, I want to give you an opportunity to speak to them, and I'm going to advertise your book and, show your YouTube page and stuff. So if you don't mind, speak to the audience.
In closing, I just want you all to know, anybody who's watching, those who've deconverted, former Christians, don't mean you any harm. I know that you have passages of scripture that link the church to Jesus. When Jesus supposedly appears to Paul on the road to Damascus, he said, "Why are you persecuting me?" And the thing we take away from that is, hey, Paul was persecuting Christians. Jesus said, "You're doing it to me." There's this inextricable link between Jesus and the church. So if anybody's attacking the church, they're attacking Jesus. And if you're attacking Jesus, you're attacking the church. And so anybody who's listening might feel like, former Christians, we're attacking your Lord. We're attacking the Bible. We're attacking the church. We're attacking you. I don't know how to convince you that this is not, I'm going to say that. You're going to be like, no, it is. But this is not an attack. It's not an attack on you. There's love here. There is sincerity here. There is genuine concern here. People who have deconverted know what it's like to believe and to now not believe, and realize the freedom from the mental weight of having to carry your thoughts and then the thoughts of this other side of the conversation that you're carrying on from your God. I know his burdens are light. His yoke is easy. You feel like you've been relieved. And I guarantee you, we've felt that before. But there's something to recognizing, where does this come from? Like we just talked about with the book. Where's the concept of God come from? Where's the Christian faith come from? Where does Judaism come from? What was ancient Israel believing? All I can say to you is ask questions. You probably have questions. Continue to ask questions, and don't accept subpar answers. Ask those questions, and if God is God, we always say he's not afraid of your questions. Bible says the things that are revealed belong to us and our children, and the hidden things belong to God. Ask yourself, why is it that the revealed things, it's one thing if the hidden things belong to God. Cool. The revealed things are supposed to belong to us, right? Why is it that the revealed things keep getting funneled and shoveled into the hidden category? The more we find out about our world, our reality, about human history, the things that we thought have been revealed keep getting shoveled into, oh no, that's hidden. That belongs to God. Only God knows the answer to that. But it was revealed just a few months ago, before science unveiled this, before archaeology unveiled that. All I say is continue to ask questions. Don't accept subpar answers. It is not hate. This is love. This is concern. This is humanity reaching out to humanity. That's all I got.
I have a special treat. We'll just say an ex-Christian apologist who left Christianity but has not left the idea of God. And we're going to have a wonderful discussion today, so make sure you stay tuned, subscribe to his YouTube channel, and be ready for a fun ride this morning. I hope you're all doing well.
Son, do you want to know what the truth is? After this, there's no turning back. You take the blue pill, and you wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to. You take the red pill, and you stay in Wonderland. And I show you just how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MythVision. Tyler Vela. Is it Vela?
Vela.
Welcome to MythVision, my friend.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's get right into this, right? Yeah. So first thing I want to do is let everybody know. I thought I was sharing the dang screen. Here we go. Sharing the screen now. Subscribe to Tyler's YouTube channel. He has announced that he has deconverted from Christianity. And so go check out his channel. Go subscribe. He's at 1.05K subscribers. Let's see those numbers grow and show some love to the community. When someone is willing to push the boundaries, even when it's uncomfortable, I think it's important that we pat people on the back for doing things that, seem to be an honest approach to the material. And I really listened to your deconversion, and it seems more of an intellectual pursuit. It's not you just want to go sin and be a bad boy, but it's a lot of the accusations I see or get. Or
Yeah.
that you were never really one, the true Scotsman fallacy, right? So there's all these issues. No true Scotsman. You also have a podcast.
I actually get that. I get that one. We can come back to that, but I actually understand that comment. We can come back to it.
Yeah. You're coming in a bit hot. I
Yeah.
don't know if it's the audio or the audio is a little loud, but I don't know if there's a way to turn it down just a smidge, or is it just so that we're all, I don't want to like blast it too loud. We got the Patreon while he's working on that. Make sure you guys check us out, help support us. We've got more stuff coming. Of course, we always take deep dives into the biblical text, mythology, legend, the whole nine. And we have courses. If you haven't signed up for those courses, I've got right now, and I'm working on more, Creating Jesus, Why Mark's Gospel Was Forgotten. It's been buried beneath Matthew, Luke, and John in the way that people understand the New Testament. The Historical Jesus Quest. This is an amazing course. And then Ancient Greek Mysteries with M. David Litwa. We've got more stuff coming. So check out the description. But again, subscribe to the YouTube channel, The Freed Thinker with Tyler Vela. And I'm going to refresh this at the end so that we could see those numbers climb. That's the whole goal today. Please, if your mods are in the chat, do me a favor and remind people when they come tuning in. Tyler, what happened to you, my friend?
What happened? Is it still hot? I
That's
only have
better.
one microphone. Is that better? All right.
It's a little bit quiet. I'm not going to lie, though. It's just a smidge.
All right. We went the opposite direction. All right. Hold on.
Just a smidge. I want people to really hear you.
Is that one better? Worse?
It's hot, but you know what? I'll go with hot before not. So let's just go with hot.
This is why I'm hot. All right. I can sit back a little bit.
Yeah.
See how it goes. So what happened? I over the last 2 years or so, I started to have just an erosion of belief on some things. Things just started not adding up, and I started finding that all of the explanations that I had for things. I did apologetics for 20 something years, and it just started to kind of become a mountain of kind of ad hoc explanations for things. And if you look at them individually, that might work, but it just started to become, a tower to the heavens, so to speak, of really kind of contorted explanations after a while. And it just eventually caught up with me. And there was a good amount of time after I really struggled with a lot of beliefs and a lot of the doctrines of classic Orthodox Christianity.
Right.
That I was like, I'm really struggling with doubt. I'm not really believing it. I started talking to a lot of people, and it was almost like a Pascalian, hey, you're on the fence, you're struggling with doubt. It's dark night of the soul. Really, you stay faithful. And so there's a sense where, I did the Pascalian thing where it's like I lean in, I have faith. I'm kind of, because I think Pascal, it's not an argument for God. I always thought that it was an argument. It was a call to the will. It was a volitional thing. It's a you're deciding what you're going to be committed to and aligned to. And so I was like, okay, well, this could be a dark night of the soul. This could be whatever it is. I was going through some personal life things. And I was like, I'm just going to, double down and remain faithful, and I'm going to be, committed. And I probably read the Bible more than I ever had, committed more Bible scripture to memory, took more classes, taught more things. I prayed way more. I just really doubled down on all of that to try to remain faithful. And then it's been probably 6 months now or so, 5 or 6 months, somewhere right around there, where even that faith commitment ended. So that's when I was like, okay, I now don't have the belief, but I also now don't even have the wherewithal to commit to continue on this just faithful commitment. Kind of this volitional commitment. So
then for our audience, because they don't know your past, what were you believing? What was your position? Because by the way, no matter what you say and what you do, this from experience already. You're going to get pigeonholed by some Christians somewhere. It wasn't the right Christianity. It wasn't this. I'm safe from any scrutiny. But what did you believe?
Yeah, so I was. You and I came from similar backgrounds. I was a Reformed Presbyterian. I was actually ordained in the PCA. I was an ordained ruling member of the PCA.
People don't realize how conservative the PCA was in terms of, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the PCA is a very conservative Reformed denomination, Reformed Presbyterian. I mean, it's not, they're not like, independent fundamentalist Baptists. We're not like, KJV only. There might be some in the PCA that are, but it's very, very, it's not a normal thing. The PCA is actually, they do have moderates in there. Their big issue that they're having right now at their General Assembly is ordaining homosexuals. So like, it's not like they're like, the most like staunch conservative, whatever, but they're very theologically conservative. Like you hold to the Westminster standards. Reformed, Calvinist, covenantal, very, very presuppositional.
What is the chief end of man?
Glorify God and enjoy Him forever, right? So, I mean, I taught through the Westminster Standards for years. So that's the tradition that I came out of.
Awesome. Real quick on that note, though, like you're right. There's like differences of opinions. I came out of a particular group of them in North Carolina, and I don't know if you've heard of Andy Webb. It's a pretty large group. You know who Andy Webb is?
I do know who Andy Webb is, yeah.
Okay, so that was my pastor who excommunicated me. Okay. And so they're very conservative in that particular group. They literally tried to get my wife to quit working so that they were going to pay our bills till I could get a substantial job and make her stay at home the whole nine. And they were like showing up at my house on Sunday saying you broke the Sabbath, that kind of stuff. So they would appear at the house. So I would put them, and they would argue even in church on Sundays against these groups that are trying within the PCA to go and say, hey, same sex or people being ordained that are not supposed to. They're very conservative in the group. But there's a fraction within PCA happening. There's actually, I mean, there's several. So like within the PCA, there's that, which is, very, very, very conservative fundamentalist, very, very, very traditional. Where I was, and it could be the fact that I was in California. So like even California conservatives are like moderate, like left of moderate for a lot of Southern conservatives. Like I remember I went to Moody Bible Institute, and I remember going and being like, you guys are even really like I'm an uber conservative in California, and you all are wow, like okay. So it's there is a little bit of that. But yeah, so that's my background. That's where I came from. My channel was, I did a lot of biblical theology, systematic theology, and apologetics. My background was in philosophy. My undergrad was in biblical theology. And my, I'm actually still halfway through my master's at Reformed Theological Seminary. I've obviously stopped doing that. I actually stopped about a year before I was done, maybe two. My last class, I was going to pick it up again, but have you been excommunicated?
I voluntarily left. I didn't have to get excommunicated. I voluntarily removed myself from the rolls.
Got it. So did you have to sign anything? Because they sent me like documentation to excommunicate me.
I haven't signed it yet, but I told them like I need to. I'm still in that process, but yeah. Okay. But yeah, it's a voluntary one. They don't have to excommunicate me. So
let's get into the fun stuff, right? I wanted to give a little background for people so they understood where you're coming from. I wanted to show the YouTube channel again so people will subscribe. We are checking back at the end of this to refresh and see how many count. I like to count and see how many we can get you to grow.
It's like a walk jogathon, you gotta.
Yeah. It's let's see what we can do in terms of growing the platform. Tyler, what are some of the arguments? What are some of the things that you had a problem with that led you out of Christianity? Give us some details.
Yeah, I had a lot actually, and they started to accumulate and grow. So and I realized in telling about and kind of coming out of my deconversion, I've realized that for me, the order that makes sense isn't necessarily like the way that the story should be told, if that makes any sense.
Right.
So I've been kind of telling it from the tail, from the end, and going reverse order. So I've been focusing on the problem of hiddenness, because a problem of divine hiddenness was the thing that like sealed the deal for me. That made me give up even like being faithful anymore. Because there was a sense where it's like, look, like I'm a non-resistant, in the terms, I'm a non-resistant, non-believer at this point. I am actually proactively doing everything I can to be faithful, to pray, to read the Bible, not in the works, like not even in the like, you, God, you owe me anything, but just like, I'm doing everything I can to have this relationship. And still, you know, on my channel, I said, still it's crickets. Like I still have nothing. And so, you know, if God wanted to have some type of relationship with me, that would have been the easiest time. I'm not asking for miracles. I'm not asking for money, healing, nothing. I just literally want, it could be, I remember like begging and saying like, it could literally be an intrinsic, you know, the Mormons call a burning of the bosom. It could be anything that I could just internally know that I could never defend to an atheist. I don't care. I just want something that I know that you're my heavenly Father and that you love me. That's it. Like that, you know, or that you even, or that even care, or that you're, you know, in anything like that. And so, you know, it's, so that was like the final straw. And I've been telling it from that point and working my way backwards. But really, I'm realizing as I'm having conversations, because people are like, oh, well, you're just going on emotion and giving up. And I'm like, no, that was like the final straw, like everything else that led up to it. So the things that actually started leading up to it, ironically, had nothing to do with Reformed theology and Calvinism. I mentioned this to you before the show. I actually think as far as systematic theology goes, if you're going to hold kind of an inerrantist view, a view of the scripture as like a comprehensive message from one divine author with, you know, human authors as writing it down, all that kind of stuff with the Chicago Statement of Inerrancy and all that. I actually think Reformed Calvinism is the most consistent way you're going to do it. So it wasn't like I was like, oh, like there's something fundamentally wrong with that, and so now I can go look at, you know, open theism or Arminianism. Like those were worse. Like if I'm going to take the Bible seriously, those are worse ways to do it. But it started being fundamental contradictions between what I believed about God because I'm still a classical theist. I still think God is omnimax. I still think God is simple, asse, necessary, right? I still hold to those types of beliefs.
Right.
There was actually a strong disconnect between that very high view of God and the very national pagan Yahweh of the Old Testament, and even getting into the New Testament. You know, the way that Jesus looked at God and religion, it was very, obviously in the Old Testament it became very tribal. It was very very tribal, very this world. And as I started reading through, you know, a bunch of the other myths of the ancient Near East and other ones, which honestly made me love the Bible more. You mentioned this. You love the Bible.
Yeah, I love the Bible. Of course, I want people to realize that. But yeah,
like I still love the Bible. I think it's literally it is the master. Like it is a pinnacle of literary mastery. When you start getting into the chiasms and the theme development and like everything, like the people who loves like multi-series, I always compare it to like Doctor Who. The people who love Doctor Who, and because they love it, because a joke will start in like season 1 or like back in the 60s, and it'll keep coming through, and like you see these things go. It's just brilliant. Like the Bible, that like it's literarily beautiful. It's amazing.
I love it. But yeah,
and it's so fascinating and interesting, and how it's impacted culture. I mean, it's I love it. But also at the same time, there were certain things where I was like, not only does this high view that I think is philosophically defensible, and like I have a hard time, you know, understanding how classical theism wouldn't be true because of certain arguments, that just came into conflict with the Bible. And so as I started reading these other myths, like those two systems clashed.
Okay, we got to zero in on this. This is a really, really good point here. And I read books. I love like I said, I love the Bible. One thing that's happened since deconverting for me and learning more is that I'm also falling in love with the stories that are not just biblical. I'm finding like I would have never, as a PCA guy, loved diving into Greek mythology or getting into ancient Near Eastern stuff or the Epic of Gilgamesh. Like I just would not have found the value of it. I'd have been like, oh yeah, mythology, but like the stories I love. So you have an ancient Near Eastern deity that has evolved. As you know, they're trying to make that the Platonic, they're trying to make this the god of classical theism over time. Yeah. And that clashed the biblical, because you're a biblicist, right? So you're somebody who reads your Bible, you know what's in here, and you're going, okay, hold on. What we've been saying about God philosophically and what these texts say are not the same.
Yeah.
So you started realizing that's not this God.
It's not the same. It doesn't line up. It doesn't match. And actually, there's a weird irony because, in one sense, the open theists, like the rise of the open theists and the process theologians, like I always kind of joke. I'm actually being somewhat serious, although it's a little snarky way. I actually think open theists, their view of God is like a mega Zeus. Like their view of Yahweh in the Old Testament. I mean, I don't know how you can get much more pagan of a view within kind of Christian theology. I mean, because he's finite, he's in time, he makes mistakes, he learns, he adapts, he can't always get his way. Like he has to do these things in time. Like it is a Zeus story. It's just a mega Zeus because he's bigger and more powerful and somehow transcendent and more good. He's not as, he's not going to come down and like in the form of someone and like seduce a woman and sleep with her, right? So you lose some of the shape. But then again, like when you start studying like Greek mythology, but it's also not clear that like for a long time that the Greeks even believed that those were true. Like they kind of understood for a long. There's a lot of scholarship that shows that they kind of thought that those were myths too. They didn't think that Zeus.
Yeah, the philosophers did. Let me ask you a question because I want to make sure our definitions are right here. You use the word pagan multiple times, just so that we're properly defining this. Because when I research in scholarship, the term is a fuzzy one.
It is.
Usually, I'll use it to kind of refer to when I use pagan. I'll put it in quotations to say I'm saying non-Jewish or something like that. But the way you're describing it, it sounds like you're saying the God that looks like the Zeus, like the other demigods in the world. So is that how you're defining pagan?
Yeah, so I would use pagan, and I should be clear. I don't mean that in a derogatory sense.
Right.
I did when I was a Christian, to be honest.
Right.
I don't mean it in a derogatory sense. It's a helpful taxonomy. It's these very a pagan view of God, and you could put it in quotes. It is a little bit fuzzy, but a pagan view of God is a very this cosmos-y idea of a God. It is going to be, they are kind of part of the warp and woof of the fabric of, I can't even say the fabric of creation anymore, but the fabric of reality. Like they're kind of like just really big us's.
Yes, and that's actually the ancient Near Eastern concept of gods. So,
that's exactly
so we're on the same page. I just wanted to make sure I understood you right with that. Yeah. By the way, Camille Gregor's in the house, and he says, if there was a button that would wipe all memory of your deconversion and make you wake up a Christian, or wake up the Christian you used to be, would you push it?
No, that's a good question. No, because as of right now, I believe that it's false. And so I wouldn't intentionally force myself. I wasn't like happier. Actually, this is, I don't talk about this one that much. I did a little bit in my first video.
I love where this is going, by the way.
Yeah. Part of what came about in my deconversion was, without going too personal, I went through some things in my life, and then I went on kind of like a finding myself as existential as as that sounds, but I really worked on myself to become a person that I'm very comfortable in my skin, who I love being. I mean, I was never like super not that before, but there was tension, and there was a lot of ways I think where I had suppressed some of like myself within Christianity for various reasons. And so I'm actually
brother. I relate.
Yeah. So like there's actually a sense where I'm much more like authentically and holistically myself after this conversion. So it's not even like I missed the bygone days, where I had like, hope and happiness and all that kind of stuff. Like that wasn't necessarily my experience back then. I mean, it was in some ways. And I think in those moments I would have said that it was, but looking back, I don't think that I would. Although I will confess, I am like, if someone could convince me that it was true, right? Not I could just wipe my memory and go back, but right now I know that I'd be believing something else. If someone could convince me that it was true again, I'd be totally fine with it. Like I'm not. Yeah.
Thank you for the super chat, Camille, and thank you for answering that. So you have this. We'll use the term pagan, ancient Near East is what I like to say, but there's an evolution. God evolves, and so. And if this God is active in the world, it's kind of weird how it always models itself with the mind of the people at the time. And eventually philosophers getting more sophisticated, they reckon, even the biblical ones, New Testament and later exegetes are like, we have this God that is not the depiction of Yahweh that we see in the biblical text. In fact, you got like early church fathers like Justin Martyr who actually want to say Aristotle, some of these philosophers that were pagan, I'll say, but they weren't pagan in the definition, so to speak, that you're saying. They actually would think of more of like a higher Platonic God that is perfect form and all that. So like they called them Christians. Some of these early church fathers were calling these non-Jesus followers Christians because their model of God philosophically was starting to change. Yeah,
and it was in line with the model of God. Now, they would push back because then obviously Aristotle and stuff wasn't saying that Jesus is the unique Son of God and all that. Kind of stuff. Right. But yeah, I mean, but what they viewed kind of the ontology sans the Trinity or whatever that is. What those what are called in systematic theology the incommunicable attributes of God. Right. Those were very much present in kind of those pagan philosophers that they were dealing with, the Platonic philosophers. So it's very much present.
So God, you smack dab in the face of God of the Bible, and you're now like at conflict. Is this an early stage or is this like a late stage in your deconversion?
No, this is one of the early stage. So it's strange. I was not a young Earth creationist for very long. When I first became a Christian, I was like, oh well, that's just because where I was saved out of young Earth creationism, like that was just what Christians did. So I was like, okay, like I'm going to go along with it, but it's, whatever it is, what it is. Quickly, that phase did not last very long. Went to kind of just like I don't really know, I don't know what to do with it, but I did a whole research project and came away basically thinking, and I still think that the most likely thing that's happening in Genesis 1 is that it's an ancient Near Eastern temple text. Right. It's not talking about material creation, kind of like a John Walton type of view, mixed with. So kind of a mix.
A whole another.
I think there's a little bit of a Kleinian framework theory. There's a whole bunch of things going on there. But I did a whole series on that. But what I think what that did was that, it trained me to also that's where I got a lot of my training and hermeneutics and understanding ancient Near Eastern contexts and backgrounds and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of people will be like, oh well, your view of Genesis 1 is the thing that did you in. And indirectly it might have, because it's the thing where I was like, okay, but like good historical hermeneutics dealing with the history and the grammar and the context and backgrounds and all that kind of stuff. When we start employing that kind of across the board, that's when we start that hermeneutic is the thing that I think started kind of doing me in, not necessarily just isolated my view of Genesis 1. Right. So that started to go through, and we go, and when you start looking through the ways and polemics can only get you so far. Although I think there is polemics that are happening in Genesis 1. I think there's polemics that's happening in the Exodus cycle and the plagues and the strong right arm is one of my like favorite polemics in the scripture. So, there is a bunch of that stuff that's happening, but that hermeneutic of reading things within their historical context and seeing that the way that the biblical text is actually interacting with those things, and then carrying that forward into the New Testament and seeing the way that they're interacting with the literature of their day and how Mark is actually, there are all these theories about what they're interacting with and Homeric myths and all that kind of stuff. I don't go necessarily that far, but I think Mark, the Messianic Secret is a very interesting kind of inversion of what's happening with the announcement of a Caesar. It's actually showing that he's the humble king, right? So there's all these kinds of like interactions that are happening that don't necessarily, it wouldn't necessarily mean that Christianity is false or that the Bible is false, right? You can, and I did for a long time. I read these as, that's just, kind of a Mike Laconian, that's the literary genre that they're doing, and that's okay. But those types of things just start to build and build and build and build and balloon until there's so many of them that it becomes a point that it's like, okay, there's so many of these and it addresses almost everything, that at what point do I think that any of this is actually true anymore? It's interesting and it's fascinating, and I love it. Things.
Yes.
But at what point does any of this now like matter for salvation anymore?
Right. So did it steal the magic away in a different way? I mean, the faith magic, like is there a sense where you're kind of like, I'm actually grasping the literature now. Like I get what they're trying to do. I saw behind the curtain. I love it for what it is now. but I don't see how this is abracadabra for me anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, one of and it was interesting. One of the things that really did me in and kind of turned the tides when it comes to seeing the biblical contradictions and not trying to harmonize like the Gospels anymore, which is big. That's a big thing when you can stop trying to harmonize every single passage. Once that shift happens, I'm sure you're smiling. I'm sure you get this feeling. Once that shift happens, you're like what was completely reasonable. And I still say it, like, I get it. Like, I don't necessarily think it's a bad way to think about things. Like, a lot of times we try to understand things in the context of things that we think are more true. It's not intrinsically bad to hold beliefs simply because they are the most consistent with other things that you do have a warrant to believe it. I don't think that's a bad reason to hold. It's just not a strong reason. And once that goes away, you start looking at a bunch of the things you're believing, and you're like, well, now it's like a domino. Now that this one anchor thing that made all these other things consistent is gone, once that's gone, well, crap, like all the other 100 things domino after it and are gone. So the thing that did me in, actually, the domino, was because I love the literature. I love it. And I love the theme development. And I love like understanding what was Paul's theme of election in Romans.
Right.
And I listened to a talk by with Bart Ehrman, because you have to, whether you like him or not, right? We both like him, whether Christians like him or not. But I remember listening, and he was like, "Look,
who is he again? I'm sorry.
Yes, who is he? Bart Ehrman, right? So
okay,
yeah. So when he was talking about how if you take it was the time of the crucifixion between Mark and John.
Right.
And if you try to harmonize those, you actually destroy the theme of Mark individually and John individually, because John has him as the sacrificial lamb. Right. It has to be the day of preparation for the Passover, because that's that. If you break that, you break a major theme in John, right? You break it. If it's not Passover, you break the messianic secret in Mark, right? So if you harmonize them, you're creating a third gospel. Bart Ehrman's famous for saying this. You're creating your own gospel, but you are breaking the two gospels. You're not harmonizing them and keeping them. You're not keeping them harmonious. You're actually breaking the original data. And the original data is beautiful. They're brilliant on their own. They just can't be harmonized and stay brilliant.
That is such a good point. And later on, you have the diatessaron. They're trying to do some fixing of a problem. But I don't want to get caught up in that as much as just pointing out, I love what you said here. And you went right for the jugular. You didn't play around with the baptism narrative, because there's a problem with that. I mean, every single narrative has this kind of issue. Whatever is being left out by Matthew and Luke, it seems for reasons they don't want that, or they're changing things. Like in Matthew, John the Baptist begs Jesus not to baptize Jesus.
Yeah.
Hint, hint. And Mark, it's just, yes, baptize him. And like, there's not this issue, and it's for the forgiveness of sins. Whoa, Jesus, what? Yeah. So like, there's all these issues, and Christians don't notice this because they can run. In fact, recently in a course I've been promoting with Dr. James D. Tabor on Mark, he wants people to read Mark as Mark. And he points out how in Mark, when he finally goes, who do men say that I am? Okay. Peter finally goes, you are the Messiah. You are the Son of God. Okay. Yeah. 2 verses later, he doesn't say, blessed are you, the Father in heaven revealed this to you. That is not in Mark. Right. Christians immediately go, James is of the devil. I mean, like, I've had comments like crazy, Tyler.
Yeah.
And what he says 2 verses later, because he tells them in what he's going to die. He says, hey, you said I'm the Messiah. I have to die, right? Yeah. Then he's saying, no, you are not going to die. He rebukes him and says, Satan, get behind. Yeah. Okay, so like, what the heck is going on in Mark? Matthew wants to go, blessed are you, Father in heaven has revealed this to you, not flesh and blood. Well, that is a change that is radically different than Mark. And you went to the jugular. My point, before we get to the super chat by Camille again, Camille is showing some love this morning, is the pinnacle of Christianity, the resurrection. And if we can't even get the story of the God of the universe in flesh, as we like to understand it.
Yeah.
We can't even get that nailed down accurately. How reliable, how trustworthy can we really say our New Testament is on depicting what really happened?
Yeah.
This is a question. You can find ways to reconcile if you try hard enough, but this is a sincere question, right, Tyler?
It is a sincere question. And, I will, I'll try to be brief because I know you want to get this.
No. Take your time. We'll get.
But I haven't fully, jumped ship or anything, right? So I'm not out here being like, the Gospels are just like, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but like the Gospels are entirely myth, or because they get one little detail wrong, you get everything right. You could go like a Lacona route, right? You could go down there and you could say, okay, well, these are minor discrepancies and all that kind of stuff. You could remain a Christian. You could be a progressive. You could be a Randall Rouser, and you could say, okay, they get the gist right. They're still reliable. I don't think that my girlfriend, when she, doesn't get the time, or, her and her friend get the time, 5 minutes off or a day off or something like that, what happened 30 years ago, they're totally, it's all garbage, right? That wouldn't be the argument that I would make. But what it does is it says, okay, what can't be the case is, like, I don't see how inerrancy can be the case anymore. I don't see how infallibility can be the case anymore. And when your systematic is built on that, and when you're done trying to harmonize it, what happens is those anchor points come loose, right? And so there's a trickle down effect. And so you start looking at it. So like, I still look at the Gospels and I'm like, okay, like I think the Gospels are probably generally reliable about what an apocalyptic teacher thought. I think they're probably close to what he was teaching his disciples. They almost certainly theologized like crazy.
Yeah.
They almost certainly slanted it towards the theological inclinations of the communities that they're writing for. They're almost, there's all that stuff's happened, but I'm not out there trying to say like, therefore it's entire, you can throw the entire thing out. And the reason why I think this is important, and then the last thing on this, the reason why I think this is important is because what I find now, and I started to see this when I was still in apologetics, but it's like full force now. There's a Mott and Bailey fallacy that happens a lot in apologetics, where in order to defend like minimal facts resurrection, or even maximal facts resurrection, or inspiration and inerrancy of scripture, they defend reliability. Right. And they're like, oh, well, they get this like minimal reliability of, oh, well, they get cities and places and
geography.
And names, except for when they don't, because like Quirinius. But even Josephus gets things wrong sometimes. Right. And we're not like, to hell with Josephus, get that guy out of here. Like, whatever. But like, what happens though is they say, see, it's reliable, therefore we can trust all these resurrection stories. And I'm like, that's such a Mott and Bailey. Like you cannot do that. Like that is, you have so much more spade work to go between it's generally reliable to therefore we can trust that it's what it says about the resurrection. Like
if you read Homer's Iliad, the Odyssey, or Virgil, okay, you're going to read geography, you're going to find places, you're going to find probable events. Trojan War probably happened, some form of it. It's been heavily legendary or mythologized, right? I think the same of the Gospels. If it walks like a duck and talks like a duck. And I think what happened for me as I was deconverting, and I can't even remember the chronology. I talk about this stuff so much, so it's difficult to know when was I thinking this or that. But I'm with you. Like when I started seeing that they're going out of their way, they're not making mistakes, I would say, on writing their narrative of the passion or whatnot differently. They're purposefully being creative and intentionally writing a fanciful tale their own way, sometimes adjusting or correcting the earlier gospel, in my opinion. But
especially Luke,
I would definitely say that Matthew and Luke are correcting Mark in many ways, or adding to and wanting to do something special. I don't think it's intentionally or a mistake necessarily. Yeah. Sometimes I do think there are mistakes, but these are all like my guesses. At the end of the day, though, they have the liberty to create narrative, to create their own version of what Jesus's death was like, or how the resurrection happened, who showed up, who's wanting to do what at the resurrection, what Jesus did, how many days did he stay on earth, the whole nine, right? Like he decides to ascend in Acts chapter 1, but this is after 40 days. But in Luke, at the end of Luke, which is supposed to be the same author, he doesn't stick around for 40 days. He already goes. So there's so many discrepancies that you have to at least be honest and say, look, I don't know if this is historically reliable material, which made me open other doors and investigate things further. So I love the way you're describing this. It's kind of interesting how far you've gone into investigating these discrepancies. Were you still a Christian when you found this stuff out?
Yeah, I was still a Christian. I mean, I was still a committed Christian. So, going back to what I said, I mean, I was still a committed Christian until I finally basically said, I'm not committed. I'm not committed anymore. I'm out. Like my deconversion announcement. I was still a faithful Christian until that point. I had lost my beliefs about 6 or 7 months before that. They had been eroding for about a year and a half before that. A year and a half before I lost them, and then I remained faithful for like another 6 or 7 months. Really trying to do the Pascalian thing. These were all things that I was reading and investigating and thinking about like as a Christian. So a lot of times people are like, oh, like, you're an atheist now. And I'm like, no, these were a lot of things that like, that I was thinking about when I was a Christian.
Right.
And this comes up a lot, like when we're talking about like objections from morality. And I've started to see this a lot too, is like when we talk about, I've been posting a lot of moral issues that I'm finding. And they're like, oh, well, how do you ground morality and all that kind of stuff? And I'm like, I still, slightly have the precept impulse. I get it. I understand it. I'm still a classical theist. I still think God grounds those things. But I started realizing like a Christian, I started asking these questions when I was a Christian. I started saying, hey, I'm starting to see these things. How does this make sense? How do we reconcile this? How do we reconcile this with the God of love? I was asking as a Christian, the answer, well, how do you ground it, wouldn't work with me. I would say, well, you ground it in God. Like that's how you ground it. So, but right. Can we still ask these questions? Those answers that may be a good, tactic when you're dealing with an atheist. And I did that, previously, but it doesn't actually answer the challenge, because all you have to do is swap out the objector from a Matt Dillahunty to, a me when I was still a Christian asking those questions. And now now you still have to answer the question.
So morality is a definite rabbit hole that can get lost. And of course, everyone has arguments for or against or whatever their position is. I want to get into this Pascalian thing real quick. Please bear with me. If you super chat, I will get to those shortly. I really want to cover a few things with Tyler that I think are relevant. So Pascalian, and then I want to deal with the problem of evil in your estimation pertaining to the biblical text. So, and how that relates to your adjustment to classical theism. So Pascalian, correct me. I'm throwing something at the wall to see what sticks. You're like, what if I'm wrong? It's better to just believe in case, right? Like, look at what they say. This loving God is going to do to me for all eternity if I'm wrong about this thing. Yeah. So you're holding on to whatever you can. Tell me, I mean, I don't know, I'm guessing. Tell me your Pascalian issues. Yeah,
so I was never, and maybe this was the problem, I was never afraid of hell. So, and so, some Christians have been like, well, I mean, that could be like why, and maybe because I was never afraid of it, like maybe that would have kept me in line. But for me, the Pascalian thing was more of like, it was more of like in a relationship where it's like, look, like I'm not feeling anymore, I'm all that kind of stuff, but like, I'm going to stay committed and go, I'm going to commit to therapy and I'm going to commit to doing all the things that I can do to possibly salvage this, even though, because I think there, at the time I was like, I could be wrong. I could be having a dark, they talk about dark nights of the souls all the time for millennium Christianity, right? For years, it could be a dark night of the soul. And then people have, rapturous experiences afterwards, and all that kind of stuff. So I was like, it could be one of those things. I'm going to stay faithful, committed. I'm going to try to live out these promises, all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, there's a certain point where I was just like I started thinking about it, and this will come up when we talk about the problem of evil. I started thinking about it like in context of, I'm a father to my kids, Heavenly Father to his children. And I started thinking about that, how do you, even if you're sinful, know to give good things to your children? And I started thinking about it in the context of like love and comfort for my kids. Right? Because sometimes I might do things that my kids don't like and are uncomfortable for them, but it's for their benefit, it's for their good. But I started thinking about like, if my kids were literally telling me like, we don't think you love us. We think we don't know you. We don't know you're around. We don't think you love it. We don't feel safe here. We don't feel comfort, all that kind of stuff. If I was a loving father, that would break my heart, and I would do everything I could, maybe not to, I don't want to maybe spoil them and then give them a Mercedes, but I'm going to make sure that they know that I love them.
Right. I so relate to you, Tyler, right now. This was my issue as well. I had a problem. I read Romans 9 and Paul's hypothetical debate partner when he says, after he explains before any of them had done either good or bad, I hate and I love. And then he explains for the purpose of election. This is why systematically I'm with you, at least Pauline. If we take Paul and his perception and make that the whole systematic view of the Bible, yes, I think that we're dealing with a kind of what we call Reformed or Calvinistic type of thinking.
He's a predestinarian. He's a determinist of some kind. Yeah.
He's some kind of, and I don't know all the nuts and bolts, but at the end of the day, he's like, well, how can God find fault? And he pretty much his answer is, shut up. You mortal clay. God, the maker, can do whatever he wants. He's justified to do it. And I now imagine in that world, it kind of makes me wonder, like, how were parents at this time? Like, and you're calling them Heavenly Father. So like you're describing here, I'm a father of 3 sons. I've been married over half my life almost. I mean, like for a long time, 16 years. And I'm sitting here thinking, I love people that may be reprobates. We love to throw that term around in the Calvinist circles. And does that mean that I love people more than God loves some people?
Yeah.
Which was an issue for me. I was a 5-pointer and beyond, not the 4-pointer universalist. God's struggling with his 2 wills.
Right.
I thought that was schizophrenic, or at least 2 personalities. Like God had a disorder. His prescriptive will, which is what's known, a thou shalt not. Yeah. But really what happens is what he really wants.
Yeah.
So I did not know how to reconcile this issue. And I thought Calvinists were crazy trying to do both, because to me, it was like his will is what happens and what gets done. Yeah. He tells you things, but he purposely works you against, he causes you to do things against this prescriptive if he hardens your heart, which I saw that as a proactive thing, not he negates his spirit and therefore you start to fall into sin. God actively hardened people's hearts. I stopped beating around the bush and called the Bible for what it says.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I'm getting excited, but you see,
you're exactly right. And I make, this is why when I did part 1 of my deconversion announcement, I said, well, look, because people are like, oh, well, you could just become another type of Christian. And I'm like, I mean, the only other type of Christian I think I could become is maybe a progressive. But then at that point, I don't know why I even care about the Bible anymore, because it's just a wax nose for progressives at that point. Like, if I want to take the Bible seriously, right, I think that Reformed theology and Calvinism is the one that does it. They're the most consistent with what the text actually says. Because what happens is, you get all these, and this is where I when I was a Calvinist and I was debating non-Calvinists, right? I did a lot of those types of debates. But they would, the free will theodicy and well, God allows evil, but it doesn't cause evil. And I'm like, I mean, that's garbage. That's BS. Like, here are like all these passages in the Bible where God, whatever you want to make of it, however you want to try to gymnastic out of it, like God takes causal credit for it. Yep. Whatever you think the metaphysics of how he does it or allows it or whatever, he is taking credit for the outcome. And the outcome is someone sinning, someone being deluded, someone having a false belief, someone being whatever it is. So I have tons of examples of them. And I would use this as a Calvinist, and I would say when in debating non-Calvinists, they're like, oh well, God just allows the free will decision, blah 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 blah. All right, and I'd be like, okay, well, like first of all, you have biblical texts that directly contradict that, because he takes causal credit for it. It's by his hand that Pilate and the Jews and Herod crucified Jesus. Right. It literally says by his hand. It's by his proorizo, by his foreordination, by his hand. In the next verse, his hand is the thing that heals. His hand is always causally active in any scripture passage that it's used in. Right? He deludes people in second Thessalonians.
But he's not the author of confusion, Tyler. And then he got him confusing people in the Tower of Babel. I mean, you can go anywhere. And
in Second Thessalonians 2, where it says that he sends a deluding spirits, you follow the causal chain. It's so that they'll believe what's false. Why? So that he can judge them, right? So he literally says that God intentionally deludes them so that he can judge them. Now, again, Calvinists will bite that bullet. They'll go hardline. It's fine. It takes the text seriously, right? So I look at these other views, the open theist views and other ones, and I'm like, if I'm going to take the Bible seriously, that's just not an option. That's just not a live option for me.
And mind you, when you're saying this, for the people who are just tuning in, when he says take the Bible seriously, this is if we're systematically trying to rectify and make it a unity, meaning the whole biblical corpus, then overall that position makes most sense. Tyler's not saying that there aren't arguments that contradict the view that we're describing here, because you can find God not knowing the future. You can find God kind of mistakenly not understanding things like that. This is also one of the reasons we no longer, I would say, hold to this systematic view. But if you are factoring that systematic view in mind, and that's what Christians who are harmonizers, inerrantists, infallibility, or at least some model in which Scripture is God breathed, however you want to define this, that, you know, they're coming up ways trying to fit these contradictions and fix the discrepancies between gospels or God's personal character or what he's doing. Does he know the future? Does he predestine it? Is it some middle view? Is it free will all the way, open theistic? Anyway, I just wanted to grant that. So we did Pascalian. We definitely have been tackling this whole God's view of love. Did you want to piggyback anything else into that Pascalian thing about how you as a parent love your kids? And
so one more. So the other thing that happened in kind of that, like, you know, in responding to non-Calvinists and saying, well, no, God actually takes causal credit for evil. But I also said, okay, let's imagine your view is right? Let's imagine that it is allowing all that kind of stuff. And I remember this was something that also turned the tide, is an argument that I used against non-Calvinists. And I said, look, think of the book of Job, right? And imagine for a second that it's not God, right? Imagine that I moved into a neighborhood and I knew that there was a psychopathic, sociopathic serial killer next to me. And I went to him, I'm like, hey, have you considered my favorite son? Right? And he's like, yeah, but you protect him. And I'm like, okay, but I'm going to leave town so you can do whatever you want to him. You can kill all of his friends. Because remember, like, Satan didn't just kill Job's family. It was all his friends. They were there. You know, it took out everything by natural causes, right? Took out his friends, killed everyone, killed the whole family, took his wealth, killed, you know, his day laborers, everybody. And then, you know, round two, he's like, oh yeah, he still hasn't cursed you. And God's like, okay, well, like, you can do more if you want to, just don't kill him. So now he gave him like boils and all that kind of stuff. And like, imagine that I did that with the serial killer. And I was like, you could do that with Mike. You can kill all of his friends. You can kill the rest of my family. You could do all that kind of stuff. You can burn down the house. You can destroy. You can do all that kind of stuff. You can give him leukemia. You can make him make him as sick as you can. You just can't kill him. And it's okay, because at the end of the day, I'm going to give my son back like more friends than he had to begin with. So like, let's ignore all the ones who died. I'm going to give him more. Right. Like, how many of you would call me good?
Yeah. So
or loving, right?
If you had 5 children, now God kills them all, and you had 6 friends, kills them all. Your wife says, curse God and die. Later on, somehow you end up with 10 children, double what you had to begin with, but those 5 are dead. You have 12 friends. You first had 6 best friends. Now you have 12 now later down the road. Like, good God.
Yeah. Like that makes, and here, you know, because there's the creator creature distinction, which you can say, okay, well, God doesn't have to be moral like we have. And even if I grant that, though, right? This is the argument that I've been making recently, is even if I grant that, right, we're told that God is love. Whatever love is, God is. And we're told that the greatest commandment, love the Lord your God with our heart, mind, soul, and strength. Love your neighbor as yourself. We are to be loving as God is loving. We're to be holy as he is holy. So there's a sense where it's like, okay, the question isn't if it's moral or immoral, right? I'll put that to the side, right? Maybe God has the right to do things that would be immoral for us to do, it'd be moral for him to do, whatever. I don't think God's a moral agent. He's not a moral subject, but whatever. But the question is that love? Right? Because whatever that means, whatever love means, that's what God is. And so if we look at that and we'd say, okay, not only is it right or wrong or whatever, but is that love to my child? Mm-hmm. No, that's not love. And so what you're saying then is it would be unloving. It would be, if I did that, it would be contrary to the nature of God, because it would be unloving, and God is love.
Right.
But if God does it, then it's okay. But that means God is doing unloving things. He's being not God.
You have to redefine what love even means for God at that point, and then we almost have no way of being able to relate, to understand how that could be loving. I would look at you if you did that to someone and say, you're horrible. Like, I don't care that you paid him back double. You're horrible. Like, this is not love. You
It's
know what I
horrible.
mean?
And if they try to say, oh, well, God's love isn't like our love, then I'm going to say, okay, well, I understand, there's analogical language about God. I get it. I totally get it. But there has to be some touch point where there's similar concepts, right? And if God can do something so unloving, but it can be love for God, I just don't even know what that touch point is anymore.
That's exactly
it just becomes like I can understand the whole, like, it seems like God doesn't know some of the Old Testament, and that's anthropomorphic language. I can get on board with that. I can totally get it. I used to argue that I buy, but if this is like something like X can be not X, then it's not analogy anymore. Like it's not anthropomorphic language anymore. I understand that saying God is Father is anthropomorphic language because it's not like he birthed us, but there's conceptual overlap between those two things, right? That makes the analogy work. If unloving can be loving, there's no conceptual overlap. I don't even know what the analogy means anymore.
Well, what they meant for evil, Tyler, God meant for good.
Well, and that's the thing is, like, I've asked him, okay, let's go to the Job example. What if I told you that I knew that doing that to my child meant that somebody else, some random person elsewhere would become a saint, or there'd be soul building for me, or there would be, I'm protecting free will in the abstract, which, by the way, is a terrible theodicy anyways, but like I'm pretty, like, how would that justify what I just did for my, like, would that somehow make that not an unloving thing anymore? No, like, those are terrible justifications for anything like that. So yeah.
So we're tapping in. It's not only that we're dealing with this Pascalian issue, it's also a problem of evil that we've been also touching on, I would say. And that, what you heard my view is, I heard this and I thought in my mind, it was just a little chink in the armor. It wasn't like this is what made me not a Christian. It was something that I had to big pill that you have to swallow. And that was, do I love people more than God? Because it's clear if God is doing all this stuff, there's some vessels for glory and some vessels for destruction. And that's all on God. So, who are you, oh man, to say to the maker, why have you made me thus? It's so clear that the language is saying this. So I had this problem as well, trying to figure out, what's the point? Is all this just almost meaningless on this level, but to God, something else is going on? And all this experience to us is just really nothing. Yeah. That was hard for me to grapple with within Christianity. And by the way, everything you said was while you were a Christian. Yeah. Not saying we can go back to the memory of it and argue the point and still use it today. It's just, I have come out of that box, and I suspect you have too now. And we're making totally different arguments from historical linguistics and discrepancies and other things that would make us say, this is a man-made document. Christians go, of course, men wrote it, but God's behind this. Yeah. We're saying it doesn't look like God's behind this.
Yeah. Yeah. And I should be clear. One of the answers that I love getting now is you don't understand the argument, right? You don't understand, the moral argument, whatever it is. And I'm like, really? Because, like, 7 months ago, when I would present the moral argument, like, I've had, like, literally the same people who used to, like, share my stuff and be like, this guy's a great apologist. Like, he's, I had people, like, saying, like, they love the way that I talk about it, and I finally get it, and I've, all that kind of stuff. I'm like, literally 6 months ago, you said you knew that I understood it, and you shared that I understood it. Now suddenly I don't miraculously, I like miraculously completely forgot and don't think about things anymore, or like, all that kind of stuff. And it's, I can hear some of, like, the response videos coming and be like, oh, well, like, he doesn't understand the Bible. And I'm like, okay, like,
of course,
did I not understand it this entire time? Now, I will say it's not an argument from authority. I've met lots of people who are like, they were ex-Christians. I don't think they can accurately describe Christianity to, like, save their life, right? That just because you used to be X doesn't mean that you understand X well, or ever understood it well, or are describing it well. Like, I'm not trying to say because I used to do this, therefore you should believe that I'm perfectly accurate, representing it. But, like, nothing has changed in how I understand it. And so, for the people who are like, oh, before they always thought that I understood it. Or people are gonna be like, oh, well, you don't understand Calvinism. I'm like, the ordaining committees in the PCA, and when I had to teach the Westminster Confessions and teach series on Calvinism and go through it, Reformed theology, they all thought that I understood it fine. So,
Right.
The people who asked me to debate it and, who presented my debates as like, one of the more robust Calvinists out there, they had no problem, saying that I understood it. So, maybe I misunderstood it, but then a lot of people who claim it misunderstand it also. So.
I got one more question before we get to any super chats here. I took this picture and made that the thumbnail, right?
Yeah.
Seems like there's like a apologetic empire here. How have you had any run-ins or had any discussions with any of the people you see on the image since leaving?
Not really since leaving. That was at an ETS conference a few years back, probably 3 or 4 years ago. So we all got together. We went to In and Out late one night after a bunch of days at a bunch of talks and everything like that. So haven't really talked with most of them after the fact. A few of them have like checked in and said, "Hey, we love you. If you need anything, let us know." Mm-hmm. I got a couple of invites to be on a couple of different shows, but they've largely gone dark. But yeah, so I mean, I still love all those guys. They're they're great guys, and that actually almost everyone in that picture I think are brilliant. I think they're doing good thoughts. They're not that group is not like the Ken Hams of Christianity. So yeah.
I would argue maybe a couple of these guys can do some tweaking in what they say, but nonetheless, what do you do? What do you do? Camille's back. Thank you, Camille, for the super chat. What's your current view on 1, all human decisions were decreed by God. 2, everything ultimately happens because of God's glory, even e.g. the Holocaust. 3, human prayer causes God to do other than what he would do otherwise.
Okay.
Your current view, of course.
Current view. I don't think decreed by God, although, I am a determinist. So I'm still a compatibilist, right? So I still think that all human decisions are determined and yet we are still substantially free. I just don't think it's the result necessarily of a decree. Everything ultimately happens for God's glory. No, I don't think so. And human prayer causes God to do other than what he would do otherwise. I never thought that in the first place. So, in Reformed theology, human prayer doesn't cause God to do other than he would. It gets complicated.
Yeah,
but that was never my view. So and it still isn't my view.
You would almost ask a prayer, but if it be thy will, God.
Yeah.
Like you almost...
the view was its means. The prayer was the means that God ordained to have the ends come about. So it's not that you could actually change God's mind with your prayer because God's omniscient. I don't even know what that, and I still don't even know what that means to say that an omniscient being can change their mind or change what they're going to do, because if they're omniscient, they know what they're going to do. You can't change what they're going to do. Otherwise, it's possible for them to be wrong in their prior knowledge, which it just gets incoherent. So prayer in Reformed theology has very much a means understanding, not an effective understanding.
Thank you, Camille. Appreciate that super chat, my friend. Seriously, MNAG. I just say MNAG. Once you start on the road to deconstruct, you really need to see how deep the rabbit hole goes. Eventually, you will see the light.
Maybe it is a very surreal experience sometimes where you're like, oh, like I still have things that I'm like, you don't realize where you believe something before, and then now I'm like 6 months later, I'm like, oh, like something rubs up against it. Now I'm like, oh, now I have to like take that thing and like relook at it and see it. Like, so it's definitely an interesting experience.
I in this super chat just want to ask you, have you, like you mentioned this earlier, but just to emphasize again for those who are tuning in, have you felt a sense of freedom in a way that you didn't before? Like there's almost a burden lifted off your shoulders in a way?
Maybe like an intellectual burden. I love having my Sundays back, which is great. That's, I don't know if that's a freedom thing, but I don't know if it's a freedom feeling.
Like as a Reformed guy, let me emphasize something here. You're a wretch, okay? Yeah. Your righteousness is filthy rags. Like you're almost just nothing. That mindset really stuck with me. And in fact, I have a brother who went to the same church under Andy Webb, who will write me stuff. I don't deserve it. I'm not worthy of anything. And like, this is his mentality. That's the kind of mentality I had. Have you like let all that baggage go?
So I never had that view. So there is in Reformed theology, there's a distinction. So it might've been because you came from a very, very fundamentalist kind of version of it. Mm-hmm. But historically in Reformed theology, the wretched was vertical, right? So, and this gets confused a lot. This in a lot of fundamentalist circles, the wretched is you are a terrible person. You're bad. You are wretched. You are filthy. You're awful. Like it can like eliminate your self-worth as a human being. In the Reformed tradition, there's actually along where you are a wretch in regard to God. Vertically, you're a wretch. It doesn't mean that you have zero value horizontally to other people.
Yeah, I didn't know how to compartmentalize those because when I read Paul and was just like, oh, wretched man that I am, and he bragged to those on the horizontal plane about how wretched he was. Yeah, I just saw my self-worth as nothing. It is Christ in me. Nothing. I am nothing, but Christ in me is something. So I really took that literal. Yeah. And maybe it was meant literal. I don't know, because the way they were willing to, or seemingly getting persecuted and willing to go and almost in an insane way of going to the cross, right? Take up your cross and follow me. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe
if you think about the gospel, like even in Reformed theology, think about the gospel, like, if everyone was a wretch such that they were devalued as their being, then a lot of the other statements wouldn't make sense, right? That you're to love your neighbor as yourself, that you are to, right? Because there's a certain sense that you can, if you think of yourself as the worst type of person, you love your neighbor as yourself, that you love your neighbor as the worst type of person. There's a certain sense where you are to, it doesn't mean that you have no self-worth, no self-esteem, that you are just intrinsically a wretched person that you should just like curl up and die. Right. Right. And it would actually, if that was the case and you kind of universalize that and you said, okay, well, sin just makes people wretched people, terrible people, no value people, then a lot of the other statements about like, there's neither Jew nor Greek, slave or free, like all that kind of stuff, like where it collapses all those categories into, we are all, children of God. We are all image bearers. There's value in those types of things. You couldn't have that if that wretchedness is universalized, right? So that is a trend in very like fundamentalist Reform circles, but there is in Reformed theology, there is this theme of that's a vertical thing. And so you are wretched with regard to God. You can, tear your clothes and cry and beg out and scream out and think you are wretched in the sense that you have no righteousness. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you like have no self-worth. So I didn't have that feeling, during it. So I don't really have to work it out coming out of it.
Yeah. And like, you should hate this life in order to gain life. But if you love this life, you will lose life. Like those kind of things, man, those are pretty smack in the face type stuff.
And those were value statements, right? Those are saying, if you love this life so much that you're going to hold on to it and you're going to forsake the things of God, then yes, you don't love this life. You don't, like I said, right. but it's not defeatist. It's not, why polish the brass on the Titanic, right? So you're still, that's why you still have true religion is to care for orphans and widows. Right. You still have that idea of there's still beauty.
I kind of wonder, and I don't know where to interpret this, but I kind of wonder if leaping to James to try and understand what true religion is, especially since he actually conflicts with Paul's own letters. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, this is the thing where I'm at now. I don't pretend there's a systematic way of knowing what the meaning of that is without like, it's really an interpretation type thing. And it's like, I don't know what to make of some of this at this point.
Well, you have to remember right now, neither of us think that the gospel is true. Right. So here I'm re-inhabiting like the Christian, this is how I would answer and say, like, you could consistently, hold these types of things and have that vertical and horizontal distinction because this is one. If this is one unified message, then you have these examples that justify that distinction. That's what
this is really interesting. I never really thought of it in those terms, but I'm reading Paul. Paul doesn't want people to get married. This is a horizontal thing because he expects the vertical to take place at some point. Yeah. The coming down of the Lord, the parousia, the whole nine, and that did not happen. So anyway, Chris H, thank you for the super chat. What is Tyler's new path looking forward? Will he now move towards social justice and defending those harmed by Christianity, like LGBTQ people?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. LGBTQ is an interesting thing. I don't know if you had this experience. Well, let me actually caveat this. I'm not going to say I was like an LGBTQ advocate or anything like that before when I was Christian. But you can actually look through some of the back catalog, and I hated the way that the church treated the LGBTQ community, right? Even though I thought that it was sinful, right? Because I would always be like, okay, but we think adultery is sinful, but like. If someone caught in adultery, like goes through cancer and they have children, we still organize meal trains for them. We still care for them. We still visit them. We don't ostracize them. We don't, all that kind of stuff. Like, if we still welcome them into church, right? You do all this kind of, like, I could never grasp why the church treated LGBTQ as if it was like this special thing to be
like a beyond sin.
Like I could never. So like, and this sounds cliche, and I know like the backlash to this type of comment, but like I always had LGBTQ friends, and even when I was like, hey, like I disagree, I still think like the activity is sinful. I never thought the orientation was sinful. I never anything like that. But so like that never jives. So I was never fully there. But what happens, weirdly enough, is that, not weirdly, I mean, it makes sense. When you leave, the justification, obviously, for even thinking it's sinful, you're like, oh, well, that was dumb. I don't really have any, I mean, maybe if I know there are like some atheists that are against it for like trying to claim it's like unnatural, whatever, but I just, I don't find that convincing. And then any support that I had for thinking that it was sinful is gone, because I don't think sinful is a thing anymore. Right. So, I don't know if I'll move towards like social justice activity. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen.
Thank you for that answer. Chris, thank you so much. I love you. Thank you. Nutty Squirrel, great discussion. I hope that was the next one here. Yes, great discussion. Look, we've got 485 people, and I need to let everybody know this is a popping stream right now. Go subscribe to Tyler's YouTube. We'll refresh this at the end. And we're going to see the count. Let's hope we can get Tyler some more people to check him out. You can agree, disagree, whatever. Take him to task in his comment section. But it's all about having that discussion like we're having today. So I really appreciate that, Nutty Squirrel.
Thank you.
Always appreciate the support. Henry Marr says, the God hiddenness problem is the worst. We really haven't talked about that much, but there's like a spider web within all these this thought about like, if God loves, like we're talking about, God is love, is it like, I'm trying to even defend the idea of like how this is even possible as someone who struggled. And I always go back to addiction because I'm a recovering drug addict, 7 years off of heroin.
Good job. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I was literally at death's door, and sometimes tough love is a way to help the addict, especially when they're sabotaging their own life because they have an illness. There's a real issue here. I would call it a disease under the specific definition that is called. And I'm sitting here thinking, like, how is God's hiddenness even helpful in trying to help us when we have sincere doubts and questions about this issue? You can almost see why Christians sometimes, not all, will say stuff like, you have a secret sin, or you just want to keep sinning. They want to find other excuses for why you've left, Tyler. But divine hiddenness, hit that one real quick with us.
Yeah. Divine hiddenness is basically I mean, there's lots of them. There's lots of different versions of it, but the one that I had is basically I run it as an internal critique of Christianity. Right. So if the promises of Christianity are true and the statements of God are true, and I didn't even do it as a universal hiddenness, like to all of creation, which I could do. Right. I don't find the answers to it be like, oh, well, it would violate free will. Garbage. That's a garbage answer. It's just not. It is not. That is not a good answer. But I was like, as a Christian, like Christians shouldn't experience hiddenness to the point of deconversion. Right? If Christianity is true, if the promises are true, if what is said about God being Father are true, right? If all those things are true, if that's the background information, we shouldn't expect hiddenness for that class of people, right? And yet that's exactly what a lot of, I've talked to a lot of people who deconverted recently obviously, that experience of hiddenness. And I've talked to a lot of people like with me, like, I mean, I wasn't like, I wasn't drinking. I wasn't out having sex. I wasn't like, had nothing. I was like begging and pleading and going to church and doing like all that kind of stuff. Like hiddenness should not, if that's background, we shouldn't expect that. And so the fact that we expect that creates a hiddenness problem.
I know that reformers during the Protestant Reformation were big when they criticized the Catholic miracle claims. They finally eventually scalpeled their own Bibles, right? Because the claims they used against the Catholics kind of worked inward on their own scripture. But in that process, they came up with a solution for this problem where why is not God doing the miraculous? Since they definitely were using this against the Catholic Church. And so you find this argument, cessationism. So he that which is perfect, when that which is perfect is come in, the canon of scripture, we notice the interpretation there. God's not doing these things in front of people or to show himself anymore. He's hidden. He doesn't need to. You have all you need. The fundamentalist, evangelical, presuppositionalist, or whatever might say that argument. My point is did you ever I want your honest opinion. You ever read the Bible and go, just do this for me this once. Like, just please, anything like a doubting Thomas kind of.
So yes and no, right? Because there is a sense where under sola scriptura, right? So you have, the Bible is sufficient revelation for life and godliness, right? That's the saying, right? So and again, I still conceptually understand it, right? This is why I said earlier when they're like, oh, like you weren't a true Christian, like I understand, like I don't take offense because I understand within their system, right? That's what makes sense.
Yeah,
cool. Like I get it. You're working within your system. If your system is true, then yes, that's probably true, right? Same with sola scriptura. Like I get where it's like it's age of miracles. God was working at these times where He was validating the message, He was validating the gospel, right? All that kind of stuff, right? Cool. Totally get it. There was a certain point though where I was like, look. Again, like I'm not asking for a pillar of smoke and a pillar of fire, right?
I was, by the way, I was.
Anything. Like it could be still small voice. Like I don't care. I don't care.
It's hard for me to know if it was me though versus anyway.
But I wouldn't care, and I think that like I was like anything that I could attach that significance to, totally fine with it. Like even again, like I said earlier, even if I could never justify it to anybody else, like bring me back in, whatever it is. But there was also, I started just being really dissatisfied with that answer. And I talked about it in my last video, the deconversion part 2, which it doesn't show up on the videos. It shows up under the live tab. But there was a moment where I was like, okay, but why? Why not? Because there's a sense where like, oh, well, you can't ask for miracles because then you're making God your cosmic butler. And I'm like, okay, but the core claim of Christianity is a miracle claim, right? So which one is it? Is it miracle? A miracle is the most sufficient thing to drive belief. Then why not more miracles? Or is it miracles aren't sufficient for belief? You just have to have faith. Then why is a miracle the core claim of Christianity?
Well put.
And then that just spiraled, right? So one of the examples I gave in that video is, okay, like imagine how many people, I'm sure if people just gave thumbs up in your comments, we'd see 1,000 thumbs up, or I guess you only have 400 something.
Type 1 if you're thumbs up in right now.
Type 1 if you're thumb up, right? You left because, at least in part, maybe not major, but at least in part, the church was corrupt, evil, abusive, covered for abusers, stole money, something along those types of lines, right? That was at least a part in why you left, right? So the example that I get in Acts, when Ananias and Sapphira, they don't even steal from the church, right? They sell a field, they give half to it, and they say they gave a whole, right? They gave a 50% tithe. All they did, I mean, did they do something wrong? Sure. They wanted to look more generous than they did. Fine. Whatever. Was that wrong? Yeah. Were they stealing? No. Were they embezzling? No. Were they stealing from the poor? No. All that kind of stuff. What happened? God kills them both at the rebuke of Peter. Separate times, but kills them both at the rebuke of Peter.
Right.
right? And the answer that's given is, well, that's to that church needed establishing, right? It shows that God would protect the sanctity and purity of his church, right? And I'm like, okay, imagine, maybe not even to death, maybe every single time someone stole or embezzled money from the church, stole from the poor, whatever it is, abused, covered for pedophiles, whatever, anything that didn't protect the purity of the church, God would give them boils, right? All of those ones would go away.
Right.
Right. Every single one of those ones would go away because it'd be like, oh, like, and I have to imagine, like, for me, I probably never would have left Christianity.
Right. I'm with you.
I'd be like, it's
reasons.
so clear that like God is protecting this thing.
Right.
So the amount of, and I got to imagine more people.
And then imagine comparing it to other religions, right? And they don't have claims that come to pass or something. And you're like, well, this is clearly evidence to show.
Yeah. And so it's one of those things where it's like, so that's not me asking God to be a cosmic butler. That's not me asking for some personal miracle. That's not anything. That's just straight divine hiddenness in ways that we not only shouldn't expect, but we don't see in the New Testament anyways. And it's hard to say that it's cessationism, because cessationism has to do with like personal works of miracles and healings and all that kind of stuff, which would also be, I don't know why people wouldn't believe if every time someone prayed over them in the name of Jesus, there was healing. Mm-hmm. How would that violate free will or prevent soul making or sainthood? That would make a buttload of saints. People would freely believe because there's miracles. So and that's the other thing is I don't understand how seeing a miracle violates free will. Like it imposes too much. It forces you to believe. Like, what does that mean that the resurrection violated the free will of the apostles? Like I don't understand the argument. So like that type of hiddenness in ways that we wouldn't expect hiddenness, or where the hiddenness seems to cause more detriment to the very things that God says he values, right? That's the conflict for me, right? That's the thing where it's like the Christian promise, like it's not just in violation with what we observe in reality, it's in tension with its own biblical Christian promises.
Right.
That's where the tension is. And
I think, come back to the same words, I got, I don't know if you know the Christian YouTuber Ruslan. I might be making a trip down to California sometime, probably in May, to have a conversation with this guy on his actual platform. But I bring up honesty a lot. And I think if you're being honest with this material, this is a valid criticism. These are valid issues. So anybody, whether you're a Christian or not, at the end of the day, hearing what you're saying, Tyler, should walk away going, I get it. This makes sense. I get it. So,
or at least understand why people might walk away, why people might say, oh, well, this is a problem. And again, I can almost see some of the videos coming out and they're gonna be like, oh, well, that one thing, well, that's not a reason to leave Christianity, because does that mean the resurrection didn't happen? Oh. And I want to point out, like, I'm not saying that I'm almost a cumulative casist. I'm not saying this one thing is the death knell to Christianity, or it's the silver bullet, or whatever analogy you want to use. There are hundreds of these things, hundreds of biblical problems. Like they just started mounting to the point where I'm like, well, that's just a big pile now. I don't know what to do with that.
I'm with you. Wayne Wright, thank you for that 20. I really appreciate it. What does Tyler think about the Bible's silence on the Trinity and the church's undying devotion to it?
I'm not sure that the Bible is silent on the Trinity. I still think that there is. I think that okay, let me put it this way. Whether or not you think it's coherent is a different question. But I think as the theology of the Bible developed, it very clear, and again, whether or not you think this is original to, if it did develop later, or it's original to the original author, or the intention of Genesis, or whatever it is, I think there is this very clear concept that develops even in the Old Testament, that God is somehow either multi-personal, or that there's a I don't want to say polytheism, because I don't think that that's the case. They started, I think there was a tension in the Old Testament of like, God is more than just one person. I don't think they had the categories to talk about it. Some that might be, you might read that and cast it out as like, well, they viewed the divine council and there's these multiple beings. Mm-hmm. But there's this tension and it's ambiguous and unclear. I think by the time you get to the New Testament and you see it starting to develop, there is a very real sense I think by then the Holy Spirit is a person. So I think by then the Hellenistic Jews would have almost been a bipersonal at some point. And the way that the New Testament authors, even very early in the Gospels, take Old Testament passages. There's Richard B. Hayes has some things, the echoes of scriptures in the Gospels, the echoes of scriptures and letters of Paul. The ways that it takes these descriptions of Yahweh and applies them to Jesus, they do seem to think that Jesus is this unique either person. By the time you get to John, I think that it's just completely there. But you have this, that Jesus is the special person of God, but but in a way that it's that you could say something true of God that is true of Jesus. And so that I think they're working that out. So I think you can get Trinitarianism. By the time you get to the later epistles, I think it's pretty developed. Not as developed as you get with homoousios and that whole thing. By the time you get to the councils, they develop the theology and the philosophy of it way there. But I think by the time you get to the end of the New Testament, you do have a view of three persons as in one being.
So I'd take Bart Ehrman's approach on this, and other critical scholars like James F. McGrath. I actually interviewed him and asked him, it's worth showing you this to give you a laugh, actually. James F. McGrath, he actually is quite a character. But I don't think the New Testament teaches Trinitarianism. I do think, however, that the development using New Testament ideas, because I think Jesus is the image, he's the image bearer of God, which you can easily conflating that he is God, but he's always praying to God. So you kind of wonder, and I know the Trinitarians will have to find a way to make this make sense, but I got to play the intro so that everybody watching this can at least have a quick little chuckle, put some energy into this thing here. But it fits this issue. Jesus and God, and this is his little statement. We might as well get a laugh while we're here together. Here we go. Does the New Testament teach Trinitarianism?
No.
No. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Nice.
Anyway,
to those
I'm
who are
sure that
triggered
there's
easily.
I had to give a warning for triggering people there, but so I can see how later we talk about systematic canonization and whatnot. I could see how they're trying to work out, but they definitely see him as a son of God. They see him divine. He has an apotheosis even early in Paul. So he is divine in their eyes. But how that fits within the matrix, I think they fix those nuts and bolts later. So I think my take.
I think it'd be similar. I'd say a similar thing where it's probably anachronistic to say the New Testament is Trinitarian,
right?
But it has the building blocks of the Trinitarian theology, right? So I would say like it's anachronistic to say Paul was a Calvinist, right? That's entirely too anachronistic. But the theology that, or even to say Paul was Augustinian, right? That's just not the right categories to use. But everything that is Augustinian or Calvinistic was in Paul.
I won't say everything, but predestinarian stuff. I'm with you. There's something.
Everything that makes it distinctly that, that in that predestinarian determination, election, all those types of things is present there. It's just
I'm with you. Right? I just would take even the Romans 9 thing, Romans 9-11. And I want to get to the next super chat, but I think that we as Calvinists, as when we were, we universalize this message and not realize that this is like a Jew. There's a Jewish context here that we're kind of like, oh, it's all for everybody. And I get it. The framework's there, but I don't know if that's the message here in Romans 9-11. He's trying to create a category to graft Gentiles in when this wasn't meant for them. This was for the Jews. And so there's all sorts of stuff.
Well, actually, I had a debate on this with, oh my gosh, I'm totally blanking on his name. John Cranman. Because he takes a corporate election view that kind of it's a Jewish thing. It's all about that kind of stuff. I actually don't think that's the way to read Romans 9.
Interesting.
For several reasons, exegetically, and I still think exegetically it's not the way. I think Paul actually was making universalizing principles. I think he was applying it in certain contexts, but I think he was actually making universal principles.
So I look at it as Paul's a last days apocalyptic Jew who thinks that Jesus is coming back any minute. And the goal he has is the only way he's coming back is to gather the nations in. So in his mind, he has to find a way to bring the nations in order to have the second coming take place. And of course, when the more he keeps going to the nations, trying to get to Spain, it doesn't happen. So, we probably have some overlap on how we read Romans 9-11, but I don't read it the same way I read it before. But there's that passage about election and like, who are you, oh man? That hasn't changed. I mean, that is like pretty blunt. God's a hardcore dictator in that. Yeah. Zictomorph, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for going through this in real time and under the microscope. It does help a lot of us going through similar spots. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I've said this before, like, I'm not trying to deconvert anyone. Like, I have people that are Christians and they've reached out and be like, hey, I'm going through the same thing. I don't want to leave. Like, who should I read? And I'm like, if you just want to read like the best Christian answers, like here, like go read this scholar, go read this. If you want to salvage your faith, like go read this. If someone's like, hey, I'm pretty sure I'm deconverting. Like, they want to read, go read that one. Like, I want to help people on whatever journey they want to go to, but I'm not like out there trying to be like, hey, I'm trying to win deconverts or anything like that from Christianity. But I also, I do, biblically iron sharpens iron. There is a sense where I want to be like, but Christians, you got to do better. You've got to give better answers than the theodicies that you're giving because they're pretty weak.
Well put. And I feel you on that. I am trying to defang fundamentalism, but at the same time, in all of its forms. But, at least, I don't know, I think I think that there's serious walls that get built up and it's something I'm trying to do. So thank you so much, though, for that super chat. Ultimately, I want people to value the literature as literature. That's something I'm trying to do. So Joshua Springer, thank you for the super chat. Did you put and? Oh, is this a scripture? And if they do not persist in unbelief, they will be grafted in, for God is able to graft them in again. Romans 11:23. Love you, brothers. God bless. So this is kind of, they open the door, and it's available. Hey, I get it, man. You know what I mean? I get it. And respect. I also wonder, and I don't know if this is a worth topic bringing up, because in that mentioning of Ruslan, which you probably don't know who that is, it's a big YouTuber, Christian YouTuber. You may have ran across this stuff. He thought it was narcissistic of me to say that this was narcissistic. I had family members who sat around, and when we have these conversations from time to time, they're looking at me going, one day you're going to come back. You're going to get it. And I'm sitting here trying to explain to them, like, and I said this statement, I've forgotten more than you'll ever, like, you probably ever care to even read your Bibles. I've forgotten more about this than you ever have even known. And I'm talking about combined, because I know my family, right? So they don't really read their Bibles. They're not serious students of this stuff. And it's like, I felt like that was kind of condescending. That's probably the better word rather than narcissistic. It's like condescending to go, Tyler, you're going to come back. Trust me, you're going to come back. And so, like, have you really walked through the process and understand what I'm saying and how it's actually making sense to why I don't believe?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think?
No, yeah. I mean, again, it's like the whole, like, you weren't a true Christian. Like, I try not to take, it can be condescending, but I'm like, hey, I get within your system that that's what you think, and I just kind of cheekily point out, like, Romans 11:23 says that, if we don't persist, we can be grafted in. Hebrews 6 says, once we fall away, it's impossible to bring us back to repentance. So I don't know which one it is, right? I don't know if I still have hope or I'm just done.
Yeah.
So
I'm with you, man. What do you do? Constellation Pegasus says, you're a determinist? Then I'm assuming you know stuff about physics and astrophysics.
I know some stuff. I mean, I'm a determinist. Well, I'm a compatibilist, which is the idea that determinism is compatible with, freedom necessary for responsibility. Largely because I think libertarian incompatibilism is just incoherent. Right. I don't see how someone can hold to something like a principle of sufficient reason and still be a libertarian and say, it's entirely indeterminate why I choose the things that I choose. Because the instant I ask, why did you do that? And you start giving me explanations, you're giving me causally determinate explanations. So I'm largely a determinist because I think indeterminism and incompatibilism are just incoherent.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thomas Lehner, do you still pray?
Not really. I mean, let me actually backtrack. I still find myself like sometimes being like almost like talking to myself, but not to myself. I still do it every now and then. Mm-hmm. If something's happening, I'm like, okay, like God, I don't say God, but I'm like, oh, like, please let this happen. Something like that. But no, I don't like conscientiously pray.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I know that's a personal question, but JR Token, thank you for that super chat. I didn't see a comment. I'm just rolling through here. I don't like to leave people hanging. Shane Torres, if you're comfortable sharing, have you dealt with a spouse who still believes in how to maintain peaceful marriage?
I have not dealt with that.
Thank you, Shane. Appreciate that. Henry Mars, has Tyler read the Book of Enoch? Thoughts?
I have, actually. One of my research projects I did was on the Book of Jude and its canonicity with regard to its use of Enoch. And so, I think Enoch is fascinating. I would probably have to revisit it. I wrote that back when I was still pretty committed, like not even really struggling with doubts yet. So definitely roll back, but yeah. So I've read. I think it's interesting.
Yeah. Thank you, Henry. Jamie Russell Christian Middle says, "Speak to the resurrection of Jesus and belief 4." Thank you. I don't know how to answer this.
I'm not speak to the resurrection of Jesus. I don't think he did.
Yeah, you haven't brought us through some of the arguments that you personally. What? I guess the best argument isn't what's against it. How do you make sense of what you think's happening there? If you're taking an approach that this didn't actually happen, what is your personal position?
I think largely, and I've said this, and this is probably kind of a crass way to say it, and probably not the most helpful way to say it. But people are familiar with C.S. Lewis's Lord, Liar, Lunatic, and then potentially Legend on there. I think the category of what's happening, if you had to use those categories, is some type of blending of lunatic and legend. But I don't mean lunatic like Jesus was a crazy person. I mean, I think he was. I think he was an eschatological preacher. I think that he thought he was ushering in the end of time and all that kind of stuff. And I think he was probably sincerely mistaken. And then there was legendary development after that.
I'm with you. Now, how that happened from the get, like, did someone imagine that they thought they heard, or who knows? I mean, people have all sorts of beliefs and see things. Elvis Presley's visited people since dying. So, JR Token, evidence shows Yahweh is not guilty of existing.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
Thank you for that. Spartan says, "I'd love to hear more about Tyler, your current beliefs."
I mean, I'm still a classical theist, as I said at the top of the show. So I still believe in God. I still think that if a being like God exists, he still has those attributes of being. Because when you start doing a conceptual analysis of what type of being that cause would be, I think you do get something along the lines of omnipotent. Omniscience tricky. For a couple of reasons. Omniscient, I think, is the right term, but I don't think I would hold it the same way I did when I was a Christian. So, you have omniscient, omnipotent, transcendent. I don't think he's within space-time. Immutable, ase. And part of immutable and ase is because for a being that's outside of time, I don't see how process would happen or procedure would happen. And so I don't know what it means to say a transcendent being changes, for example. So there's conceptual analysis, but it's largely kind of the God of the philosophers, and I don't know what to do. I don't have I've realized actually that eschatology is more important than I ever thought it was, and I'm realizing a lot of the things that feel weird. And I don't know what to do with are things where having an eschatology answers it or solves it or satiates that need for something or some type of answer. So not having an eschatology is weird.
But you don't have one right now. Like,
it's just, I don't know what to do with it. Right. So I don't know what happens when we die. Do we die and we blink out of existence? Maybe. do we reincarnate? I don't know. My having eschatology for decades, I feel an affinity for that, but I don't know if it's, I don't know if there's reason for that, or if it's just, kind of a Christian hangover or whatever that is. So I don't know what to do with that. So that's kind of where I'm at with that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. T. Brown, deconversion came after years of studying and thinking. Is there anything you would say to a teenage Tyler to prevent conversion?
No, I don't think that I would prevent conversion. I kind of look at it as my life is my life, and it took the path that it did, and I'm happy where I'm at, and I have, if I hadn't gone through that, then I wouldn't have my children that I have right now, who I love, are my life. So I don't like living in the questions about what would you do to change it? Probably nothing.
I mean, at the moment, I guess at the moment, without factoring in what we know, then maybe, but it's like reliving a certain moment and not knowing, having no omniscience and being kind of an open theist yourself, right?
Yeah.
I probably would make different decisions, but the problem is I would have to know that I shouldn't make that decision when those things happen.
Yeah.
And therefore it kind of falsifies itself. It doesn't work. It cancels itself out.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to know how to answer those and that's my drug addiction phase, right? I caused unknown suffering to my family, to my children, to my wife. Do I wish that I didn't do that? Yeah, I do wish I never did that. I also have to live. I have to be me in this world that I live in. And so this is a tough one, but it's one of those I don't really know how to answer.
Yeah.
Mark, thank you for the super chat. Was Tyler predestined to leave Christianity? I'll see myself out now.
I think I was determined to leave Christianity.
Thank you, Mark.
If Christianity, if Reformed Christianity is true, then yeah, I was predestined for it. If Molinism is true, I was predestined for it. So
that's true. But the Molinism described by William Lane Craig, for those who, when he said a long time ago, I wasn't even a Calvinist at the time. He said something like, I think God preordains where people are born in the world. So that if they never hear the gospel and they die without Christ, he knew already that if they did hear it, they would reject it. So he had them born in places where inevitably they're going to go to hell.
Yeah.
This was his
trans-world damnation. Any possible world that person never would believe. So he just took those cogs and put them. I don't even know what that means. I don't know what it means that there's this platonic form, or it almost feels like a soul bank. Is it the Jehovah's Witnesses that have the soul bank, or the Mormons? One of those. There's the soul bank. He plucked this one soul that would never believe anywhere and put it somewhere. But I don't know what it means to say an abstract soul wouldn't believe in any, because part of what
could God not make a world?
Personality. So
it's weird what you're saying. Making sense of that is that would mean that there's not a single world that the God of the universe couldn't make to make sure that they would be saved. And it's odd that you wouldn't put the responsibility somehow on that being who is the creator of these worlds, whatever world that may be. I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Really odd. Boris says, my final try at Christianity started with 2 Corinthians 13:5. Do you know that passage by heart?
I don't know it by heart.
That is, examine yourselves to see whether you are in the faith. Test yourselves. Or do you not realize this about yourselves, that Jesus Christ is in you, unless indeed you fail to meet the test?
Or in the KJV, and except ye be reprobates.
That's where we loved using that word. What was it? The 1599 Calvin edition? I can't remember. He had a commentary in his particular edition.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and blast through these, and then I'm going to allow you any eschatological final statements here before the end. Callan M, thanks, Tyler, for speaking. Helps folks on journey. Thank you, Callan. Appreciate that. I do think that your story is going to touch some people here and hopefully help people at least understand, even if they disagree, understand where you're coming from. I think you've taken quite a sophisticated route, man. So I commend you for that, and I hope you continue on your journey. Theo Jansen, thank you for that super chat, says, in the first Gospels, Jesus does not seem to be out of time in many way, immediately this and that. So he's always immediately.
Yeah, like
Gospel Mark.
in Mark, it's euthus. It's immediately, and then immediately, and then yeah, it's that's more of a literary device, like to move the plot. The plot, it's rapid fire plot. It's going. He's busy.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you, Theo. Gray says past and current thoughts on Romans 1.
I mean, Romans 1 covers a lot of thoughts. My guess is the longer section on Romans 1, dealing with that you're without excuse. That's my guess, because that's probably the one that part of that's most relevant. So that, I mean, that section basically deals with that there is this kind of, apart from special revelation, you have general revelation, that just by looking at the created order, you know, people know God, his immutable attributes, his power, and all that kind of stuff, and they're without excuse. I generally think that we can infer certain things about God by looking at creation. Again, I'm a classical theist. I'm not sure that has the moral input. The thing that I find interesting though about it is now when I'm going back and I'm talking to my presuppositionalist ex-brothers, still friends, is they'll do like, well, how do you, if you don't have the Bible, how do you know, and all that kind of stuff. And I want to be like, one of your favorite passages is Romans 1. And your own, like if I just do an internal critique, your own view says that I can know these things by general revelation. I don't need this special standard to know to know about God and to ground certain things like the laws of logic, which, precepts love to bring up. Right. Mm-hmm. So why do I keep asking that? I still haven't gotten an answer. I was asking this while I was a precept even. I started asking is like, why is the Trinity, why is a Trinitarian concept of God necessary to ground the laws of logic? I can understand the argument. I still get there with like intentionality and stuff, how a God can ground laws of logic. But how does that get you to Christianity? This is one of those like Mott and Bailey things where I'm like, I don't understand how this argument that God gets you the grounding of logic or intentionality or whatever it is, or transcendental facts of reality, to therefore that the Christian God is necessarily true, and there's an impossibility the contrary to the Trinity. Like I don't understand that. And given your own revelation in Romans 1, we shouldn't think that either.
Interesting note on Romans 1, Revelation 1. Romans 1 is this is philosophical, and I guess because you find this kind of general revelation theme, and it is something that you find the Greeks and the Romans that kind of use this, they might find their way. Classical theists might try to go, see, even Paul kind of hints at this, but there's a lot more baggage than just classical theism as you're describing. And the baggage can be tested. There are claims there that can be tested and shown that just don't meet the what would you say, the muster there. Notion Slave, what's your view on Islam as a possible next faith to
not going to. I just no intention. It seems to me because Islam builds on the Abrahamic religions. It seems if I think the foundation is already wrong, why would I want to go stories up?
I'm with you. I agree, and that's straight to the point. Camille Gregor again. If you had a ranking of individuals who most contributed to your deconversion, whose names would be on the top?
I mean, not to sound cheeky or anything like that, but God's number one, right? So the God could have prevented it easily, if that was true. As far as like scholars and academics go, Bart Ehrman was again, that was a flashpoint on a lot of those things. A lot of it was conservative scholars. I mean, Mike Licona, John. They'll hate this. John Walton, right? Michael Heiser, right? There are a lot of these scholars that they're gateway drugs. They're the things that have you start thinking about things differently and understanding text within their historical context, and start seeing some of those things. And honestly, the fact that these weren't people that like gave arguments for why I should leave, but I started struggling and having issues, and the best scholars, the best apologists and all that kind of stuff, the answers were just poor. The ones that came just weren't good. The theodicies weren't good. I mean, I've said it before. The free will theodicy is just nonsense, right? Because it says, oh well, God, there's evil because God wants to protect free will, and I'm like, okay, but God can in the philosophy of action. There's a difference between free will and outcome, right? So God can prevent 100% of murders. He can stop them at the moment that they're about to murder someone. They still would have freely chosen to murder, right? He can prevent the outcome. Has nothing to do with free will. The free will theodicy just does not work because it does not answer the problem. The evil is the outcome. The choice is evil in itself. Maybe there'll be minor evils. Maybe there'll be minor evil choices, but God could prevent every single harm to a child, every single murder, he could have prevented the Holocaust. He could have prevented all of that stuff without ever stopping a single free will choice. So, like those types of things, they just don't work. Like, and the fact that they're so ardently advanced as if they work, they're just, those types of things just started to eat away at me.
Thank you, Camille, for the question. Try to get through these. I was heavily involved with Mars Hill Church.
Sure.
It took way too long for me to escape that community. Any thoughts on that church and its influence?
That church was brutal, and it's really scary that there's basically part 2, which is even worse than Mars Hill, because Mars Hill at least fell under the banner broadly of kind of evangelicals before everything about Mark Driscoll was known. Now he has his other church that's even like, I'm not going to say it's a cult, but it's really close. It's really, really, really close from what I've read about it. If anyone is really interested, they kind of like these sociological, like storytelling podcasts, like This American Life. There's one on the rise and fall of Mars Hill that's fantastic, and that is a scary church. I'm glad you got out of that. That was a scary, scary environment.
Thank you. Gray says, I just got here, so forgive me if I missed it. But what do you think about all the historical evidence talk about the resurrection of Jesus?
I think it's interesting. I just don't think it. I don't think it accomplishes the conclusion that it wants to accomplish. I think they're interesting. I think the minimal facts argument is interesting. I think the maximal case for the resurrection is probably a stronger case than the minimal case in different ways. But I just think I don't think they get to I don't think they accomplish justifying the conclusion that they're trying to accomplish.
Thank you. I'm not even going to comment because I want to make sure we can get to the end here. Thoughts on Jay Dyer, flavored pre-sup? Have you heard of that person?
I do know who Jay Dyer is. At Jay Dyer's best moments, he's good. He has a lot of worse moments.
Grace, thank you so much. Festering Boils, if there's really a God, why do you think he allows all these false religions to flourish among his creation? So in your view, this sounds more like, since you're a theist, do you think in your mind God gives a crap about what people believe?
I don't know. I don't know. There's no special revelation that tells me what God gives a crap about, right? So there is a sense though where I think that most likely what again, if I have to come with what's consistent with what I think is true, I think about it in the sense of my kids. I don't try to control everything that my kids believe. They don't all have to believe like me. They don't have to all think like me. I want them to be good, and I want them to thrive, and I want them to do well. If one of them ends up being a conservative, great. If one of them ends up being a Democrat, great. If one of them ends up being whatever the dichotomy is, that one is a Christian, great. One's a Muslim, great. Whatever it is, as long as they're like loving and kind, and that's that's what I'm going to be proud about. I can imagine some type of God being similar to that, where the doctrine might not be important, but the impulse for the thriving of humanity and the development of culture might be a good.
Okay, the time is now. We're going to test this thing. I'm going to give people, since you just tuned in, 10 seconds. Oh, it already refreshed. Holy smokes! Why does it do this to me? We're refreshing it. Screw it. 1.12. I don't know how many specific because it doesn't show me the details on your YouTube, but you got some subscribers here.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Tyler, I want to leave you with the final word here. You're speaking to somebody out there. Maybe they're going through a similar process or they're considering it or whatever. You're talking to the world here. Give them a final statement from you, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say, and this was always, the purpose of my endeavors in the podcast and the YouTube channel is always to think hard about things and to explore the thing. I mean, the freed thinker was a double entendre. It was about being freed in Christ, but I never understood the indoctrination and all that kind of stuff, because even though I had a ecclesiastical alignment, I always just questioned and believed what I thought the evidence lined up to, and that has led me down this journey. And so I'd keep encouraging people to think hard and to think freely and to keep exploring the evidence, and wherever that leads you, if that leads you deeper into Christianity, so be it. It's great, but to keep thinking and keep exploring and asking questions.
Keep asking questions. Subscribe to his YouTube channel. Check out his podcast. He has the Freed Thinker podcast. And we have the Patreon. Help support us here. We're working our butts off. I've got so much content coming. I don't even know what to do with myself. I'm editing nonstop. We have courses as well. MVPcourses.com down in the description. A course right now on ancient Greek mystery cults, and they get kind of compared to Christianity in a way. Historical Jesus Quest with Dale Allison. Don't miss it. It's fire, I swear. Paula Gia just told me yesterday, he's like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize how good this course was. So he's checking it out, and of course got an interview coming out with him soon. And then of course Creating Jesus, Why Mark's Gospel Was Forgotten. I love educating the world, Tyler, and I love to learn myself. Yep. And I think the more we have these discussions, the better. I hope to have you back in the future, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. Would love to come back on.